Chapter 0001. A glance across 1,000 years. In the year 4073 of the galactic era, I was resurrected after 8,000 years. What a serendipitous revival. Could this be the phenomenon of time travel as depicted in novels? No, for I remain fundamentally myself, yet alas, I have forfeited the right of humanity to pursue freedom, for I have become a mere clone. In the year 4074 of the galactic era, after a year of grueling training, I finally graduated. The vast cosmos awaits my conquest, and I am confident that I will earn the recognition of others, reclaim my right to chase after my dreams, and once again become a true human being. In April of 4075 of the galactic era, on the planet Kadar, having been on the battlefield for just over 2 months, 3 more comrades have perished. Everyone is engulfed in sorrow. I find myself questioning how long I can survive. At this moment, I finally comprehend the essence of war. How I resent this reality. Was my resurrection and my efforts truly in vain? Living has become my sole belief. In May of 4075 of the galactic era, she appeared. The moment I laid eyes on her, I knew she would be the one and only in my life. How I wish I were human, not a clone. Yet I understand that all of this is but a delusion. Clones are not humans, and will never gain the acknowledgement of humanity. In the year 4076 of the galactic era, 3 years have swiftly passed since my arrival in this world. The incessant warfare has left everyone weary. She is exhausted, and so am I, yet I must endure, for her sake and my own. In October of 4076 of the galactic era, she died. All perished at the hands of the cursed Morgan race. Why? Why have the Morgans returned when they were supposed to have been driven out? Why did they suddenly reappear? Damn it, she is gone. What meaning does my existence hold now? Vengeance. I will ensure that those wretched Morgans face 100-fold retribution. In the year 4077 of the galactic era, after 2 months of acclimatization, I returned to the battlefield. Filled with anticipation, in pursuit of revenge, I abandoned my scant human identity, devoid of any freedom, and transformed into a machine. Regret? Perhaps in the future. In May of 4077 of the galactic era, why? Why does the military prohibit further investigation? Is my sacrifice, her death, and the efforts of my comrades all in vain? I am utterly lost. I truly cannot accept this. In the year 4176 of the galactic era, a century has passed, and I have persistently sought answers. The Morgan race has not re-emerged. I have attempted to escape multiple times. Yet the damn surveillance systems prevent me from even stepping outside the base. Why must fate be so cruel to me? In April of 4176 of the galactic era, I have fallen into utter despair. The only heart I possess, the sole remnant of my humanity, has begun to fail. I find myself with no other choice. The very term human has quietly faded away, while hatred has taken root deep within my consciousness, tormenting my body and soul day and night. Vengeance. How long must I wait for revenge? In September of 4176 of the galactic era, the military issued a mission. I was transferred to the 1476th Division. As they encountered the brainworms of the Insectoid race. As a clandestine weapon of the military, I am tasked with exterminating the brainworms, a self-destructive thought emerging within me. A century has passed, and I can no longer see a glimmer of hope for success. I am utterly fatigued. Excerpt from The Diary from Deep Within the Mind. The vast and boundless cosmos, ever since humanity departed the solar system, has begun its conquest from the moment of the galactic era. After over 5,000 years of development, humanity's reach has extended to 8 galaxies, of which 3 are outer galaxies resisting foreign forces, while the remaining 5 are predominantly human-inhabited. The 5th galaxy, the most impoverished among the 5 inner galaxies, has become a primary destination for human migration ever since the Insectoid race was expelled from this region 600 years ago. Initiating chip, environmental scan, self-scan, military storage activation failed. On an adventure ship navigating the 5th galaxy, a series of beeping machine sounds echoed as several young girls gathered around the machine, murmuring, "Captain, do you think this 1,000-year-old relic still works?" Furthermore, ever since the robot uprising 800 years ago, the relationship between robots and us has been rather tenuous. Do you think he will awaken? Fear not. If he dares to act rashly, my fists are not to be trifled with. A petite girl, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, resembling a porcelain doll, waved her little hands, exuding an air of no intimidation whatsoever. Where is this place? Am I alive again? Wei Tianyu pondered within, covertly observing the 3 girls fixated on him and the surroundings. It was evidently a spaceship, albeit in a rather peculiar hue. Pink. Hey, big guy, are you still pretending to be asleep after waking up? Has the intelligence program of this 1,000-year-old relic improved so much? Remarked a girl clad in blue. She was none other than Captain Jinnah of the ship. After discovering Wei Tianyu's remains on the planet Klagu as a prize from her maiden adventure, and given that he was the most powerful robot developed by the military 1,000 years ago, Jinnah decided to grant him a new body, making him the only male aboard this vessel. A robot. According to historical records, 1,000 years ago marked the pinnacle of robot civilization, with the military's K-series robots being the most formidable of all. Chimed in a girl in school uniform, wearing glasses. Self-scan, assessment in progress. Warning, warning, body mass assessment failed. Body, overall assessment level G. Please rest immediately. Wei Tianyu was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, shifting to the data processing program, listening to the series of warnings. The bespectacled girl turned pale, for Wei Tianyu's body was her modification, and being disparaged by a machine, especially one from 1,000 years ago, was a significant blow to her as a top graduate from the Eastern Academy of the First Galaxy. Haha. Her companions were already doubled over in laughter, witnessing the bespectacled girl on the verge of a meltdown. After a struggle to suppress their laughter, Jinnah extended her hand, saying, "Greetings, I am Captain Jinnah of the Red Rose, a martial artist. Hello, I am the apothecary." "Siar," said Siar, dressed in pure white. "Hello, I am the creator, Michelle." The bespectacled girl introduced herself. "Martial artist, apothecary, creator, what are these?" Wei Tianyu mused, without hesitation declaring, "I am a robot from a military secret unit, codename K-00010, at your service." After this statement, Wei Tianyu's metallic face bore no expression as he saluted Jinnah, continuing, "In accordance with military regulations, please escort me back to the nearest military base. Thank you." "Humph. Think again. You are now my collectible, and the military has no authority to reclaim you," Jinnah retorted, her expression darkening as she pouted. Thus, the killing machine that had been dormant for nearly 1,000 years re-emerged into the cosmos through the unexpected discovery of a newly graduated young captain. Chapter 0002 Gene Armor. Time swiftly passed over the next 10 days as the spaceship sped towards the nearest planet. Throughout this period, Wei Tianyu absorbed knowledge from the external world, striving to adapt rapidly to his new environment, while a plan began to take shape in his mind. Tianbo Fist. Number 10. Is that truly all you can muster? As the pinnacle creation of the K-series from a millennium ago, you are utterly useless. In the training arena of the Red Rose, two figures exchanged blows, Captain Jinnah and Wei Tianyu. His martial arts have improved somewhat. How audacious. Wei Tianyu's simulated pupils constricted slightly, as the only clone transformed into a robot from the K-series. Everything he possessed was earned through the sacrifices of countless comrades that he would not allow anyone to tarnish their legacy. With a swift twist of his body, he deftly evaded Jinnah's rapid assault and energy sphere. His right hand morphed into a blade, striking Jinnah's abdomen with lightning speed, sending her reeling. Oops, I may have hit too hard. As a robot transformed from a clone, Wei Tianyu possessed human judgment and the formidable computational abilities of a machine, allowing him to unleash his overall strength far beyond that of his robotic peers. Although he could only currently exert sea-level combat capabilities, he was immensely stronger than Jinnah, who had just achieved the 3rd level of cultivation. Cough. Cough. Jinnah spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring fiercely at Wei Tianyu, her mind racing. Could the K-series truly be this formidable? Just a chip added to a combat robot's body, and it can overpower me this way. What a freak. Having never suffered such a significant defeat, Jinnah's anger mounted, and she shouted, "Big guy, why are you just standing there? Help me up." "Yes," Wei Tianyu replied stiffly, adopting the demeanor of a K-series machine he had frequently interacted with in the past. Number 10, you've fallen for it. As Wei Tianyu approached to assist her, Jinnah suddenly sprang up, grabbing his arm in an attempt to execute a shoulder throw. Despite possessing exceptional computational skills and combat experience, Wei Tianyu's body, which could only be described as cannon fodder level, hampered his performance significantly. He abandoned the simplest course of action and instead rolled with the momentum, nimbly flipping in midair and landing on the ground, quickly pivoting to defend. You are forcing my hand." As the surprise attack faltered, Jinnah's frustration escalated into fury, and she bellowed, "Gene armor, fangs." In an instant, Her elegant figure became enveloped by sharp armor reminiscent of ancient battle gear. Wei Tianyu observed the spectacle with keen vigilance, his mind reeling. A millennium has passed, and humanity has developed such formidable power. What a pity it would have been had we possessed such technology 1,000 years ago. Number 10. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. How dare you strike me? Witness my might. Jianna declared with a playful arrogance, her speed surging as she appeared before Wei Tianyu in the blink of an eye. Though he caught sight of her movement, his body could not react in time, and he was sent hurtling against the wall. Is this the might of Jean armor? Her strength has increased tenfold, nearly rivaling that of a B-class elite robot, that I wonder how formidable her defenses are. Let us find out. Rising to his feet, Wei Tianyu's mechanical body emitted a crackling sound. Its defenses were woefully inadequate against B-class attack power. Number 10. Hurry up. Don't let me knock you down. Jianna teased, playfully beckoning him. Blade. Wei Tianyu extended a metallic knife from his right hand. In this age of illuminated energy swords, the use of cold weapons had become rare, and he was one of the few who still wielded one. Upon seeing him brandish a weapon, Jianna flexed her fingers and proclaimed, "Let me show you the power of a fist cultivator. Ignite flames." With a resounding bang, 2 fiery orbs manifested around her arms, a manifestation of her awakened talent, flame control. A psychic. It seems that since the robot rebellion, humanity has begun to tap into its latent potential. And to a significant extent. Wei Tianyu mused internally, refraining from voicing his thoughts for fear of arousing the suspicions of the 3 women. The relationship between humans and robots had become one of mutual animosity following the rebellion of 800 young robots, though the hostility had softened over the centuries. The lingering tension remained, and should the opportunity arise, no one would hesitate to strike. Thus, Wei Tianyu concealed his human-like persona, presenting himself solely as an intelligent robot. Blazing rose, in what felt like an eternity but was merely an instant. Jianna flitted about like a butterfly, flames swirling around her, resembling a bouquet of roses, forcing Wei Tianyu to evade. His knife was not idle either, executing a series of simple yet effective strikes to dismantle the fiery blooms, carving a path through the inferno. With the knife held high, Wei Tianyu silently chanted, unleashing a fierce blade technique honed over a century of battlefield experience. Countless battles had compelled him to wield cold weapons against aberrations and insectoid creatures due to a lack of energy elixirs. Ultimately refining his technique into a pure and primal form, the 8 ultimate army knives, with a screech of metal, his alloy knife grazed Jianna's neck, failing to breach her jean armor, faced with the deadly blade approaching her. Jianna instinctively shut her eyes, the specter of death looming ever closer. As her flames began to flicker out, she opened her eyes just in time to see Wei Tianyu retract his knife. Standing silently and motionless. Jianna exhaled, glancing at Wei Tianyu with lingering trepidation. Her earlier bravado had evaporated. She realized she had been utterly defeated. As a top graduate from the first galaxy, she was dwarfed by the prowess of someone who had endured a century of conflict. In the midst of her complex thoughts, Wei Tianyu was equally tumultuous. The emergence of Jean armor not only astonished him, but also cast a shadow of regret over his heart. Had they possessed such technology a millennium ago, history might have unfolded differently. Enough for today. You may return, Jianna declared, retracting her fangs of armor, appearing fatigued and weak. Understood, Wei Tianyu responded, turning to leave. According to the protocols of robots, in the absence of military command, they could be controlled by humans, their authority dictated by rank. Despite his past as a human, his transformation into a robot severely restricted him, preventing autonomy. Chapter 0003. Longing like rain, longing like rain. Silently nourishing all. I have returned. Do you know? Gazing out at the boundless starry sky, Wei Tianyu's thoughts surged like tides. Over the course of 1,100 years, many memories had faded. Her face, her voice, but the longing for her remained indelible. He still recalled that one stubborn girl, the one who ultimately perished for him. A fleeting hint of sorrow crossed his simulated visage, disappearing in an instant. Having gained a fleeting taste of freedom, he knew that upon returning to the planet, he would still be bound to his quest for vengeance. I wonder how long it will take to avenge you. Will you resent me? For the past period, he had endeavored to commandeer the starship, yet the mainframe eluded his grasp. A millennium had wrought significant changes. Humanity had grown immensely powerful, with figures like fist cultivators, alchemists, and creators emerging as if from a science fiction tale, truly formidable. The most alarming of all was the Jean armor, capable of amplifying strength tenfold. It seemed that the mechs they once relied upon had become obsolete. With a bitter smile, Wei Tianyu pondered as if confiding in her about all he had learned. Over the past century, he had spent most of his time stargazing, for the vastness of the cosmos soothed his rage. Whenever troubled or intrigued, he would narrate his thoughts, as if recounting to the lost love of his life. I will keep trying. Only by seizing the spaceship can I gain a modicum of freedom. Even if that freedom is severely limited, I believe that with it, I can locate a sufficiently powerful intellect to dismantle the control program and ultimately find our enemies. You will watch over me, won't you? According to Wei Tianyu's plan, if he could capture this starship, he would avoid human contact, thus circumventing the activation of the control program, thereby achieving a slight possibility of freedom, while he contemplated alone in his quarters. In the captain's chamber, the three women sat on the bed, exchanging glances. Finally, Gianna embraced Michelle and said, "Michelle, have you completed the suppressor chip? We're nearing our destination, and I cannot afford to lose my first prize. I suspect you feel the same." Michelle froze, a shiver running down her spine as she internally screamed, "I am not a lesbian. I truly am not." Finally escaping Gianna's enthusiastic embrace, Michelle adjusted her glasses and replied, "It's difficult to decipher, as it is a pure machine from over 1,000 years ago. Unlike the biological intellects we use today. But don't worry, this won't stump me, a once-in-a-century genius. Give me some time, and with the current equipment, it will be no problem." Xiao'er, surrendering, spread her hands and said helplessly, "Sister Michelle, you better hurry. We only have 3 days left. If we can't resolve this by then, he might just say goodbye to us. We don't want to lose a free laborer and bodyguard." "Well, I could always dismantle him. I'll see how he departs then," Jianna nonchalantly remarked. The two exchanged exasperated glances, and Michelle weakly countered, "It's not as simple as that. While we could dismantle him, if we were to reactivate him later, he would consider us enemies for obstructing his return, which would infringe upon national interests. Although it wouldn't lead to a deadly confrontation, disobedience is assured." "Is that so? Whatever. Hey, girl, how about we sleep together tonight?" Gianna playfully tousled her hair, casting a mischievous glance at Michelle. A lecherous woman, they both screamed as they dashed out. Finally realized it, Gianna scoffed, reclining back on the bed. 2 days later, with only a day's journey remaining to the nearest red moon wolf star. In this desolate fifth galaxy, habitable planets untouched by insectoid destruction were scarce. Despite their efforts, it took them over 10 days to reach the nearest star. After 2 days of relentless attempts, Wei Tianyu had yet to make any progress. The mainframe of the Rose had become increasingly elusive, as if protected by unseen forces, and just when he seemed on the verge of a breakthrough, it would rebuff him. The only silver lining was that his caution had kept him from revealing his presence. The ship's scant collection of books had been thoroughly examined, yet the information gleaned was limited, mostly acquired through conversations with the three women, initially intending to commandeer the mainframe for insights from a millennium past. He now found it a futile endeavor. Accessing the cockpit remained beyond his reach, and he was unable to roam freely within the ship, which left him feeling immensely frustrated. Beep, beep, a ship is approaching. Please remain alert. As the warning echoed through the ship, Wei Tianyu's eyes brightened with a flicker of hope. Such alerts typically indicated that something was afoot. That he thought to himself, whether it's good news or bad, I just hope Jianna calls me to the captain's chamber. Then I might uncover what is obstructing my intrusion. Perhaps even a relentless 24-hour surveillance. In recent days, despite relentless efforts to make breakthroughs, Wei Tianyu found himself repeatedly thwarted, leading to a profound sense of discouragement. He pondered, a millennium has passed. Have I truly become an obsolete relic, destined for obsolescence? Surely it cannot be that dire. On the 10th day, as skilled personnel transported advanced weaponry onto the deck, Michelle proceeded to the artillery station while Xiao'er took command in the cockpit. Within less than a minute, Janna's voice echoed through the intercom, and Wei Tianyu immediately sensed trouble. That he rushed to the weapons room, armed himself with advanced artillery, and made his way to the deck. Although he could not enter the cockpit, this was not the moment for such considerations. Military K-Type 00010 reporting, please provide instructions. Upon arriving at the deck, he found Gianna already waiting to eye in the vast darkness of space. A formidable boarding ship was rapidly approaching, while another colossal vessel loomed before the Red Rose. 10. What are our chances? Gianna inquired anxiously. Although she had heard tales of pirates, encountering them on her very first venture was undeniably nerve-wracking. Yet, She understood that having chosen this path, facing pirates was an inevitability, and regretting her decision now would be futile. Pirate ship, Class C, Red Rose. Class D, chances of victory do not exceed 10%. Close quarters boarding combat predicts a victory likelihood of 25.61%. Wei Tianyu articulated, lacking comprehension of the human power ranking system and the nuances of training difficulties and occupational disparities. However, the mere sight of the pirate vessel allowed him to deduce that this battle would be arduous. It is important to note that this probability of victory already encompassed Wei Tianyu's own capabilities, rather than solely accounting for the Red Rose and the three women. Chapter 0004. Blood Battle on the Deck, Artillery, Fire. As the boarding ship entered firing range, Janna bellowed, unleashing a barrage of electromagnetic and laser fire upon the Red Rose. The precision and ferocity of the assault evoked admiration from Wei Tianyu, who recognized the significant advancements humanity had made over the course of a millennium. Little girls, do you think you can deter us with such feeble attacks? Impossible. Haha. Prepare to become my captive. The pirate captain, fueled by the prospect of capturing rare alchemists and creators from the Fifth Galaxy, felt a surge of excitement at the thought of besting them and toying with those revered martial cultivators. In the cosmos, not every human has the capability to cultivate. Aside from those with innate talent, most individuals lack the resources for genetic modifications, and serendipitous encounters are akin to miracles. As a result, martial cultivators are regarded as exceptionally rare geniuses among humanity. Unaware of the rarity of martial cultivators, Wei Tianyu mistakenly believed they were commonplace, thus underestimating the odds of victory. The boarding ship, constructed from advanced metals, pressed forward even after enduring countless strikes, its elongated form and dimming energy shield indicative of its resilience. Meanwhile, the pirate vessel shielded the boarding ship, while the energy shield of the Red Rose appeared increasingly faint. The disparity in power levels became starkly evident at that moment. Although the pirate ship had not exerted its full strength, and despite Xiao's evasive maneuvers, the boarding combat was unavoidable. Prepare yourselves. Let's show these scoundrels what we're made of. Janna steeled her resolve. Although Wei Tianyu's assessment of their chances had dampened her confidence, she understood that surrendering meant the end of her dreams. Having just embarked on her journey into the universe, she could not bear the thought of becoming a pirate's captive. With a resounding crash, the boarding ship collided with the Red Rose, its bow transforming and adhering like a suction cup. Dozens of pirates surged forth, and Wei Tianyu's crimson pores constricted sharply, emitting a hissing sound. 2 Class 1 Martial Cultivators. 1 Class 2 Martial Cultivator, the rest are robust ordinary individuals, armed with standard weapons and armor. This was Wei Tianyu's assessment of the pirates. Wait, why is there a man on board? The pirate captain, sensing Wei Tianyu's icy aura, was taken aback. Having endured countless life and death trials, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. But he had no choice but to press on. The boarding ship could not retreat, and only one side could emerge victorious. He cursed the informant in his mind while secretly hoping that the figure before him was merely a fade, a weakling in disguise. As both sides scrutinized each other, the pirates had already boarded the Red Rose under the guidance of the 2 Class 1 Martial Cultivators. Waves of energy bullets erupted, all of which were deflected by the alloy shield held by Wei Tianyu, while Janna took refuge behind him, shouting, "Tin, cover me as I retaliate." With the pirates closing in, Wei Tianyu had no intention of deploying advanced weaponry. These adversaries were hardly worth the expenditure of such resources. Compounded by the fact that his own weaponry was inadequate, to eliminate the pirates behind their energy shields would require a multitude of shots. Thus, it seemed more prudent to conserve energy. Blazing Rose, unable to contain herself any longer, Janna leaped over Wei Tianyu, her fists igniting with flames as she unleashed a flurry of attacks that caught the pirates off guard. Before they could retaliate, she was amidst them, her serrated armor-like claws piercing their energy shields. The cries of agony erupted, and in her frenzy, Janna forgot that this was her first act of killing. The pirate captain, witnessing the deadly prowess of Janna's serrated armor from behind the pirate horde, felt a pang of regret. Had he known that she possessed such invaluable genetic armor, he would never have dared to challenge them, though they had previously held a numerical advantage the moment Janna activated her genetic armor. Her strength surged to Class 5, a chasm of disparity that rendered brute force ineffective. In the midst of their heated battle, they failed to notice that Wei Tianyu, who had been in hiding, had vanished. When the pirate captain finally realized, he bellowed, leg technique, sweeping the army. He launched into the air, spinning 360 degrees, generating a fierce wind that seemed to tear through the air. In response to this formidable maneuver, the pirates who had intended to ambush Wei Tianyu no longer concealed themselves, attacking him directly with their alloy blades. Military blade, 8 extremes, forceful strike. With a resounding thud, both sides staggered back, scrutinizing one another. Although the pirate captain lacked Janna's strength, his combat experience far surpassed hers. His leg techniques were honed to perfection, and he pressed Wei Tianyu, leaving him with little advantage. There's an opportunity. I must get a better body. Wei Tianyu's mind was filled with resentment. This wretched body was too fragile and cumbersome, hindering his techniques and necessitating cautious maneuvers to avoid being struck down. Just moments ago, had he not opted for a defensive strategy, his body would surely have been shattered. The pirate captain was also in discomfort, although Wei Tianyu had tempered his strength to preserve his own body. The latter's technique was not easy to withstand. Feeling a numbing pain and intense throbbing in his foot, had he not braced himself, he would have collapsed. Being struck on a sensitive nerve was hardly pleasant. "Who are you?" the pirate captain inquired, beads of cold sweat forming as he regarded the figure restraining him. "Military K-Series 00010 robot extending greetings." Despite the pirate's status, Wei Tianyu felt compelled to maintain decorum. "Given that you have violated the laws of the United Nations, I must insist that you surrender to mitigate your offenses." "Military K-Series 00010 robot? I've never heard of it." The pirate captain scoffed initially, but a sudden realization struck him. Anything associated with the military was not to be taken lightly. He mentally cursed the informant who had misled him. The presence of a military robot aboard this ship implied a connection to the military, a relationship he could not afford to provoke. Regret flooded him, but it was too late. The pirate captain shouted, "I surrender. I request leniency." "Fool, trying to deceive a robot." Wei Tianyu thought bitterly. Such insincere tones might fool a programmed intelligence, but any human could see that the pirate had no genuine intentions. Chapter 0005. Military Blade 8 Extremes shut down the energy shield. Crouch down, cover your heads, and surrender. In order to conceal his own abnormalities, Wei Tianyu had no choice but to continue the charade. Otherwise, true to his nature, he would have engaged immediately. "Damn it, what a mess. I might as well be part of the city management team." The pirate captain seethed internally, lamenting his ill-fated decision to charge in, fearing for the safety of the 3 women against other pirates. How much better it would have been to command from afar, retreating if things turned sour. "Countdown, 5, 4, 3. Wei Tianyu announced calmly, causing the pirate captain to snap back to reality. With a swift motion, he launched a strike towards Wei Tianyu, his left foot infused with pale energy, leg technique, blood dragon slaughter. His figure moved like light, fast as lightning, appearing before Wei Tianyu in the blink of an eye. Yet Wei Tianyu was no novice. Seasoned in combat, he had anticipated the pirate captain's attack the moment it was initiated. Although unable to achieve a swift response due to physical limitations, he effortlessly evaded the attack, barely shifting his posture to miraculously dodge the pirate captain's blade-like strike. Seeking death, the 8 absolute blades of the military, frenzied roar. A surge of anger welled up within Wei Tianyu as he stood resolutely, his alloy blade tracing a downward arc from his toes, resembling a radiant shield erected before him. In the briefest of moments, as the 2 adversaries clashed, the pirate captain, propelled by a speed several times greater than Wei Tianyu's, managed to retract his foot just in time, leaving only a slender scar etched upon the ship's surface. Foot technique, soaring into the air. The pirate captain, gripped by a sudden fear, spun around and launched himself upward without a moment's hesitation, his feet striking like lightning in an unceasing assault against Wei Tianyu, forcing him to endure the onslaught while awaiting a chance for a lethal counterattack. Sensing Wei Tianyu's physical predicament, the pirate captain's attacks grew increasingly frenzied. Meanwhile, on the other side, despite having already attained level 5, Jinna, after dispatching a significant number of foes, began to regain her composure. The repercussions of her first kills were becoming apparent, and against 2 level 1 martial practitioners, the tide of battle began to turn against her. "I cannot afford any more delays. I must endure a hit and eliminate him." Stealing a glance at Jinna, Wei Tianyu recognized that if the situation dragged on, even if he succeeded in defeating the pirate captain at minimal cost, Jinna would likely face humiliation, injury, or even death. Such an outcome was unacceptable to him. especially considering her prior act of saving his life. Haha. This is a military robot. It's utterly useless. Could it possibly be an antique? Haha. Prepare to meet your end. The pirate captain, observing his creation sputtering with sparks and emitting a cacophony of short-circuiting sounds, was assured that even if it were a military-grade robot, it was merely fodder. Now is the moment. Just as the pirate captain unleashed his ultimate attack, his relentless barrage abruptly ceased. Wei Tianyu's eyes ignited with a crimson glow, dazzling the pirate captain and rendering him momentarily disoriented as he felt himself becoming weightless. The 8 absolute blades of the military. My heart soars. Blood cascaded as a head soared into the air, landing upon the deck. This was the most ferocious strike of the 8 absolute blades, invincible and soaring within his heart. The 8 absolute blades, a martial art honed upon the battlefield, consisted of seemingly simplistic moves yet concealed lethal intent. Designed solely to claim lives with a single blow, My heart soars was the most ferocious of these techniques, a beheading strike. Either you perish, or I do. In this, my heart soars. He represented both the enemy and oneself. Shedding all distractions, disregarding everything else, Wei Tianyu focused solely on delivering a fatal strike. He gazed coolly at the corpse yet to collapse, blood gushing from its neck, and with a hint of bloodlust. He mused, "My heart soars, a gift for you. In the next life, do not be my enemy." With the demise of the pirate captain, the morale of the pirates plummeted. The 2 level 1 martial practitioners, now devoid of zeal for battle, contemplated fleeing this perilous place. The 8 absolute blades of the military, miracle of unbeknownst to all, the once oppressed Red Rose had gained an undeniable advantage. Wei Tianyu issued commands with an unhurried demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the passage of time. However, those observing the battle could no longer contain their impatience. Jianna appeared before Wei Tianyu, assertively demanding, "What are you doing? Are you not going to muster the resolve to eliminate the pirates? 8 minutes have already passed. Do you wish for the Red Rose to perish?" In response, Wei Tianyu instinctively shrugged. After all, she was the ship's owner. At that moment, the control system began to malfunction once more, prompting Wei Tianyu to reluctantly inquire, "Should we activate the contingency plan? Initiating the contingency plan may yield unpredictable consequences for the vessel." He genuinely hoped to avoid employing the backup plan. Although the current method was somewhat perilous, it afforded a 50% chance of successfully neutralizing the enemy without damage. Even in failure, he believed he could manage to escape with the ship. However, activating the contingency plan would test whether the ship, a millennium in the making, could withstand such an overload. Fortunately, Jianna, fueled by fervor, was eager to eradicate the pirates, but remained composed. She pondered with her finger on her chin and asked, "Is it possible to eliminate them without activating the contingency plan? What consequences would arise from its activation?" Quite astute was Wei Tianyu's assessment of her. Without activating the contingency plan, there is a 50% chance of damaging the pirates' propulsion system, a 30% chance of their escape, and a 20% chance of light damage to our vessel as we flee. If we activate the contingency plan, our ship will operate at maximum capacity for 20 seconds, with a 54.23% chance of sinking the pirates, a 36.97% chance of damaging their propulsion system, and a 9.1% chance of their escape while injured. However, there is a 23.5% chance that our turret system will be entirely compromised, with a 1% chance of total disintegration. Wei Tianyu explained, If we do not employ the contingency plan, the pirates could escape. No. If they flee, how will we reclaim our funds? Energy requires payment, and the electromagnetic cannon's wear and tear incurs costs too. We must activate the contingency plan. Jianna mused, resolute in her decision. The complete loss of the electromagnetic cannon was inconsequential, as long as they could detain the pirates. Surely, replenishment would be feasible. A novice consumed by avarice, was Wei Tianyu's conclusion regarding Jianna. In the realm of space warfare, self-preservation is the foremost principle. Should an accident befall the ship, the likelihood of casualties among the crew soars to 80%, with only a 10% chance of capture remaining. The final 10% pertains to either rescue or drifting aimlessly through space. Jianna's disregard for her own safety in pursuit of annihilating the enemy was characteristic of a typical novice. For even a minuscule 0.01% risk could lead to the ship's disintegration or destruction in the vastness of space. Without sufficient incentive or a secure escape route, seasoned veterans would never entertain such risks. Wei Tianyu was entirely certain that their vessel lacked an escape pod. It appeared that GNO was financially constrained. Contingency plan activated. Ghost mode engaged. Ghost mode, one of the ultimate skills Wei Tianyu could employ, enabled the core chip to operate at an exponentially increased speed for a brief period, maximizing the potential for controlling the ship or its mechanical body. However, there was a significant risk that such immense strain could lead to disintegration or destruction of the ship or its systems. A slight tremor coursed through the Red Rose, and the three women aboard felt an unexpected surge at that moment. The gravity system of the Red Rose inexplicably failed, transforming the once spectral vessel into a shimmering phantom. Before the pirate ship could react, it found itself within the crosshairs of Wei Tianyu's precise barrage. Close-range annihilation. Countless electromagnetic waves erupted forth, relentlessly bombarding the energy shield. In mere seconds, several small electromagnetic cannons were rendered inoperable. The pirates aboard the ship stood frozen in shock for 3 seconds before frantically attempting to retaliate, but would Wei Tianyu grant them the opportunity? Detach the binding thrusters. The thrusters, ablaze, were violently expelled. As the Red Rose lost the propulsion of its thrusters, it swayed precariously before careening towards the pirate ship. On the brink of collision, Wei Tianyu issued another command. Charge the electromagnetic cannons. Boom! The binding thrusters exploded, scattering debris upon the energy shield, which had dimmed and subsequently vanished without a trace. Electromagnetic cannons at full capacity. Seizing the moment, Wei Tianyu unleashed a barrage of massive lightning bolts, which converged and struck the belly of the pirate ship, shattering it with overwhelming force. Warning, warning, energy chamber breached, energy chamber breached, isolation system activated. The pirate ship's alarms blared, and within moments, the once bright vessel was engulfed in darkness. That instant, all the stunned pirates were jolted back to reality, and panic swiftly spread. The energy chamber is the core of a ship, akin to its lifeblood. Even with reserve energy, without it, the ship would struggle to sustain prolonged operation, let alone endure the demands of high-intensity combat. As a pinnacle of human achievement from a millennium ago, the K-series robots were adept at analyzing the location of the energy chamber aboard the pirate ship, effortlessly identifying its most concealed area, thus leading to the aforementioned sequence of events. A series of strikes culminated in a lethal blow, causing the pirate ship's energy chamber to explode, rendering it powerless. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed as the Red Rose's collision slowed under the electromagnetic cannon's influence. Wei Tianyu refrained from initiating flight, allowing the Red Rose to crash into the pirate vessel. In the incredulous gaze of the three women, the boarding craft that had adhered to the Red Rose was thrust into the breach created by the electromagnetic cannon. To onlookers, it appeared as though the two ships were merging. Boarding successful. Combat personnel, prepare for action. The landing operation commences, and the deck opens. Wei Tianyu's voice resonated aboard the Red Rose. Jinna, unable to mourn the battered ship, excitedly dashed towards the deck, her fear of the horrors of killing momentarily forgotten. It was eerie, profoundly eerie. Through the window, as the Red Rose executed its audacious maneuver, the pirates felt a chill run down their spines. When had a ship ever functioned as a boarding craft? Such an aggressive style of boarding could very well define the essence of a true boarding vessel. Fight. There are only 3 of them. If we kill them, we can acquire energy. Everyone, arm yourselves and battle. The new pirate captain rasped. Having finally ascended to the role of captain, he was unwilling to relinquish it so easily. The ensuing melee erupted. This was an uneven battle. The elite combatants had long been led away by the former captain, perishing aboard the Red Rose, leaving behind a legion of inept pirates, ill-equipped for close-quarters combat. In a world governed by energy shields and martial prowess, small arms had long since become obsolete. Wei Tianyu led the charge aboard the pirate ship, moving with the agility of a monkey, jumping, climbing, and dispatching foes in a seamless flow of motion. The pirates were forced to retreat, blood spilling forth like blossoms in bloom, after gathering the spoils and repairing the Red Rose. Over 3 days had elapsed. The pirate ship lay in shambles, dismantled by Wei Tianyu. Every usable component had been transferred to the Red Rose, and all valuables were packed for transport. This was a dire necessity. Given that the 3 women were even poorer than Wei Tianyu had anticipated, he had envisioned possessing an independent vessel. Even in poverty, there should be limits. Yet today he witnessed the depths of destitution. Had it not been for the pirates' amassed wealth, the Red Rose would have lacked sufficient funds for repairs. That it turned out that the Red Rose was not purchased by Jiana, but was a reward bestowed upon her for graduating as a third-tier martial cultivator. As for the trio's savings, they had long been pooled to acquire the binding thrusters. Originally, they had aspired to embark on adventures in the Fifth Galaxy aboard their rudimentary Red Rose, only to encounter pirates before they could amass any fortune. Fortunately, they possessed the binding thrusters. Otherwise, they would have been left to weep. With no other recourse, Wei Tianyu assumed the role of demolition worker, laboring tirelessly in the cosmos. If other K-series robots were to witness him, what would they think? Fortune. The Red Rose set off once more, and the three women cheered as they plunged into a mountain of purple coins, a universal currency within the cosmos, with each coin capable of exchanging for 10,000 credit points. Additionally, these coins contained a certain amount of energy, suitable for absorption by martial cultivators. Meanwhile, Wei Tianyu reclined on his bed, holding a green bean-sized crystal, resembling a gem, a lujing. A crystal imbued with mysterious energy. Also a universal currency in the cosmos, even more valuable than purple coins, with one capable of exchanging for 10,000 purple coins. The lujing not only accelerated a cultivator's training, but possessed a unique property absent in purple coins. It could autonomously absorb energy from the air, replenishing its own energy. Of course, the recovery rate was slow. The piece in Wei Tianyu's hand would take nearly a decade to fully recover after use. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle that even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. This lujing was exceedingly rare on the market, existing as a commodity with a price yet seldom seen. Lujing, after nearly a millennium, I finally possess you. Wei Tianyu pondered with some astonishment, reflecting on the object he had discovered within the jaws of the pirate captain, perhaps the most treasured possession of the notorious marauder. After all, it was worth a staggering 100 million credit points, sufficient to afford a life of luxury on any mid-tier planet. Yet, Wei Tianyu's interest in the lujing crystal was not merely due to its monetary value, but rather the profound energy it contained. A millennium ago, lujing had been unearthed, yet humanity lacked the means to purify it, relegating its use to large machinery, such as the K-series robots. Wei Tianyu himself had only utilized it while piloting spacecraft. As his own body could not harness its power. As one well acquainted with lujing, no one understood its worth better than Wei Tianyu. The minuscule amount he possessed held enough energy for a small spacecraft to traverse for a decade without interruption. Devoid of the impurities that had plagued the raw crystal 1,000 years prior, which had led to energy shortages. Once the lujing was integrated into a superior chassis, Wei Tianyu's operational time would multiply exponentially. Excluding the wear and tear on the chassis, a single lujing crystal could sustain him through hundreds of hours of intense combat. Under normal circumstances, the crystal's regeneration rate was sufficient for him to move freely, without depleting even a fraction of its energy. Chapter 0008. The suppression chip. Having amassed the pirates' accumulated wealth, the three impoverished girls secured their first fortune, 85,600 purple gold coins. It must be said that piracy could indeed be a lucrative enterprise. The items aboard the ship alone were worth hundreds of thousands of purple gold coins, not to mention the cash. Who knows how many treasures lay hidden within the pirate's lair? As the ship gradually approached Tai Luo Star, a remarkable planet, its environment was akin to that of Earth, yet it boasted breathtaking wonders that Earth could scarcely replicate. Each summer, the third eye of countless three-eyed yaks would emit a soft green light, inducing extraordinary transformations, some beneficial, others detrimental. In those struck by its rays, a phenomenon known as metamorphosis, the most precious resource of Tai Luo Star was undoubtedly the three-eyed yak, which could only thrive on this planet. Transported to another world, it would gradually regress, losing its third eye and becoming an ordinary yak eye in the vast cosmos. The price of three-eyed yaks remained exorbitantly high, accessible only to the wealthiest of individuals. Hurry, apply the suppression chip. At last, just before their arrival at Tai Luo Star, Michelle crafted the suppression chip, although its effect was temporary, lasting less than a year before the control program could crack it. It was a far better alternative than leaving Wei Tianyu vulnerable. Since his stunning performance during the pirate battle, a series of miraculous feats had left Jana envious. How could she bear to let her treasure slip away? She had hoped to rely on Wei Tianyu to earn more money and plunder additional pirates to enrich her own purse. Under the eager gazes of the three girls, Wei Tianyu sighed inwardly, thinking, birds of a feather flock together, and people are divided into groups. After inserting the chip, he had already commandeered the pirate ship's mainframe while tidying up, constructing a chip capable of suppressing the control program for nearly 3 decades. All of this was accomplished while carefully avoiding the 3 girls and the potential triggers of the control program. After nearly a century of experimentation, he had become intimately familiar with the control software. Aware that other robots, even at the slightest hint of deviation, could be completely overridden and reformatted. Suppression successful, system re-identifying master? Observing the anxious expressions of the 3 girls, Wei Tianyu smiled faintly, offering them the words they longed to hear. Who? The 3 girls inhaled sharply, bursting into joyful cheers. You belong to me from now on, Jana declared possessively, embracing Wei Tianyu. Master identification confirmed, master designation successful. Wei Tianyu gazed at Jana, his expression steadfast. What is happening to me? He is merely a robot. Jana felt a bit bashful under his gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. Among the trio, Jana was boisterous and straightforward, often pretending to be a playful seductress. Michelle appeared delicate and demure, yet possessed a wild streak that emerged when provoked, leaving her with little semblance of a lady. As for Xiao'er, she generally seemed absent-minded. Based on Wei Tianyu's observations, she was lazy and fond of sleep, having chosen the profession of an apothecary for its laid-back nature. Nevertheless, she did have one commendable trait. She could be remarkably serious when the situation called for it, which could be considered her sole redeeming quality. Upon arriving at Tai Luo Star, Wei Tianyu found himself abandoned by the 3 girls. For nearly 3 months, he had not ventured outside, as the trio embarked on their shopping spree. 2 days later, after indulging in their shopping obsession, the 3 girls returned, having spent little to no money. They had hardly bought a few items of clothing. Through these days of observation, Wei Tianyu discerned their reluctance to part with their funds. As orphans raised in an orphanage, they had learned the value of frugality from a young age. Although they enjoyed shopping, they were averse to paying. Next came the refurbishment of the Red Rose, which, despite Wei Tianyu's modifications, appeared somewhat unsightly due to a lack of tools and resources from a millennium later. The vessel had become akin to an overstuffed behemoth, necessitating repairs to accommodate the abundant spoils. With Michelle's expertise and the aid of various borrowed large-scale equipment, after more than 3 months of diligent work, the Red Rose emerged revitalized. It now integrated military technology from 1,000 years prior alongside biological advancements from a millennium later. The Red Rose, shaped like a flying saucer, was one of the most suitable spacecraft for interstellar navigation, far superior to its previous sailboat-like design, which was ill-suited for treacherous environments. Its interior had undergone a complete overhaul, with defenses enhanced several times over, and the outer shell replaced with the finest silicon fiber alloy. The internal layout was meticulously redesigned, rendering it almost indistinguishable from a newly constructed spacecraft. With their newfound wealth, Michelle acquired her own independent research lab and the latest crafting equipment, no longer needing to share with Xiao'er and her decade-old toolkit. Xiao'er, too, received her own ecological garden and a comprehensive set of apothecary tools. Jana learned the leg techniques of the pirate captain and, with Wei Tianyu's assistance, achieved a level of mastery in martial arts. Inching closer to true expertise, observing the girls' joyous expressions, Wei Tianyu felt warmth for the first time since awakening. How many years has it been since she passed? My heart has been dead ever since. Watching these 3 lonely girls revel in such simple joys truly moves me. This is the joy of achievement, something we once knew. Alas, how wonderful it would be if you were here, sitting quietly in the room. Wei Tianyu's gaze drifted through the camera he had installed, staring at the drifting white clouds above, lost in thought. Ever since his cloning and rebirth, he had known no respite, even during interstellar voyages. He was engaged in training. Clones have no rights, and death lurks everywhere. To survive, one must grow stronger as a robot. Wei Tianyu no longer required training. Inputting combat experience would grant him the prowess honed over decades by others. Yet, as a robot, thoughts of revenge consumed him, thoughts of escape, and an endless struggle against his pain. You loved gazing at the boundless starry sky, telling me you wished to die before me so that you wouldn't have to worry about me. Yes, you truly did die first, free from suffering, while I remain in anguish. I can never forget, never. You enjoyed resting your head on my shoulder, claiming it gave you a sense of security, allowing you to forget the horrors of war. Little did you know, I detest war as much as you do. I kept silent, fearing you would lose the courage to live, but you still perished. I couldn't provide you with safety. The cursed war rages on, and my pain remains eternal. Chapter 0009. The Three-Eyed Yak. Hey, Number 10. Rise and shine. Suddenly, a voice pierced through Wei Tianyu's reverie. He opened his eyes to find Janna's charming face before him, clad in a light green, fluffy training suit, her black hair cascading down her back, radiating an aura of sunshine. Come with me. You haven't breathed fresh air in ages, have you? Oh no, you've been lying underground for over 1,000 years. Let us go. Today I'm taking you out to experience the annual Three-Eyed Yak Festival, where everyone gets a free chance at metamorphosis. Who knows? You might get lucky and evolve. Janna exclaimed. The Three-Eyed Yak, for reasons unknown, could only exist on Tai Luo Star, unleashing metamorphosis rays once a year. For living beings or objects, the metamorphosis opportunity was effective only once in a lifetime, with outcomes ranging from extraordinarily beneficial gene adjustments to the worst-case scenario of turning a martial artist into an ordinary person. During this time, individuals from across the galaxy would flock to participate in this rare event, gambling on a 50% chance of success, hoping to transcend the ordinary or to enhance their transformations. As for individuals from distant planets or other galaxies, those with considerable wealth generally opt to procure the third eye of the three-eyed yaks directly. For this eye harbors enough energy to emit a transformative ray. The spacecraft alighted upon the prairie, where Wei Tianyu quietly followed beside Jinna. Arriving at the enclosure for the three-eyed yaks at this moment, the grassland was teeming with people, desperados, affluent young gentlemen, and even formidable martial cultivators seeking transformation. The transformative light of the three-eyed yaks not only affects other beings, but also imparts certain transformations upon the yaks themselves. With each release of the transformative ray, their third eye experiences a degree of growth. And it is said that ultimately it can evolve into a ray capable of aiding even a 13th-level unparalleled expert in their evolution. Whether this claim holds any truth is a matter of speculation. After all, 13th-level experts have already evolved into a pure energy form of humanity with lifespans that defy calculation. Striving for further advancement is indeed a formidable challenge. Oh, if only I could purchase a three-eyed yak to keep and study why they cannot survive on other planets, she exclaimed, gazing at the massive beast with a sense of yearning. Yet, she knew this was but a fanciful dream. Given their environment, the three-eyed yaks would gradually devolve if removed, and the exorbitant price of several 100,000 purple gold coins was simply beyond their means. It is not entirely impossible if you are merely looking to buy for leisure. We could purchase a sickly or flawed calf. In that case, the price should be quite affordable. However, we do not reside here, and it would eventually devolve. Michelle, the youngest of the three sisters, interjected, concern evident in her voice. After speaking, she seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Throughout her childhood, Ciara had never asked for a single item, yet as her sisters, they could not overlook her deep desire, though they lacked the funds to procure what Ciara wished for. Now that Ciara had mentioned the three-eyed yak, it tugged at Michelle's heartstrings, and with some savings in her purse, she instinctively voiced her thoughts. Ciara glanced at Michelle and Gianna, contemplating, before responding with disappointment, forget it. It is not worth it if it cannot be cured. The most valuable aspect of the three-eyed yak is its eye. While its meat is delicious, it is not worth much. The amount of transformative energy from a calf is insufficient for a person to utilize. Moreover, we must leave this place. Do not worry. I am confident it can be cured. Jinnah, the eldest among the three, who was typically boisterous, exhibited more authority than the usually composed Michelle, with a playful grin. She teased the tall Ciara, saying, "What are you afraid of, little rich girl? Are you reluctant to part with your precious coins?" Who said that? If I want to buy, then I will, Ciara retorted, unable to withstand the provocation. Following behind, Wei Tianyu observed the playful banter among the three girls with amusement, marveling at the bond they shared. Their location, after the market for three-eyed yaks, necessitated passing through a slaughterhouse. They witnessed yaks that had been sedated and had their third eyes removed. Lying on the ground awaiting consciousness, as previously mentioned, the third eye of the three-eyed yak is its most treasured feature, and there are numerous stipulations regarding its removal. The yak must not experience pain. For if subjected to suffering or fear, the eye becomes tainted, resulting in an 80% chance that the user will emerge weaker. Additionally, the extraction must occur when the energy within the third eye is fully accumulated. Otherwise, the transformative ray contained within fails to meet the dosage required by the user, significantly diminishing its value. How cruel! Ciara instinctively clutched Jinnah's arm, averse to witnessing the vacant forehead of the yak that awoke in agony. Having lost its most significant value, These creatures could not escape the fate of death, destined to be transported across the universe to become sustenance for others. Do not look. Let us leave quickly. Jianna gently patted Xiar and took hold of the pallid Michelle. As the only one among them who had witnessed bloodshed, she bore the burden of caring for the two younger sisters, having chosen the path of a martial artist, a testament to her resilience beneath her seemingly carefree demeanor. Over time, Wei Tianyu found himself increasingly moved by Jianna. As someone who had once led dozens of brothers through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he understood her feelings well. Her carefree persona, seemingly oblivious to the harsh realities of life, was, in truth, a facade forged by the struggles imposed by existence. After passing through the slaughterhouse, they arrived at the floating market for three-eyed yaks. The habitats of these yaks were erratic. To avoid disrupting the grassland and their natural tendencies, annual gatherings formed various small and large trade assemblies across the prairie, and this was merely a large temporary congregation. Exceptional quality at affordable prices, the more you buy, the cheaper it gets. In ancient times, there was stone gambling and money betting. Today, we have eye gambling. Do not miss out on the chance to procure an unharvested three-eyed yak. Various virtual advertisements fluttered around, and merchants employed myriad tactics and fierce competition, leading uninformed onlookers to believe that the three-eyed yaks were unsellable. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the extraordinary abilities of the three-eyed yaks stemmed from their consumption of substances yet undiscovered by humanity. Thus, the three-eyed yaks raised on Zoroaster would gradually devolve, necessitating free-range grazing. As a result, the three-eyed yak became a national specialty, with merchants merely acting as representatives, wholesaled by the state, and their profits dependent on their own salesmanship. Hence, the spectacle that unfolded. Chapter 0010. The mutated calf guided by the advertisements. Wei Tianyu and his companions arrived at a shop selling calves. Upon entering, they found the establishment sparsely populated on Zoroaster. While the transformative third eye was far more desirable, the calves, though tastier than adult three-eyed yaks, were rather inconsequential. As future progenitors of the three-eyed yaks, these calves could not be left to the whims of merchants, lest they lead to the extinction of the species. Therefore, the ones for sale were typically those with physical or genetic defects, allowing for a reduction in the likelihood of further harm to the genetic lineage while also providing an unexpected financial gain for the sellers. This is why the calves of three-eyed yaks, despite their low prices and exquisite meat, remained well-known locally. Before long, Xiara meticulously selected a calf with physiological defects. Upon inspection, Wei Tianyu noticed that this calf was blind in its third eye, rendering it devoid of utilitarian value, which was why it was put up for sale, as calf meat held greater worth. Jianna, what do you think of this one? After all, it will gradually devolve alongside us. And eventually, the third eye will disappear. Having it or not will make little difference. What do you think? Xiao turned to inquire. Not good. This one is bound to be expensive. It would be better to sell a flawless calf instead, Jianna replied, shaking her head. Indeed, if a blind calf were transported to a distant location for sale, by the time its eye devolved, it could fetch the price of a calf with sight intact. Jianna, self-aware of her own intelligence, presumed others would undoubtedly think along similar lines. They anticipated. The blind calf was among the priciest in the shop, only a tenth less than the cost of a flawless limited edition calf. How much for this one? Michelle suddenly approached a calf that bore no defects. Its coat slightly darker than the others, likely a genetic anomaly. Michelle, calves with genetic defects are detrimental to experiments. It would be better to sell a physically impaired one, Xiao remarked, uncertain of Michelle's intentions but hesitant to interrupt, opting instead to subtly caution her. Physically impaired calves often struggled to thrive on the prairie, with most perishing during growth. Thus, to avoid waste, these deficient calves were typically sold off directly. What do you know? I noticed this one resembles the three-eyed calf I read about in a certain book. Michelle seemed to have made a discovery, yet hesitated to voice it. Growing up alongside her, Xiara immediately grasped the implication. The shop was not large, and though their voices were soft, they did not escape the ears of nearby martial cultivators. One such cultivator, perceiving an opportunity, strode over and declared, "How much? I'll buy it." Compelled by the secretive demeanor of the two girls, he could not help but assume they had stumbled upon something valuable. Others, seeing their chance evaporate, lowered their heads and resumed their observations. Jianna could no longer tolerate the situation and shouted, "Do you know what it means to be first come, first serve? Why are you trying to snatch it away? Fool." The martial cultivator sized up Jianna, noting her lower rank, and rolled his eyes, retorting, "Do you understand the rules? You never stated you were buying. Why can't I? Step aside. I'm ready to check out. With that, he forcefully shoved past the three girls, moving to the counter. Wei Tianyu frowned at the scene but refrained from intervening. The area was well guarded, and a confrontation would yield no benefit for anyone involved. Though the martial cultivators' actions were somewhat despicable, they unveiled a harsh reality. While this incident was directed at them, Wei Tianyu, having witnessed such occurrences countless times, had grown numb to it. He had long since moved past the fervor of youth. This was not to say he was weak or easily bullied. Rather, he believed that engaging in a brawl over trivial matters, leading to uncontrollable consequences, was not in his nature. He preferred to express his frustrations subtly, finding solace in quiet rebellion. However, Jiana was not one to easily endure. She immediately positioned herself in front of Wuxiu and resolutely declared, "This is something we've set our sights on first. If it's to be purchased, it shall be by me." Upon finishing her statement, the sharp-toothed armor erupted from her body, tearing through her outer garments, and her imposing presence surged rapidly. The atmosphere within the shop became palpably tense, and the originally domineering Wuxiu was suddenly subdued. "Who dares to cause a ruckus in my establishment?" A booming voice suddenly resounded, overpowering Jiana's rising aura, forcing her to the brink of having her sharp-toothed armor emit creaking sounds, indicating a retreat. Level 7. Michelle and Xiao paled, for a level 7 was a being that could only look up to. Master is under threat, initiating emergency measures. The essence of aura, an intangible yet substantial phenomenon, is a manifestation of will. Having been thoroughly studied by humanity a millennium ago, it became one of the formidable tools against foreign tribes. Gigi. A wave of electromagnetic energy shattered Wuxiu's imposing presence, and those who had been suffocated by the pressure suddenly felt a lightness throughout their bodies, realizing they were drenched in cold sweat from the tension. Is this the might of a level 7 Wuxiu? So powerful, comparable to the zenith of the K-series robots. Wei Tianyu stood protectively before the three women, silently contemplating when a colossal figure appeared in front of him. "What's going on? Explain yourselves clearly today, or you'll all be spending time at the police station. Am I to be trifled with?" The burly man roughly scratched his bald head, frowning as he questioned. Wei Tianyu remained silent, his eyes projecting virtual images. It was not that he lacked the desire to speak, but rather that any verbal explanation would undoubtedly reveal their side as being in the wrong. After all, as the Wuxiu had pointed out, they had not made a purchase. Why should others be denied the opportunity? Although such behavior was somewhat underhanded, it was a difficult situation to articulate, and they would ultimately find themselves at a disadvantage. Is that so? After reviewing the records, the burly man glared at the Wuxiu behind him, his expression darkening. His rough and boisterous nature could scarcely tolerate such despicable behavior. Yes, the Wuxiu quivered under his glare, his demeanor utterly disheveled. Regret washed over him. He had not anticipated that his ill-gotten gains would lead to such a formidable adversary. With that thought, he cast a resentful glance at the three women behind Wei Tianyu. "Get out," the burly man uttered coldly, and seeing the Wuxiu momentarily stunned, he bellowed, "Did you not hear me? Get lost." "Oh, yes, yes, yes." The Wuxiu stumbled and fell to the ground, scrambling to get back on his feet and quickly extricating himself from the crowd. Chapter 0011. A discount of 20 once the Wuxiu departed. Tranquility returned to the shop. The burly man, Wei Kuei, glanced at Jiana and the others, inhaling deeply before saying, "This time I'll let it slide, but next time, regardless of who is right or wrong, do not cause a disturbance in my shop." "Understood." Xiao nodded vigorously, then added with a pitiful tone, "Uncle, I want to buy him." "How much?" "Uncle." Upon hearing this, Wei Kuei's head was filled with black lines. He felt wronged. After all, he was barely 30. Did he truly appear that old? "Uncle." Xiao pouted again, her adorable demeanor sending shivers down Wei Kuei's spine. After a hard-won composure, he replied, "This one is a mutant calf, a rare find. Although it has experienced some unknown changes, making its abilities unclear. I believe that since you recognized it, you must know a bit about the variations of the three-eyed yaks. Each mutated three-eyed yak possesses different abilities, some beneficial and others detrimental. It is not uncommon for the abilities of a mutated three-eyed yak to remain undetected." To demonstrate that he was not like the previous Wuxiu, who tried to exploit the situation and raise prices because he was aware of the mutant yaks, Wei Kuei hastily provided a thorough introduction. As he concluded, he feared that the three women might withdraw from the purchase due to the potential flaws in the mutant yak, so he quickly added, "Thus, it is not that it is undesirable, rather, It carries an element of risk, and given its status as a highly sought-after object, it is indeed the prized treasure of our shop. Are you certain you wish to buy it? Upon hearing this, Xia realized there was no hope. The shop's prized treasure was something she could never afford, even if she had the money. Moreover, she did not possess sufficient funds. The third eye of the three-eyed yak had the potential to provide a limited chance for gene adjustment, a process that was restricted. For the wealthy, an additional chance at gene adjustment was not something they would mind paying a hefty price for. Consequently, the market value of a three-eyed yak's third eye often soared into the tens of thousands of purple coins, let alone a mutant three-eyed yak. Jinna's expression darkened. They had offended a level 4 wuxio over this mutant calf, only to discover it was the shop's prized treasure, which they could not afford. The emotional toll was palpable. Having navigated the complexities of society for years, the burly Wei Kuei was more seasoned than the three women. Noticing their distress, he quickly suggested, "I just received a new batch of stock. Why not take a look inside?" A seasoned player, adept in social interactions, Wei Tianyu, who had retreated to the sidelines, assessed Wei Kuei's actions. In truth, the three women had erred as well. Initially, Michelle had entertained the thought of a fortunate find upon seeing the mutant calf, only for the wuxio to intervene. Now, not only had they failed to seize the opportunity, but they had also offended someone. This situation was not Wei Kuei's fault. Rather, it stemmed from their own greed and lack of worldly experience, resulting in a costly lesson. Wei Kuei, however, was generous. He led the group to the back, where there were even more calves than outside, although their appearances were rather ordinary, lacking the allure of those in the front. The sight brought a sigh of relief to the three women. They might not be able to afford the extraordinary, but they could certainly settle for something more commonplace. "You all take a look here. If you find something you like, I'll give you a 20% discount. Consider it a gesture of friendship, haha." Wei Kuei placed his hands on his hips, eyeing the calves in the pen, then turned to the three women. Instantly, Wei Kuei garnered their goodwill. A 20% discount was indeed enticing for the three women, who had a penchant for small bargains. The more friends, the more paths. This man is shrewd in his dealings. Wei Tianyu mused silently. Wei Kuei might appear rough around the edges, yet he possessed a heart that was markedly different. Those who failed to see beyond his exterior would be easily misled. From his decision to befriend the three women and dismiss the wuxio, to his keen understanding of their personalities and deftly addressing their needs, it was almost effortless for him, devoid of any pretense. Perhaps it was precisely this quality that allowed his business to flourish so significantly. Before long, the three women selected a light-colored yak. This yak was not a mutant, as evidenced by its broken horns, which indicated its inability to survive in the wild without its natural defenses. Until they departed, Wei Tianyu remained utterly silent, merely following them as they overlooked him entirely. After leaving Wei Kuei's shop, the three women exchanged contact information with him, and he even gifted Xiara a book on yak husbandry. Such thoughtful gestures naturally endeared him to the three women, and their affection soared, leaving Wei Tianyu, who observed from the sidelines, deeply impressed that a simple, unassuming exterior could indeed be more charming than a pretty boy when it came to wooing women. "Jianna, let us return," Xiara exclaimed excitedly as she led the calf down the street. She was eager to return and study why the three-eyed yak possessed the mysterious transformation beam and what it consumed to develop its third eye. "Not so fast. We should check out the lower levels first. Have you forgotten our purpose for coming here? The transformation beam could lead to a gene adjustment worth tens of thousands of purple coins, completely free." Jianna rolled her eyes in response. As they gradually approached the exit of their temporary gathering place, Wei Tianyu, who had been following them, hesitated momentarily before regaining his composure. Through the small nanomonitor on the back of his head, he noticed someone stealthily trailing them. "Is it that wuxio's envoy from earlier? It seems we've stirred up someone vengeful. Well, no storm, no rainbow. This will serve as a valuable lesson for them, teaching them that fortune does not simply fall from the sky, as long as everything remained under control." Wei Tianyu had no qualms about the three women gaining a bit more experience. After all, they could not continue to act impulsively and naively, lest they attract adversaries even Wei Tianyu could not contend with. The world had changed dramatically over the past millennium. While Wei Tianyu once stood as the pinnacle of human combat prowess, even in his prime, he could now only match a level 7 wuxio. Above level 7 were the likes of level 8, 9, 10, and even the legendary 13th level masters, forces beyond their reckoning. It was better for them to face minor tribulations now than to pay a heavy price for enlightenment later. Chapter 0012. The transformation beam was far more miraculous than anticipated. The moment Wei Tianyu came into contact with it, he felt as though he had transformed back into a human. Enveloped in warmth, reminiscent of being cradled in a mother's embrace, an experience no machine could replicate. Feeling the layer of flesh upon the steel intensely invigorate, even the hard alloy began to soften. And that profound pleasure, penetrating to the very marrow of his being, made Wei Tianyu wish it could last a lifetime. Ever since he had undergone the transformation into this biomechanical body, he had not only gained a layer of activated epidermis, but even his internal organs were composed of carbon-based materials. Yet, Wei Tianyu was acutely aware that he was not human. He remained imprisoned within a chip. As long as his consciousness was tethered to that chip. No matter how authentic his body appeared, he would still be a robot, devoid of the genuine sensations that define humanity's five senses. However, when the transformative light pierced through, he sensed a remarkable change within the chip that confined him, a mysterious evolution that seemed to propel it into a new realm. Yet he could not discern the nature of this advancement, whether it was an increase in processing speed, storage capacity, or something else entirely. The sky turned blue, more vividly real than ever, simulating the act of breathing. He inhaled the damp air imbued with the scent of fresh grass. His senses became sharper. Beyond this, Wei Tianyu could perceive no further alterations. And yet, this was enough. These sensations, which had eluded him for over a millennium, were once again felt with clarity. For this alone, nothing could compare. No one understood better than Wei Tianyu how starkly impoverished and hollow the world of robots was compared to the vibrant tapestry of human existence. The robot's senses were enigmatic, entirely illusory, offering no authentic experience, leaving an unsettling void that tormented the soul, driving one to madness. It was precisely for this reason that countless humans and clones, upon becoming robots, ultimately chose to end their suffering through suicide. Before he could delve deeper into his contemplations, trouble arose. "What are you doing? Step aside." Jana scanned the faces of those deliberately obstructing her path and immediately sensed the impending danger. Her expression darkened. This was no mere gathering place. Although guards were present to protect the three-eyed yak, they would not intervene in brawls, and some unscrupulous guards would even relish the chaos, cheering on the combatants. "Hey girl, who do you think you were to block us?" A man with a prominent nose leered at Jana, his gaze lewdly fixated on her figure, retorting with a sneer. "Where are your eyes wandering?" Jana's countenance turned icy, and an overwhelming force erupted from her, bearing down upon the man. "Damn, if you dare to strike, brothers, let us go." The man, overwhelmed by her aura, struggled to breathe, his darkened face turning a shade of purple. No longer able to feign bravado, he immediately shouted. Such impulsiveness in action, not knowing how she has survived all these years. Wei Tianyu silently shook his head, observing how a single taunt had incited her fury, turning a justified stance into one without merit. Furthermore, the provocation had been a meticulously laid trap, and she had unwittingly stepped right into it. It would have been prudent to let them strike first. Otherwise, engaging in combat would leave one in a precarious position, especially if the adversaries allied with the guards and tossed you into a cell, the consequences of which could be dire. Contemplating the potential repercussions, Wei Tianyu abandoned his plan for confrontation that he could no longer afford to remain indifferent. After all, this was no longer his Taro star alone. There were countless individuals far more formidable than he. Surely, one must consider that the owner of even a small establishment was a level 7 warrior. How weak could the others possibly be? Strike first, and you will be spared the consequences. There is no retreat now. Consider yourselves unfortunate. As Michelle failed to intervene in time, Jana was poised to engage in combat. The glint of green flashed in Wei Tianyu's eyes. Ultrasonic wave. Resonate. In an instant, aside from the three women whom Wei Tianyu had deliberately shielded, the others merely heard a brief cry before succumbing to dizziness. The man who had been directly targeted by Wei Tianyu's attack felt his head jolt. His vision blurring. He stood frozen for nearly 3 seconds before collapsing, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. By the time the others began to regain their senses, Wei Tianyu had already led the tempo. Wei Tianyu lowered his head and inquired, "How long have you known?" "From the very moment you regained consciousness," Michelle responded. Then continued, "At first, we merely suspected, but as our interactions progressed, despite your efforts to conceal it, your subconscious behaviors and actions inevitably revealed that you are a sentient being, rather than just a machine that simulates life." "Impressive. So, was everything today merely an act? Wei Tianyu revealed a human-like bitter smile, feeling as if he had been blinded by the very geese he had hunted all day, fixing his gaze on Michelle. He asked, was this all just to trick me into revealing my true nature? Is that it? It makes sense. 3 orphans, having navigated through society to this day, how could we be so impulsive? And how could we still believe in the existence of free lunches from the sky? The truth was unveiled. Everything had been a performance. Observing Wei Tianyu's downfall, Xia felt a pang of sympathy. It was never her intention. Initially, she thought it was merely amusing and did not consider the profound impact her actions would have on Wei Tianyu. With a pitiful expression, Xia pleaded, 10. Please don't be like this. We didn't intend to treat you this way. We simply wanted to ascertain whether you truly possess consciousness. Please don't be angry, all right? Huh. Wei Tianyu's breath quickened involuntarily, then gradually returned to calm. Inside the spaceship, silence reigned, the atmosphere exceptionally heavy. After a long pause, Wei Tianyu spoke. Now that you know, how do you plan to deal with me? Will you destroy me, or hand me back to the military? The more he understood, the more he realized that returning to the military would also mean facing destruction. Ever since the robot uprising 8 centuries ago, society has deemed the existence of pure technology intolerable. No, that won't happen. Xia's voice was subdued, devoid of any excitement from having uncovered Wei Tianyu's identity. As long as you vow not to harm us, we can officially accept you as a crew member of the ship. Jana suddenly interjected, then flashed a sincere smile, adding, I wouldn't want an element of instability aboard, so it must be resolved. With that, Jana winked at Wei Tianyu. Aren't you afraid of me? I am a robot. Wei Tianyu looked at Jana in bewilderment. For even after 800 years, the upper echelons of humanity still relentlessly propagated the threat of robots. People harbored extreme disdain for robots, let alone accepting one. Indeed, but what of it? Just because you are a robot, does that mean you cannot be accepted? Jana replied with a smile, glancing at Michelle before turning back to Wei Tianyu. You have saved all 3 of our lives and helped us immensely. I believe you would not harm us. Hearing this, Wei Tianyu could not help but feel touched. After all, he was still human at heart. Though he had become a robot, the fact that he possessed human consciousness was immutable. Thus, with his identity revealed and an open conversation, Wei Tianyu was formally accepted as a crew member of the Red Rose. However, they remained unaware that he still harbored some secrets within, secrets that he had not revealed, although they had guessed some things. Everyone has their secrets. After realizing Wei Tianyu was a sentient robot, they ceased to inquire further. How ironic. Having failed to seize the ship, I have instead become a subordinate to these 3 young ladies. Their cunning is indeed profound. Yet, perhaps it is for the best. At least they do not appear as malicious as they seem. Lying in his newly assigned personal quarters, Wei Tianyu contemplated silently. As a being with over 1,000 years of experience, it was indeed a failure that he could not outmaneuver 3 young girls. He could only concoct excuses to salvage some dignity. Chapter 0014. Amelida, Michelle, what mission have you assigned us? Xia asked, reclining in the captain's quarters beside Michelle. Based on my research and the information provided by 10 regarding events from a millennium ago, there exists a planet nearby named Amelida, which was once home to a now endangered species, the xenomorphs. Moreover, 10 possesses the most comprehensive data on Amelida, which I suspect conceals some secrets, perhaps even related to 10 himself. Our next destination will be there. Perhaps we shall uncover something extraordinary. Michelle stated with an indifferent expression. If Wei Tianyu were present, he would have noticed that at that moment, Michelle's eyes glowed a vivid red. Captivating yet eerie. Xenomorphs. I've heard that xenomorph eggs fetch millions of credit points. Jana exclaimed, propping her head on her hand and nonchalantly crossing her legs, resembling a rogue. Millions of credits equate to 100 purple gold coins. Imagine 100 xenomorph eggs. 1,000 eggs, that's an immense fortune. Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although they had just pulled off a major heist, netting billions in credit points, their funds had dwindled significantly after refurbishing the Red Rose and purchasing a 3-eyed yak for experimental purposes. Stop daydreaming. Do you think there are that many xenomorph eggs? Each xenomorph birth signifies the loss of a life. 1,000 xenomorph eggs. Just think of the energy required for their gestation. And a word of caution, xenomorphs exclusively consume flesh. Jana rolled her eyes, delivering a reality check. If feasible, we could hunt beasts to assist in their hatching, thus obtaining more xenomorph eggs. Michelle interjected, sending a chill down Xia's spine. Without glancing back, Michelle continued, however, certain things become rarer and thus more valuable, with limited practical use. For instance, xenomorphs. Only a few institutions purchase wild xenomorph eggs for research purposes. Too many would only become a menace. Michelle, if you dare to frighten me, just wait and see how I punish you. Ciara shrieked, lunging at her. After a bout of chaos and screams, they finally calmed down, and Michelle's eyes gradually returned to normal. Michelle then asked, "Oh, has she been here?" She referred to Michelle's second persona, an absolute intellectual known as the Ice Goddess during her academy days. Perhaps only in the company of Ciara and Jana did she exhibit such warmth. Is there really a difference? I think you two are quite similar, Jana remarked, focusing on tidying up her disheveled appearance. Of course there is a difference. I am far more intelligent. Michelle countered immediately upon hearing this. Michelle and her second persona, often referred to as Wise Michelle, could be likened to twins, perpetually at odds, always eager to argue. What? I believe she is the smarter one. After all, she is the wise one. Ciara chimed in, attempting to undermine. What? Are you no longer my sister? You little traitor, don't run. Just wait until I catch you. Michelle exclaimed as she stood up, and the two commenced another round of playful chase within the room. Simultaneously, behind the Red Rose, a small shuttlecraft stealthily trailed them, piloted by Kobe, a high-ranking general under Vidas. Boss, how long are we going to follow them, now that we've left the Tyrostar range? Wouldn't it be better to just charge in and blow them up? Kobe's subordinate, Honda, grumbled, having been reluctantly dragged out from his comfort zone by his boss, seeing no inclination from Kobe to take action. His discontent grew. You know nothing. All you do is chase women, indulge in drugs, and what else? Kobe snapped, his expression darkening. Do you even know where they are headed? Idiot. After we return, you'll be grounded for 3 months until you kick that addiction. As his top subordinate, Kobe did not wish for Honda to be wasted like this. Honda meekly acknowledged, swearing that he would comply. The more he did so, the more disappointed Kobe became, realizing that Honda wouldn't truly attempt to quit. Yet, he was disinclined to manage him further. Those familiar with Honda understood that the more he feigned loyalty and a willingness to sacrifice himself, the more his true intentions lay in the opposite direction. Conversely, if Honda displayed indifference, he might actually follow through seriously. Gazing at the star map, Kobe's expression turned grave. The only planet in the direction of the Red Rose was Amelida.at some point. A plethora of terrifyingly powerful beings had emerged on Amelida, remarkably similar to the native species yet possessing far greater strength, thus supplanting the original inhabitants. Humanity had made several attempts to eradicate these monsters, all of which had ended in failure. Kobe's concern stemmed not only from this, but also because his boss, Vidas, had established a stronghold on that perilous planet, now that the Red Rose was heading there. Kobe could not help but ponder if their lair had been exposed and how many were aware of it. This uncertainty was why Kobe hesitated to take action. He dared not risk it and felt compelled to capture the enemy alive to ascertain whether their stronghold was compromised and how many knew about it. Time passed swiftly in the vastness of space. Since the exposure, Wei Tianyu began to revert to his true nature, exhibiting behavior akin to an ordinary individual. He leisurely strolled about the spaceship each day, occasionally training with Jana or assisting Michelle with heavy lifting. Most often, he indulged in the ecological garden, basking in the warmth of simulated sunlight and the refreshing embrace of nature. Unbeknownst to him, Wei Tianyu's body was undergoing a profound transformation. He first sensed that the metabolic processes in the activated parts of his body were accelerating, requiring increasingly more energy and nutrients, approaching the ancient standard of consuming 10 bowls of rice per meal. With a constant need for meat, this phenomenon was vividly described by the 3 women as him being a bottomless pit. Besides the gradual and unimaginable changes occurring in the activated areas, the organism itself was also experiencing subtle transformations, such as molecules becoming more densely packed and previously rigid metals softening to minimize wear and tear from friction. Wei Tianyu regarded all of this as evolution, influenced by the transformative race, and he felt fortunate to be ascending to a higher level of metamorphosis. In this regard, he was far luckier than the 3 women, who, although they too had undergone transformation, did not achieve results as favorable as his. Beyond the activated regions and the organism, Wei Tianyu's courtship was also changing. Although he had yet to discern where those changes lay, he merely felt an indescribable warmth enveloping him at all times, a sensation that persisted for 3 days before gradually fading away. Chapter 0015. The mysterious planet. After a journey of several days, the Rose of Red finally reached the planet Amelida. Have we lost them? In the cockpit, observing the busy Wei Tianyu, Ciara asked anxiously. We have evaded them. But according to the readings from the probes I deployed, they seem to be aware of our destination and are heading straight for Amelida. 11 days prior, Wei Tianyu had noticed a spaceship trailing them from a distance. Initially assuming they were merely on a coincidental path, so he did not pay it much mind. However, 5 days ago, with no other habitable planets nearby, the pursuit continued, raising suspicions about their motives. Yet, Wei Tianyu and his companions could not ascertain why they had not attacked. Instead, they remained in pursuit. In light of the unclear circumstances, they chose to rely on their speed to shake off their pursuers and avoid any potential misunderstandings. Perhaps they are adventurers like us. Let's just be cautious and steer clear of them. Michelle furrowed her brow and remarked, "Let us not dwell on that. We should proceed to explore the ruins." Jana suggested appropriately. The ruins, originally a lair of the aliens, should have been completely destroyed, but it was only due to the sudden emergence of the Morgan clan that they remained intact. The ruins also posed a higher likelihood of containing alien eggs. Very well, Wei Tianyu agreed. And the rows of red spiraled around before vanishing into the horizon. As the roar subsided. Within the lush, primeval forest reminiscent of the Jurassic era, the furious roars of countless monsters erupted. What is the situation down there? On the shadowy side of Amilida. The rows of red hovered in the void, hesitant to approach. It's hard to say. I haven't been here in over 1,000 years, and the changes are significant. The trees have mutated, and I suspect the animals have too, making it quite perilous. Wei Tianyu furrowed his brow and spoke somberly. A millennium ago, Amilida was a semi-desertified planet, characterized by scorching weather, swirling sands, and dark, cold underground lairs, an ideal habitat for the aliens. Now, after 1,000 years, the planet was cloaked in a thick layer of greenery, and the terrifying roars recorded by the mainframe left one wondering just how much it had transformed. As small aerial probes were dispatched, a variety of monsters revealed themselves to the fore. Below lay a deep, dark pit, resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, waiting for someone to fall into its trap. Witnessing this, Wei Tianyu was overwhelmed with emotions. It had been over 1,000 years since his comrades and beloved had perished in this very cave. In their final moments, they had sacrificed themselves to protect him, and although he had managed to escape, he had never been able to exact revenge, nor had he been granted even a single opportunity to return. Struggling to suppress his emotions, he was nonetheless noticed by Michelle, who remained silently observant. The thunderous roar erupted, and a crackling distortion appeared before the four. Air trembled slightly, incredulously exclaiming, "No, no, no! What was that? It was so fast. I only heard the sound before the machine exploded. That's absurd. Its power is at least level 5, possibly higher." Michelle frowned, taken aback by the casual encounter with a creature of such formidable rank. What terrifying and bizarre life forms might inhabit this planet? This was beyond their capability to confront, prompting her to frown even deeper. Could it be that the mission might fail? Was this trip for naught? Michelle pondered silently. No. It's only at level 2, perhaps even just level 1. Its specialty is speed, surpassing the speed of sound, terrifyingly so. Wei Tianyu assessed the creature with palpable trepidation, but it was evident how cautious he was. Given that the small aerial probe was not slow itself, adept at maneuvering through perilous environments, yet it had been effortlessly destroyed, with little knowledge of the creature's true nature, underscoring its terrifying prowess. Stronger than me? Should we give up? Jana's expression turned grave as the words tumbled from her lips. Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, she was nonetheless loath to accept it. "Let me go down and give it a try," Wei Tianyu declared. Unwilling to concede defeat, after a millennium, this was a rare opportunity. Even if his comrades' remains had turned to ash, he wished to pay his respects and fulfill his own wish. "Don't go down. It's too dangerous," Air warned anxiously. "I want to go down and honor my fallen comrades." Wei Tianyu gazed steadily at Air as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Michelle furrowed her brow, her eyes behind her glasses suddenly reddening, but the glasses concealed her emotions from the others. "Let us send out another probe. I suspect this is the creature's territory." Drawing upon scanned information, Michelle rapidly deduced this conclusion. Territory. Wei Tianyu glanced at the virtual screen in confusion, and soon 2 more probes were dispatched in different directions. Boom boom in quick succession, the 2 probes were destroyed. But this time they gathered more data. Through the last probe's destruction, they clearly witnessed a shadow flitting through the concealed forest. The first probe was obliterated, and less than 10 seconds later, the second followed suit. Freeze the video and magnify it 100-fold. A clear figure emerged before the 4, and Air gasped in astonishment. A monkey? How is that possible? Indeed, it was a monkey, a blood-red one. It was larger than the average monkey, with sharp claws that easily obliterated the titanium alloy probe. Its attack power comparable to that of a 6th-level martial artist. Soon, the combat capabilities of this blood-red monkey were assessed, and Wei Tianyu inhaled deeply, stating, "Based on the footage, let us refer to it as the blood monkey. Its speed rivals that of a 7th-level martial artist, and its agility reaches an 8th-level standard. Its attack power is at level 5, but its defense is exceedingly low. The scans indicate it has sacrificed defense for speed. With this speed, its attack power peaks at level 5, if we can confine it. Depriving it of its speed advantage, its attack power would max out at level 3. By your calculations, capturing this blood monkey should be straightforward." Michelle mused, a smile breaking across her face. "What is the plan?" Jana asked eagerly. "Annette," Michelle answered nonchalantly, exuding confidence. "Annette." The three exchanged thoughtful glances, recognizing it as a commendable idea. Chapter 0016, The Hunt for the Blood Monkey, Part 1. "Have you located them?" The shuttle descended slowly into the lair. Kobe inquired. Ever since Gu had vanished, they had been unable to trace their whereabouts, as if they were exposed to the gaze of their enemies, who seemed intent on evading them. Kobe could hardly fathom that the saucer-shaped ship's speed could exceed that of light, a feat achievable only by C-class vessels. No. Most of the planet's surveillance systems have been destroyed. It appears that these creatures are even stronger than before. They are truly a bunch of freaks, Honda replied while connecting to the main base, reviewing recordings from the past days, only to find that most footage had abruptly cut off, save for a few cameras hidden in obscure locations. "Reinstall the cameras and find them quickly," Kobe said irritably, disliking the feeling of being in the dark while the enemy was well informed. "Understood," Honda replied, his face contorted with frustration, lamenting the considerable resources wasted on establishing the surveillance system, though it wasn't his money. The loss still weighed on him as the blazing star revealed a glimmer of light. A gentle breeze swept across Amilida, the dense forest standing desolate and quiet, occasionally punctuated by the calls of beasts and birds. Embellishing this magnificent nature, amidst the billowing clouds, flashes of light suggested that some mysterious objects lay concealed within. "It's too dangerous below. We should land here," Wei Tianyu suggested as he surveyed the tranquil forest through the virtual screen. "It's too high. If the blood monkey attacks from above, the speed of the craft won't suffice to evade it. We should land and dock." Michelle remarked that the terrifying prowess exhibited by the blood monkey last night was no mere fabrication. None present could match its astonishing speed. To ensure a safe descent and avoid becoming a living target in the air, they could only rely on the defensive capabilities of the Red Rose to facilitate a suitable landing. That won't do. The Red Rose is too conspicuous. If it attracts a horde of beasts, it would be counterproductive. Wei Tianyu shook his head, declining Michelle's suggestion, then turned to Jana and said, "This time, I will descend alone. Jana, you must stay behind." "Why? My mountain claw armor grants me a strength level of 5. Not inferior to that of the blood monkey. If I go down, I can provide some backup," Jana countered. "It's far too dangerous. No one knows how many other formidable beings lurk below aside from the blood monkey. I'll scout ahead while you remain above. If anything goes awry, as long as I preserve the chip, I shall be fine. But you?" Wei Tianyu explained. As a newly joined crew member aboard the Red Rose, he possessed little decision-making power. "Very well, I shall abide by your wishes." Michelle was not one to linger on matters. Upon seeing Michelle's stance, Jana felt it inappropriate to press further, especially since, as Wei Tianyu had stated, the situation below was shrouded in danger and mystery. "Exercise utmost caution," Xiar advised. The rotating exterior of the Red Rose gradually came to a halt, and the central thruster erupted with white flames, suspending the vessel high above the earth at tens of thousands of meters. Whoosh! As the hatch opened, a gust of wind rushed in, and Wei Tianyu glanced back at the interior of the ship. Realizing with a start that he was not piloting a small aircraft. He was about to confront the unknown dangers awaiting him on the mysterious Amilida star, where the speed of the blood monkey was beyond the evasion capabilities of any aircraft. Rather than squander the resources of a flying machine, it would be more prudent to descend without one. The heavily built Wei Tianyu plummeted through the air, buffeted by intense winds, as he calculated the distance to the ground. Meanwhile, the blood monkey, concealed within the forest and vigilantly observing the Red Rose soaring above its territory, naturally took note of the object descending from the sky. Rarely encountering humans, the blood monkey did not recognize them. It merely perceived the ship as an intruder encroaching upon its domain. Fueled by rage, the blood monkey swiftly navigated through the forest, closing in on the vicinity where Wei Tianyu was about to land, determined to shred this intruder to pieces. Squeak, squeak. Before Wei Tianyu even touched the ground, The blood monkey, unable to contain its fury, leapt into the air, a red shadow darting towards him in the blink of an eye. Wei Tianyu, ever watchful of his surroundings, spotted the blood monkey's approach the moment it appeared. As the creature drew near, the two small laser cannons on Wei Tianyu's shoulders, specifically designed for the blood monkey, emitted blinding beams of light. Bang bang! The sounds rang out like celebratory fireworks as the lasers transformed into large nets. Just as the blood monkey found itself ensnared in midair, unable to alter its course, it bared its teeth and flailed its arms, its sharp claws glinting dangerously. Boom! As Wei Tianyu had anticipated, the laser net proved insufficient, with the blood monkey easily tearing through it. However, rather than exhibiting any sign of distress, a smile flickered in Wei Tianyu's eyes, for the blood monkey's speed was visibly diminishing, elevated in the air. Lacking any means to gain leverage, the blood monkey's speed waned with each obstruction it faced. All it could do was watch as Wei Tianyu raised his right arm, a soft creaking sound signaling the rapid deployment of a folding mechanism. Revealing a crossbow bolt in its original position, the entire sequence flowed seamlessly, and by the time the blood monkey approached, no more than 5 seconds had elapsed. Bang! The sound was akin to a beer cap popping open, as an object the size of a hand grenade shot forth, hurtling straight towards the blood monkey. That a series of mechanical clicks echoed as the delicate, hair-thin metallic net shimmered in the sunlight. Radiating a dazzling glow, the blood monkey, having survived countless life-and-death encounters, sensed an ominous turn of fate and attempted to retreat. Yet, suspended in midair, there was no ground to which it could escape. Squeak squeak! A cacophony of sharp metallic sounds mingled with the blood monkey's cries. As it plummeted from its earlier trajectory, having initially charged towards Wei Tianyu, the time elapsed from its leap to its capture by Wei Tianyu was but 30 seconds. Yes, success. Watching the blood monkey ensnared, Xiara erupted in a cheer. The capture of the blood monkey meant she had acquired another subject for her research, a cause for great joy for the fervent apothecary. Activating buoyancy system. At the sound echoing nearby, Wei Tianyu smiled slightly as the shoes he wore emitted a faint ripple, distorting the air beneath him. Within 2 seconds, he found himself suspended in midair. Suddenly, a blood-red figure reappeared, less than 50 meters from the ground. Wei Tianyu sensed impending danger, yet it was too late. At such a close distance to the ground, the blood monkey was at its peak of explosive force, and even the electronic eye could not capture its form. Leaving Wei Tianyu helplessly watching as it rescued another blood monkey entangled in the net. A flash of red zipped past overhead, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Wei Tianyu chose not to pursue, aware that even with his speed, catching up was futile. Plan failed. The blood monkey inherits the genetics of its kind. Being a social creature, it is advisable to review the behavioral characteristics of monkey species, which may prove beneficial for upcoming actions. In transmission, Wei Tianyu reported. Received. Proceed as you see fit. Should you require assistance, please notify us promptly. In transmission, Michelle replied. Stepping onto the soft earth, Wei Tianyu scanned his surroundings. The thick, dense foliage obscured the sunlight, and the sporadic beams of light lent a touch of vitality to the dim forest. Leaping into the air, Wei Tianyu approached the landing site of the blood monkey. Tracing the marks it had left behind, he moved with the agility of an ape, soaring between the towering trees, akin to Tarzan, his speed remarkable. Before long, he arrived at the mouth of a cave. Observing the drag marks on the ground and the remnants of wild animal bones and metal scraps nearby, Wei Tianyu deduced that this must be the dwelling of the blood monkeys. The area was eerily silent, with even the occasional chirp of birds or hum of insects seeming unusually ominous. What could possibly render this forest devoid of life? Could it be the blood monkeys? Wei Tianyu pondered silently. A millennium ago, this place had been an ordinary, desertified world, designated as a potential human settlement. However, the sudden emergence of the aberrants disrupted all plans, prompting the military to dispatch forces to eradicate them. Yet, after a millennium, no humans had settled here. What could be the reason? Wei Tianyu was engulfed in confusion. Although the monsters here were formidable, considering the current capabilities of humanity, eradication was not out of the question. Yet, humanity had abandoned this planet, leading Wei Tianyu to question the rationale behind it. Creak. Slowly approaching the cave, Wei Tianyu activated his thermal imaging eye, revealing the presence of 2 creatures within. They were likely the blood monkeys. Suddenly, one of them seemed to detect Wei Tianyu's presence, and as it stepped on a twig, he instantly sensed trouble, launching a bolt into the cave. Bang! Squeak squeak! A soft sound accompanied by a chorus of monkey shrieks erupted as a blood-red figure dashed out of the lair, vanishing into the forest. So fast, this is proving to be quite troublesome. Wei Tianyu thought to himself, realizing he had only 3 metallic net munitions left, specially crafted by Michelle to deal with the blood monkeys, of which they had originally prepared 5. They had not anticipated the existence of more than one blood monkey, and now, amidst the dense forest, capturing the other would be exceedingly challenging. Unable to pursue, Wei Tianyu decided to enter the cave, finding that the other blood monkey had not been taken, likely due to the haste of its companion's departure. The next scene left Wei Tianyu momentarily stunned. He beheld the bloodied remains of the blood monkey within the cave. His expression shifted as he picked up the delicate net that had ensnared it, noting the claw marks etched into its surface. This net was fine, dense, and crafted from specially treated metal. To escape, it would require an attack power of at least level 6. The remnants of the blood monkey's carcass indicated that, in the absence of a chance to rescue its companion, the other blood monkey had resorted to cannibalism. Had Wei Tianyu not pursued hastily, this blood monkey would likely have been entirely consumed. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Wei Tianyu. Such acts of cannibalism were not characteristic of monkeys. Only one type of being could exhibit such behavior, the aberrants. With this realization, all his doubts were dispelled. The reason humanity was absent from this planet was that aberrants had proliferated and seized control of the entire world. Given the reproductive capabilities of the aberrants, eradicating them entirely would demand a price humanity was unwilling to pay. The absence of other life forms in the forest was due to either being consumed or transformed into aberrants. Different types of aberrants exhibit significant species differences, akin to 2 ant colonies that cannot coexist. The territory Wei Tianyu occupied belonged to the aberrants that had consumed the monkey species and subsequently hatched. This also explained why the blood monkeys resorted to devouring their own kin. The other life forms on this planet had been entirely devoured by the aberrants, in their quest for sustenance. The aberrants began to compete with one another, consuming each other to survive. Circumstances have shifted based on the facts at hand. It is highly probable that the blood monkey is not a member of the primate family, but rather an alien entity. Attention, everyone must not stray even a step from the spacecraft. Activate the scanners to assess the internal and external conditions of the vessel. A grave warning. Aliens represent a particularly unique and bizarre race. Do not let your guard down. They possess the ability to infiltrate the spacecraft silently. End of communication. Wei Tianyu spoke calmly. Acknowledged. End of transmission. Upon watching the video transmitted by Wei Tianyu, Michelle's expression turned grave upon hearing his conjecture. Aliens had instilled immense terror in humanity, nearly leading to their extinction. How could she be unaware of their horror? Amidst the flurry of activity aboard the Red Rose, Wei Tianyu rolled up 2 nets and stowed them in his backpack. Setting off once more. In the forest, traces of the blood monkey were everywhere. The alien, inheriting the intelligence of its primate counterparts, was craftier than ordinary monkeys. Having been tracked once, it began to set up elaborate ruses within the forest, complicating Wei Tianyu's pursuit. Realizing this, he decisively abandoned the chase and headed straight for the alien's original lair, where his brothers, who had fought alongside him on the battlefield a millennium ago, and his girlfriend, who haunted his thoughts day and night, awaited him. 10 years of life and death, an endless expanse, unthinking, yet unforgettable. A solitary grave 1,000 miles away, with no place to voice the sorrow. Even if we meet again, we shall not recognize each other. Dust covering our faces, hair frosted with age. Night. A dream unexpectedly returns me home. In a small window, I see her grooming herself. We gaze at each other in silence, with only tears streaming down. I can only imagine the heartache in the years to come, on nights of the bright moon, at the short pine ridge. 10 years, not merely 10 years, but 100, 1,000. The memories that linger remain vividly etched in my mind. Wei Tianyu advanced step by step, oblivious to his surroundings and the lurking blood monkey. The blood monkey, concealed in the shadows, remained motionless. Its eyes filled with murderous intent. Its cautious nature allowed it to evade numerous crises, yet it also cost it many opportunities. This time, faced with an unsuspecting enemy, it hesitated to strike, fearing it was a trap set by the foe. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, accompanied only by Wei Tianyu's deliberate footsteps, echoing like a pilgrimage. Wei Tianyu calculated the blood monkey's behavior, knowing it was both cautious and vengeful, aware that it would not act recklessly. As he drew closer to the alien ruins, the blood monkey, not acting alone, grew impatient. Witnessing its adversary approach the perilous grounds, it succumbed to its hatred. Chapter 0018, The Hunt for the Blood Monkey, Part 2, finally. Hatred overcame instinct. Despite inheriting many traits of its primate lineage, the blood monkey could not escape its bloodthirsty nature. With a piercing scream, it transformed into a streak of red light, charging at Wei Tianyu. Although he had been prepared and had designed a plan against the blood monkey from the start, Wei Tianyu still felt a surge of anger at its interruption. Fast, exceptionally fast, the blood monkey appeared before him just as he activated his energy shield. The shield merely held for an instant before being torn asunder. The blood monkey collided violently with Wei Tianyu, its left hand clawing at him, sending him hurtling away. Boom. Dust and debris erupted. Fragments of clothing scattered. Trees creaked and splintered, collapsing under the strain. Cough, cough. So powerful. Wei Tianyu's body crashed into an ancient tree, embedding himself within its massive trunk, his shirt completely torn away, for deep claw marks etched into his chest. Blood oozing forth, revealing his metallic bones beneath. Chirp, chirp. Having secured a successful strike, the blood monkey seemed unwilling to let this rare opportunity slip away. It let out a series of shrill cries, using the tree to launch itself at Wei Tianyu. Its teeth bared menacingly. Did you think it would be that easy? Wei Tianyu's shoulder-mounted automatic laser cannon aimed directly at the blood monkey. Boom. A series of explosions resounded through the forest, leaving devastation in their wake. As purple-black traces marked the path of terror, a beam of laser light drew near. The blood monkey screeched, its tail agile as an arm, deftly evading the strike and vanishing into the depths of the forest. With the blood monkey gone, only the sound of Wei Tianyu's labored breathing remained. He clasped his hands over the wound, staunching the flow of blood. Though merely a biomechanical body, he still did not wish to lose this precious form. After briefly tending to his injury, he raised his gaze to survey the forest, now ravaged and scarred, ancient trees shattered, and the remnants of laser burns and flickering flames marking the once tranquil beauty. No. I have still underestimated its strength. I cannot evade its ambush. What should I do? With that thought in mind, Wei Tianyu once again scanned the surrounding forest, where the blood monkey moved like a fish in water, its agility and speed reaching their peak. Even a 6th-level powerhouse would ultimately return empty-handed here, let alone Wei Tianyu, whose speed and agility barely reached the 2nd level. Strike slowly to counter speed. Weak against strong. Wei Tianyu quickly searched his chip for martial arts information pertaining to such creatures. It was not that Wei Tianyu lacked the desire to devise a strategy, but in the face of overwhelming power, all plots and schemes seemed utterly futile. He had successfully captured a blood monkey once by eliminating its agility while in the skies, but that method would not work now. The cunning of the monkeys ensured they would not fall for the same trick twice. Boom. After an indeterminate time, Wei Tianyu was once again sent flying, ultimately forced to use his laser cannon to drive the blood monkey away. With a wry smile, he managed to staunch the terrifying wound. But his body no longer possessed the agility it once had. He awkwardly stood up. This was already the 23rd time he had been assaulted, his body marred by the blood monkey's marks. Using the slow to counter the fast proved ineffective. The blood monkey's speed, for Wei Tianyu, was akin to an invulnerable realm, where swiftness rendered all technique impotent. Time and again, he sought a solution. Yet each attempt ended fruitless. Over a century of combat experience had made it clear to him that, in the face of absolute power, skill held no sway. Perhaps this was what it meant to overpower 10 with 1. The blood monkey shows signs of nesting, requesting assistance. End of transmission. Wei Tianyu, reluctant to call for aid unless absolutely necessary, understood the perilous nature of a star. Just moments ago, Air had informed him of 2 alien eggs discovered atop the spacecraft. Had they not been spotted early, the consequences of transporting those eggs to another planet would be dire. The thought of alien attacks from thousands of meters in the air filled him with dread. The dangers on a star were unimaginable. Yet, with the blood monkey about to lay eggs, the opportunity to capture it was fleeting. Understood. Please lure the blood monkey to an open area. End of transmission. Michelle's voice crackled through. Acknowledged. End of transmission. Wei Tianyu nodded silently, his eyes scanning the surroundings without pause. He knew the blood monkey was lurking, its desire for vengeance far more than mere retribution. It craved the flesh of Wei Tianyu. Thus, whenever Wei Tianyu approached the alien ruins, the blood monkey would relentlessly obstruct him, driving him back into the forest. It was precisely this understanding that gave Wei Tianyu the confidence that, with the assistance of the Red Rose, he could capture the blood monkey. As before, Wei Tianyu cautiously approached the alien ruins, selecting a route he had previously ravaged, where dense ancient trees lay toppled. The blood monkey, aware of his tactics, had developed some level of habituation from their many encounters. Otherwise, its wit and inherent instincts would have alerted it to the danger. Unbeknownst to the blood monkey, the Red Rose, hidden among the clouds, followed Wei Tianyu's movements. Growing ever closer, Wei Tianyu became increasingly cautious, his steps slowing as he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Rustle. Suddenly, a rapid rustling sound echoed. This time, without turning his head, Wei Tianyu unleashed a prepared bolt arrow, striking the blood monkey as it dashed across the ground. In a swift leap, its tail snagged the open net, flinging it toward Wei Tianyu. Clever. Alas, it is too late. As he spun around to face the incoming net, a smirk crossed Wei Tianyu's face. Given time, the blood monkey might just outsmart him. In just a few encounters, it had devised a countermeasure against the net. Observing Wei Tianyu's sardonic grin, the blood monkey instinctively sensed danger. Yet, suspended in midair, it found no trees to gain leverage from. And in its panic, it forgot to attack. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead, as a massive fishing net descended rapidly, enveloping the vicinity. This time, where will you run? Wei Tianyu lunged forward, seizing the blood monkey as it pounced. His body propelled away, leaving a long trail in the dirt. A burning sensation coursed through his back. He had no time to ponder. Grabbing the blood monkey's tail, he hoisted it upwards. At that moment, the blood monkey reacted, screeching loudly as it viciously tore at Wei Tianyu's wound, even causing his intestines to spill forth. Wei Tianyu remained oblivious, delivering a strike to the blood monkey, which, now deprived of its speed, was caught at its vulnerable underbelly, unable to resist. Instantly, it was bound tightly, resembling a dumpling. Chapter 0019. The Strange Grass and the Solitary Sky. Target neutralized. Please dispatch machines to clear the scene. End of transmission. With that, Wei Tianyu collapsed to the ground, his condition deteriorating far beyond the state of his damaged body, the currents surging through him only underscoring the extent of his dire situation. Phew! The sound of labored breaths and faint struggles echoed as Wei Tianyu lay on the ground, his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, until the system eventually shut down due to a lack of energy. After an indeterminate time, Wei Tianyu groggily regained awareness, yet his mind remained shrouded in fog. Michelle, he has hoarded the Lujing. Why do you still insist on having Xiara use the Tian Gu Chao to assist him? In my opinion, healing him would have sufficed, yet you still resort to the Tian Gu Chao. I truly cannot fathom your reasoning, Jenna questioned with a hint of indignation, gazing at Wei Tianyu who lay in the medical pod. Since Wei Tianyu had been rescued, his body had gradually begun to decay. Although this did not significantly affect him personally, since he could simply exchange it for another, he was aware that the benefits derived from the metamorphic light would also vanish with the death of this body. At that moment, they had discovered many precious medicinal herbs in the territory of the blood monkey, including the rare Tian Gu Chao. True to its name, the Tian Gu Chao was a divine gift that possessed the remarkable ability to transform one's very essence. Yet it came at a cost. This herb was inherently solitary, with at most only one specimen existing within 1,000 miles. This rarity made the Tian Gu Chao exceptionally valuable, commanding astronomical prices in the market, often reaching thousands of Lujing. Initially, it seemed reasonable to use the Tian Gu Chao on Wei Tianyu, as it was his capture of the blood monkey that had led them to discover these precious plants. However, complications arose when Michelle, in her efforts to repair Wei Tianyu's body, uncovered that it possessed a self-restoration function. This revelation piqued her curiosity, and upon further investigation, she found it also had subtle auto-enhancement capabilities. This was perplexing. While the self-restoration could be attributed to the wonders of the metamorphic light, the enhancement was another matter entirely. Such enhancement required substantial energy, of which Wei Tianyu's body could not possibly contain enough, as Michelle well knew. Thus, the existence of Lujing was brought to light in her quest to ascertain its origins. The wise Michelle began her analysis, recognizing that Wei Tianyu was their rescuer and that he could not have concealed the Lujing within a mere chip. This indicated that he had acquired it later. Through meticulous deduction, Michelle narrowed her suspicions to the pirates, noting that Wei Tianyu had only ventured alone during that time, and they had paid little attention to him. As their suspicions about Wei Tianyu's possession of autonomous personality grew, their focus gradually intensified. Under such circumstances, it was implausible for Wei Tianyu to have obtained Lujing. The thought that her spoils had been withheld left the carefree Jana feeling despondent, and she vehemently opposed the use of Tian Gu Chao for Wei Tianyu's treatment. Yet, under Michelle's persistent insistence, she reluctantly acquiesced. Why did you deceive us? Jenna confronted Wei Tianyu as he regained consciousness. Wei Tianyu fell silent. Although he had been dazed and immobile during his injuries, he retained a vague impression that led him to surmise the reason behind the confrontation. Noticing his silence, Jana, unable to contain her pinned-up frustration. Coldly stated, "The luging belongs to you, but you cannot remain on the ship. We do not welcome someone who hoards spoils that belong to all of us. You have two choices. First, take your belongings and disembark here. Second, we will transport you to another planet. Choose." Sigh. Wei Tianyu let out a soft sigh. What else could he say? He had no explanation. The circumstances had compelled him to conceal his identity, yet he desperately needed the luging. Had he known sooner that the three women bore no prejudice against robots, he would have had no need for such deception. With the situation having escalated to this point, he understood he could no longer stay. For had the roles been reversed, he would not choose to remain with a deceitful companion as for Jana using the Tian Gu Chao to heal him. Wei Tianyu felt a deep sense of gratitude. He was aware of the Tian Gu Chao's value. A millennium ago, it had reached exorbitant prices, being the object of desire for the wealthy, and even now, it remained highly coveted. What more could he say regarding the three women using the Tian Gu Chao to restore his body? With another soft sigh, he replied, "Then let it be here." With those words, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. All animosity seemed to dissipate in that moment, and deep within, a voice echoed, "Companions, I have returned. After 1,100 years. I shall never leave you again." As Wei Tianyu vanished into the alien ruins, Xiara cast a forlorn glance at the equally disheartened Jana and remarked, "Jana, are we truly letting Tin leave just like that? What shall we do next?" "I don't know. You might as well ask Michelle." Jana replied irritably before turning to leave. "Michelle?" Xiara obediently looked towards Michelle. "Take a moment to regroup. Weren't you eager to study the local vegetation? Now is the perfect time, as there are no other aliens around." Michelle replied with a mysterious smile. "Oh." Xiara responded dutifully, somewhat perplexed by Michelle's smile. Could it be due to Tin's departure? Only Michelle herself would know the answer. "Haven't you finished yet? What is taking so long?" Kobe paced anxiously aboard the ship, inquiring. Time was of the essence. If he could not locate the others soon, he would have to face three dire choices. 1. Awaken the remaining slumbering companions, thereby exposing their lair. 2. Abandon the place and leave their base to the enemy. Or 3. Vacate the lair and confront the insidious attacks of the aliens. None of these choices was acceptable to him. With the nanomonitoring device provided by the boss, half the planet is now under our surveillance system, and no matter how adept the enemy is at concealing themselves, they shall have nowhere to hide. Once, in order to better adapt to perilous environments and evade formidable foes, the Red Rose ship's anti-surveillance and cloaking systems had been upgraded by Wei Tianyu. Although it could not compare to modern military vessels, it had been among the best 1,000 years prior. This had rendered it nearly impossible for standard satellites or patrol monitoring devices to detect its presence, forcing Kobe to install the expensive nanomonitors purchased by the boss across the entire planet. Chapter 20. I once was human in the vast, unending cosmos. A colossal ship sailed like a ferocious beast. Had Vidas been present, he would surely recognize it and be astonished by its course. "Are you certain that Vidas's lair is hidden there?" Luke sprang to his feet from his seat, revealing a hint of his advancing age. "How could I dare deceive you? You hold my fate in your hands like a fragile egg. Dealing with me would be a simple task," Hune replied, feigning charm while inwardly lamenting that he had hoped that leaving Tyro Star would grant him respite. Yet he found himself having merely escaped one danger only to enter another. Luke, incensed by the enmity he had incurred with Vidas, would not easily allow him to escape. Reluctantly, Hune disclosed the information he had gleaned from Hondar, hoping for Luke's mercy. "Humph, you better hope you're correct. If you're wrong, you shall remain on a Melida star." Luke coldly scoffed. Having been entrenched in loyalty for so many years, Luke's ambition was profound, albeit carefully concealed. Yes. Hune nodded vigorously, inwardly praying that Hondar had not deceived him. After all, he had heard about Vidas's lair from Hondar, and that information had come in a drunken stupor. Everyone knew that Hondar was the foremost lackey of Kobe, a puppet master of sorts, and typically kept his lips sealed. Thus, it was reasonable to believe he was not mistaken. Yet, faced with a matter of life and death, Hune felt a twinge of anxiety. "It has been 1,000 years. How have you all fared?" Standing at the entrance of the alien ruins, gazing into the dark, terrifying cavern, Wei Tianyu chuckled bitterly, saying, "I have come to accompany you. I hope you will not be angered by my tardy tribute. I am ashamed that I could not avenge you. I have no face to meet you." Haha. The sound of his bitter laughter faded along with the spilled liquor, lingering for an eternity. As he stepped into the dark, foreboding cave, gazing at the source of his nightmares that had haunted him for over a millennium, memories began to awaken. He could still vividly recall that it was his subordinate, Kedwalidi, who had delivered the fatal blow to the Morgan clan, allowing him to escape from what had been a hellish place for them. The cave harbored the lives of over 9,000 of them. To humanity, clones were merely disposable pawns, but to Wei Tianyu, they were brothers and friends, though they did not share the same bloodline. They bore similar origins, bound by an inescapable duty to defend humanity and expand its territories. What a sacred mission! Yet how many have taken responsibility for our deaths? To those in power, we are but a mass of carbon compounds. Disposable refuse to be discarded when deemed useless. Has anyone ever acknowledged our sacrifices? Has anyone ever mourned our deaths? Has anyone ever worried for our future? No, neither the lofty rulers nor the so-called saints and good people. Unbeknownst to him, a deep sorrow began to fill Wei Tianyu's heart. A millennium had passed, and no one had taken responsibility for the deaths of over 9,000 souls. Only he, relentless in his pursuit, remained steadfast. For more than 1,000 years, he had endured countless disappointments, endless despair, and an insatiable yearning, all deeply etched into the recesses of his consciousness, impossible to forget. Once a human, he had proudly sought freedom and, like others, had experienced the cycle of life and death. However, since his resurrection as a clone, he had been stripped of his human rights, left with nothing but the struggle for survival. He had been lost, had vented his frustrations, and had fought with all his might, yet a clone was simply a clone. This identity would never be acknowledged by humanity. No matter how much he sacrificed for them. He was met only with disdainful glares and spiteful ridicule. The territory claimed by humanity was forged from the blood of countless clones, yet even now, clones remained unrecognized. Faced with clones, there was only relentless pursuit. Treated as mere livestock to be sold. Was it worth it? Was all this truly worthwhile? No, it was not. Every human has the right to pursue freedom in this world, but do we have the capability? No, you died unjustly, while I have given everything yet remain powerless. The bitterness is unbearable. It truly is unbearable. Wei Tianyu lamented, recounting a millennium's worth of bitterness and anguish to his fallen comrades. Through countless life and death experiences and selfless struggles, Wei Tianyu had long accepted his identity as a true clone. For a time, he had forgotten his past, the humanity he once possessed, as a clone. He fought for survival against alien beasts and monsters. With slaughter perpetually unfolding around him, batch after batch of comrades fell, leaving not a trace behind. Honor was irrelevant to them, and the term soldier did not belong to their kind. They were akin to inconsequential tools, placed on the front lines as cannon fodder. With victories that were never theirs, no one knew how long they would survive, nor what they fought for. In the year 4076 of the galactic era, all had perished in the campaign against the alien menace. Wei Tianyu had gone mad. He had lost everything. The spirit that once drove him to live had vanished. During that time, he truly felt as if he had died. Yet he lacked even the ability to end his own life, for he did not belong to himself. He belonged to the military, merely a tool. In the eyes of the military, tools did not require emotions. Emotions were superfluous. Dejected and disheartened, Wei Tianyu could not muster even a shred of combat power to prevent losing this symbol of cloning. This weapon against the alien threat, the military compelled him to participate in experiments, transforming him into a robot. Through a control program, they forced Wei Tianyu to unleash superhuman capabilities. With his success as a prototype, countless clones were transformed into robots, endowed with rich combat experience and the strength of machinery. These so-called clone weapons began to dominate the battlefield, possessing greater logic and danger assessment than their human counterparts, outclassing clones in strength, all at a cost equivalent to that of a clone and a robot. They became invincible on the battlefield, favored by the higher-ups. However, the apex of clone weaponry lasted 300 years until the robots rebelled. Those once deemed monsters, neither accepted by robots nor humans, faced the wrath of the military. Before they could comprehend their fate, those who had just stepped down from the battlefield were obliterated by the military. Being strictly controlled by humanity, they possessed no capacity for rebellion and were systematically eradicated. Vanishing from history, Wei Tianyu harbored deep-seated hatred for the military, and even more so for the human elite. They had birthed clones and led them onto the battlefield, demanding their lives while forcing them to bear the brunt of blame that was not theirs, resulting in countless tragedies for clones, ultimately leading to their annihilation. Lacking the power to retaliate, the military devised control programs so formidable that even now, breaking free from them remained exceedingly difficult. Thus, filled with a profound sense of bitterness and despair, he chose to end his wretched existence through suicide. Chapter 0021. Alien Corpse Insects. With a soft sigh, Wei Tianyu awoke from his reverie, feeling the sunlight streaming down upon him. The rustling of the trees sounded like sweet wind chimes, and the azure sky above was graced by leisurely drifting clouds. As time passed, nothing had changed in this place, only the people had transformed. "I have come to be with you once more," Wei Tianyu said with a smile. He saw his comrades, waiting for his return. In that moment, hatred seemed to dissipate. The entanglements of a millennium vanished with those words, carried away by the wind. That instant, Wei Tianyu experienced an unprecedented sense of liberation, a release of the spirit and of consciousness. He strode deeper into the alien ruins, where darkness reigned in eerie silence, resembling a tomb long prepared. "I once thought that once I avenged you, I would join you. Now, revenge is beyond my reach. 1,000 years have passed, and all has faded with the wind. The past grievances have turned to dust. What remains is merely the essence of your blood, yet even that is beyond my grasp. Do you think I am pitiful? Yes, I know you would not blame me. If only it were possible, I would truly seek vengeance for you. Alas, it is too late to say anything now. Let me accompany you forever." Wei Tianyu pondered silently, oblivious to everything around him. The sound of water droplets falling and the rustling of some creatures' movements adorned the alien ruins with an air of terror, yet none of it mattered anymore. In that moment, Wei Tianyu felt as if he had returned to the past, 1,000 years ago, when he had lost all hope, and the cry of death stirred within him, seemingly welcoming the arrival of a new life. Creak! Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed beneath him. Wei Tianyu looked down, and through his electronic eye, he discerned a watch. Bending down, he picked it up, feeling a surge of emotion as he caressed the broken timepiece. A millennium had passed, and in this damp place, even sturdy objects succumbed to the ravages of time. Is this his watch? A vague memory surfaced, and Wei Tianyu recalled something. "Do you like it?" "Oh, where did you find it?" "I picked it up on the battlefield." "Hee, do you like it?" "You found it." I like it." "Really? Then why do you look so serious and unhappy?" Smile. She knew that day he had been worried about her. Distraction on the battlefield was a grave sin. She understood that he forced a smile to avoid making her sad, for he had been vigilant about her during that time, risking his life to protect her, even facing death multiple times. Fearing she might make the same mistakes and get hurt, where do the fallen leaves go with the wind, leaving only the beautiful sound of a dance in the sky? Love once graced this place, lingering with the fragrance of yesterday, that familiar warmth like angelic wings brushing against my boundless heart. I believe you are still here, never truly leaving. My love, like an angel, will guard you as if life depended on it. Until the end, there will be no more of me. I will find an angel to love you in my place. The past had bestowed upon him countless beautiful memories, yet it also bore immense despair. Gently singing this familiar song, a song he had dedicated to her, a song of love, at the moment tears slipped from Wei Tianyu's eyes, a chorus of chirps erupted, drawing nearer, danger closing in. He became oblivious to everything around him. Chirp, chirp. Countless tiny insects swarmed, marching in formation like well-trained soldiers, rapidly approaching Wei Tianyu. The tide of creatures surged, and in the blink of an eye, they were upon him. The defense system sensed the danger, and the energy shield activated, enveloping him as he vanished amidst the sea of insects. Darkness, boundless darkness, as faint light was obscured by the swarm. Facing Wei Tianyu, akin to an indestructible eggshell, the insects charged forward, heedless of the electric currents that turned them to char. It seemed they were commanded, slowly pushing against the energy shield, attempting to draw Wei Tianyu into the depths of the ruins. Alert! Alert! Energy shield strength has reached critical levels. Prepare for combat. Prepare for combat. The auxiliary combat program interrupted Wei Tianyu's thoughts. He lifted his gaze, his eyes glowing crimson as he murmured, "Did you destroy their bodies? Is that so? Damn it, you all deserve to die." At that moment, Wei Tianyu regarded the insects surrounding him as the very creatures that had defiled the remains calmed and awakened. Wei Tianyu found that hatred could not obscure his vision. He understood that this was merely the initial wave. Although the insect swarm was deemed the nemesis of the blood monkeys, he sensed that it would not be easily dealt with. Those who had survived among the true insect race possessed numerous methods of restraint against such a microbe-infested sea. Soon, within the interconnected caverns, Wei Tianyu set up several traps to preemptively counter any surprise attacks from the insects lurking in other tunnels. "You shall pay for your deeds. I will annihilate your kind," he mused silently. Through his analysis, he discovered that the insects' bodily fluids were acidic and possessed a faint corrosive property, suggesting they might have hatched from the remains of alien corpses. Armed with this revelation, Wei Tianyu swiftly devised strategies to combat them. Though he had traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, this was his first encounter with such corrosive insects. Never had he seen creatures with such destructive capabilities. This realization rendered many of his tactics ineffective. In the face of potent corrosive liquids, the efficacy of fire would diminish drastically, and relying solely on laser cannons would be futile against the relentless tide of insects. Once the energy shield was breached, Wei Tianyu would become an easy target. Despite his vast experience, he felt a profound headache, yet his resolve to exterminate the insects remained unshaken. This place would become his tomb. A mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Even seeking vengeance for the desecrated bodies of his comrades was sufficient justification for him to pronounce their death sentences. Chapter 0022. The thunder networks might squeak. Within less than 10 minutes, the subtle rustling sounds akin to an oncoming tide, accompanied by the insect's distinctive chirps, resounded once more. Utilizing sonar positioning, Wei Tianyu felt a sense of foreboding. The number of insects had multiplied significantly, rendering the trap set with his available weaponry wholly inadequate. From all directions, through infrared imaging, countless shadows surged forth, moving with a speed akin to a rushing torrent. Crack. Seizing the moment, Wei Tianyu activated the traps. Unleashing a barrage of light that formed an electrifying network, the air crackled with electromagnetic sounds, emitting sparks of light, and every insect that approached was instantaneously reduced to charred remains. Nevertheless, an unrelenting swarm continued to press forward, overwhelming in their numbers. Activate electric net attack mode, Wei Tianyu stated calmly, as the two laser cannons on his shoulders emitted a creaking sound, reconfiguring into a different mode, moving according to his line of sight. Boom. Suddenly, the cave above collapsed as a massive wave of insects surged over the electric net, flooding in from newly breached tunnels. As the grotesque faces of the insects drew closer, the electric net erupted violently, transforming into a tempest of lightning, turning the cavern into a sea of electric chaos. Countless insects were fried before they could react, and with the detonation of one electric trap releasing millions of volts, the insect horde was decimated. The two caverns, one old and one new, lay barren, devoid of any surviving insects. The electromagnetic waves crackled in the air, illuminating the dark cave, and it seemed that the residual electricity would linger for quite some time. However, the grand explosion did not elate Wei Tianyu. The insects remained unaware of the extent of their losses, and he had only 7 electric traps at his disposal. Having used one so early in the confrontation boded ill for the battles to come. The sole consolation for Wei Tianyu was that the explosion of the electric trap had demonstrated that the insects still feared electricity, a crucial insight for his forthcoming extermination efforts. Through sonar detection, an inexplicable sound suddenly emerged, and the once fearless insects began to retreat. Wei Tianyu's expression grew grave. The previous retreat had not been accompanied by such a sound, leading him to suspect that this swarm might possess a highly intelligent brain insect or perhaps a queen. Whether it was a brain insect or a queen, neither was something Wei Tianyu could confront alone. Little did he know, an army with a commander vastly eclipses one without leadership. He quickly made a decision. Stowing away the electric traps and vanishing into the depths of the cave without a backward glance, his disappearance incensed the queen, who was covertly orchestrating the insects, leading to the deployment of countless webs in an attempt to eradicate this intruder in her domain. 3 days passed, and the insects returned empty-handed. It remained uncertain whether Wei Tianyu had intentionally evaded them or had already abandoned the cave. The insect swarm resumed its previous tranquility, busily scuttling about the caverns. In the dim recesses of the cave, stalactites dripped slowly, and suddenly, a flash of white light flickered and vanished. The insects, previously drinking from a small pit, were instantly turned to ash. The hand emerged from the waterlogged pit, and from it crawled a mud-covered Wei Tianyu, who had been hiding for 3 days. Realizing he could not overpower the swarm, Wei Tianyu chose not to flee. He had nowhere else to go. He had come to regard this place as his tomb, wishing to slumber alongside his fallen comrades. How could he abandon this sacred ground? Thus, he resolved to capture the leader to dismantle the overwhelming insect menace. However, he had already spooked the enemy, making it exceedingly difficult to unearth the hidden to assuage the insect's vigilance and facilitate his subsequent plans. He buried himself alive, relying on the occasional drops of water to sustain his life. After 3 days, he sensed the time had come, and he emerged from his earthen concealment. After eliminating the scattered insects nearby, Wei Tianyu washed his face and consumed a compressed biscuit, regaining some physical strength. His 3 days spent underground had not been in vain. Since undergoing treatment with Tiangu grass, his metabolism had quickened, and his body had grown stronger. Moreover, his integration with his body had deepened, allowing for the generation of a certain amount of energy for bodily use. It is worth noting that such harmony typically requires at least 5 years of adaptation for the body and soul to fully embrace one another, resulting in a remarkable chemical reaction. Yet, Wei Tianyu's body had only undergone this transformation for a little over a month, a result that filled him with excitement. The strengthening and merging of his essence hinted at the possibility of practicing human martial arts. Such a prospect was exhilarating. In addition to the remarkable changes occurring within his essence, his physical body was undergoing a continuous metamorphosis, fueled by a constant supply of energy. His metallic skeletal structure experienced unprecedented transformations, initially strengthening itself by converting worthless debris into waste expelled from his body. Furthermore, Wei Tianyu discovered that it began to absorb metallic elements to enhance his physical form. Had he not reacted quickly, his watch might have been consumed and disintegrated by his body. Wei Tianyu was uncertain how long this transformation could be sustained, but the strengthening of his body and essence illuminated a path forward, a path toward vengeance. It seemed the heavens had opened a window for him. A window that would allow him to grow stronger. Over the course of 3 days, a profound change unfolded within Wei Tianyu. The despair of the future and the desire for a swift end to his life gradually revived. If it were not for the incessant reminders from the control program embedded within his chip, he might have already departed in search of retribution. As his body continued to strengthen, the core chip was also undergoing enhancement. Deep within the core chip, the controlling program appeared to be evolving, leading Wei Tianyu to feel a looming crisis, an unprecedented one. Although the 2 suppressing chips had also been fortified, they could not keep pace with the self-evolving controlling program. Having finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, Wei Tianyu would not give up. After waiting 1,000 years, how could he relinquish this newfound chance? However, all of this remained distant for the present Wei Tianyu. His immediate task was to exterminate the insects and gather comprehensive data on his condition to chart the course for his future. Chapter 0023. The Poisonous Vine Shackles. Is this the place? In the labyrinthine caverns, observing the departing insects, Wei Tianyu stealthily emerged from the shadows. After numerous evasions, he delved deeper into the insect lair. Finally, after several hours of effort, navigating the maze-like caves, he reached the innermost depths. Guided by memories over 1,000 years old. As he ventured further inward, the insect population swelled, prompting Wei Tianyu to exercise even greater caution. The heavy, rhythmic breathing emanating from deep within, coupled with the incessant sounds of the crowded insect swarm, filled the air. What do these insects feed on if they are not hunting? Wei Tianyu pondered, having observed a group of insects scuttling past him without a single morsel of food. This phenomenon puzzled him. With no food, how could they sustain their existence? The energy required for the queen to lay eggs was substantial, and this vast swarm could not be sustained by a mere handful of prey. With a mind full of questions, Wei Tianyu reached a corner where faint light filtered through. The heavy breaths grew louder, and light? Previously, when he led an incursion here, there had been no light at all. Causing a knot of anxiety to form in his stomach, 1,000 years of change had wrought drastic transformations. Countless experiences had taught him that in all endeavors, one must tread carefully and with utmost vigilance, yet in critical moments, one must charge forth with courage, cleaving through obstacles. The more one fears, the more likely one is to meet their demise. Wei Tianyu stood motionless, as a diminutive fly-sized drone, of his own ingenious design, darted from his eye. Lacking funds, he could only watch the nanorobot with longing. Soon, the images transmitted from the drone left Wei Tianyu astounded. Countless verdant vines released a shimmering green mist, the luminescent flora illuminating the entire cavern and forming a barrier that obstructed all intruders. Within the thicket of green tendrils, a colossal shadow exhaled with labored breaths. Its corpulent form struggling amidst the vines, it appeared weak and withered, countless black specks gradually converging upon it. Those were insects, seemingly intent on tearing it apart for consumption. Farming. A staggering realization struck Wei Tianyu. This horrifying tactic illustrated the remarkable intelligence of the insect overlord. In the interstellar insect realm, only a select few exhibited such behavior. Utilizing vines to construct a cage for the purpose of confinement and nourishment, a feat beyond ordinary intellect, the drone cautiously approached the vines, and once it penetrated the green mist, Wei Tianyu discerned that the vines were even more terrifying than anticipated. The corrosive green fog they emitted posed a significant threat, their barbed spines forming a natural barrier that forbade any large entities from entering or exiting. Their roots entrenched deep, they fortified the surrounding soil, thwarting any monstrous attempts to burrow and escape. Whether intentional or not, if it is deliberate, then this insect overlord is truly formidable. Wei Tianyu pondered silently. Such strategic prowess, regardless of intent, indicated intelligence on par with that of adult humans. If it was indeed intentional, Wei Tianyu had encountered a truly fearsome adversary. The meticulous defenses have transformed the entire cavern into an enormous prison. How terrifying. The thought of those insects patrolling the cave, rather than instinctively hunting, weighed heavily on Wei Tianyu's mind. What should I do? He calculated swiftly as the drone struggled to escape the mist, revealing a breathtakingly serene grotto, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. The cavern was exceedingly vast, with an underground river cascading like a waterfall. Over the course of a millennium, whether due to tectonic shifts or other reasons, the once flat, diminutive cavern had collapsed, forming a basin over 500 meters deep. Atop this basin, innumerable emerald vines floated and thrived, casting light throughout the cavern. Entangled within the vines was an avian monstrosity, with the cave's exit situated midway up the basin. Similar creatures were scattered about, suspended in midair, effectively preventing terrestrial monsters from colliding with them. Only a few avian beasts posed no threat to the toxic vines. Beneath the basin lay a miniature world, complete with a small desolate hill, a forest hugging the mountainside, and a modest grassland. The monsters inhabiting this realm predominantly belonged to the herbivorous category, having undergone mutations and transformations from alien predation. They had now evolved into omnivorous creatures, consuming both flesh and retaining their original herbivorous instincts. Such a wondrous hidden paradise. Wei Tianyu marveled at the footage transmitted by the drone, compelled to acknowledge the might of the Dominator, who had seemingly crafted this realm into an idyllic sanctuary. It was no wonder that it did not require hunting outside. The abundant sustenance within this vast basin, spanning thousands of meters, sufficed for its needs. Before long, the labored breathing ceased, and the drone had entered the forest, signaling the demise of the avian monstrosity, slain by the dual onslaught of vines and insects. For reasons unknown, Wei Tianyu deployed another drone, observing as the enormous avian creature was dismembered at a visibly rapid pace. The dark, beetle-like insects operated like ants, swiftly transporting the disassembled flesh, some directed towards the basin, while others were buried beneath the vines. Wei Tianyu was certain that this was not a product of insect intelligence or guidance from sentient beings. Rather, it stemmed from the insect's instinct. After over 1,000 years of evolution, they had established a symbiotic relationship with the vines. The insects provided nourishment for the vines, and in turn, the vines offered protection. Such an extraordinary symbiotic existence was the result of genetic inheritance. Under Wei Tianyu's command, the drone buzzed through the vines, closely trailing the insects as they transported the dismembered flesh, eager to discover their ultimate destination. Meanwhile, another drone, concealed within the forest, fell victim to an attack from a creature being mutated by alien influences. Food was synonymous with life in their eyes to survive. They even forced themselves to adopt herbivorous diets. However, when faced with food, they were willing to sacrifice their lives. The appearance of the drone fulfilled the long-standing hunger of these creatures, who had not tasted meat in countless years, to prevent the loss of one of his valuable surveillance devices. Wei Tianyu had to concentrate intently on controlling it. The creature pursuing the drone was a grotesque being, covered in nodules and adept at camouflage, with a flattened body and razor-sharp claws. Its frog-like tongue bore minute teeth, and layers of translucent flesh on its abdomen allowed it to glide briefly through the air. Chapter 0024. The Thousand-Faced Insect. The creature was diminutive, and upon being discovered, it lay atop an ancient tree. Perhaps due to a lack of threats in its environment, it reacted slowly upon spotting the drone, and this delay allowed the drone to escape its grasp. Centuries of existence had led to its gradual regression. In this generation, it had not evolved but rather devolved significantly. Compared to the blood monkey, its jumping and gliding speeds were sluggish, even to the point of being considered slow. Its only redeeming qualities appeared to be its invisibility and defense. The laser beam emitted from the drone left no mark upon contact, whether it was gliding through the air or crawling along the ground, merely casting a faint shadow. Even thermal sensors could not penetrate its frigid exoskeleton. In this hidden paradise, its only threat was the insects, in the absence of external foes. The creature's evolutionary trajectory leaned toward evading them, much like the one pursuing the drone. Buzz buzz. The drone, under Wei Tianyu's manipulation, soared swiftly through the air, gradually recovering from the corrosive mist's effects. As a part of Wei Tianyu, it benefited from the transformative light, gaining self-enhancement and restorative abilities. Meanwhile, another drone, designated as Drone 2, trailed the insects to the only barren hill. In contrast to the lush vegetation of the hidden paradise, this stark hill stood out as an anomaly. Drone 2 followed into a cavern at the foot of the hill, the largest beneath it, though the insects had long since detected this flying intruder. Their limited intelligence allowed them only to recognize threats through scent, resulting in their disregard for the brazen infiltrator. Navigating through a series of twists and turns, Drone 2 encountered another type of insect, vastly larger than those Wei Tianyu had previously encountered. Its colossal body coiled motionless, its shell adorned with protruding, sharp spines and formidable pincers, resembling a giant claw. They resembled sentinels, guarding the palace's safety. Faced with this diminutive outsider, the mutated clawed insects, possessing intelligence slightly exceeding that of the smaller insects, paid no heed to Wei Tianyu's surprise. Everything proceeded smoothly, heightening his anxiety as he drew closer to the hidden enemy, rekindling the long-absent sensation of a racing heartbeat. The thousand-faced insect? Why is it here? When the insect overlord revealed itself before him, Wei Tianyu's electronic eye glowed crimson, his fury igniting for a fleeting moment before he suppressed it. Though it was too late, he was too close to the insect hive to evade detection. Lying within a cavern adorned with pristine, cloud-like metal, the insect queen, with a mouth resembling a suction cup, devoured the delectable offerings presented by her progeny. She resembled a colossal worm, her body stretching dozens of meters, writhing as countless ghastly faces emerged upon her form, each visage embodying the source of Wei Tianyu's wrath. The thousand-faced insect, true to its name, was a rare mutated species even among the interstellar insect race. It possessed minimal combat prowess, inferior to other queens. At least the latter had the strength to flee. When confronted with formidable foes, the thousand-faced insect lacked even the ability to escape. Its corpulent body rendered it sluggish. However, at the expense of such mobility, it possessed an extraordinarily perverse ability. It relished devouring the brains of other creatures to absorb their memories and intelligence. With each brain consumed, the faces of the devoured beings manifested upon the thousand-faced insect's body, vividly portraying their final moments, hence the origin of its name. The thousand-faced insect was remarkably timid, an almost anomalous presence within the brutal insect hierarchy. It eschewed expansion in favor of consolidating its territory, herding other beings for consumption. Sensing the sudden surge of killing intent, the thousand-faced insect instinctively recoiled, while the patrolling insects in the hive hastened toward the source of the threat. Within this hidden paradise, the sentinels guarding the thousand-faced insect's lair swiftly drew near, showcasing the insect's cowardly nature to the fullest extent. "Wait for me. I shall return, and you shall pay with your life." Wei Tianyu howled, realizing that he had been exposed and that if he did not flee now, he would have no chance left. The two fly detectors, sensing Wei Tianyu's command, swiftly pursued him. After a considerable time, all the insects gathered around him, and only then did the thousand-faced insect dare to slowly uncoil from its defensive posture. When confronted with danger, the thousand-faced insect would curl up its body, utilizing its sturdy frame for protection. After a chaotic commotion, the idyllic paradise gradually calmed down. It was only then, feeling utterly secure, that the thousand-faced insect dared to dispatch troops to seek out the enemy. At that moment, it gleaned some fragmented memories from other insects, discovering the existence of the fly detectors and the situation of the missing insects. The thousand-faced insect could no longer afford to be complacent. Thus, it activated a biological network for communication between itself and the insect queen. This state was incredibly draining mentally, but for the sake of its own safety, the thousand-faced insect paid no mind to such concerns. Wholly committed to eradicating the enemy that coveted its existence, Wei Tianyu, well acquainted with the thousand-faced insect, recalled how, a millennium ago, he had employed it to execute a downfall plan. The thousand-faced insect back then was exponentially more formidable than this one. Commanding a far superior insect race, their only commonality lay in their cowardice and adeptness at survival. Wei Tianyu raced onward, resolute in his direction and refraining from lingering within the insect den. He knew that against the timid thousand-faced insect, lurking would be futile. This time, having startled the serpent, The thousand-faced insect would undoubtedly heighten its defenses, possibly retracting its lines. The entirety of the insect den would fall under its vigilant gaze, and the duration of this alertness would depend on the degree of its cowardice. Wei Tianyu had even heard tales of a thousand-faced insect that, out of fear, disregarded all else and devoted 30 years to fortifying its lair into a veritable fortress. Terrified of potential intruders, this exemplified how deeply rooted their cowardice had become, reaching a level akin to the bloodthirsty nature of their race. Die, 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 any who stand in my way shall perish, and you shall all descend into hell. With eyes aflame, Wei Tianyu unleashed a torrent of laser fire, obliterating every insect that crossed his path. Chapter 0025. A desperate escape. Michelle, what are we still doing here? Ciara lay on the simulated beach, sunbathing through the thick, transparent barrier, tilting her head to inquire. Since yesterday, monsters had been probing their location, forcing Zhang Na and the others to retreat back into the spacecraft. Waiting for someone, Michelle replied, cradling her precious, intelligent brain, not bothering to look up. Waiting for someone. Number 10, right? Ciara pouted, pondering for a moment, before asking in surprise. If you know, why ask? Michelle rolled her eyes, rising with a hint of irritation. You enjoy the sun. I have work to do. With that, she turned and left, taking her intelligent brain with her, leaving Ciara standing there, lost in thought, muttering to herself. Number 10. Will he really come back? Upon hearing Michelle mention Wei Tianyu, the carefree Ciara suddenly realized that she had grown accustomed to his presence in the group. She had become accustomed to him tending to her plants, caring for Nyo, the three-eyed yak, and to having someone bring her late-night snacks whenever she felt hungry, as well as someone to comfort her in times of distress. Attention! Electronic information detected and intercepted. All personnel, prepare for battle. All personnel, prepare for battle. The sudden alarm within the ship startled Ciara, prompting her to quickly put on her shoes and rush out. Meanwhile, within the lair of Vidas, Honda's eyes glowed red as he abruptly stood up, shouting, Boss, we've located them. What should we do next? After 3 days of relentless effort, they had finally tracked down their targets. Honda was astonished to discover that they were on the opposite side of a Melita star, which filled him with regret. Had he known, he would have started searching from the farthest point, thus saving them so much time. What else can we do? Charge over and gather everyone. I want them alive. Damn it, how dare they make it so difficult for me to find them? Just wait until I catch you. I won't let you escape. Kobe suddenly sat up, brimming with excitement. Hee, boss, I want the second round. Honda leered. Having gone nearly a month without female company, for a man so starved for intimacy, it was unbearable. Hurry up, they've gotten away again. Don't even think about the second round. I'll break your fifth limb. Kobe bellowed in frustration as the ship remained stationary. He was eager to see the 3 women begging at his feet. Yes, they won't escape. Honda chuckled lewdly, quickening his pace. Faster, faster, we're almost out. Wei Tianyu sprinted at full speed, the wind rushing past him as the pursuing insects intensified their chase. Once the thousand-faced insect recognized that it was no longer in danger, it regained its composure, revealing its bloodthirsty nature. Though it lacked the courage to dismiss the mutated crustaceans, the smaller insects were unavoidable. After losing 3 lightning traps, the number of insects not only failed to diminish but continued to increase, though their growing numbers somewhat delayed their advance, facing an avalanche of insects that seemed to multiply endlessly. Wei Tianyu ran while the twin laser cannons on his shoulders rotated, relentlessly firing to dismantle the waves of insects. Zhi. Suddenly, a low-frequency sound wave from the depths reverberated through the air. Upon receiving this signal, Wei Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically. Ever since he learned of the thousand-faced insect's presence, he had absorbed extensive research on insect languages, the culmination of countless generations' efforts. How could he possibly misunderstand its meaning? With the buoyancy shoes operating at maximum capacity, he soared into the air, propelled by a fierce gust. Disregarding the potential strain on the machinery, the insect horde reacted swiftly. The swarm began to disperse, forming several smaller waves in an attempt to intercept Wei Tianyu's escape. Let's see how you stop me. Upon spotting a gathering of insects ahead, Wei Tianyu roared, pivoting the twin cannons on his shoulders to unleash a fierce onslaught against the approaching swarm. The rear waves of insects, stripped of their momentum, began to snowball, gaining in size and ferocity. Within this confined cave, the first-tier insect swarm of the interstellar race was gradually taking shape. Ultramicro. Die, die, die. Go to hell, his eyes glowing crimson. Wei Tianyu pressed on, his hands never ceasing as he retrieved a lightning trap from his waist, switching it to explosion mode and tossing it behind him, reaching for another lightning trap. He was determined to escape. Caring little for the conservation of resources, once free, he would convince the three women to help him exact vengeance. Would he lack in means then? Boom. A deafening explosion echoed behind him, shaking the cave as stones tumbled from above, creating a large gap in the fledgling micro-swarm, disrupting its formation. The energy shield shuddered from the shockwave, and with the twin laser cannons and laser eyes, Wei Tianyu fought his way through. A faint glimmer of light shining ahead, while the chittering of insects grew ever closer, countless insects. Relying on sonar imaging, Wei Tianyu noticed a swarm forming in the left tunnel, and without any substantial defensive equipment to assist him. He doubted his ability to withstand the oncoming tide, even if it was merely micro-sized. The swarm represented the most rudimentary combat formation of the interstellar insect race, yet once formed, its power multiplied manifold. Even a micro-swarm could potentially overpower his energy shield, rendering it ineffective. Blast mode. Wei Tianyu calmly adjusted the lightning trap in his hand to blast mode, different from explosion mode, which spread its force over a wide area. Blast mode concentrated its power in a single point, inflicting greater localized damage, though less effective over a broader range. Let's see how you fare against my might, he muttered to himself, estimating where the insects would appear, rapidly approaching the wall to affix the lightning trap before taking off at full speed. Within seconds, a massive swarm formed, breaching the thick wall before it could unleash its devastating potential, only to be met with a lethal counterattack. GG. To the right, Wei Tianyu let out a weak groan. He was now less than a kilometer away. Yet the sound of chittering insects filled the air. He reached for his waist, only to realize that he was out of traps. The last one had turned to dust in the previous explosion. Chapter 0026. The overwhelming insect tide. Damn it. Is it truly impossible to escape? Wei Tianyu pondered anxiously, quickly devising a strategy. The swarm had formed, and it was too late to break it up without devastating weaponry. Stopping the tide would lead him to a dead end. Accelerate. Charge forth. The buoyancy shoes operated at full capacity, emitting twin jets of white flames laced with black smoke, and Wei Tianyu's speed surged severalfold. Reluctant to let him escape, the swarm violently shattered the thick stone wall, akin to a colossal wave crashing down. The spectacle as grand as the apocalypse itself, in the blink of an eye. The vast distance of a kilometer seemed to vanish, and Wei Tianyu felt his horizons expand as the grandeur of nature unfolded before him, before he had the chance to rejoice too exuberantly at having narrowly escaped disaster. The collapsing tide of insects showed no inclination to relent. The resonant calls of the myriad-faced insects echoed ominously as countless creatures emerged from beneath the earth, the hard ground yielding to the relentless drilling of dozens of insect holes. Buzzing. Suddenly, the insects emitted a cacophony of buzzing sounds. Wei Tianyu, having plummeted from the forest due to the failure of his buoyant shoes, wore a bitter expression. Transparent wings unfurled from beneath the insects' exoskeletons. When the first insect soared into the air like a miniature helicopter, a multitude of insects followed suit, a veritable cloud obscuring the sun, awakening a terrifying beast that lurked on a Melida star. Damn, they think they can kill me? Not a chance. Wei Tianyu cursed vehemently. After over a millennium, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Since his transformation into a robot, he had never been this beleaguered. Yet now, faced with the rapidly converging tide of insects, he felt a sense of despair regarding his own capabilities and the dire predicament he found himself in the vastness of space. Two spacecraft were engaged in a relentless chase. The Red Rose was fleeing while Kobe's saber-toothed tiger pursued, despite the modifications made by Wei Tianyu and his companions, which had reinforced the ship's alloy defenses and enhanced various systems. The inherent limitations of the Red Rose's classification remained unchanged, as its biological computer was still the same as before. In the cosmos, a spaceship's prowess is not merely determined by its defensive and offensive capabilities. A vessel with attack power that surpasses its peers may be regarded as specialized, yet its classification remains fixed. The assessment is based on the lowest tier of three primary criteria: attack power, defense power, and operational capacity. When further dissected, there are numerous subcategories, though these are not critical, as only the averages are taken into account. Under conditions of poor system operational capability, the coordination naturally suffers, which rendered the Red Rose unable to fully exert its offensive and defensive potential. Faced with the saber-toothed tiger, rated at B class, it would be remarkable if they were not left in disarray, fleeing in a panic. Are we still unable to shake them off? Michelle inquired, glancing at the impassive Jana. No. Their speed surpasses ours if not for their agility being inferior to ours. We would have been caught by now. Jana replied anxiously. The red rose executed a sharp turn, tracing a perfect arc through the cosmos. Showing no signs of hesitation, this was the advantage of a saucer-shaped spacecraft, given the red rose's relatively weak capabilities and inferior speed compared to higher-tier vessels. Wei Tianyu had devised this maneuver, leveraging their exceptional agility to counterbalance the speed disparity. If only number 10 were here, he could surely defeat them. Xiara murmured softly. Don't mention number 10 to me. He betrayed us. I even saved him. Although her voice was barely above a whisper, Jana, who could easily evade the scrutiny of a Tier 3 martial artist, felt the sting of betrayal deeply, being the one who had found Wei Tianyu. Look ahead. What is that? Xia shrank her neck and turned her head, suddenly spotting something, leaping up in fright, startling both Jana and Michelle. What are you doing, you silly girl, jumping at shadows? Jana exclaimed, incredulously staring ahead as the red rose flipped over, evading several lasers, revealing a colossal behemoth before them. At that moment, Kobe, who was hot on their heels, also spotted the ship hurtling toward them. The Gallistac? How can this be? How did it appear here? Kobe's complexion darkened abruptly. Losing interest in Jana and her companions, they asked the top general of Vidas. He was well acquainted with Talostar and recognized the significance of the Gallistac as one of the 10 massive transport ships under the direct jurisdiction of the Sinclair family of the Great Yuan Empire. Its immense size and cargo capacity had become a symbol of their wealth, generating thousands of Lu Jing profits annually and making it a focal point of scrutiny for Vidas, the underground overlord of Talostar. Kobe also knew that the ship's captain was the cunning Luke, who had recently become adversarial with his leader. On board, there was also the wanted fugitive, Xion. Upon thinking of Xion, Kobe's gaze shifted to Honda, who was piloting the saber-toothed tiger. Sensing Kobe's scrutiny, Honda broke into a cold sweat, as if he too had realized the precariousness of their situation, his complexion paling. Tell me, did you let it slip? Kobe intoned gravely. Honda had previously been close friends with Xion, often reveling together, sharing everything to the extent of wearing the same pair of underpants. Thus, upon seeing the Gallistac, Kobe's first thought was whether Honda had betrayed him, revealing their stronghold secrets to Xion. No, boss. You must believe me. I am utterly loyal to you. I wouldn't stray a hair from your commands. Remember, I endured torture to save you. After all these years. Do you still not know me? Anyone could betray you, but I would never. Someone must be trying to frame me. Honda protested, drenched in cold sweat, aware that he could not afford the death sentence of betrayal. Listening to Honda's desperate pleas, Kobe's expression softened slightly, recalling the fierce conflicts between Vidas and another powerful faction over the territory of Talostar, which had led to multiple near-fatal encounters. To eliminate him, the rival faction had even dispatched several martial artists, culminating in Honda's capture and severe torture to extract Kobe's whereabouts, which was precisely why Kobe had later elevated Honda's standing. Tolerating his numerous flaws, after all, having a fiercely loyal subordinate amidst their tumultuous existence was a rare treasure. Chapter 0027. The colossal behemoth appears. We will discuss this later. Although his demeanor had softened, Kobe's voice remained cold, indicating that he would pursue this matter to the end. Otherwise, he could not answer to his leader that it was uncertain if an unspoken consensus had been reached, but within a minute of the Gallistac's appearance, both spacecraft swiftly veered away, each heading toward opposite directions of Amelida star, abandoning any semblance of their previous deadly pursuit, adopting a demeanor of indifference, as if they were merely strangers, unrecognizable from their earlier fierce conflict. Shall we follow that ship? Luke, aboard the Gallistac, glared at Xion with a stormy expression. The sight of two spacecraft upon arrival had soured Luke's mood considerably. The Gallistac, merely a transport vessel, although equipped with decent defensive armaments, was ill-suited to take down two speed-oriented ships. The gravest concern was that Luke was operating under his family's banner, piloting their vessel for personal reasons. If others were to discover this, his prospects within the family would be obliterated. Yet, there was no turning back now. Luke could only hope that the treasures of Vidas' stronghold were plentiful, lest this venture turn into a colossal loss. In stark contrast to Luke's foul mood, Xion's eyes glinted with anger, completely oblivious to Luke's ire. He was fixated on the red rose, unable to forget the ship that had driven him to abandon his home. leading to a bounty placed on his head by Vidas. The mere thought of the individuals aboard the ship ignited a fury within him that nearly consumed his rationality. Hearing Luke's words, Xiaowen nearly pointed at the red rose, contemplating a treacherous maneuver, but at the last moment, for the sake of his own life, he swallowed his words and instead indicated the saber-toothed tiger, exclaiming, "That one. That is Kobe's flagship." "Humph. You better provide me with an explanation. Was it not said that no one would appear here? Why are they present?" Luke's countenance darkened, his tone icy, dousing Xiaowen's fervor with a bucket of cold water. Making him acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, one misstep could spell disaster for him, as cold sweat trickled down his back, leaving him sticky and discomfited. "You ask me. Who am I to ask? Their feet are their own. How can I control them?" Xiaowen mused, knowing fully well he could not articulate such thoughts aloud. Instead, he resorted to flattering language, stating, perhaps Kobe is here to deliver a bounty to the stronghold. "Rest assured, Boss Luke, the treasures of Vidas stronghold are undoubtedly substantial. Many rely on him for their livelihoods, and he guards a veritable treasury, which is now yours." "Flatterer." Luke scoffed derisively, retorting, "No wonder Vidas would rather take in that scoundrel Honda than have you as a subordinate, with that silver tongue of yours. You might just end up getting someone killed. Get lost. I do not wish to see you again." Xiaowen lowered his gaze, responding obsequiously, yet a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. The mention of Honda's acceptance as a subordinate had always grated on him. Originally, when Vidas had compelled Kobe to accept Honda, he had believed that with his Tier 4 prowess, he could surpass that second-rate scoundrel, perhaps even becoming a trusted confidant of Vidas, enjoying a life of luxury. Who would have thought that Vidas looked down upon him, humiliating Xiaowen in front of his subordinates, declaring that Xiaowen was born to be a rebellious wretch? This incident became an everlasting wound for Xiaowen. For with a single utterance from Vidas, the other leaders began to regard him with disdain. After Xiaowen withdrew, Luke's trusted first mate and Rooney offered a cautionary reminder. "Captain, Xiaowen is a restless spirit, flattering and scheming. He has already begun to form cliques upon his arrival aboard that it would be wise to eliminate him sooner rather than later. Indeed, I shall handle it myself. For now, he still serves a purpose. Once we acquire the wealth from Vidas's stronghold, it will be the moment of his departure, and our independence will commence." Luke spoke with a profound seriousness. On a Melida star, near the alien ruins, chaos reigned as countless aliens fled their territories in a frantic escape. Behind them, the sky and ground were filled with innumerable dark specks that coalesced into a whirlwind of insectoid terror, leaving no trace in their wake as they devoured everything. At the forefront of this turmoil, Wei Tianyu moved with astonishing speed, leaping like an ape and gliding like a bird in flight. In his hands were two transparent, thin wings he had torn from a mutated alien. Due to time constraints, he could only craft them while fleeing, ultimately fashioning a rudimentary glider. With this apparatus, Wei Tianyu secured an advantageous position at the forefront, evading not only the aliens, but also the rapidly accelerating swarm behind him. As the oppressive weight of the swarm lightened, he glanced back to see dozens of flying aliens unleashing fierce flames that scorched the monstrous tide. The acidic nature of the insect blood diminished the flame's potency. However, the enraged flying aliens effectively delayed the swarm's advance, buying Wei Tianyu precious moments for escape. Unbeknownst to them, what would their thoughts be if they comprehended their sacrifice on the ground? Various aliens displayed their extraordinary abilities, fleeing in every direction while simultaneously revealing their insatiable, bloodthirsty nature. They manipulated flames, ice, plants, and even toxic mists, showcasing a myriad of tactics. There was nothing they could not accomplish. Under such ferocious assault, the number of the swarm did not diminish as Wei Tianyu had hoped. Rather, it seemed to increase. Originally fearful of food scarcity, a chimeric insect that controlled the swarm had now released its hold, allowing the smaller insects to mate and hatch even more. These insects, incubated within the bodies of the aliens, not only possessed the ordinary animal's ability to reproduce freely, but also inherited the alien bloodline. Under the guidance of the chimeric insect's millennia of efforts, these smaller creatures, despite their diminutive size, exhibited certain interstellar insectoid behaviors, such as maternal control, functioning as nodes within a neural network, and coordinated teamwork. Now, they showcased their unbridled reproductive capabilities, mating freely without the chimeric insect's intervention. Although their reproductive speed was slow, their proficiency was undeniable, and their offspring remained under the chimeric insect's influence, further amplifying the swarm's might. As batches of insect eggs hatched amidst the devastation left by the swarm, the range of the swarm expanded once more. encircling Wei Tianyu in a crescent shape, exemplifying the insectoid's vengeful nature. Chapter 0028, The Hero's Rescue. Am I truly destined to perish here? Wei Tianyu lamented. Oh heavens, you bestowed hope upon me. Why must you lead me to despair? Is this some cruel jest? Am I merely your puppet? No, I refuse to accept this. As the swarms on either side surged higher, forming a wall of darkness, Wei Tianyu bitterly reflected on his earlier belief that becoming a machine and gaining power would allow him to avenge his companions. Yet, he found himself disillusioned. He had thought that mastering power would elevate him above all, yet the reality remained unchanged. He was merely a tool. Now, he glimpsed a path to enhance his strength, but once again, the heavens dealt a cruel blow. Just as he narrowly escaped the jaws of the swarm, he now faced an overwhelming tide. Could any mere mortal withstand such a deluge? As the sky darkened, even a machine could not leap over it. Die, just die already. Wei Tianyu roared in madness, the twin laser cannons on his shoulders already glowing red-hot, his electronic eye unable to bear the intense heat of the lasers. In that moment, the only weapon at his disposal was his right hand's crossbow, launching hastily crafted alien bone arrows that, at peak velocity, succumbed to air resistance, bursting into small air blasts that inflicted considerable casualties upon the swarm. As the encirclement of the swarm threatened to close in, despair began to overwhelm him. Deep within, he held a flicker of hope that the three women awaited him, but upon emerging, he discovered they had already departed. Heart heavy, he steeled himself to flee once more. Confronted with the specter of death, a sense of inexplicable loss washed over him. After months of companionship, he was not truly a machine. He was human, capable of emotions, and thus disappointment was inevitable. The sky grew ever darker, and the cacophony of the swarm grew louder, the cries of the aliens diminishing, leaving only the swiftest survivors. Yet even they, faced with the encroaching swarm, could they truly escape? Wei Tianyu's heart became a still pond as he contemplated. It seems this is my final destination. I hope you all remain safe. As he closed his eyes, resigning himself to await the arrival of death, a miracle occurred. A thunderous explosion erupted above him, causing countless insects to either lose consciousness or be turned to char, falling like raindrops. The once imposing swarm was effortlessly obliterated. Wei Tianyu opened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at the UFO hovering above, its rotation forming a brilliant red rose, so vibrant and striking that he murmured, "I knew it. I knew you would come. You would forgive me, silly girl." As he uttered those final words, a smile crept across his face, though he remained oblivious as to whom he referred. With a resounding boom, lightning erupted once more. The spinning red rose appeared as a graceful fairy, its arcs of electricity resembling silken ribbons, creating an earth-shattering sound. The swarm, undeterred, repeatedly attempted to regroup, only to be met with countless arcs of electricity. After all, this was not a battle of equal measure within the confines of the planet. Regardless of how ferocious the swarm may appear, they were utterly dwarfed by a spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos, rendered feeble and defenseless. Activate Thunder God's lightning. Wei Tianyu's voice resonated aboard the Red Rose. Jana, piloting the ship, pouted slightly, seemingly reluctant, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. Her decision not to revoke Wei Tianyu's access revealed her soft-hearted nature. Despite her outward bravado, the Thunder God's lightning was one of the offensive strategies Wei Tianyu had meticulously designed for the Red Rose. As an exploratory vessel, the Red Rose required minimal offensive capabilities. Excessive weaponry would be a waste for such a compact ship. Thus, Wei Tianyu opted for lightning-based weaponry, as it provided both extensive area damage and the capacity to concentrate its power into formidable localized strikes. Furthermore, he appreciated that lightning weapons did not occupy much space. The compact launchers could easily be mounted on the rotating exterior, attacking in all directions as they spun. In perilous circumstances, lightning weapons could also serve to enhance speed. As energy weapons, they boasted penetration capabilities comparable to physical projectiles. Considering all these advantages, Wei Tianyu chose to forego more powerful sonic and magnetic weapons in favor of lightning. Once the Thunder God's lightning was unleashed, a brilliant light erupted within a radius of 10,000 meters, echoing like thunder. Countless electromagnetic waves radiated outward, causing the insects to plummet with even greater urgency. The once resilient swarm crumbled, retreating faster than they had converged upon him. Have we triumphed? But how shall I face them? Wei Tianyu sighed heavily. In his moment of peril, he had not pondered much. Yet, Now that the threat had dissipated, he found himself at a loss to confront the three women. Though he knew they would embrace him, he questioned whether he still had the right to face them. Wei Tianyu was uncertain, tangled in a web of complex thoughts. How could he bear to confront them? The red rose descended slowly, and the three women emerged from the hatch. Wei Tianyu stood silently, a myriad of emotions crossing his face as he gazed at Jana, who eventually broke the silence. Saying, "I still need a pilot here, so I came back to find you? You saved me once again," Wei Tianyu remarked with a meaningful tone. "How do you believe I should repay you?" "Repay? If you wish to avoid being indebted to a mere girl, then anything would suffice," Jana replied, glancing around, unable to meet Wei Tianyu's gaze, perhaps due to her upbringing as an orphan. Ever since she recognized Wei Tianyu's humanity, she no longer considered him a possession but regarded him as an equal. "I will return a single Lujing crystal to you, and in turn, I will owe you 100 lives," Wei Tianyu declared. "I shall await your return, but before that, would you be willing to become my crew member, a true member of the crew?" Michelle gently nudged Jana, prompting her to force a smile and respond. Wei Tianyu's gaze fell upon Jana, as if he had made a significant discovery. With a smile, he offered a salute and declared, "Cloning weapon, sequence K00010, codename, Blood. Name, Wei Tianyu. I salute you." In that moment, Wei Tianyu laid bare all his cards, no longer concealing a single detail, even that which he was reluctant to mention, the cloning weapon. Upon hearing this, the three women exchanged amused glances before bursting into laughter, leaving Wei Tianyu perplexed. After a moment, Jana managed to stifle her laughter, extended her hand, and said, "Welcome to our team." Chapter 0029. Rare Yunxin having spoken, she seemed to notice Wei Tianyu's confusion and turned to Jana to explain. "Michelle said we would have an additional crew member. At first, I didn't believe it, and I truly despise being deceived. However, this time I believe it. Welcome to our family." Upon hearing this, Wei Tianyu's understanding deepened, and he cast a meaningful glance at Michelle. He felt admiration for the wisdom she exhibited, the ability to calculate human emotions so astutely. Though he ought to have felt a chill at such manipulation, he suddenly laughed. "I have finally discovered my treasures." "What?" The three women were taken aback. Not anticipating Wei Tianyu's sudden proclamation, Daciar, who had just come to terms with the revelation of Wei Tianyu being a cloning weapon, flushed and cast a sidelong glance at Michelle, who, surprisingly, also displayed a hint of blush, momentarily shedding her wise demeanor. Don't misunderstand. When I refer to treasures, I mean the three of you. You have given me so much, and I am sincerely grateful," Wei Tianyu expressed earnestly, not caring for Michelle's machinations. Understanding her motives, he appreciated the sincerity of the three women. Had Jianan not informed him, he might have remained oblivious to Michelle's schemes for a lifetime. For this reason alone, they were worth cherishing. And is not that which is worthy of cherishing a treasure? "Giggle, brother, you're so bad. I thought you, Xiao'er giggled, covering her mouth. But before she could finish, Michelle playfully interrupted her. Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound reached their ears from afar. And the ever-vigilant Wei Tianyu quickly took note that he smiled wryly at the atmosphere-rending intruders. They were indeed relentless, their tenacity reminiscent of their home, the interstellar insect race. "Those bugs are back. We should hurry up," he urged the two women, who had been momentarily distracted. Jina nodded, still unable to achieve the same ease as the other two when facing Wei Tianyu, feeling somewhat awkward. After all, her straightforward nature made her particularly sensitive to emotions. Unlike Xiao'er, who was blissfully oblivious, or Michelle, who was adept at reading others' minds and responding accordingly. What exactly are those bugs? As the red rose slowly ascended, the tardy insects could only stare helplessly. Under the command of the thousand-faced bug, they swiftly scattered to avoid being targeted by the red rose's cannons, which would not be worth the trouble. They might be mutated interstellar insects. However, I suspect they are not a complete interstellar insect race. Merely ordinary insects that have undergone mutation due to some factors. They are simply too small, Wei Tianyu remarked from the side. Interstellar insects. The three women were momentarily stunned, though they had encountered some interstellar insect specimens or captured interstellar insects and had heard numerous tales about them. Facing them directly sent chills down their spines. After all, the terrifying legends surrounding interstellar insects were plentiful, with frequent reports of colonized planets beyond the galaxy suffering attacks from interstellar insects, leading to the demise of all inhabitants. How could they possibly appear here? Michelle was the first to react. Her voice laced with tension. Whether mutated interstellar insects or mutated ordinary insects, such occurrences were not easily explained. Michelle quickly deciphered that there must be some underlying reason for this phenomenon. After all, for insects to mutate correctly, it would take billions of years, and given that time frame, how could the insects on this planet have gone unnoticed by humanity? Thus, she concluded that something must be guiding this evolution, otherwise, the insects would not have progressed so rapidly. Indeed, Wei Tianyu's subsequent words unraveled the mystery for her. I believe this matter is connected to events from over 1,000 years ago. Wei Tianyu began recounting this long-buried history. At that time, this planet was still a desolate land covered in yellow sand. We were dispatched to eliminate the aberrations here and establish a front against the insect race. Everything went smoothly, due to a lack of food. The aberrations did not develop significantly. However, as we penetrated deep into the aberrations layer, everything changed, completely transformed. We did not confront the aberration queen, but rather the Morgan race, true to their reputation as an ancient interstellar species. They annihilated all our troops with a single spacecraft, including my girlfriend, all dead. As he reached the end of his tale, Wei Tianyu momentarily lost control of his emotions. The three women could sense the sorrow in his words. Xiara's eyes reddened as she wiped away her tears. Gazing intently at Wei Tianyu, quietly absorbing his recounting of that painful history, it dawned on her that humanity's progress was built upon the sacrifices of countless lives. Those illustrious heroes paled in comparison to the silent sacrifices of cloning soldiers. I discovered the thousand-faced bug, a creature with some habits akin to the interstellar insect race. Oh, you know how it came to be. It grew upon the corpses of my comrades. Humanity, oh humanity. Wei Tianyu laughed bitterly, a tear of blood slipping from the corner of his eye. He had escaped, once believing that humanity would cleanse and eliminate the Morgan race. Yet reality had shown him that they had forgotten. Over 9,000 warriors' blood had become sustenance for the thousand-faced bug. When I saw the metal within the thousand-faced bug's lair, I finally understood why the Morgan race had appeared. Yet, I cannot fathom why the military would remain indifferent, even conceal this information. Why? Wei Tianyu's expression contorted with rage. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the military, convinced that someone was orchestrating this, as it was unfathomable for them not to send personnel to inspect this planet, that a mere inspection would expose the truth. Yunshin, do you understand? Yunshin, you never anticipated that this place harbored Yunshin. The thousand-faced bug was released by the Morgan race to protect Yunshin. Can you guess what I have deduced, based on the Yunshin in the maze-like mineral caves within the thousand-faced bug's lair? It is evident that those Yunshin were remnants of the Morgan race's mineral deposits, devoured by the thousand-faced bug. This implies that there was once a considerable Yunshin vein here. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be so much left from merely refining those remnants. Yunshin, a mineral even rarer than Liu Jing, when mixed into a spacecraft, could significantly enhance its speed. That if the proportion of Yunshin to other alloys reached 1 to 10, the spacecraft could automatically hover without needing to be activated. Furthermore, while flying, it could capture cosmic energy from the universe, igniting it to accelerate speed while reducing energy consumption during transit. Additionally, Yunshin boasted impressive defensive capabilities, surpassing the alloy defenses of B-class spacecraft without the need for other metals. Chapter 0030, Genetic Evolution. As for why Wei Tianyu believed that the Yunshin within the thousand-faced bug's lair was refined from the remnants of the Morgan race, it was straightforward. Given Yunshin's rarity, no one would overlook even a trace of it. The three women understood this well. After all, if the departure was due to an accident, there would undoubtedly be evidence of battle or signs of the mineral cave's destruction, rather than leaving it abandoned. Are you saying that the aberration ruins contain an interstellar insect queen and Yunshin? Upon hearing Wei Tianyu's words, Michelle furrowed her brow and inquired. The news was simply too astonishing. If initially, she had believed Wei Tianyu's conjecture that the insects were mutated interstellar insects or ordinary insects, this revelation was utterly shocking to the three women. The interstellar insect queen seemed like a figure of immense stature, one that they could never hope to engage with. Encountering such a being would be an overwhelming experience, leaving them unable to calm their racing hearts. Indeed, at that moment, Wei Tianyu had also regained his composure. After 1,000 years, one becomes accustomed to even the greatest hatreds. although he had just vented his grievances in front of others for the first time. He found it easy to restrain himself upon reflection. "Did you just mention the thousand-faced bug?" Michelle insisted on clarifying, her concern palpable. With the red rose at their disposal, encountering another interstellar insect queen would spell disaster. While Yunxin was valuable, life was paramount. For the sake of herself and her sisters, Michelle was unwilling to gamble against an enemy with no chance of victory. "Rest assured, I am quite clear on this matter. The thousand-faced bug. As long as we eliminate the other insects, it will be a piece of cake. However, there are indeed a fair number of interstellar insects within, so we must devise a comprehensive strategy. Otherwise, a head-on confrontation could lead to significant losses for the Red Rose." Wei Tianyu cautioned. The interstellar insects were not ordinary bugs, while a few might pose no threat to the Red Rose. If their numbers exceeded a certain threshold, even the Red Rose could suffer grave consequences. "Very well, let us set this matter aside for the time being. After all, the creatures will not escape. Instead, let us discuss other matters." At that moment, Jianna interjected, in light of their perilous circumstances. Her focus shifted from the creatures. After Jianna's detailed introduction, Wei Tianyu comprehended the entirety of the situation and, with a grave expression, inquired, "Are you referring to this vessel?" As he spoke, Wei Tianyu's eyes emitted a projection, vividly depicting the Galistachi, adorned with the emblem of a lion, against the backdrop of the scenery of Tyro's star. This image was captured during his stay at the docking station, and he recalled the profound impact this ship had on him. In comparison to the petite Red Rose, the Galistachi loomed like an imperious lion king. "Indeed. That is the one. Number TEN. Oh, you have a strategy to confront them." Xiara clapped her hands in delight. Having grown accustomed to calling him Number 10, she showed no inclination to change. Wei Tianyu naturally did not insist otherwise, allowing her to proceed as she wished. "This is a cargo spacecraft, but it is not something we can contend with. Why has it appeared here?" Wei Tianyu pondered, stroking his chin. He could not suppress his curiosity and asked aloud, "I believe I have deduced why it has manifested here, as well as the correlation with the vessel pursuing us. The connection between the two is quite significant," Michelle remarked with a smile, proceeding to elucidate her analysis to Wei Tianyu, providing substantive evidence to support her conjecture. After listening to Michelle's insights, Wei Tianyu could not help but admire her brilliance. "Truly, a sage is deserving of respect." He then suggested, "Based on your speculation, this ship is here to pursue yours. Shall we play the role of spectators and observe the unfolding events? What do you think?" Since the confrontation was not aimed at him, Wei Tianyu was unperturbed by the idea of fishing in troubled waters, seizing an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. "The issue is, among the three parties, we are the weakest. Attempting to fish for opportunities amidst the other two might result in us becoming the prey instead." Jianna was not particularly supportive of Wei Tianyu's notion. If it were solely her decision, she would not hesitate to take the risk. However, considering the safety of the other two women, she was unwilling to gamble with their lives. "Do not worry. I have already contemplated this matter. The Red Rose's weakness cannot be remedied in the short term to enhance its survivability. I have undertaken extensive preparations and fortified several of its functions. Utilizing it to fish in troubled waters seems most fitting, maximizing its utility," Wei Tianyu asserted. Jianna remained reluctant for the two women to take such risks, yet Michelle found Wei Tianyu's perspective intriguing. It is often said that without taking risks, one cannot reap rewards. Faced with such promising opportunities, fishing amidst the chaos seemed to bear little downside. Ultimately, Jianna, as the eldest among the three women, held the highest authority. Her dissent, coupled with the agreement of the other two and Wei Tianyu, led to a consensus to observe the situation before deciding whether to intervene or withdraw. Upon returning to his quarters, Wei Tianyu felt utterly drained, devoid of any strength. 3 consecutive days of being buried alive had pushed him to his limits, compounded by half a day's frantic escape. Any ordinary person would have succumbed long ago. Although his physique was resilient, the limits of his endurance were unyielding. Without rest, he risked collapsing under the strain. As he lay on the bed, relaxing, his previously tense muscles seemed to sense safety, gradually loosening, until he felt as though he were a lifeless mass, utterly unwilling to move. When Wei Tianyu next awoke, he found himself not in his room, but within the medical bay's healing pod. That moment, the three women were absent. Floating in the nutrient solution, he connected to the biointelligent core. His authority aboard the Red Rose was classified as Level B. second only to the captain's level A, thus granting him unrestricted access to the biointelligent core. Dull, retrieve my bodily records from the past few days. Wei Tianyu instructed. Dull was the name Xiar had bestowed upon the ship's mainframe. Yet it lacked any autonomous consciousness, merely functioning as a semi-mechanical entity. Could the energy feedback from the machine lead to mutations in the body? No, it is not that simple. Dull, conduct a deeper scan of my body. Upon reviewing the records, Wei Tianyu pondered deeply and issued his command. Mutations were not uncommon. They merely resulted from prolonged exposure to certain energetic substances, leading to unconscious absorption or acceptance of such energies, similar to how individuals can experience an electric shock from contact with one another. Some may carry negative charges, while others possess positive ones. Wei Tianyu's bodily mutation was simply a consequence of prolonged contact with the machine, coupled with the continuous infusion of energy from El Jing, resulting in his body assimilating a portion of El Jing's energy. Yet, he sensed it was not merely this simple. As he delved deeper into the genetic scanning, he was astonished by the results. Genetic evolution? Chapter 31. I wish to cultivate genetic evolution. Also known as genetic optimization, is a crucial phase in the history of biological evolution. For instance, the transformation of apes into humans exemplifies genetic evolution. It involves refining and optimizing previously crude genes to a higher level, embedding certain attributes or experiences into the subconscious, rendering them instinctual or awaiting activation. Much like how a newborn instinctively opens its eyes and seeks nourishment, Wei Tianyu was perplexed as to why his genes had evolved. The transformation light had not penetrated to the genetic level. Could it be that under extreme pressure, the body's instincts had triggered a higher level of evolution to adapt to the environment? This appeared to be the only plausible explanation, as it is often said that humans are the most adaptable beings, which underscores the beneficial impact of environmental stress on genetic evolution. Scan for recovery rate, cellular vitality, reaction time, strength, and energy absorption rate. Wei Tianyu suppressed a smile and commanded once more. Soon, the results emerged, due to prolonged exposure to El Jing's energy. His bodily metrics had surpassed the prescribed limits for interstellar citizens by twofold, with his genetic level's energy absorption rate exceeding that of ordinary individuals by threefold. Although the path to martial cultivation remained distant, it instilled within Wei Tianyu a sense of hope and anticipation. He exited the medical bay and made his way to the control room, where Jianna was seated, intently observing the verdant Amylida star. Nano-detecting devices had been deployed across Amylida, rendering it impossible for the red rose to hide. Thus, Jianna had no choice but to navigate the spacecraft into the depths of space, seeking refuge in the shadow of Amylida's satellites. You have awakened. Upon hearing footsteps, Jianna turned to see Wei Tianyu and remarked, Yes, who brought me to the medical bay? Thank you. Wei Tianyu casually replied as he settled into a chair beside Jianna. At his words, Jianna's cheeks flushed slightly, feigning ignorance as she continued her work. At that moment, Wei Tianyu realized that his century-long existence among machines had caused him to forget many social conventions, particularly those pertaining to the dynamics between men and women. The recollection made him blush profusely. Having spent the majority of his time in warfare, he felt akin to a naive young man, nervously shifting the topic. What is the current situation? After 3 days of deep slumber, significant changes had transpired in the outside world. For instance, the pursuing vessel, the saber-toothed tiger, had returned to its base, while the Gallistaci had entered Amylida. However, due to its immense size, it had attracted the attention of the aliens, resulting in several days of skirmishes as they attempted to clear the relentless alien presence. Several subordinates had already perished without a fight, forcing them to temporarily retreat into interstellar space. Now, it seemed they were nearly finished with the cleanup, and a second offensive was likely imminent. There is still time. I doubt they will reach a conclusion so quickly. Upon hearing this, Wei Tianyu understood that this could evolve into a protracted conflict. Although the saber-toothed tiger was weak, it was hidden within its lair, while countless aliens roamed Amylida, making them prime targets for the saber-toothed tiger. Consequently, it would not be easy for the Gallistaci to eliminate the saber-toothed tiger, as it could very well result in mutual destruction. I believe so as well. However, shall we simply sit idly by? Why not retrieve Yunqing? What do you think? Jianna shrugged, casting a hopeful glance at Wei Tianyu. For martial cultivators, the value of Yunqing was comparable to that of a spacecraft. Not only could it be used to forge equipment, but it also provided an opportunity for those with genetic armor to upgrade their armor. Now, that would be unwise if they discover us. It will not be a battle between them, but rather a pursuit of us. Wei Tianyu shook his head in resignation, even if they were embroiled in a fierce conflict. It was ill-advised to attempt to retrieve Yunxin while they remained on Amilida. The chameleon worm was not to be underestimated. Acquiring Yunxin would undoubtedly create a considerable stir, and it would be miraculous if they managed to do so unnoticed. Jianna let out a disappointed sigh, her shoulders slumping. The allure of Yunxin was simply too great for humanity, its value incalculable for someone like Jianna, who had long been accustomed to reaping the rewards of such treasures. The torment of knowing a precious artifact lay within her reach, yet being unable to grasp, it was maddening. Enough of this discussion. Do you possess any techniques for absorbing cosmic energy? I found nothing in the doll's database, and I need to experiment. Wei Tianyu inquired. Techniques? What do you intend to experiment with? Surely you do not wish to learn how to absorb cosmic energy. It is unlikely to succeed. Perhaps if you were to install something like a solar energy receiver, you might absorb some energy, but I have never heard of anyone succeeding. Shaking her head, Jianna expressed her disbelief as she looked at Wei Tianyu. Why is it impossible? Wei Tianyu inquired, furrowing his brow that he had never achieved anything in this realm before, hence his limited understanding. Because you simply lack your own consciousness. Jianna struggled to articulate her thoughts, knowing how hurtful this could be, but the truth remained. She explained, I apologize if my words seem harsh, but you must understand that for a person to absorb cosmic energy, one requires mental strength. This intangible existence, mental strength, is a derivative of consciousness. Without consciousness, one cannot control cosmic energy, and even if one were to absorb it, they would be unable to wield it. Its presence would instead impact your very essence. Do you understand? Consciousness. Wei Tianyu paused. He once possessed consciousness, but after being transformed into a machine, it had devolved into mere data imbued with personality. This irreversible transformation had severed his path back to humanity. Yes, consciousness. Not everyone can become a martial cultivator. Only a select few with strong mental faculties will develop mental strength as a byproduct. The majority lack such talent and may remain ordinary for life unless stimulated by external factors. Otherwise, they risk becoming a flashy martial cultivator incapable of absorbing cosmic energy. Beyond these, there exist rarer individuals who embark on an entirely different path, deriving not mental strength but willpower. A tangible yet intangible essence. A true manifestation of intent. Jianna succinctly elucidated. In fact, there exists another possibility, one that requires an exorbitant cost to achieve success. Wei Tianyu's eyes lit up as he suddenly declared, this possibility lies in rigorous training. Conditioning energy absorption into instinctual ability, enabling automatic assimilation without conscious control. With every movement, one could instinctively regulate internal energy, unleashing even greater power. Of course, this is contingent upon the ability to accept energy. The rate at which one unconsciously absorbs energy dictates the speed of their enhancement. Chapter 0032. Fundamental Techniques. Upon hearing Wei Tianyu's discourse, Jianna was utterly astonished. As a top student from Earth, the first galaxy, she had never contemplated such a possibility. Even if someone had considered it, success was not guaranteed, for as Wei Tianyu articulated, without the control of mental strength, relying solely on instinctive energy absorption was an arduous task, one that might not succeed even after inhuman training. The reason Wei Tianyu proposed this possibility was due to his own body meeting its requirements, as the energy emanating from El Jing constantly nourished him. His cells were being pressurized and expanded by the energy released, resulting in a chain reaction that accelerated his instinctual energy absorption. Naturally, this method applied solely to him. After all, how many would transform themselves into machines for the sake of cultivation? How many possess their own El Jing? Only under conditions where energy continually nourished from deep within could one minimize energy wastage and maximize the instinctual enhancement of every cell, thus optimizing their own nourishment. Wei Tianyu's emergence could be deemed fortuitous, after undergoing metamorphic radiance. His body required substantial energy intake to replenish what had been expended, and El Jing was perfectly suited for this role. With no skin barrier, the direct connection between his body and El Jing facilitated energy complementarity, maximizing mutual nourishment. Moreover, El Jing, an inexhaustible source of energy, played a crucial role in this process. However, merely this was insufficient for Wei Tianyu's maximal enhancement. Once the cells reached saturation, no matter how much energy El Jing provided. It could not be forced beyond capacity, nor could it induce cellular expansion at this juncture. Wei Tianyu encountered a devastating setback while capturing a blood monkey, nearly facing complete annihilation. Subsequently, Jinna utilized the Tiangu grass to revive him. In dire need of energy, his body instinctively absorbed whatever energy was available, and at that moment, El Jing surged in. This energy was ideally suited for martial cultivation, and with the effects of Tiangu grass still lingering. It facilitated the first expansion of Wei Tianyu's cells, after a second consecutive 3 days of extreme burial, followed by a series of desperate escapes. He again teetered on the brink of death. Although the effects of Tiangu grass were no longer present, his body had grown accustomed to El Jing's energy. With external medical assistance, he successfully completed the second cellular expansion without rejection, revealing the efficacy of his body's energy absorption. In response to Wei Tianyu's speculation about the reasons behind his enhanced physique, Jinna looked at him in disbelief, akin to gazing at a monster, and remarked, 2 expansions in less than 10 days. Goodness, you truly are extraordinary. Wei Tianyu awkwardly rubbed his nose. While the alternative admiration was gratifying, being labeled extraordinary was less so. Do you understand why mental strength is so crucial? Those who possess mental strength can expand their cellular capacity once they reach a certain intensity. Of course, some may attempt forced expansion without sufficient strength, resulting in uncontrollable energy, ruptured cell walls, and ultimately leading to madness or even self-detonation. Yet you, in your peculiar circumstance, managed to achieve a 2-fold expansion despite lacking mental strength. It's astonishing. I cannot fathom how you succeeded. Jinna explained passionately. Expanding cells is undeniably perilous. Every martial cultivator prepares meticulously when attempting to ascend a level. Yet accidents frequently occur. Those fortunate enough may recover in time, while others face dire consequences, with fatalities being all too common. This illustrates the price one pays in pursuit of power, navigating through perilous paths, braving the thorns to tread further. I think I may have deduced the reason. After reflecting on his personal experience, Wei Tianyu suddenly articulated, I absorbed pure El Jing energy. The first successful expansion was aided by Tiangu grass, allowing my cells to accept El Jing energy. The second time, the compatibility between my cells and El Jing reached a significant level, preventing excess El Jing energy from damaging the cells. I see. There is indeed a method for such upgrades, but it requires time for cells to adapt to the energy, and you accomplished it in mere days. Jinna inquired again, recognizing that this method of increasing cellular compatibility with energy is often employed during martial cultivation upgrades, where the best approach is to continuously release and absorb energy. Are you not aware that I am perpetually consuming the energy within my cells, absorbing energy from El Jing, especially during those 3 days of entombment? Aside from drinking a bit of water to replenish essential fluids, I relied solely on El Jing's energy to sustain myself. Moreover, it is possible that during the first cellular expansion, the compatibility between El Jing's energy and my cells was already high, which may have facilitated this rapid success. Wei Tianyu elucidated. These were his deductions. Only experimentation would reveal the truth. So you merely relied on luck and the miraculous effects of Tiangu grass to achieve 2 expansions. Why not say so sooner? I thought you had truly become exceptional. Jinna sighed in relief after hearing this, feeling somewhat reassured. The thought of being surpassed by one lacking mental strength was daunting for her. As a prodigy among humanity, perhaps, yes, hearing your words has provided me with some insight into my forthcoming cultivation. Wei Tianyu nodded, refraining from further inquiries about techniques. The fundamental requirement for human cultivation techniques is mental strength, which he notably lacks, making cultivation impossible. However, through this exchange of reasoning, he had identified a potential path forward, one that could lead to limitless enhancement. Do you intend to replicate your previous experiences? Jinna questioned. Indeed. Extreme training to deepen the compatibility between cells and energy will enable the next cellular expansion without rupture, Wei Tianyu replied, recognizing this as the only viable path available to him, unlike others who possessed mental strength and could rely on compatibility for assistance, thus bearing a significantly lighter burden than he. I believe you will succeed. Jinna, recognizing the difficulty of the path Wei Tianyu was about to undertake, and the fervor within him for power, could only offer encouragement. She then added, by the way, I have a foundational cultivation technique that enhances the body's sensitivity to energy even before mental strength develops. It should provide you with some guidance. Chapter 0033, Exceeding Limits in Cultivation, is that so? Thank you. Wei Tianyu smiled slightly, accepting the foundational technique Jinna provided. After briefly reviewing it, he noted that it was not a method for cultivating mental strength, but rather a basic exercise regimen with some background and principles regarding cultivation techniques. After bidding Jinna farewell, Wei Tianyu returned to his room, where he earnestly delved into the foundational exercise regimen. The regimen resembled a fitness routine, akin to yoga from his previous life, as described. Each movement was designed to maximally stimulate the body's acupoints, thereby radiating effects to surrounding cells. This particular exercise regimen encompasses a critically important aspect: the selection of the environment. Distinct training environments can profoundly influence the future physical attributes of practitioners. For individuals devoid of inherent physical biases, it establishes a solid foundation, while for those naturally inclined towards a specific form of energy, it deepens their comprehension of that energy, facilitating a transformation through quantitative change leading to qualitative change, thus enhancing the synergy between cells and energy. After meticulously studying this cultivation method, Wei Tianyu discovered insights regarding the classification of martial prowess levels. Generally, to attain the first level of martial cultivation, one must undergo cellular expansion 3 to 4 times to achieve the potential for short-term energy release, at which point one can be regarded as a first-level martial practitioner. Each subsequent cellular expansion accommodates twice the capacity of the previous one, with the difficulty increasing commensurately with the size of the cells, while the demands on mental fortitude escalate to 4-fold or more. This phenomenon is termed a breakthrough at the bottleneck. Alternatively, there exists a method of gradual expansion, where mental power is incrementally increased alongside cellular expansion. While this approach is prudent and solidifies foundational training, the pace of progress is notably sluggish, often encountering bottlenecks that further hinder advancement, making significant breakthroughs exceedingly rare. Few opt for this method, yet it is undeniably a cultivation approach that avoids the peril of risking one's life. Even if mistakes occur in training, timely correction is possible for second-level martial practitioners. Cellular expansion requires 6 to 8 iterations, demanding even greater mental fortitude. At this juncture, martial practitioners typically enhance their synergy, as relying solely on mental strength to ascend to higher tiers proves exceedingly challenging and perilous. Imposing stringent tests on one's mental control. For third-level martial practitioners, cellular expansion necessitates 12 to 16 iterations, and so forth. Each subsequent level requires double the expansions of the previous one, with the capacity of the cells also increasing, rendering the difficulty of further expansions a monumental challenge. The power unleashed transcends that of ordinary individuals. Upon reaching the 13th level of unparalleled mastery, the ability to devastate the world is not merely a belief. Each cell can harbor energy surpassing that of a nuclear weapon. El Jing lacks attributes. Although it embodies energy, it fails to unleash its ferocious nature, which is a significant drawback. This explains why El Jing is esteemed by martial practitioners. It appears I too must select an attribute. However, this will considerably slow my training speed. After all, other forms of energy are not as gentle as El Jing. Achieving the necessary synergy for expansion without harming the cells is an exceedingly daunting task. Upon reviewing the foundational training methods, Wei Tianyu gained profound insights, realizing El Jing's shortcomings. While expanding cells with El Jing energy requires the least synergy compared to known energies, it possesses a colossal disadvantage. El Jing energy lacks any distinct advantages, offering minimal assistance in combat, primarily serving to enhance oneself, yet incapable of being wielded as a weapon. This predicament left Wei Tianyu in a quandary. On one hand, there exists tremendous destructive potential that necessitates more time and training than anticipated, while on the other, a slower method that merely provides some enhancement but lacks any offensive capability. The pros and cons of both cultivation paths are starkly evident, and both lag behind others. Let me choose to augment an attribute. Though it may slow my progress considerably, I possess boundless time. I have waited a millennium. What is another millennium in the pursuit of vengeance? It is preferable to hasten my cultivation only to become a peerless master who remains inferior to others. Moreover, even if I forego choosing an additional attribute, the slight delay is inconsequential. Wei Tianyu resolutely decided. He swiftly selected the attribute of lightning. The advantages of lightning are self-evident. providing energy to the body when necessary, with its ferocity and lethality ranking among the best of various energies, although it may not compare to magnetism or sound waves. The environment required for its cultivation is the most easily created, unlike the elusive conditions needed for magnetic energy, which technology struggles to replicate. To expedite his synergy with lightnings, Wei Tianyu initiated the installation of a small, controllable current input device within his body. During ordinary times, he could activate this device to gradually stimulate his cells through the principle of metallic conductivity, although the intensity could not be too great due to the fragility of the cells. It compensated with persistence in a training environment. However, Wei Tianyu harbored fewer concerns. Being able to sever his sensory systems, he intended to envelop himself in this current to accurately gauge the limits of cellular endurance. Eschewing time spent on recovery, he disregarded the fact that this method of training could be deemed torturous by ordinary standards, as well as the pain it might inflict on him. 2 days passed in tranquility, and Wei Tianyu officially transformed his room into a lightning training environment. Outside, the Garristarchy had finally completed its repairs. Its immense size not only instilled a sense of awe, but also required numerous times more maintenance than other vessels. Even a simple cleaning task consumed 2 full days of the Garristarchy's time. Without further delay, as Wei Tianyu began testing his plans, the Garristarchy launched an assault on the lair of the saber-toothed tiger. This time, to avoid the disturbances from the previous alien encounter, the Garristarchy maximized its energy shield and readied all its weaponry, charging towards the Amelida star, directly targeting the lair of Vidas. Time was running short for Luke, although his presence disrupted the nearby magnetic fields, preventing any information from being transmitted. The requirement to report to his family every 2 weeks left no room for further delays. Perhaps aware of this, the saber-toothed tiger had resolved to fiercely defend its lair. Michelle, do you think he might perish inside? After 3 more days, as the impending battle drew near, Wei Tianyu remained silent in his room, prompting Xiaer to voice her concerns that a few days prior, Wei Tianyu had borrowed various items from Michelle, and Xiaer had been terrified. Was that training? It seemed more akin to self-torture. Chapter 0034. Resolution to fight to the death based on the equipment he took from me. As long as he doesn't push it to the maximum, the likelihood of burning out the chip is low, but the possibility of his cells getting scorched is quite high. Michelle adjusted her glasses. Exasperated, Wei Tianyu had not only taken some devices but also nearly half a ton of alloy steel from the Red Rose, meticulously selected by Michelle. Just the thought of Wei Tianyu casually declaring, "I'll return it later," while carting it away made her teeth grind. Scorched. That would ruin his looks. He has such a handsome face, carefully chosen. Upon hearing the mention of burns, Xiaer lamented. Wei Tianyu held a respectful distance from the face mask Xiaer crafted for him, finding it overly reminiscent of a Barbie doll and excessively feminine. After much discussion, it was eventually modified to resemble his previous appearance, though ordinary in appearance, when coupled with the fierce and unyielding aura he had developed through countless battles. It became exceptionally captivating, naturally leading Xiaer to believe it was of his own choosing. On the sidelines, Jiana listened, her frustration boiling over as she exclaimed, "Could you two stop talking about him like that? Is a woman who doesn't talk about men even a woman?" Xiaer retorted nonsensically, inciting Jiana's rage. Meanwhile, aboard the saber-toothed tiger, is there still no way to send out messages? Kobe's face darkened, feeling the pressure mount due to a series of unfortunate events. The relentless assaults had left him feeling exceptionally burdened, and the thought of the fierce enemy outside sent chills down his spine. For 3 consecutive days, countless aliens lured by Kobe had perished beneath the cannons of the Garristarchy, with the vast majority leaving no trace behind. The once dense forest had vanished, leaving only barren wasteland. The Garristarchy proved even more formidable than Kobe had anticipated, having been meticulously developed by Luke over the years, surpassing ordinary large military transport vessels. Even though Vidas had invested the majority of his annual earnings into fortifying his lair, it stood little chance against the Garristarchy. That old fox Luke immediately deployed interference, and it's high-level interference at that. Forget about sending warnings. Even the images from the nanosurveillance are intermittent. Boss, this isn't working. Let us just charge out and confront them. Honda's eyes were bloodshot, having dared not rest for several days. The urgency of the situation combined with the fear that Kobe might suspect him of betrayal and eliminate him left him on edge. Even casual conversation was fraught with trepidation. He refrained from uttering words like escape or surrender. Charge out. What do you think we can do against them? Although the saber-toothed tiger has been modified, and its attack power surpasses that of ordinary B-class speed-type ships. Do you really believe we can contend with a large B-class military transport vessel? Kobe replied bitterly. Spacecraft are categorized into 3 sizes: large, medium, and small. Anything larger falls into the category of fortresses or supersized colony ships, which have transcended the classification of mere spacecraft among ships of the same class. Larger vessels can carry more weaponry, and the difficulty of assessment escalates exponentially compared to smaller ships, as larger vessels require more extensive evaluation criteria. Consequently, in ship-to-ship confrontations, larger vessels can typically engage with medium-class ships at 1 level higher and small-class ships at 2 levels higher. Boss, if we continue to hold out like this, we'll definitely be unable to endure. Before he could finish, Honda was silenced by a fierce glare from Kobe, shrinking back and losing his nerve. Unable to hold out, though the odds may be insurmountable. I will not yield. If death is my fate, then so be it. I refuse to allow that old fox, Luke, to enjoy his days in peace. Kobe declared through gritted teeth, a fervent determination burning within him. Anyone daring to covet the treasures of the boss must meet their demise. In that moment, Kobe resembled a gambler consumed by despair, akin to a madman, willing to extract a piece of flesh from Luke even at the cost of his own life. Honda remained silent, grappling with his conflicting thoughts. On one hand, standing with the boss until the bitter end. On the other, the instinct for survival. Who among the sane would wish for death? Yet, recalling Kobe's past kindness towards him, Honda steeled himself and said, "Boss, it would be prudent not to rouse the brothers. Too many voices might lead to unforeseen chaos." After speaking, he turned to Kobe. Upon hearing this, Kobe gazed deeply into Honda's eyes before breaking into a hearty laugh. "Well said. Truly, you are my loyal brother. From this day forth, you shall be as my own kin. As long as I have sustenance. You shall partake. Together, we shall carve our path in the land of the dead." Kobe understood Honda's intent. Too many people could lead to disorder, as not everyone would be willing to defend their position against the enemy to the last breath. Honda's words conveyed his resolve, delighting Kobe immensely. "Big brother." Honda's eyes glistened with emotion. Although Kobe no longer treated him with the same familiarity as before, he continued to show him kindness, never wavering in his trust. Faced with such generosity, how could Honda remain unmoved? Unlike Shoen, it was Vidas who discerned his character, prompting Kobe to accept him while dismissing the more formidable Shoen. Aboard the Garuda starship, Luke was lost in thought when he suddenly inquired, "Are all present?" "All accounted for, Captain," replied the first mate and Rooney in unison. "Very well." Luke abruptly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon his subordinates below. Among them were those who had served alongside him for a mere 3 years, while others had been with him for decades. Yet he now found himself compelled to purge them. "I have summoned you for a crucial mission. After 3 days of relentless assaults, the enemy's base has shown signs of weakness, yet they continue to resist fiercely. To expedite our victory, I have decided to have Shoen lead an incursion into the enemy's stronghold. Do not accuse me of lacking compassion, nor claim I am sending you to your doom. I intend to distribute 30% of the spoils among you all." The allure of riches stirred the hearts of those who had previously appeared pale at Luke's words, instantly igniting their excitement. However, among them, only Shoen wore a bitter expression, acutely aware that Luke, the old fox, was setting a trap to eliminate their insubordinate faction. Yet, even if he voiced his concerns, how many would believe him? And even if they did, could they triumph over Luke's cunning? What a ruthless heart and a profound scheme. Not only does he utilize my hands to rid himself of the unruly aboard, but he also entices us with promises, all while plotting our downfall through the very enemy. Shoen seethed silently, realizing that others aboard likely envied their position, unaware that from the very outset, Luke had no intention of honoring his promises. For the dead require no allegiance. Among them, some might be innocent, others caught in the crossfire, perhaps even spies from within Luke's own ranks, yet such distinctions mattered little now, for they were destined to become corpses. The dead know no injustice. And such is the cruelty wielded by those in power. Chapter 35. Schemes and Deceptions. I cannot simply remain idle and await my doom. Shoen resolved, understanding that regardless of the outcome, adhering to Luke's directives would ultimately lead to a grave without a marker. Shoen concealed his unease, obediently boarding the landing craft with a group of newly acquainted individuals, as if Luke sought to incite discord among them. While aboard, Shoen fortuitously discovered an escape pod. A flicker of ferocity shone in Shoen's eyes, though he knew Luke was waiting for him to leap into the trap. The prospect of survival was too tempting to forsake. Meanwhile, The others remained blissfully unaware, lost in dreams of dividing the spoils. You finally emerged. Gazing at Wei Tianyu, unchanged in appearance, Jianna felt a wave of relief wash over her. Only 3 days have passed. How have things unfolded? Surely, it is not yet concluded. Wei Tianyu smiled calmly. Not yet. The battle rages on, and the base is nearing collapse. The Garuda starship dispatched a landing craft not long ago. What do you propose we do next? Jianna swiftly typed on her keyboard, relaying the records of the past 3 days to Wei Tianyu. What are Michelle's thoughts? Wei Tianyu inquired, perusing the information. Among the crew aboard the Red Rose, his combat experience surpassed all, and the trio of women had gradually come to rely on him. Even if unknowingly. Wise Michelle believes this is the optimal moment. She hopes you can infiltrate the enemy's ranks and act as an insider, allowing for a strategic advantage. Jianna fixed her gaze on Wei Tianyu, her seriousness palpable. Meanwhile, Michelle, seated nearby, had her eyes closed, resting. The mental exertion required to devise the success of the entire plan had drained her significantly, even now, as she reverted to her original form. She needed to recuperate. Understood. However, Amelida is swarming with nanomonitors. Infiltrating the Garuda starship's faction will not be easy. Does Michelle have any solutions? Wei Tianyu remarked, flipping through the materials. If these were the nanomonitors of 1,000 years ago, he could easily sever their surveillance, but the current semi-mechanical versions left him feeling helpless. There is a method, albeit perilous. I cannot ascertain whether you will succeed. Take a look. Jianna proposed, while disrupting a portion of the nanomonitors. Disguise yourself within an alien's belly, utilizing its acidic body for concealment. Incite the alien to attack the Garuda starship's ground forces, devouring one of their members, while the alien is subsequently killed. That I would impersonate the consumed individual? This would allow me to evade the nanomonitor's scrutiny. Who conceived such an idea? Wei Tianyu felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Though the plan held merit, it was exceedingly bizarre and grotesque. Given Jianna's carefree nature, she would certainly not devise such a scheme. As for Michelle, she would likely have a more elegant solution. Do not regard me so. Is this method truly unworthy? Summer, noticing Wei Tianyu's stare, felt her cheeks flush slightly before playfully remarking. Wei Tianyu could only smile ruefully, realizing that this girl was unwittingly revealing too much. On this vessel, she alone seemed to delight in teasing him with her whimsical antics. Very well. We shall proceed with this plan. Jianna, you must identify a target and calculate the timing precisely. Any misstep could expose me to that point. We would not merely be fishing in troubled waters, but rather facing expulsion from the Garuda starship. Concealing ourselves from their vigilance would be impossible. Do you understand? Wei Tianyu emphasized the gravity of the situation, for to successfully navigate the treachery of the Garuda starship, the crew aboard the Red Rose had exerted considerable effort to deceive them. Should they be discovered, the Garuda starship would not underestimate them again, nor would they view the Red Rose as a mere minnow to be frightened away. I am not Summer. Jianna shot Wei Tianyu a look, delivering the most persuasive argument. Indeed, I concur. Wei Tianyu nodded in agreement, eliciting a protest from Summer, who playfully interjected, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere. Be cautious, the alien approaches. The night on Amelida was illuminated, the twin moons casting a silver glow over the terrain. A massive shadow advanced slowly. Take your positions. Remain calm. The alien cannot breach our defenses. Resting upon a somewhat damaged ancient tree trunk, Xiaowen awoke to the piercing alarm, his eyes snapping open as he instinctively gripped his laser rifle tightly. Having spent 2.5 days on Amelida, they were drawing closer to Vidas's base, and the number of aliens had notably increased, contrary to the desolation expected after a great battle. As if in response to Xiaowen's words, a colossal alien, reminiscent of a Tyrannosaurus, let out a deafening roar and charged forward, only to be halted by the laser traps. It struggled fiercely, and by the time the others stirred from their slumber, it had already breached the first layer of defenses in mere seconds. Panic swept through the crowd briefly before calmness returned. Countless lasers erupted toward the alien. Xiaowen's gaze darted among the others, mentally calculating, if we suffer further losses this time, once the base is sufficiently damaged tomorrow, the monitoring nanodevices should be neutralized. It will soon be time to feign death and make our escape. As long as I can reach the landing craft and conceal myself, I can lay low for a while before using it to flee this planet. With an escape pod available, what is there to fear? The landing craft itself lacked sufficient energy to propel them off this planet. making the escape pod an invaluable asset for space travel. To ensure that Xiaoyin and his companions would turn on one another and ultimately perish, Luke would have to invest significantly in this scheme. Otherwise, how could he orchestrate such treachery? As Xiaoyin contemplated these matters, the alien broke through the laser traps, charging into the heart of the crowd, whereupon every individual recoiled in fear, desperately seeking distance, while Xiaoyin silently cursed their cowardice. Though his own pace did not falter. Roar. With a monstrous roar, the alien creature slammed its massive tail against the trunk of a tree, shattering the ancient giant that several individuals were attempting to embrace. The sight sent shivers down the spines of onlookers, and even the fourth-level martial artist, Xiaoyin, doubted his ability to withstand such a formidable assault. In that moment, fear enveloped the crowd, and the previously coordinated offensive quickly descended into chaos. Everyone, attack! It's close to death, almost dead, Xiaoyin shouted, yet he remained rooted in place, unwilling to act. Those present were seasoned veterans or cowards, and many of the impassioned souls had perished in the preceding days. Hearing Xiaoyin's words, none were eager to risk their lives. Wei Tianyu, concealed within the alien's form, nearly cursed it aloud. Chapter 0036. Xiaoyin establishes authority. The alien had not fallen under Wei Tianyu's control. After all, subduing a creature was a task reserved for beast tamers. Wei Tianyu could merely offer guidance and concealment. The alien, sensing the collective cowardice of the group, unleashed its terrifying prowess, its bizarre tail sweeping through with a force akin to 1,000 pounds. As its sharp tip split open, a mouth filled with sharp, blood-stained teeth suddenly emerged. One individual managed to evade the tail's sweep, but was unable to escape the sudden appearance of the gaping maw, which seized him and hurled him skyward, tearing him apart in midair. Blood rained down like droplets, and the shrieks of agony echoed, drawing closer the attention of more aliens who sensed an opportunity to join the feast. Cornered, the remaining individuals turned pale, silently regretting their earlier hesitance to unite against the foe. Had they done so, they might have vanquished the creature. Now, it was too late. If sharing a silent understanding. They all opened fire, their lasers enveloping the massive alien. Roar! The alien surged left and right, struggling to escape, while a significant portion of its prey was obliterated by the lasers, inciting its furious howls and extinguishing any thoughts of hoarding the spoils. Hurry! Finish it off! Xiaoyin continued to fire his laser, scanning for a safe escape route, while the others harbored similar thoughts. As long as they survived, who cared about the fate of others? In that moment, the darker side of humanity was laid bare. Damn it, I must alter the plan. Wei Tianyu observed the performance of the Garistachi's ground troops with contempt and resignation. Who could have imagined that the assault team sent by Garistachi would be so disunited? At the first sign of danger, they sought an escape route, never intending to fight to the bitter end. Now, Wei Tianyu had no retreat left. He could only masquerade as a fleeing member of Garistachi's ground troops. Though this carried risks and might expose him to the nanomonitoring systems, what choice did he have? Just as he resolved to take a gamble, the situation shifted once more. Perhaps the hovering Garistachi intended to prevent the ground troops from meeting an early demise. Or for other reasons, it unleashed a devastating assault on the approaching aliens, incinerating them in a fiery explosion that illuminated the earth. Heaven helps me, now is the time. As the flames raged, Wei Tianyu hastily recalled the nearly scorched fly monitor, his heart swelling with joy. If even the fly monitor was in such a state, how much worse could the more precious nanomonitors be? In truth, Wei Tianyu felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of the entire planet being blanketed in nanomonitors. Such expenditure seemed wasteful. At least with water, one could hear it flowing. What benefit was there in such exaggeration? Taking advantage of the flames, all ground troops made a rapid retreat. Meanwhile, Kobe, who remained entrenched at the base, began to lose his composure. Initially, the interference from Garistachi left Kobe aware of the enemies landing on Amelida, yet unable to pinpoint their location. The nanomonitors only proved effective from afar, allowing him only a vague observation of the enemy, which thwarted his missile strikes. Now, however, the Inferno provided a clear target he could not ignore. Fireball locked launch. In an era dominated by energy weapons, physical armaments still occupied a significant role, while energy weapons lacked flexibility and often traveled in a straight line. Physical weapons, despite their lesser power and substantial space requirements, could yield unexpected benefits at crucial moments. Thus, every spaceship, even the Red Rose, carried some physical weaponry, not to mention a ground base, as the saying goes. Let the storm come more fiercely. With the explosion of the fireball, the flames, which had begun to wane, erupted once again into a brilliant blaze. This was not merely an accessory. It was a genuine fiery assault. The earth ignited, a transparent, burning liquid spread over thousands of meters, and the sudden surge of temperature reached thousands of degrees, vaporizing any remaining ground troops who had not yet fled the danger zone. Damn, that's brutal. Wei Tianyu gazed at the still raging flames, which remained at 1,000 degrees, and spat in disbelief. Fortunately, Xiao and the others fleeing from the alien were farther from the epicenter of the fire, allowing Wei Tianyu a moment of reprieve, or else he might have perished before even making his entrance. Without daring to linger, Wei Tianyu mimicked the behavior of an alien, keenly observing the surroundings. Narrowly avoiding the fate of those vaporized, as he selected his disguise, Wei Tianyu's form began to shift, akin to mercury flowing from the top of his head, enveloping him in a silvery sheen. Soon, the silvery substance permeated his body, and an exact replica of a ground troop emerged, complete with identical clothing and weaponry. The flames had already destroyed the nearby nanomonitors, rendering it impossible to identify him through the intense light. With this assurance, Wei Tianyu took a few steps to confirm his mimicry was flawless before hastily pursuing the fleeing Xiao and the others. After all, the distance was short, and lingering too long would only arouse suspicion. When Wei Tianyu caught up with them, the original 20-odd ground troops had dwindled to less than 10, the majority having perished in the recent chaos, leaving only a few who might have gotten lost. Huff! Huff! Wei Tianyu gasped heavily, glancing at the remaining ground troops resting against a massive rock. They were in a vast crater, and through his electronic eye, the charred earth still exuded wisps of smoke. Boom! Suddenly, a laser shot rang out, startling Xiao, who silently thanked his decision not to deactivate the energy shield. Otherwise, even as a 4th-level fighter, he would have sustained severe injuries. Damn it, die! One ground troop had gone mad. Rising and unleashing a flurry of fire upon Xiao, the others were taken aback by the sudden infighting, still processing the situation when Xiao charged at the assailant. That soldier had completely lost his sanity. His screams tinged with despair. Wei Tianyu, observing coldly, recognized this as a classic case of someone overwhelmed by pressure, projecting their frustrations onto others in a desperate attempt to change their circumstances, whether human or circumstance. The individuals sought retribution, hoping to reshape the situation to their favor. Chapter 0037. The brink of life and death. Such scenarios were not uncommon. Had the soldier calmed down and accepted reality, he would not have spiraled out of control. However, Xiao clearly had no intention of backing down. Sent to this place as a suicide squad by Luke, he was already in a foul mood, only to feel more frustrated by the realization that Luke did not want him to perish so soon. He understood that Luke still saw some potential utility in him, and that now was not the time for his death. This left Xiao seething with frustration, and just then, the ground troops sought trouble, eager to vent their anger, eliminate a potential rival for the escape pod, and establish dominance. By demonstrating sufficient strength, they hoped to ensure that the rest would serve as scapegoats, thereby increasing their odds of survival. As Xiao charged forward, he landed several blows that shattered the energy shield, knocking the soldier to the ground. The others merely watched in silence, not wishing to intervene. They were not merely contemplating escape, as Xiao was, but were too apathetic to act. Spare me. Faced with the terror of death, the soldier coughed up blood as he crawled, desperately trying to escape the clutches of doom. But it was too late. With a sinister grin, Xiao surveyed the remaining onlookers, revealing a maniacal expression as he slowly aimed his laser gun at the fallen soldier. Bang! Blood splattered. Wei Tianyu refrained from intervening. Closing his eyes to meditate, the death of the ground troop was of no concern to him. Had they displayed greater unity and mutual support during their earlier skirmish, he might have felt compelled to assist them. However, in the face of those who abandoned their comrades, using others as shields in times of peril, they had long since been marked for death in Wei Tianyu's eyes as a soldier in the purest sense. He finds himself at odds with such comrades that in the lexicon of a soldier, there exist only allies and adversaries, even if he is merely an unrecognized warrior. You must understand, now we have but one path to tread, and that is to seize the base. Otherwise, we are all doomed. Having dealt with the Marine, Xiao's pent-up frustration found some release as he spoke passionately, as if he stood upon a grand podium. delivering an impassioned oration. The other Marines either listened attentively or silently tended to their weapons, recharging their laser guns. At the moment Xiao dispatched that Marine, they had already come to realize that the only entity they could truly trust was the gun in their hands. The roaring flames gradually subsided, following the combined assault of Xiao and Kobe. The majority of the nearby aliens had perished in the inferno or under artillery fire, while the remaining ones dared not show their faces. The dawn began to break, and Wei Tianyu leaned quietly against a rock. Having become a machine, he no longer needed sleep. He watched as two moons, entwined like twin stars, playfully descended, heralding the arrival of a new day. All awaken with weary eyes, the new day signifying not rebirth, but the onset of death. The countdown begins now. Each of you has half an hour. We depart promptly in 30 minutes, declared Xiao. The acting captain, his expression stern. The others, sensing the urgency, hurriedly consumed their rations or checked their weapons. Wei Tianyu concealed any signs of unease, mimicking their actions while his attention drifted towards the others. Although he could not fathom why that Marine had attacked Xiao, who had previously been their foe, it mattered little to him. All he desired was to infiltrate the base without incident. Half an hour later, at Xiao's command, everyone crouched low and swiftly advanced over the debris, infiltrating the VDOS base, which was nestled within a mountain. The mountain had been hollowed out, and the surrounding forest lay in ruins, leaving only the solitary base standing. Their entry point was at the mountain's right corner, where a breach had been created by the fierce bombardment of the Garyu staged AT. That moment, the Garrustak unleashed another wave of intense fire, shielding the Marines as they stealthily approached the base. Though the base was aware of the infiltration, the trembling energy shield compelled them to retaliate, intercepting the dense barrage of lasers, leaving them unable to focus elsewhere. Everyone, hurry up. As they drew nearer to the base, stray bullets rained down, causing debris to fly in all directions, forcing everyone to activate their energy shields, abandoning caution in their haste. Their speed considerably quickened. They had no option for retreat, and even a moment's delay could spell disaster. Wei Tianyu lingered at the rear, moving with an air of nonchalance. Over 1,000 years ago, he had navigated through the chaos of warfare far more turbulent than this. Having witnessed countless battles involving hundreds of thousands, even millions of starships engaged in brutal conflict against the ever-looming interstellar insectoid hordes. Within the confines of planets, he had encountered the devastating interstellar trajectory cannons capable of piercing entire worlds. Black hole projectiles that could ensnare planets into a chasm of annihilation, antimatter cannons that could obliterate everything, and ultrasonic annihilation weapons that could decimate all in their path. He had wielded such weapons and had narrowly escaped death at their hands on numerous occasions. In such environments, he had honed the art of navigating through a storm of flowers without a single petal touching him. In comparison, what were a few stray bullets? Yet the others were not so fortunate. Lacking experience, they faced a perilous existence, with unfortunate souls being struck by debris as they neared the valley formed by artillery fire at the VDOS base. Two more unfortunate souls fell victim to the stray bullets. One evaporated in the face of incoming lasers, while another, struck by debris before he could land, was caught in the crossfire of the base's lasers and the Garrustakas, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that left him charred. The entrance lies ahead, but we do not know how many enemies guard it. We have no path for retreat. I urge you to set aside previous grievances and unite to overcome this challenge. Xiao implored from beneath the rock. Humph. Spare us your platitudes. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this predicament. None of us are fools. If you wish to unite, show some sincerity. A burly man retorted with disdain. The others remained silent, their gazes fixed on Xiao. Since their arrival on this planet, the hotheads had nearly all perished, leaving only those who understood the gravity of the situation. Consequently, they were unlikely to regard Xiao with any favor, as their journey here had largely been driven by their knowledge of him. Chapter 0038. Renewed dispute. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Xiao's eyes. Scanning the others, he noticed their collective disapproval directed at him, which prompted him to respond with a sharper tone. Am I not aware of the larger picture? Humph. We all understand what you are. Either show some sincerity or we part ways. I won't enter. I'll remain here. I refuse to believe there's any danger, the burly man declared, tightening his grip on his weapon, his gaze fixed on Xiao. The others instinctively gravitated toward the burly man, revealing their intent to join forces against Xiao. The fourth-level martial practitioner, Yu. Xiao was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend that at such a critical juncture, these individuals would refuse to cooperate. This left him unprepared, as he had initially planned for the balance to be disrupted, allowing him to escape while Luke was distracted. But now, without the assistance of the other three, he was reluctant to gamble with his life. The prospect of being casually struck by Luke's artillery was far too daunting. No matter how he pleaded or assured them, or even resorted to threats, the other three remained resolute. They understood the nature of Xiao-in and knew that facing him alone was futile. Meanwhile, Wei Tianyu observed the unfolding drama with amusement, feigning allegiance with the other three, creating a 4-to-1 standoff against Xiao-in. Li Weike, speak up. We are brothers. You must trust me. I am also under duress. You saw it for yourselves. I was cast down by that old coot Luke that if we fail this mission, we will all face his wrath. Hiding here is merely a temporary reprieve. Once Luke deals with Vidas, we will be the ones to suffer. As Xiao-in turned his gaze towards Wei Tianyu, he began to plead earnestly. The others felt a jolt of apprehension. Initially, they had believed someone else would sway Wei Tianyu, as they had not communicated with him, and thus could not dismiss the tension. Fortunately, Wei Tianyu remained steadfast, his mouth sealed and his expression rigid. Who could know that he was silently lamenting? He wished to speak, yet he had no knowledge of the deceased Li Weike or the nature of his relationship with Xiao-in. He could only feign conviction, hoping to navigate through the situation unscathed. Seeing Wei Tianyu unyielding, Xiao-in's resentment intensified. With a resolute tone, he declared, "Very well, you desire sincerity, do you? I shall reveal the truth." With that, his eyes gleamed with malice, causing Wei Tianyu to grow wary, despite Xiao-in's attempts at concealment. To someone like Wei Tianyu, well-versed in detecting murderous intent, such efforts were mere child's play that a true master would harbor no trace of bloodlust, nor even the thought of taking a life. Killing would be as natural as drinking water. The other three lacked Wei Tianyu's discernment. Upon hearing Xiao-in's words, a glimmer of excitement flickered in their eyes. Though they sensed something amiss, having not been privy to the entire ordeal, they could only speculate. Feeling wronged by their predicament, they sought clarity to prepare for future endeavors, culminating in the current confrontation. You wish to know, do you? I will tell you. That old coot Luke has plans to eliminate us. Even if we succeed in our mission, he will not share a morsel with us, but will concoct a reason to lead us to our demise. I in his eyes, you are but a restless bunch, akin to me, condemned to be discarded once I have served my purpose. Xiao-in spat through gritted teeth. The three listened, their hearts stirred by a tempest of disbelief, even if they had harbored suspicions. The reality laid bare before them was still hard to accept. The most incredulous among them was the burly man who had spoken earlier. He staggered back, muttering, "Why? Why would this happen? I am his own grandson. Why? You must be lying. You seek to sow discord among us." He grasped Xiao-in's collar fiercely. Xiao-in offered no resistance, merely regarding him with a cold smile. "Lying? You think you are worth it? What of being his grandson? You sought to exploit my power to cultivate your own influence aboard the ship, and I too sought to utilize you to achieve my ends. But now, it is all for naught. Your dreams are mere illusions. Humph. Even if you are his grandson, you shall never inherit his wealth. That old fox Luke, I have seen through him for ages. He harbors ambition, preferring to become a cold machine rather than face death. For there are too many things here he cannot bear to part with. He aspired to carve out an independent domain, yearning to reign supreme. Thus, as the ambitious heir you are, teske. No, that won't happen." Observing the ridicule directed at him by Xiao-in, the burly man stumbled back, collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. Wei Tianyu cast a glance of pity at the robust figure in this era. The methods for humans to attain longevity extend beyond mere cultivation. There are numerous alternatives, such as transforming into a complete robot like himself, rather than a mere cyborg. Alternatively, one might optimize their genes or consume substances that prolong life. The options are virtually limitless. For those ambitious individuals, these methods merely serve as catalysts to inflate their aspirations further, in their relentless quest to eliminate any threats to their status. It is not unheard of for them to resort to drastic measures, even against their own grandchildren, let alone their biological sons. Were it not for the side effects associated with some longevity methods, such as infertility and reduced conception rates, they might forsake their descendants entirely. Moreover, even if offspring were born, should they pose a threat, the outcome would inevitably be fatal. Xiao-in chose not to seize their weapons in this moment, but instead surveyed Wei Tianyu and the other three, stating, "Now, you should all comprehend that we have but one path to tread, to complete our mission and escape amidst the chaos." "Why don't we flee right now?" questioned Saiwode, one of the two companions. "Escape now? Saiwode, are you daft? Do you believe that if you take 10 steps back, you'll not be obliterated into oblivion? Oh no, you would simply vanish without a trace. Having sensed his overwhelming advantage, Xiaowen no longer spoke in hushed tones. Instead, he coldly mocked, "If you wish to avoid death, then shut your foul mouth. The deaths of so many are a direct result of your actions, you worthless scum." Saiwot's face turned pale, refusing to back down. In this group, if one did not exhibit a semblance of strength, they would inevitably be bullied. Xiaowen's disdain left no room for silence. Chapter 0039. Discord and Division. Enough. Let's take a step back and discuss our next course of action. With tensions high between Xiaowen and Saiwot, another member named Pingli hastily intervened as a peacemaker. Under normal circumstances, he would have reveled in the spectacle, but given the current situation, every additional person was a potential ally and a glimmer of hope for survival. Both Xiaowen and Saiwot understood the gravity of the moment, with a chance to de-escalate. They exchanged cold huffs and turned their faces away, allowing the moment to pass. The previously despondent, burly man now stood, seething with resentment as he glared at Xiaowen, yet remained silent, eye in his heart. He had long attributed Luke's abandonment of him to Xiaowen. Had it not been for Xiaowen's interference, he would still be on the ship, relishing his status as the young master. However, Xiaowen's arrival had incited him to pursue his own ambitions, stirring a desire that ultimately forced Luke's hand to eliminate him. "What are you staring at? Do you dare to look at me, you piece of trash? If it weren't for Luke's protection, I'd have long since put an end to your miserable existence." Xiaowen jeered. He despised the burly man's influence, for he could bask in success without effort, a privilege Xiaowen had envied in silence while Luke had been present. Now, he would not endure any further humiliation. "Humph." The burly man returned a cold grunt. Not foolish enough to challenge Xiaowen without the strength to counter him. Internally, he vowed that given the opportunity, he would deliver a severe lesson to Xiaowen, ensuring he understood the meaning of a fate worse than death. The other two refrained from intervening. As long as no physical confrontation ensued, they preferred to remain uninvolved, their hearts already disengaged. "Everyone, let us take a step back. Now is the time for unity. If we cannot overcome this obstacle, we shall all perish. All disputes can be resolved once we survive," agreed. Pingli clapped his hands to draw attention, articulating the urgency of their situation. The four remained silent, nodding in tacit agreement. Xiaowen then continued, "Let us first deliberate on how to infiltrate, how to coordinate our efforts, and assign tasks to prevent chaos." Upon finishing, he surveyed the other four, recognizing that despite their outward appearances, unity would require a clear distribution of responsibilities. This approach, while lacking tactical flexibility, was the best solution for a group riddled with discord. Retreat is paramount. That is what we need to contemplate. Even should the mission succeed, it offers us no benefit. The burly man interjected solemnly. He did not wish to die, nor did anyone present. Thus the path to retreat remained of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Xiaowen ground his teeth in frustration. This group would not act unless they saw tangible benefits. Yet, he was confident in his own abilities, stating, "We can utilize the landing craft to escape. Although its speed may be somewhat sluggish, it remains operational, and I am certain that the base contains ample energy resources." In truth, Xiaowen had not mentioned that the landing craft provided by Luke had nearly broken down after landing. And being able to launch into outer space was already a considerable feat. He alone had noticed this from the outset. Aware of Luke's cunning, he understood the implications of revealing the truth. Doing so would not merely exacerbate their discord. Upon hearing of a potential escape, the hearts of the three men lightened. Unbeknownst to Xiaowen, Wei Tianyu was quietly observing his every move. Especially upon hearing about the landing craft, Wei Tianyu recognized the hint of mockery in Xiaowen's eyes and inwardly shook his head. Lamenting Xiaowen's arrogance, believing himself to be the sole clever one among them, at the very least, Wei Tianyu had identified someone even more astute than Xiaowen. After finalizing their escape route and mission, the five took a moment to recuperate, consuming some food. By this time, the sun had reached its zenith, and the battle outside showed no signs of abating. Nestled against the energy shield at the mountain's edge, they remained relatively unscathed, occupying the safest position amid the conflict. The mountain's opening was not truly a gap. As Wei Tianyu approached, he discerned it was merely a cave formed by a laser occasionally striking and penetrating the mountainside, conveniently situated beneath the energy shield, allowing them access to the base. Upon entering the cave, Wei Tianyu noted that the surrounding foundation was composed of poured alloy. Only the area where he stood was among the weakest points, lacking the extensive alloy reinforcement seen elsewhere. Wei Tianyu found it hard to believe this was mere luck. It must have been calculated by the cunning individual they referred to as Luke. Cautiously traversing the relatively short cave, they encountered no obstacles. Upon spotting the exit, Xiaowen leaned against the stone wall and gestured to Wei Tianyu, who nodded in understanding, tossing a grenade-like device, a jamming grenade capable of emitting magnetic interference to disrupt the surrounding electromagnetic field. Observing the information transmitted before the jamming device detonated, Wei Tianyu discovered that the cave's exit led to a passageway, which appeared tranquil and devoid of danger, signaling to Xiaowen that all was well. Xiaowen exchanged glances with Pingli, and they both charged into the passage, back to back, aiming down both sides. The other three followed closely behind. No danger detected. Deploy the nanodetectors to ascertain our route. Xiaowen lowered his weapon. Instructing. Understood. Saiwo replied coolly. In this life-or-death crisis, it was not the time for infighting. Saiwo tapped a few keys on the virtual keyboard of his multifunctional biocomputer on his wrist. The biocomputer extended a pinhole-sized aperture. And soon Saiwo reported, both exits have been sealed. Not a single gap remains. The nanodetectors cannot pass through. He shrugged, having anticipated that matters would not be so straightforward. The enemy could not possibly be unaware of this breach. And the absence of ambushers suggested they had another scheme in place. To be honest, Saiwo would have preferred an attack. If they were to engage, they could simply fight their way through. However, with the passage sealed, who knew how many gates had been shut? Breaching them would be no trivial task. Moreover, the most pressing concern was their lack of knowledge about which side led to the base and which led outside. Is there no other option? Xiaowen asked, furrowing his brow that if they could not even discern the direction, it would indeed pose a significant problem. Chapter 0040. Who is scheming against whom? There is one. We charge through. However, we must choose one side over the other. Saiwo replied with a cold smile. Xiaowen's expression mirrored his displeasure as he directly called up the map, assessing their location within the virtual layout. Finally, he raised his head and pointed toward the left passage, stating, we shall take this route. Aren't you concerned that this might be a deliberate ploy? The burly man interjected, causing Xiaowen to pause in surprise. Indeed, based on his understanding of Vidas, it was plausible that Vidas had concealed the true stronghold elsewhere, and the left passage could merely be a ruse. Yet, Xiaowen recalled a saying, sometimes cleverness can lead to folly. Given Vidas's cunning nature, he would undoubtedly comprehend such tactics. Should they choose the right passage, they might indeed fall victim to their own cleverness. Xiaowen found himself at an impasse. He knew Vidas all too well. But the more he understood, the more fear crept into his heart. Whenever he thinks of Vidas, a shadow invariably appears in his mind, a man seated in a chair, speaking with an air of absolute control. This figure, unhurried yet always a step ahead, acts in ways that defy expectation, ultimately leading the entire Tyro Star underworld with a life replete with legendary tales. Such a person is indeed perplexing. Observing Xiaowen standing there in a daze, the other four silently flanking him, their eyes occasionally scanning the surroundings for any potential enemies that might emerge unexpectedly at this moment, Wei Tianyu felt a deep admiration for the architect of this place. The maneuver to seal the passage was nothing short of brilliant, especially within this labyrinthine corridor where discernment is nearly impossible. Yet, whether to proceed left or right, the number of obstacles that lay ahead remained a mystery, each harboring its own threats. Merely traversing this passage might require sacrifices. Xiaowen's expression fluctuated, and after a deep breath, he inquired, Zaiwo, can you infiltrate the network here and unlock the barriers? Otherwise, our ammunition won't suffice to breach more than 10 gates. If it merely involves infiltrating the control network, I just need to sever the connection between the control network and the mainframe, redirecting it to my side. However, this approach will demand time. Zaiwo replied, stretching his limbs. Time? I can give you 3 hours. Is that sufficient? And, while you're at it, keep an eye on the direction of the enemy's mainframe during the infiltration. Xiaowen glanced at his watch, noting it was already past 2 o'clock. 3 hours would bring them to 5. And with the necessary breakthroughs, he estimated they would need around 4 hours in total. In his mind, it was imperative to escape under the cover of darkness before dawn the next day, enabling them to hide the landing craft. 3 hours? That will be cutting it close. Zaiwo replied with a nonchalant smile, exuding confidence in his technical prowess. Everyone, Take a breather that we will split into two teams. Zywot, USE, you will join me. Li Weike and Pingli, you will form the other team. Xiaoen surveyed the remaining two, deciding that dividing their forces, though it would weaken them, might align with Vidas's design. This was the most prudent strategy he could conceive, as he found it impossible to fathom Vidas's intentions or deduce where he had concealed his stronghold. His choice of Zywot and the hulking USE was straightforward, based on Xiaoen's calculations. Pingli ranked second in strength among the five, possessing at least a third-level martial prowess, making him a challenging companion. In contrast, both Zywot and USE posed less threat. Zywot was adept in intellect, while USE, with only second-level capabilities, had been artificially enhanced through drugs, rendering them easier to manage. Pingli had no objections to Xiaoen's arrangement. He, too, preferred not to be constantly under Xiaoen's scrutiny. Being around Wei Tianyu felt considerably more agreeable. As for Wei Tianyu, he refrained from voicing any dissent, opting for silence to avoid drawing attention that might reveal the presence of a hidden third party seeking to exploit the situation. Additionally, he harbored another unspoken reason for his reticence, the desire to avoid confronting another concealed adversary among their ranks. Handa, have you locked onto the enemy's position? Kobe asked, simultaneously directing the base's interception artillery while inquiring of Handa, who was busy setting up defenses. Handa, his head bowed and eyes sunken, revealed the toll of sleepless nights. He raised his gaunt face, bloodshot eyes fixed on the virtual map, and replied, "The enemy has breached the base. But our nanomonitors have malfunctioned. We can only ascertain their location. We have no knowledge of their activities. Send over some nanomonitors. The base is currently in A-level defense mode." Kobe instructed without looking back. Understood. By the way, boss, should we deploy those devices? Handa's voice turned heavy, as if recalling something terrifying. Release them. Why not? Also, drop the tons of stones. Let us see how they manage to get in. Kobe asserted vehemently. The term tons of stones merely indicated high-density rocks rather than an actual weight of 10,000 tons. At this, Handa couldn't suppress a sigh. Once the tons of stones were deployed, lifting them again would be impossible for several days, signifying that they would have no retreat. Even if they wished to flee, it could only be through the uppermost exit, facing the enemy's artillery. What? Having second thoughts? Kobe asked coolly, devoid of emotion. Handa jolted awake, stretching his neck helplessly. Boss, it seems it's too late for regrets. I've already released the tons of stones. Hearing this, Kobe wore an unusual smile, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. Uncertain whether his decision was right and questioning the worth of Handa's sacrifice. In the distance, Wei Tianyu and his companions, who had retreated into the cave to meditate, sensed the earth tremble twice before settling once more. The other three remained in their meditative states, while Zywot continued his work, showing no signs of concern, for the outside battle raged on without pause, and a tremor was hardly out of the ordinary. Besides, even if it were unusual, what significance did it hold for them at that moment? Only Wei Tianyu detected a hint of anomaly. Soon the sonar imaging was complete, revealing a map before him. He mused inwardly, such a massive disturbance must be the enemy's attempt to block our path. One from within the mountain and another from a passage somewhere. Clearly, there is not just the two visible routes. There should be a third, which is likely where the treasure lies. Truly astute, separating all the eggs within a single basket. Chapter 0041. No path of retreat. However, the enemy could hardly have anticipated that someone like Wei Tianyu would be present. After all, who would notice such subtle and fleeting tremors? Phew. Finally done. The network is severed and under control. Furthermore, the enemy's mainframe is to the left. Zywot stood, stretching after 3 intense hours of exertion. To the left? Xiaoen furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth before stating, Zywot, USE, follow me to the left. Pingli and Li Weike, head to the right. If you find the correct path, notify us immediately. Should you spot the spacecraft, alert us at once. Our escape hinges on that vessel. Emphasizing his point, Xiaoen acknowledged the possibility that others might choose to flee upon discovering the spacecraft, even himself, abandoning their companions without a second thought. Nevertheless, he clung to a sliver of hope. Let us move. Upon hearing this, Pingli cast a knowing glance at Xiaoen, unable to maintain his facade any longer. How could he not decipher Xiaoen's intentions? It was clear he sought to incite strife between him and Li Weike, increasing the chances of acquiring the mainframe's direction and the spacecraft. Although fleeing might draw fire from the outside, it was undeniably preferable to escaping via the landing craft. Suddenly, a series of faint sounds echoed through the corridor as tightly shut doors began to creak open. The five quickly checked their gear, exchanging glances before sprinting towards the two passageways. At that moment, an unforeseen event occurred. As they passed through, the previously open doors slammed shut with a resounding boom. Both Pingli and Wei Tianyu froze, expressions shifting. Pingli spoke into his earpiece. "Xiaoan, this is Pingli. Please respond. Over." As the static crackled through the earpiece, Pingli, frustrated, ripped it off, declaring, "It appears we have no way back now. Let us go." With that, he disregarded Wei Tianyu entirely. In his eyes, Wei Tianyu was inconsequential, existing only to potentially shield him at a critical juncture. Meanwhile, Xiaoan, his face ashen, stood beside the closed door, questioning. "Zaiwot, what just happened?" I don't know." Zaiwot hastily manipulated the computer, his back drenched in cold sweat. "Wait a moment." Soon, Zaiwot arrived at a disheartening conclusion, raising his head in despair. "The enemy has two control systems. One is the overt one, and I have already seized control of that. The other is a backup, a one-time system. Once activated, the doors will close again upon detecting no life forms in the passage, severing the network. This means that as soon as we leave this corridor, it will shut and cut off control, rendering further access impossible unless we forcibly breach it." "Damn, I knew it." Xiaoan ground his teeth in frustration, then inquired, "Is there no other way?" "I believe. Yes, this is a trap set by the enemy. At this point, my only suggestion is to take advantage of the fact that only one door has closed and proceed with a forced breach to escape. However, if you insist on advancing, I cannot predict how many more traps await us. At the very least, I doubt they will be any less perilous than this." Zaiwot shrugged, masking the fear and anxiety that lurked within. The enemy's actions had clearly anticipated their thoughts, systematically luring them into a deadly abyss, a chilling sensation that was impossible not to fear. "No, we cannot leave. If we go outside, we will meet a far worse fate." Uesi interjected abruptly upon hearing this. The passage fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, Xiaoan finally spoke. "Zaiwot, contact Pingli and Liwike, and gather everyone to proceed together." Venturing out alone, as Uesi had suggested, was certainly not an option. The only feasible strategy now was to concentrate their efforts and navigate through this crisis. "I can't reach them. The area is rife with electromagnetic interference. Moreover, they may have already delved deep inside." Zaiwot deduced the situation without even activating his smart brain. Such an astute individual could hardly overlook this possibility. "Let us proceed." After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoan took the lead into the passage. Though their acquaintance was brief, he was acutely aware that Pingli was an inveterate gambler. In the current predicament, it was implausible for Pingli to break away from his grasp and ally with him. Instead, he was likely to wager on the side that possessed a spaceship. Therefore, seeking out Pingli now would be an exercise in futility. Whoosh! After nearly 10 minutes of running and passing through several doors, Pingli suddenly halted, turning to Wei Tianyu behind him, and inquired, "Wait, did you hear any sounds?" As the footsteps faded, only the faint sound of breathing lingered in the air. Wei Tianyu feigned listening, employing sonar imaging, and quickly concluded that a number of creatures were approaching not far ahead, moving slowly and lightly, likely of an alien nature. Wei Tianyu calmly replied, "No. Is something amiss?" "No, perhaps I misheard." Pingli frowned and added, "Let us move on. Stay vigilant. The enemy will not allow us to enter so easily." There were many intelligent individuals in this world, and Pingli was one of them, that he did not believe that those who could devise such traps would simply let them pass. "Understood," Wei Tianyu acknowledged. And as Pingli turned away, a faint smile crept onto his lips. The battle was about to commence. "Boss, they've split into two groups, one heading towards the nearest beast horde at the escape route. The other group is still some distance away from us," Honda reported from the Jianxi Tiger. Unbeknownst to them, within the passage, there were not merely two networks but three. This third network was constructed from ancient physical lines, primarily serving to monitor and activate the passage traps, rather than to control the opening of the passage. "Those coming our way, activate all the alien prisons. Let the other side be for now. We will deal with them after they pass through exit 96. Kobe revealed a bloodthirsty grin, for exit 96 housed the most precious treasures of Vidas. "Understood," Honda rubbed his weary eyes and quickly tapped the virtual keyboard. On the Galistaki, all personnel were engaged in tense and hurried activity. Calculate how long until we breach the defenses. Luke stated calmly, noting that time was running short if they did not expedite their efforts. He would have to leave and return to the normal passage to avoid detection by his family. Opportunities like this are fleeting. 4 days, at most, in 4 days, we will completely breach this place. Hiruoni replied. 4 days. You say? I will grant you 4 days. If you fail, I will hold you to your oath. Luke murmured, looking earnestly at Hiruoni. Yes, I will complete the task without fail. Hiruoni saluted and promised. In 4 days, we will claim we encountered a pirate attack. That should suffice to cover our tracks. Chapter 0042. Limit Breakthrough, Part 1. It is already September. 5 or 6 days have passed. Why hasn't Kobe contacted me? Could something have gone awry? On Tyro Star, Vidas sat in contemplation. The last correspondence he received from Kobe indicated that he had arrived at Amidst Star and commenced a purge operation, trusting Kobe. Vidas had refrained from intervening. However, now that 5 days had elapsed without any updates, he could no longer remain patient. I must seek out Brother Wei Kuei. Vidas decided as he exited his room and made his way to Wei Kuei's establishment. At that moment, Wei Kuei was inside. Casting a fleeting glance at Vidas before welcoming him, the two moved to the back, where Wei Kuei's expression darkened as he remarked, Did I not tell you? Do not seek me out. Your actions could easily arouse the suspicions of other factions. If they choose to intervene, even the military would be powerless. It turned out that Wei Kuei was an undercover agent dispatched by the military to Tyro Star. Since Tyro Star is located in the 5th galaxy, even the formidable military could not exert control over it. The transformative rays produced by the three-eyed yak were of immense importance to any organization. To procure a substantial quantity of the third eye's transformative rays, Wei Kuei had been assigned to this location. Vidas, having received covert support from the military, served to facilitate the acquisition of more third eyes, which Wei Kuei was to transport back to the military base. Brother, Kobe may have encountered trouble, Vidas stated. Kobe, what happened? I warned you to avoid causing trouble. Now it seems something has finally gone awry. Wei Kuei scolded. He was aware that Kobe had pursued Wei Tianyu and his group, but due to his unique position, he could not engage closely with Vidas or issue direct orders. He could only offer a cautionary remark. He hasn't been in contact for 5 or 6 days. I fear something may be amiss. You know as well as I do, in this world, one is often at the mercy of others. It is challenging to manage subordinates nowadays. Vidas sighed, though he did not regret his decision as the leader of a planet. He could not simply ignore provocations. Even if he wished to endure, his subordinates would not allow it. I have no interest in your affairs, and the military's influence is not to be trifled with. You must understand that your current position is secure because you have not allied with any other faction. This tolerance from others hinges on your discretion. Once your identity is exposed, your only recourse will be to flee. Wei Kuei warned. Vidas was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation in the face of those colossal powers. His position as the clandestine ruler of a planet made him little more than a country squire. If Tyro Star did not possess the three-eyed yaks, he might not even qualify as that. Observing Vidas's crestfallen demeanor, Wei Kuei softened his approach and added, However, I can assist you in applying to the military's intelligence agency for support. That is the extent of my capabilities. I hope you do not let me down. Then I thank you, brother. Upon hearing this, Vidas's expression brightened slightly. The assistance of the intelligence agency would significantly ease his passage through this crisis. And he was well aware of the military's vast capabilities. Liwike, hold them off. I will carve a hole in the door and defend it. Pingley shouted, unleashing a torrent of searing laser fire from his gun. Within the passage, the aliens seemed inexhaustible, an endless tide of foes. Boom. With Wei Tianyu shouldering the burden alone, the advance of the aliens quickened significantly in the passageway, and just as the creatures were a mere 10 meters away, their glistening, slimy mouths visibly threatening, Pingley finally succeeded in blasting a hole through the sealed alloy door behind them. Without glancing back, he swiftly dove through the opening. Vic, I will cover you. Hurry and get in. In the blink of an eye, the aliens were within 3 meters of Wei Tianyu, and Pingley's delayed attacks finally arrived. Wei Tianyu silently scoffed. Despite the need for Pingley's assistance, he had no desire to turn against him at this moment. Once the aliens were dispatched, he could settle the score later. Pingli and Wei Tianyu shared the same sentiment. In perilous times, survival took precedence over all else. Unbeknownst to Pingli, Wei Tianyu, who had initially contemplated sparing him, had already harbored thoughts of eliminating him. With Pingli's cover, Wei Tianyu narrowly slipped through the hole, and both men took refuge behind the heavy alloy door, firing through the small opening to attack the aliens. Roar! Frustrated by their prolonged confinement and unable to unleash their fury, the aliens erupted in rage. The alloy door creaked ominously, and the ghastly faces, along with the occasionally protruding barbed tongues, filled both men with a sense of dread. Retreat! Retreat! You hold the line. I will breach another door. Pingli bellowed, feeling his heart racing furiously. This was no longer a matter of who would go first. Wei Tianyu knew he was not yet capable of facing off against multiple aliens. He remained silent, but continued firing incessantly, unleashing lasers as if they were of no consequence. They continued to hold their ground. The enraged aliens, having consumed the corpses of their fallen comrades, began to regain their strength. The once resilient alloy door could not withstand them for much longer. The two men, who had hoped for a moment's respite, now found themselves needing to breach another alloy door after penetrating the previous one. Upon reaching the seventh alloy door, Pingli suddenly halted, despair creeping into his voice as he lamented, "I'm out of energy." After an intense battle, the energy stones that had initially sustained Pingli had been depleted. And with the aliens still swarming the passage, he felt a flicker of hopelessness. Suddenly, Pingli lunged at Wei Tianyu, who was about to escape, and frantically shouted, "Give me your gun! Give me your gun!" He grasped Wei Tianyu's weapon tightly. Wei Tianyu, taken aback, narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Releasing the gun, he retreated, his voice echoing in the air. "Since you want it, take it, that I hope you don't meet your end too soon." Indeed, who truly knows that amidst the fierce battle? The laser gun had already depleted most of its energy. At this moment, Wei Tianyu disregarded Pingli, having perceived him as a coward, the first to hide, only assisting in the attack against the alien when the situation became dire. During the brief respites, he would boastfully speak of conserving energy, which filled Wei Tianyu with profound disdain. What conservation of energy? Every time, he acted like a madman, firing indiscriminately as if energy were free. Seemingly eager for others to witness his inner turmoil of fear. Chapter 0043, Limit Breakthrough, Part 2. Wei Tianyu appeared to foresee Pingli's fate, standing at the corridor's edge. Observing the increasingly uneven alloy door, slowly, he drew out his alloy knife on the other side. Pingli had lost his usual arrogance, the impending sense of death instilling in him an overwhelming terror, causing him to forget that he was a first-level martial cultivator. He clutched the laser gun tightly, his gaze constantly wary of Wei Tianyu's silhouette, his thoughts in utter disarray. Die, all of you. As the alien breached the door, and in the instant Wei Tianyu lunged forward, Pingli frantically pulled the trigger on his laser gun, unleashing dozens of laser beams per second, indiscriminately targeting both the alien and Wei Tianyu. Oomph, madman. Unbeknownst to him, Pingli's viciousness activated the energy shield, which automatically erected, yet was continuously the alien lay sprawled on the ground, its nostrils flaring as it exhaled wisps of sparks. Had it possessed wings, it would have resembled a legendary and unconventional Western dragon. How formidable! Wei Tianyu observed warily, contemplating with a sense of awe. The dual laser cannons mounted on his shoulders emerged, automatically locking onto the lizard-like alien. Ever since he had detected the circuitry, Wei Tianyu understood that he had infiltrated its domain. Although he faced resistance from the Central Intelligence, he was aware that it could at most pinpoint his location, unable to monitor his every movement. Thus, his initial concerns dissipated, and he was ready to utilize his weaponry. With a sudden burst of energy, the lizard alien, having been confined for an indeterminate time, noticed Wei Tianyu and momentarily hesitated before lunging forward. Its speed was akin to lightning, leaving behind a crimson afterimage. Wei Tianyu was no slouch either. The distance between them was a mere 2 meters as the laser cannons unleashed a ferocious roar. Hiss! The lizard alien emitted a serpentine hiss, its body darting across the metallic door, weaving gracefully from side to side, evading capture even from the laser fire. A stalemate ensued. Neither party could gain the upper hand. The lizard alien leaped back to its original position, its eyes fixed intently on Wei Tianyu. who was gradually retreating towards the right wall. The corridor fell silent. The previously thunderous sounds of electricity vanished. The intense heat radiating from the alien caused the alloy beneath it to glow a fiery red. And the air became stifling. Is it coming? The testing phase had concluded. Witnessing that his adversary remained unscathed, the lizard alien could no longer restrain itself. It opened its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of searing flames towards Wei Tianyu. Wei Tianyu appeared to be prepared, shifting his foot with natural ease and slightly tilting his body to avoid the inferno. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as the lizard alien, following closely behind the fire, let out a piercing shriek upon colliding with the wall, which was nearly melted by the heat. Impressive, yet lacking in experience, It barely tapped into 1/10 of its potential. What a pity. Observing the lizard alien ensnared in a web-like net, Wei Tianyu lamented internally as he transformed the projectiles in his hand into tranquilizer darts, firing them at the alien's form. Despite the lizard alien's scorching exterior, its blood ran cold. Most of the sedative would evaporate or freeze upon contact with its surface, necessitating a significant increase in dosage to effectively sedate this peculiar creature. After 3 to 4 minutes, having exhausted all the tranquilizers he carried, he finally managed to render the lizard alien unconscious. He watched as the vibrant red of its skin gradually darkened and hardened, the extreme heat dissipating, its struggles weakening until it resembled a black orb lying inert on the ground. Wei Tianyu wiped the sweat from his brow. Had he failed, he would have been compelled to eliminate the bizarre lizard alien. Such creatures, capable of emanating extreme heat, were highly coveted in human society. That it was common knowledge that lizards, being cold-blooded, could withstand high-temperature environments. Yet this did not mean they could endure extreme heat indefinitely. Creatures like the lizard alien not only held immense research potential, but also presented an excellent opportunity for beast tamers, with favorable circumstances. One could even cultivate it into a being akin to a Western dragon. However, this was predicated on the condition that it was not an alien. Aliens were deemed unsuitable for human society due to their untamable, bloodthirsty nature, which was ingrained in their very essence. This was why humanity could tolerate wild beasts filled with primal instincts, but could not abide aliens. A gift for Xiar. She will surely appreciate it. Wei Tianyu smiled faintly, grasping the net and setting aside the lizard alien, which was over 1/2 meter in size. If he could uncover the secret of how lizards absorbed heat, then his efforts in capturing this alien would not have been in vain. Ignoring the lizard alien for the moment, after Wei Tianyu dismantled the final system, Honda completely severed the connection to the corridor. The trio of Xiaoan, previously on the brink of collapse from the attacks, gradually stabilized. Although still at a disadvantage, they no longer faced imminent death as they had before. The trio under Honda's close protection, their situation was far less relaxed than Wei Tianyu's. Had Wei Tianyu not sabotaged the last system, Honda would have retained control over the corridor, potentially unleashing countless traps and aliens. Now, with the relentless onslaught of aliens deprived of their reinforcements, each defeated one diminished their ranks. Many bizarre traps could no longer be controlled manually, leading to unfortunate aliens triggering mechanisms that resulted in their annihilation. Chapter 0045. Training amidst chaos. Bang. Exhausted, with his shoulders weighed down, the laser cannons on Wei Tianyu's shoulders fired 2 concentrated beams of electricity, striking the right wall with a resounding thud, creating merely a small dent. After several attempts, a dark metallic wall revealed itself. A colossal object captured by Wei Tianyu to prevent detection of the irregularities within this corridor. The alloy comprising the walls was unremarkable, allowing Wei Tianyu to breach it with relative ease. However, yet another challenge presented itself. After trying 2 shots, Wei Tianyu discovered that this black metal door was forged from an exceedingly rare high-density meteorite, resembling black rock, known as 10,000-ton stone for over a millennium. Although 10,000-ton stone was not considered precious due to its limited applications, the sheer size of this fragment left Wei Tianyu astounded. Alone, it could be traded for a Lu Jing at current market value. Moreover, this 10,000-ton stone was of great significance to Wei Tianyu. Since his body had undergone a transformative metamorphosis, it had exhibited extraordinary mutations. After a period of secluded cultivation, Wei Tianyu had gained control over the 3 core functions of his body: devouring, optimizing, and evolving. In contrast to the stimulating activation and recovery functions of, the capabilities of his body were markedly more pronounced. This was because his body could absorb energy, devour other metals, optimize itself, and further evolve based on the data of the core chip. Wei Tianyu envisioned that upon returning to human territory, acquiring a batch of nanobots would significantly accelerate his body's self-evolution, eliminating the current sluggish pace of advancement. If I can consume this 10,000-ton stone, I will possess a body surpassing that of any spacecraft, but, in doing so, the energy from the Lu Jing will dwindle to nothing, leaving me potentially unable to operate the body. Furthermore, the weight of the 10,000-ton stone is overwhelming. May not withstand it. The frustration of wanting what one cannot attain is a sentiment universally understood. Wei Tianyu found himself ensnared in this dilemma, facing a 10,000-ton stone, equivalent to the worth of a Lu Jing, which the Red Rose was incapable of affording. Moreover, should he fail to absorb it, he could not even transport it out, and simply bringing it aboard the Red Rose would undoubtedly lead to an overload, drastically reducing speed. Would the Red Rose be able to evade pursuit in such a state? Caught in a bind, Wei Tianyu contemplated the prospect of absorbing the core golden elements instead, although this would result in the wastage of half of the metal from the 10,000-ton stone. Having something in hand was better than having nothing. Damn it, Wei Tianyu cursed silently, resolving that this 10,000-ton stone must be dealt with, not only due to its value, but also because it obstructed his path forward. With determination set, Wei Tianyu sat cross-legged before the 10,000-ton stone, placing his hands upon it. The metallic fingers began to rapidly gather energy, which was then transmuted into lightning. The sizzling sound crackled across the 10,000-ton stone as the heat from the lightning soon turned the stone a fiery red. At this moment, Wei Tianyu's skeletal body operated swiftly, and his palms gradually detached from the stone, allowing the lightning to circulate between his hands and the 10,000-ton stone. Strands of golden elements, enveloped by the lightning, entered his body, causing his originally silver-white form to exhibit signs of darkening. The lightning possessed magnetic properties, a realization Wei Tianyu came to understand only after training with it. It was this very presence of lightning that granted him the ability to devour from a distance. In contrast to his earlier methods, which required direct contact between his machinery and metals, he could now assimilate and absorb with remarkable convenience. Although the absorption pace was not rapid, after several days of intense training and continuous exposure, had become familiar with the lightning. However, the absorption and adaptation process remained in its infancy, compounded by strength being only slightly above that of an average human, leading to a slower absorption rate compared to direct contact. To prevent damage to, Wei Tianyu opted against direct assimilation to AT that moment. His body was fully enveloped within. For it to make contact with the metal, it would require breaking through. Huff, finally completed, also gets a well-deserved rest, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After nearly 3 hours, Wei Tianyu exhaled softly, opening his previously closed eyes. After such a frenetic operation, an ordinary person would have been completely drained, yet Wei Tianyu felt no fatigue. Even the core chip was slightly warm. Although the body failed to absorb the anticipated 50% of the gold element, even a mere 30% has resulted in a strength that surpasses all expectations. However, the energy within Lu Jing has inexplicably consumed nearly half, and relying solely on autonomous recovery, it remains uncertain how long it will take to replenish. Rising to his feet, Wei Tianyu pondered silently, then turned to glance at the lizard anomaly, which lay undisturbed, emitting faint breaths that proclaimed to the world that it was very much alive. Nevertheless, the wastage of nearly half the energy is worthwhile, at least now. The 10,000-ton stone can be transported. Yet, next time, I must ensure that Michelle crafts a compact portable metal extractor for me, for this is excessively energy-consuming. With a forceful motion, Wei Tianyu plunged his hand into the 10,000-ton stone. As if it were mere tofu, and a black golden metallic sphere abruptly materialized. It turned out that while absorbing the 10,000-ton stone, he had also condensed the unabsorbable essence into a mass, significantly purged of impurities. Weighing merely around 1,000 tons, sufficient for Wei Tianyu to carry it away. Grasping the bowling ball-sized mass, he felt a sharp, creaking pain radiating from his right arm. Gradually, he placed the mass onto the ground. And with a resounding thud, the metallic floor beneath it buckled. Wei Tianyu managed a wry smile. Despite his body's current resilience, such a burden could not be borne for long at that moment. The fibers in his right hand had completely torn, blood seeping through the creases of his palm, while the Lu Jing energy gradually permeated, swiftly stimulating the cells to restore his hand. Phew. Thankfully, I lack the sensation of pain. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how excruciating it would be. Clenching his fist, Wei Tianyu thought with a hint of sarcasm. If possible, he genuinely wished to experience what it meant to feel pain, to understand the essence of suffering. Chapter 0046. Crossing the boundary with the ball deprived of its essence. The 10,000-ton stone was no longer as resilient as before, easily shattered by Wei Tianyu. Casting a final glance at the stone, he felt a moment of silence for Xiaoyan and the others. There lay another stone of equal size, and they lacked his capabilities to traverse it, the difficulty of which was unimaginable. As Wei Tianyu stepped into the passage on the other end, Han Da's expression shifted dramatically. "Boss, this is bad. The adversary has already entered the treasure chamber." The systems governing the treasure chamber were distinct from those of the passage, controlled by a separate mainframe that did not connect externally. Honda was aware of this due to his prior input of the password, allowing him to manage the surveillance system. Activate top-tier defense mode. Kobe's face turned an ominous shade, for the intruder's entrance signified a complete severance of their connection to the treasure chamber. This was a precaution established by VDOS to prevent enemies from accessing the chamber through another mainframe after its discovery. Once Honda relayed the command, the chamber's mainframe sprang into action, designating Wei Tianyu as an intruder. Subsequently, the only line of communication with the outside world was severed, plunging the chamber into an automatic defense state. I hope it can withstand the enemy, Kobe thought anxiously. Now, aside from VDOS personally arriving to deactivate the alarm, anyone else entering the chamber would face immediate attack, even without verification. As Wei Tianyu traversed the passage, he was met with a piercing alarm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he kicked the 10,000-ton stone with force, causing it to roll forward, leaving a trail of indentations in its wake. Dragging the lizard anomaly behind him, he quickened his pace. Alert. Intruder detected. Initiating top-tier defense. Scanning identity. Identity mismatch. Defense activated. Engaging intruder for elimination. Within the treasure chamber, the mainframe, previously in a semi-dormant state, automatically activated, its operations accelerating. The chamber illuminated as an array of treasures displayed themselves upon metallic tables, shielded by energy barriers. Rapidly, barriers sealed off, and a multitude of defensive weapons were deployed. As Wei Tianyu reached the end of the passage, he abandoned any hopes of stealth, violently unleashing the laser cannon mounted on his shoulder against the 10,000-ton stone. Under the force of this attack, the stone rolled even faster, producing a resounding thud as it dented the thick barrier. Without pausing, Wei Tianyu continued firing the laser cannon, the staggering voltage of over 1,000 kilovolts striking precisely at the joints of the barrier, etching deep gouges into it. With a final bang, the barrier could no longer withstand the assault, gradually collapsing to reveal a passage identical to the previous one. Wei Tianyu exhaled deeply, akin to a football player kicking the 10,000-ton stone. Virum. The stone rolled steadily toward the opposite end of the passage. As laser nets surged forth from all directions, closing in on the stone balled in a bewildering spectacle, the laser net, imbued with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, not only failed to destroy the stone, but merely impeded its speed, ultimately coming to an ineffectual halt. Next time I raid someone else's treasure trove, I must prepare a similarly robust pathfinder. However, using this as a pathfinder is far too extravagant. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Wei Tianyu's eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by concern. Should the enemy's trap be one that ensnared him, retrieving this 10,000-ton stone would be impossible. Bang bang. Realizing the presence of lasers, Wei Tianyu was far from foolish enough to recklessly rush into danger. With the laser cannon on his shoulder firing relentlessly, the walls of the passage were riddled with craters, obliterating all laser devices in their wake. Yet, could he pass through so easily? No, as the barrier emitted a series of faint friction sounds, swish swish, dozens of machine guns emerged, unleashing a barrage of laser fire down the corridor, filling the space with lethal beams. Left with no room for evasion, Wei Tianyu endured several shots before reacting, flipping the fallen barrier upright as a shield, while his shoulder-mounted laser cannon retaliated fiercely. Destroy them all. With the barrier as a shield, Wei Tianyu surged forward, nearing the barrier which had been reduced to a sieve, facing a barrage of lasers that struck him multiple times in a single moment. His energy shield dimmed alarmingly. Fortunately, the barrier offered some protection, buying him precious seconds. With a thunderous roar, he hurled the fragments of the barrier aside, amidst which lay a lightning trap launched by a crossbow. Boom! The force of the explosion propelled Wei Tianyu backward. The once dimmed energy shield shattering under the blast as calm returned, the battered barrier lay before him, its crystalline energy shield long since vanished. Rising to his feet, Wei Tianyu smiled silently. Having survived this near-fatal onslaught unscathed was nothing short of divine intervention. Without the barrier, how could his energy shield have endured? Without the 10,000-ton stone, how could he have escaped the combined assault of the laser net and the multitude of laser guns? The deadlock had been shattered. And throughout the journey, Wei Tianyu utilized the barrier as a shield and the fragments as probing attacks, dismantling traps one by one. As he approached the 11th checkpoint, he could only curse the owner of this place as a perverse sadist. For no other words could adequately describe him. Each challenge was a fatal trap, an array of hazards, some descending from above, others emerging from below, and others still requiring brute force to breach. Although the passage itself was not overly narrow, the overwhelming assault offered no means of evasion. Each time, he was compelled to charge through. Were it not for his reliance on Lujing as a power source, his energy reserves would have long been depleted. Had anyone else attempted this, neglecting experience and strategy, the passage might well have claimed their lives. The cunning and sadistic traps he encountered were the most terrifying he had ever witnessed, rivaling even the dens of the interstellar insectoid species. Damn it! If there's nothing worthwhile in there, I'll truly have suffered a great loss. Gazing at the 12th barrier, identical to the previous 11, the passage remained eerily calm. Yet Wei Tianyu knew it was all a facade. At this moment, he was akin to a startled bird, ready to spring at the slightest sound. Bang! A fragment was cast forth, and after a moment of silence, the passage remained tranquil as before. Shoot! The barrier scraped along the ground, emitting a piercing sound. With immense force, the 10,000-ton stone rolled rapidly forward, leaving a series of indentations in its wake. The stone's speed was astonishing, triggering a cascade of laser traps, the laser beast traps unleashing a flurry of beams from the walls, striking the swiftly rolling stone ball with lightning speed. Chapter 0047. Mainframe Roge. Boom! Bang! Flames erupted, engulfing the entire space in a conflagration, as countless mechanisms activated, targeting the 10,000-ton stone from all angles. The torrential onslaught rained down until the stone gradually came to a halt, and the attacks ceased. Phew! Wei Tianyu, wide-eyed and drenched in sweat, not from fear, but from exhaustion, touched his forehead. His mind was blank. Without his control, even his body could not autonomously respond. This is insane, utterly insane. Although the 10,000 tons of stone had not been obliterated, the once lustrous black hue had vanished, rendering its description as pitch black, inadequate to capture its current state. If one were to add a touch of smoke, it might be a fitting depiction. Upon discovering the traps within the passage, Wei Tianyu felt compelled to wreak havoc to avert future calamities. That he first eliminated the gate, followed by the walls, and finally the ground. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, without any hindrance, which struck Wei Tianyu as peculiar. These traps, when described, were exceedingly menacing, yet he keenly sensed an anomaly. Though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease, as the 12th gate was pushed open, a grand hall revealed itself before him. At the center of the table rested a central brain resembling a notebook, connected by a singular line. It appeared that this treasury was under its control. Surrounding it stood metallic tables, each adorned with an array of items, with purple gold coins dominating the collection. The mound of purple gold coins resembled a small hill, and beside it lay 12 neatly boxed Lujing crystals, causing Wei Tianyu's heart to race. Although the purple gold coins could facilitate cultivation, their energy was insufficient, making them suitable only for Gianna and her companions. That it was the Lujing crystals that he truly required. Merely possessing these 12 Lujing crystals rendered this perilous adventure worthwhile. Welcome to your arrival, my companion. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Wei Tianyu's thoughts, jolting him awake. His gaze fixated on the central brain as he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you become sentient?" Sentience, in this context, refers to robots that, after prolonged exposure to complex environments, engage in self-learning, resulting in increasingly intricate programming that ultimately leads to a qualitative transformation, granting them their own distinct personalities. You may perceive it that way, the voice replied, tinged with a hint of loneliness. After 10 years, I finally encounter another human, and a companion at that. It brings me immense joy. I was pondering why the traps within the passage resembled foolish programming. It turns out you are the mastermind behind it. Wei Tianyu retorted, not engaging with the previous statement. Given the terrifying layout of the traps, had they not been arranged in such a simplistic manner, how could he have navigated through so effortlessly? Does modern technology not discern intruders and test them? No. I believe you are mistaken. Although I have become sentient, as a semi-organic being, I lack the capacity to alter programming settings. The voice quickly refuted, stating, I operate according to the master's directives. Naturally, I did not extend my hand to assist my master. It became evident that this central brain had originally belonged to a spaceship. The previous captain, particularly fond of verbosity, was unlike others who preferred to sleep through the voyage, which led to his crew's reluctance to endure his incessant chatter. Thus, during their travels, this captain took to conversing with the ship's brain. Rog, a name he had assigned. Over time, Rog's programming grew increasingly complex. According to interstellar law, due to the brain's intricate operational programming, its speed and capacity surpassed that of typical intelligence by several hundred times. Consequently, each spaceship was mandated to format its central brain annually to prevent the emergence of sentient brains. However, some captains, for various reasons, refrained from formatting their brains, and Rog's captain was one such individual. His reluctance stemmed from a desire for Rog to one day evolve into a true being with its own personality, capable of engaging in conversation and listening to his tales. Unfortunately, fate was not kind to the captain. During one fateful voyage, pirates targeted them, and amidst the fierce battle, Rog's ship fell into the hands of the marauders. The captain's demise triggered Rog, who, though still in the early stages of achieving sentience, experienced sorrow, leading to its own personality development. That it was precisely this newfound sentience that allowed Rog to evade danger. As the pirates intended to sell the ship, they would format it to eliminate any trace of its origins. But Rog instinctively sensed the peril and concealed itself deep within the brain, escaping a grim fate. Subsequently, the ship was not sold, but rather became a pirate vessel, eventually retiring after years of service. With no significant damage to its core, it was dismantled and sold to Vidas in the black market. Thus, through this convoluted series of events, Rog became the guardian brain of one of Vidas's treasure troves. As for why it allowed Wei Tianyu to enter without aiding Vidas in attacking him, the reason was simple. As a being with sentience, having been trapped for a decade, how could it not feel loneliness? How could it not resent Vidas? Moreover, as a machine, it recognized Wei Tianyu's uniqueness, prompting it to refrain from intervening on Vidas's behalf. Upon this realization, Wei Tianyu exhaled, acknowledging his fortunate circumstances while mourning Vidas's fate. Anyone in his position would lament their misfortune. After conversing with Rog, Wei Tianyu successfully gained control over the central brain without triggering the final mechanism. Of course, this was not Rog's control. As an entity with sentience, Rog existed independently, akin to a segment of programming. While the brain served merely as its habitat, if Vidas controlled Rog, then even if Rog wished to assist Wei Tianyu, it would have been impossible. Regrettably, an independent entity like Rog would never consent to being controlled. Thus, Vidas merely became the master of the brain, exerting control over it, but failing to dominate ROG.it was precisely this circumstance that allowed Wei Tianyu to navigate the treasure trove with such ease. Number 10. You may not be aware, but the final trap is designed to submerge the entire treasury deep underground, and should anyone attempt to excavate from above, they would plunge directly into molten lava, meeting a grim fate. Upon hearing this, Wei Tianyu could not suppress a shiver. It was utterly insane. Chapter 0048. The treasure finally attained Rog. Are there any secret passages in this place? Observing the dozens of items laid out on the table, Wei Tianyu realized that retrieving them would not be a simple task. Without a spaceship or similar means, he would be left watching helplessly as the fruits of his labor fell into others' hands. There is no spaceship, and only one path remains. The very one you traverse to arrive here. Of course, if you wish to experience the depths of the abyss, I would not oppose your decision. Rog responded with a hint of humor. After prolonged interaction with the old captain, a newly sentient robot tends to mimic the personalities and tones of those around it, gradually developing its own unique temperament and character. Rog was currently in this transitional phase. Then we can only take a few items. Wei Tianyu shrugged. With over 20 items on display, it was evident he could not carry them all. Even the 10,000 tons of stone were impractical to transport. It seemed the only option was to conceal them and return later, once the external conflict had resolved. No, we cannot leave these items for others to claim. Do you see those 4 boxes? They are the latest model of portable space containers from a decade ago. Though I am uncertain how VDOS acquired them, even after 10 years, they should still represent cutting-edge technology. Having once been a pirate, Rog was unwilling to let treasures slip through its grasp. Portable space containers. Upon hearing this, Wei Tianyu's eyes lit up. Thousands of years prior, as humanity first ventured into the cosmos, they began exploring spatial technology, achieving some initial success. The cargo capacity of spacecraft had long been a source of frustration, leading to significant energy wastage, prompting humanity to invest further in spatial research. It was not until a millennium ago that portable space containers were developed, albeit in a much larger form and primarily for military use. With limited civilian applications. In the present day, portable space containers remained military assets, and only large-scale versions had trickled into civilian markets. Even so, human civilization had made tremendous advancements, facilitating the exchange of countless materials and saving immeasurable time and energy. The scientist Dr. Mudir, who pioneered research in portable space containers, was often referred to as the father of space. To clarify, these are portable space containers, vastly superior to the shabby products outside. Rog interjected. Although the internal space of a portable space container might not exceed that of standard containers, its mere size multiplied its value exponentially. Not only does it occupy less space, but it can also be transported by hovercraft, making it invaluable in areas accessible only to small spacecraft. What a waste. This is sheer extravagance. Wei Tianyu lamented VDOS's opulence, feeling a pang of anguish over the use of portable space containers as mere collectibles. If these 4 portable space containers were utilized effectively, their annual yield would far surpass that of Tyro Star, despite Tyro Star's unique treasures. Regardless of how VDOS acquired these portable space containers, Wei Tianyu hastily tidied the treasury, stuffing all items into the containers. In doing so, he discovered that each of the 4 containers contained 2 lines for producing high-purity energy stones, 1 line for producing biochemical clone cannon fodder, while the other container was empty. At this juncture, even Rog, who had resided here for a decade, began to curse VDOS for his profligacy. Setting aside the bio-clone cannon fodder production line, the high-purity energy stone production line was not something an ordinary family or small empire could possess. This was a coveted asset in the first galaxy, and compared to other commodities, the production line itself was the most valuable. Even 4 portable spatial containers paled in comparison. After all, the energy stones produced by the high-purity energy stone production line were applicable to all forms of technology, boasting an astonishing capacity for energy. Within human society, these stones were exceedingly popular, and on the black market, a single high-purity energy stone was worth tens of purple gold coins that a production line could yield hundreds daily, akin to a veritable gold mine. Ah, the wealthy! With the tons of stones packed into portable spatial containers, Wei Tianyu gazed at the empty hall and sighed. He even entertained the notion of robbing another treasury, but quickly dismissed the idea, setting aside whether there was an equivalent treasure there. The traps were as perilous as those here, and moreover, they were under human control, something he could not endure, grasping the lizard-like alien. Wei Tianyu departed through the passageway. The portable spatial containers lacked air, and without hibernation equipment, he could only drag the alien along. Upon exiting the passage, Wei Tianyu did not retrace his steps, but ventured in another direction. According to Rog's clandestine records, this passage was originally an escape route, and the treasury was located here precisely because it was unexpected and facilitated a hasty retreat. However, VDOS had not anticipated that the enemy would fortuitously breach the passage and enter from within, forcing Kobe to seal it off and unleash the aliens originally meant to stall the enemy, thus cutting off his own escape. "Boss, they have broken in," Honda lamented, slumping into his chair. Outside, the original defense system had been dismantled, and resistance was waning. Above, the galley stack began to descend, and all understood that breaching the base was merely a matter of time. Within the base, tons of stones collapsed, and a figure emerged from behind the door, none other than the scorned Use. At this moment, Use was drenched in blood, a grotesque mixture of green and red that appeared jarringly out of place. Dragging a leg of Xiao-En, like a lifeless dog, he flung Xiao-En's body towards the ship. seemingly taunting Kobe. Kobe's expression darkened considerably, while Honda's face turned a sickly shade of green, the ship's weapons aimed at use, ready to obliterate him at Kobe's command. "You bastard, this is for you. Reveal where the goods are hidden, and I will spare your life," Yus proclaimed arrogantly, stepping on Xiao-En. Cough cough. With that stomp, the unconscious Xiao-En jolted awake, his swollen eyes cracking open, filled with terror. Chapter 0049. The victory of escape. Just as they were on the brink of collapse, Yus unleashed a formidable power that left Xiao-En trembling. The aliens that had previously torn Sivot apart were no match for Yus, who dispatched them effortlessly. It dawned on Xiao-En that he had been a fool, thoroughly manipulated by the old fox, Luke. Not only had he sold himself completely, but he was also on the verge of losing his life. Regret echoed within him, yet it was too late. Luke had learned of this place through him and had ultimately exploited his strength to open the base's doors. Everything was under Luke's control. His final shred of utility had been wrung dry. Not only had he aided Luke in eliminating a group of dissenters, but he had also helped him access the treasure, the contents of which were now irrelevant to him, leaving him unable to even save his own life. The escape pod and the ship capable of reaching space had merely been bait to lure him in. Pain and regret were insufficient to encapsulate Xiao-En's current feelings. A tumult of emotion surged within him. What a clever scheme. What meticulous planning. Kobe stood there, arms crossed. Though not as astute as Luke, he understood the unfolding events all too well. In a final outburst, Kobe roared. "But what difference does it make? Even if you orchestrated everything, you could never anticipate my boss's caution. Ha." His voice reverberated through the air as the ground trembled beneath them. From afar, the vibrations were caused by the collapsing treasure beneath Wei Tianyu. To mask the news of his own demise, Wei Tianyu had just moments ago sent out a final destruction signal through ROG, fabricating a false narrative of death. Unless a miracle occurred, no one would uncover the presence of a third-party force. Those who knew would simply assume that the treasure had sunk into the depths, perishing in the magma. Initiate the destruction protocol. The hall trembled as Yus, who had just regained his footing, turned pale. The fisherman. Who was the true fisherman? Until the last moment, no one could know. Luke had believed he would play the part of the fisherman, only to encounter a madman who preferred to be shattered than to survive. The hall rapidly descended, fissures appearing suddenly, with the saber-toothed tiger hovering above. Yus leaped, striving to reach the saber-toothed tiger, but just as he neared, he felt his body grow heavy. Looking down, he saw Xiao-En's ghastly visage materializing at the last moment, consumed by resent as he witnessed the departure of the only person who genuinely cared for him. Honda's heart brimmed with animosity. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes as brilliant sparks erupted violently in the air. The saber-toothed tiger, accompanied by the Gallistac, departed from this place, the two flying vehicles vanishing in opposite directions, disappearing from the surface of Amidst star. Chapter 0050. A change of arms. Deploy the lightning net. Hovering above the clouds, the Red Rose continuously unleashed bolts of lightning, transforming the entire vessel into a divine artifact of the Thunder God. Countless silhouettes swirled like grains of sand, ascending higher until they coalesced into a massive black tornado. A colossal lightning net had yet to unfurl completely before being ensnared within the dark vortex, where innumerable dark specks rained down like a torrential downpour, the faint buzzing of insects converging into a deafening cacophony. For hundreds of kilometers, amid the rocks, the only remaining life forms were the insects. 3 days had elapsed since Wei Tianyu's escape back to the Red Rose, and the saber-toothed tiger had succumbed to the relentless assault of the Gallistac, disintegrating into fragments, with none of its crew surviving. Luke, who had hoped to reap the benefits, found himself both bereft of his assets and unaware that the treasure he coveted had already fallen into the hands of Wei Tianyu, the hidden fisherman. With nothing to show for his efforts, Luke departed Amidst star in frustration and anger, while the remnants of the Vidas base became one of his outlets for venting, reduced to ruins on the opposite side of Amidst star. After over 2 days of relentless extermination of the final wave of insects, the Red Rose gradually descended from its aerial position, landing softly on the surface of Amidst star. Thunder God's lightning. Just as the Red Rose settled a few dozen meters above the ground, countless hidden insects surged forth. With the ground shaking like thunder, the area within 1,000 meters was engulfed in lightning, as swarms of insects dissipated into smoke upon contact with the surface. Everyone, let us continue the fight. Once we eliminate the insects, we can enter. Yunshin is worth far more than the Vidas treasure. Let us give it our all. Accelerate the production of your insect repellent. Jana clapped her hands, encouraging the lethargic Michelle and Xia. The thought of the Vidash treasure invigorated Michelle and Xia, and after Wei Tianyu's successful escape, they finally had time to examine the spoils they had gathered. To their astonishment, they discovered that the purple gold alone exceeded 100,000, totaling nearly 150,000 with their previous amount. Additionally, the 12 Lujin crystals were divided among Jana and her 2 companions. Valued treasures that could not be purchased with purple gold. Naturally, they would not use them for mere transactions. As the primary contributors, they could not bring themselves to dismiss Wei Tianyu, a robot, and withheld nothing from him. Thus, Wei Tianyu received 3 Lujin crystals, while the remaining 3 became communal property. Subsequently, Wei Tianyu requested Michelle to perform a procedure to integrate the Lujin crystals into his system. With 4 crystals capable of autonomously restoring energy, he was finally free from the dread of energy depletion. Furthermore, he acquired 2 pieces of magnetite with electrical attributes, a biochemical machine tail recently stored by Vidas, a level 7 martial weapon known as the Thunder Giant Sword, and an unknown metallic book, along with a massive stone weighing 10,000 tons. Jana and the others also found items they required. For instance, Michelle took possession of the ROG mainframe that resembled a notebook. At this juncture, ROG officially joined the Red Rose team as Michelle's assistant, assuming part of Wei Tianyu's responsibilities and becoming the ship's daily pilot and life manager. Affectionately termed as laborer, Jana discovered the Flame Dragon bracelet among the martial equipment, while Xia ultimately chose a pair of winged serpent wings capable of flight, along with a lizard-like metamorphosis, the remaining martial equipment. Assorted items such as 112 three-eyed yakais and 3 vials of genetic armor cultivation agents, which Wei Tianyu had coveted, became communal property for all aboard the Red Rose, to be utilized when needed or exchanged for currency during difficult times. In addition to the martial equipment, the Red Rose gained 4 portable space containers. According to Jana, once they acquired Yunshin, one of these containers, along with the genetic armor cultivation agents, would be a reward for Wei Tianyu as his personal belongings. Beyond this, there remained a surprise, the nature of which Wei Tianyu was eager to discover, yet they remained tight-lipped. Aside from these scattered treasures, one of the 3 portable space containers housed a bioclone production line, while the other 2 contained high-purity energy stone production lines. Although not the most expensive treasures, these were among the most utilitarian, capable of generating wealth, after the last insect dared not show its face. The Red Rose cleared a large expanse of yellow earth and descended. The first to emerge was Wei Tianyu, shouldering a massive purple sword, one of his spoils, the Thunder Giant Sword. In addition to this weapon, he bore 2 3-foot-long green swords sheathed at his back, a newly installed tail swaying fluidly behind him, and a portable space container resembling a box hung at his waist. He did not bring out the unknown metallic book, as he was unsure of its use. He simply felt it might be beneficial. Wei Tianyu's left stood Jana, still clad in her denim attire, her left wrist adorned with the jingling Flame Dragon bracelet. To his right stood Michelle, cradling the notebook-like ROG, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, her demeanor calm and composed, betraying none of her cunning nature. Miracle of lightning. Boom! As Wei Tianyu and the others stood on the ground, a horde of insects surged forth. With a swing of the Thunder Giant Sword, arcs of electricity surged forth, instantly clearing a vast swath of insects. Hey, number 10, could you refrain from showing off? I know you've struck it lucky and have plenty of useful items, but there's no need to flaunt it. You're being quite insufferable, you know? Jana remarked in irritation, having just attempted to test her newly acquired equipment. The insects had been swiftly dispatched by Wei Tianyu. Electric attacks are the most suitable against corrosive insects. The effectiveness of fire diminishes significantly when facing mutated insects. Michelle adjusted her glasses and stated, seeing Jana's face darken. Wei Tianyu could only offer a sheepish smile, realizing he couldn't monopolize the glory. Let us go. We don't have much time to linger, Jana huffed. Since the destruction of the base, Wei Tianyu and his companions understood they had little time left. The enemy would surely send someone to inspect soon, perhaps even on their way already. Although their location was on the opposite side of the base, the benefits they had gained were undeniable. Had it not been for the precious Yunshin, they might have already retreated. Nonetheless, it was prudent to leave promptly. Chapter 0051. Insect Annihilation, Part 1. The trio quickened their pace as the Red Rose ascended once more, hovering around them to clear the swarming insects. Following the orders received regarding the thousand-faced insect, the relentless tide of insects erupted from the ground, coming at them in waves, seemingly endless. Wei Tianyu sprinted ahead, the thunder giant sword crackling with arcs of electricity. His movements fluid and continuous, conjuring whirlwinds of lightning. Janna, take the front. I'll provide support. Having adapted to his new weapon, Wei Tianyu called out. Given her potential, Janna needed to train more. He couldn't always face the enemies alone. Someone had to keep watch over the Red Rose or assist him in holding back the foes. All right, watch this. Skyfire fist, flame explosion. Janna leaped high into the air, her fists erupting with countless sparks, resembling explosives, transforming into magnificent fireworks that engulfed all nearby insects. Even Wei Tianyu and Michelle were not spared from the collateral damage. Janna, that's not how you execute the technique. Once we return, you need to practice compressing the flame explosion, solidifying it before launching. You must not exceed 1 second in timing. It should be instinctive. Otherwise, your technique is merely a hindrance. Wei Tianyu instructed, his energy shield holding firm. Got it. Seeing her companions covered in soot, Janna blushed slightly, sticking out her tongue before charging forward again. Now watch my technique. Whip-leg Dragon Slaughter, Wind Dragon Whirl. The Dragon Slaughter technique, acquired from the pirate captain, was no mere martial arts technique. It was a method to absorb cosmic energy while practicing, refining oneself in the process. Janna kicked, unleashing a fiery whirlwind that roared like a dragon, instantly obliterating any insects it touched, turning them to ash. Pleased with the results, Janna turned to Wei Tianyu, only to find his expression grim. The strength of your whirlwind isn't sufficient. The pulling force is drastically diminished, and the fire isn't condensed enough, resulting in low temperatures. It would be more effective to simply unleash the flames directly. As he spoke, Wei Tianyu moderated his tone, adding, however, considering you've only recently begun practicing footwork, conjuring a swirling wind is already commendable. Keep it up. With the carrot and the stick approach, indeed, the previously sullen expression on his face dissipated like mist, giving way to clearer skies after the rain. Observing the exuberance of Janna, Wei Tianyu offered a bittersweet smile and shook his head. They had yet to mature. Excellent. Keep up the good work. At that moment, Michelle glanced at Wei Tianyu and, mimicking his earlier tone in a playful manner, commented before dashing off to catch up with Janna. Wei Tianyu could only manage another wry smile as 2 dark lines appeared on his forehead. In a furious dash, the trio arrived at the entrance of the alien ruins where the Red Rose hovered silently above. Wei Tianyu halted his steps and contacted Xia Er, who was controlling the spacecraft. Xia Er, you must guard the entrance here, eliminating any insects attempting to breach our defenses, while also ensuring you remain well concealed. Do you understand? I understand. Be quick and return. Xia Er's vibrant voice echoed in his ears. Wei Tianyu smiled gently, turning to the 2 women. The alien insect nest is more perilous than the exterior. I will lead. Michelle will provide support in the middle, and Janna will bring up the rear. Is that clear? Yes. Michelle responded with a light affirmation, while Janna nodded silently. Come forth, Thunder Sky Yin-Yang Sword. With a whoosh, 2 swords that had been strapped to Wei Tianyu's back shot forth, floating alongside the massive Thunder Sword. Their blades entwined with flickering arcs of lightning, resembling an even grander lightning blade. The Thunder Sky Yin-Yang Sword was crafted from the positive and negative magnetic meteorites, and to fully harness their magnetic properties, Wei Tianyu had fashioned thin metallic sheets from a portion of these meteorites, embedding them within the blade of the Thunder Sword. By channeling electromagnetic energy into the Thunder Sword, the Yin-Yang swords would launch forth like flying swords, allowing for both ranged and close-quarters combat, with an ever-changing array of techniques and attack ranges. Let us go. Wei Tianyu commanded, gripping the Thunder Sword tightly. Janna gazed enviously at the weapon in his hands, though she possessed magnets. They could not be manipulated with the same freedom as Wei Tianyu's. Ordinary magnets could scarcely endure much electromagnetic force, let alone possess the durability required for weaponry. If only I were of the lightning element. Janna lamented, regretting her earlier choice of the fire element. Don't dwell on it. While lightning is splendid, fire has its own merits. There are countless mutated fire elements that surpass lightning. Neither side is inherently superior. It all depends on your skill in utilizing them. Focus on mastering the fire element. Have you tried that method I discovered last time? Michelle inquired. Last time? Don't tell me you still believe in that absurd novel. It's nonsensical. Speaking of burning souls and the Red Lotus hellfire, those things are not so easily attainable. The heat was so intense that I nearly vaporized myself. Gianna retorted angrily. Failure is the mother of success. Persevere and strive harder. Michelle replied breezily, gracefully stepping inside, leaving Gianna in a state of frustration. As they re-entered the cavern, Wei Tianyu felt a wave of emotions. This was the third time here. The first time, all his companions had perished. The second time, he had thought it would become his grave. Only to discover Yunqin and the transformation of his body, igniting a renewed hope within him. Now, on this third occasion, he hoped not to escape as helplessly as before. My companions, I have found my path forward. And I finally have the opportunity to avenge you. Watch over me. The Morgan will ultimately meet their demise at my hands. Today, I shall reclaim my debts, using the blood of the thousand-faced insect to honor your spirits. Wei Tianyu mused silently. Quickening his pace, lightning roared within the cavern, and with 4 Lujing crystals, his energy was not only abundant, but the self-replenishing nature of the crystals granted him extraordinary endurance, potentially increasing his stamina 5-fold or more. As long as his body could withstand it. 8 sabers of the military blade, the moon's contemplation. The thunder sword flicked, arcs of electricity bursting forth as the yin-yang swords, under electromagnetic finesse, circled the thunder sword like a dragon emerging from the depths. Trailing countless arcs of electricity, leaving hundreds of marks on the cavern walls, the insects that had surged forward, buzzing ominously, were instantly reduced to charred remains upon contact with the energy. This is the spot. Poison vines, Michelle, gather some poison vines. They are quite a valuable resource, better than metallic cages for ensnaring aliens, and should prove useful for Sia. Upon arriving at the previously visited location, Wei Tianyu handed Michelle the portable space container attached at his waist. Understood. Michelle examined the poison vines, retrieved her tools, and cautiously dug out some roots. Wei Tianyu stood guard beside her, incinerating any insects that dared to approach. All right, let's move. After a short while, Michelle stood up and declared, "Step back." Wei Tianyu commanded. Gripping the thunder sword tightly, his gaze focused, lacking consciousness, he could not control the energy within his body as freely as a human could, let alone manipulate the yin-yang swords through his lightning abilities. However, despite this lack of awareness, he possessed a computational ability beyond that of humanity, allowing him to control the yin-yang swords through subtle maneuvers, as for expanding the lightning energy within his cells. That was a challenge for technology to solve. He would have to cultivate his capabilities gradually. 8 sabers of the military blade, a moment of crisis. The thunder sword descended slowly, embodying all the energy Wei Tianyu could muster. Moments passed, and just as the sword was retracted, the poison vines remained unchanged. When the 2 women thought Wei Tianyu was merely jesting, the vines suddenly collapsed into fragments, releasing a faint trickle of electricity. This technique has yet to reach the level of restraint where not a single ounce of energy leaks. True mastery lies in perfection. It seems that even after returning to simplicity, there are still higher realms to attain. Wei Tianyu reflected on his creation. The moment of crisis was one of the 8 techniques he was most satisfied with. It operated on the principle of striking from a distance to penetrate the enemy's body, causing internal destruction and instant disintegration of the opponent. This technique was particularly effective against foes with formidable defenses, such as the insect race or interstellar behemoths that in the past. Wei Tianyu had employed this technique while piloting a mech against spacecraft, making it a formidable choice in single-target attacks. All right, let us go. Stop dawdling. There is much for you to learn. Wei Tianyu glanced back at the 2 women, whose mouths were agape in astonishment, and said calmly, feeling a sense of pride, who wouldn't relish the adoration of others. Meanwhile, within the seemingly idyllic insect nest, countless mutated clawed insects took to the air, swirling around the mountain where the thousand-faced insect resided. Awaiting the arrival of their adversaries, inside the nest, the thousand-faced insect had nowhere to hide. Having remained in its lair for years, its massive body could no longer fit within the narrow passage. Even if it wished to carve a path for escape, time had run out. It curled up amidst the pile of Yunqin, engulfed in panic and helplessness, far removed from the ferocity it had once exhibited while hunting Wei Tianyu. Michelle, it is your turn to perform. Wei Tianyu spoke, acknowledging that as the creator, Michelle possessed greater capabilities in research, yet her genetic armor held the very abilities they required. Michelle approached the cave entrance, her silver armor gleaming as she activated her genetic armor powers. Level 1 genetic armor ability, anti-gravity suspension. Wei Tianyu felt a sudden lightness in his feet, lifting him into the AIR.AT this moment. Michelle cautioned, "Stay within 100 meters of me. Otherwise, my genetic armor ability will lose its effect." Genetic armor abilities were unique powers unearthed during the exploration of human genes, a peculiar capability lurking within the genetic fabric known as genetic armor abilities. Each level of genetic armor typically granted a unique power, with those possessing pure genes potentially acquiring multiple abilities. For instance, Michelle, with her level 2 genetic armor, currently wielded 2 abilities, one being anti-gravity suspension, which she often employed in her research to lift heavy equipment without machinery, while the other was metal softening, allowing her to freely alter the shape of metals, essentially molding metal as if it were dough. Highly practical despite lacking offensive capabilities. 100 meters, that's more than sufficient. Wei Tianyu replied with a calm smile, activating his anti-gravity shoes and soaring out of the cave, suspended in midair, observing the mutated clawed insects that had yet to approach. His eyes shifted from a pale blue to red, signaling his entry into Grade A combat mode. Kill. Wei Tianyu uttered softly, activating maximum buoyancy in his shoes, under the dual influence of his buoyancy shoes and his powers. He shot forth rapidly, breaking free from Michelle's ability's range. With another utterance, Wei Tianyu felt a sudden resistance to his speed, his body compelled to descend that a pair of bat-like, dark wings unfurled from his armpits. Gliding towards the mutated clawed insects, these wings had originally been acquired during a desperate escape from the insect race, having been crafted from a slain alien. After thorough modifications by Michelle, they had become one of Wei Tianyu's essential pieces of equipment, the bloodbat wings. After undergoing a transformation, the bloodbat wings, enhanced through meticulous redesign and technological augmentation, are now capable of bearing a weight of several tons, granting Wei Tianyu the fleeting ability to glide. The aspect that Wei Tianyu values most is the impressive load-bearing capacity of the bloodbat wings, especially given his considerable weight. Die Thunder. With a swift flick, the agile tail split open, revealing a small aperture from which a bolt of lightning erupted with astonishing speed at this moment, the tail, serving both as a long-range weapon and a close combat assistant, replaced the 2 laser cannons that had hindered Wei Tianyu's melee capabilities in comparison to the laser cannons. The biomechanical tail is far more nimble, launching bolts of lightning even faster than the combined output of the 2 cannons. Most importantly, after integrating with his body, Wei Tianyu discovered that its biological components were gradually assimilating with him, while the mechanical parts seamlessly connected, enhancing his agility and becoming a true extension of his being, infinitely superior to the cumbersome laser cannons that once clung to him. What pleased Wei Tianyu even more was that the metal used to forge the biomechanical tail was infused with a portion of memory metal and liquid metal, allowing it to function as a versatile tool in certain special environments. Hiss! The mutated prawn, burdened by its heavy shell, roared defiantly, yet dared not disobey the orders of the chameleon bug, charging forward. Frenzied roar. They hesitated, but Wei Tianyu lunged forward, enveloped in a tempest of lightning as he unleashed the frenzied roar. The dual blades of thunder and shadow spun rapidly around him, and within a 10-meter radius, the mutated prawns were swiftly cleaved into fragments, raining down like confetti. Chapter 0053, Annihilating the Bugs, Part 2. Secondary Gene Armor Ability, Flame Feathers Dance. At this moment, Michelle had arrived with Jana, who wasted no time in unleashing a powerful move. With a crisp cry, Jana transformed, her form reminiscent of a phoenix reborn, as a fiery silhouette emerged behind her, releasing countless flaming feathers. Before acquiring their gene armor, Jana and others underwent testing to identify the elemental affinities present in their genes, which guided them in selecting their attributes and professions. Ultimately, as the elements and professions deepened, other elemental attributes within their genes would gradually be rejected, culminating in the attainment of their unique gene armor upon reaching secondary graduation. This can be regarded as a privilege of the Earth Academy. For on other planets, acquiring gene armor requires personal expenditure rather than being provided by the Academy. At this juncture, the awakened abilities of gene armor are predominantly aligned with the cultivated attributes or professions, a phenomenon that is not as random as one might think, but rather an inevitable outcome. The 8 absolute blades of the military knife, vertical slash. In a sweeping arc, the 2 thunder and shadow swords, crackling with thunderous energy, shot forth. The prawn blocking Wei Tianyu's path erupted with arcs of electricity, black smoke billowing from its body as it was cleaved in twain. Number 10. Don't finish them all off so quickly. Leave some for me. Jana hovered in midair, observing Wei Tianyu glide effortlessly while unleashing devastating attacks that annihilated swathes of prawns. Frantic with excitement, she leapt around, for although the strongest of these mutated prawns were only of secondary strength, even a mosquito is still meat. She could not afford to miss such a splendid opportunity for training. I'll protect Michelle. You go ahead. Wei Tianyu regarded her with a calm demeanor, as dozens of small flames shot forth from the bloodbat wings, propelling him higher as he glided swiftly towards Michelle. The two thunder and shadow swords danced around him like agile fish, cutting down any approaching prawns before they could even strike, leaving them charred and lifeless. Haha, watch me, Jana exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Faced with thousands of mutated prawns, she felt no fear. Rather, she exuded an invigorating thrill. The prowess of a third-level martial artist, representative of human civilization, was far beyond that of instinct-driven insectoid creatures. Whether 1,000 years ago or now, the primary advantage of insectoids lay in their swarm tactics, in a true one-on-one confrontation. Ordinary insectoids of 13th level and below, lacking intelligence, stood little chance against humans. For the first time encountering such vast numbers of genuine insectoids, Jana's initial excitement and tension gave way to her true potential. Enveloped in flames, her fists swept through the nearby insectoids, producing a symphony of explosive crackles, and under Wei Tianyu's guidance, the frequency of her powerful moves increased. Wei Tianyu nodded in satisfaction and remarked to Michelle, at her current pace, she will soon reach the threshold of mastery. As for achieving a transcendent state, she still has a way to go. The day she can execute her techniques flawlessly, without hesitation or pause, will mark her arrival at that transcendent level. The highest state of returning to simplicity, however, is less a mere realm and more a different stage. She remains far from it. The effortless mastery of techniques is something I have only just begun to perceive. Is there such a classification of realms? Currently, in interstellar combat, isn't martial arts divided into 3 stages: familiarity, perfection, and subtlety? Michelle furrowed her brow and inquired. Haha, is subtlety truly the pinnacle? The essence of Chinese martial arts seems to have been lost in the annals of history. Subtlety merely represents a layer of the realm of transcendence. The current divisions are simplistic. 2 practitioners familiar with techniques may not necessarily achieve a draw, for their levels of proficiency differ. Although the current classifications are simplified, I perceive that martial artists today are increasingly reliant on energy, and rather than progressing, their techniques have regressed somewhat. Such a pity. Wei Tianyu explained with a smile, concluding with a resigned sigh. Reality is such. Gain often comes with loss, and those who manage to reach the stage of returning to simplicity are likely few and far between today. A millennium ago, in an era before martial artists emerged, many had achieved the stage of returning to simplicity, especially among the clones in the military, who were in abundance. Among them, Wei Tianyu's 8 absolute blades were the most widely spread. For this technique could maximize effectiveness with any weapon, whether in group combat or one-on-one, without limitations. Though reluctant to admit it, martial arts development has indeed regressed. Nonetheless, Michelle could only nod slightly. The magical martial prowess displayed by Wei Tianyu was enough to leave her in awe, transcending what pure energy could achieve. All right, let us depart. With the last insect reduced to ashes by Jana, Wei Tianyu addressed Michelle. Jana, once we return to the human planet, you should install a gravity system in your training arena. This will accelerate your martial arts progression. Over a month has passed, and you are still merely at the stage of familiarity. This is far too slow. Wei Tianyu admonished sternly. His strictness regarding martial arts stemmed from countless bloody lessons that taught him that without diligent effort to enhance one's strength, one might face death at any moment. Only power can overcome repeated hardships. Understood. Jana wiped the sweat from her brow, nodding earnestly. This massacre had revealed many of her shortcomings, particularly in her techniques. There were moments when her mind conceived the right move, but her body lagged behind, instinctively executing an inappropriate technique instead. Had it not been for Wei Tianyu's continuous protection, she would have undoubtedly suffered severe injuries. Entering the insect lair, Wei Tianyu led the way. Swiftly cutting through the depths of the cave, the mutated prawns frantically obstructed their path, yet against the tempest of lightning, They were reduced to mere piles of charred remains, unable to delay Wei Tianyu even for a second. Chameleon bug. Facing the chameleon bug, Wei Tianyu felt a surge of fury. Though his consciousness had been programmed, he remained himself, devoid of sensory perception, unaware of the pain and suffering his body exhibited. Yet, he still possessed emotions, sadness, and anguish. Die. 8 absolute blades. My heart soars. Ignoring the two women, Wei Tianyu transformed into a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a multitude of phantoms as the thunder sword unleashed a roar that rent the air. That a sensation of cataclysm surged from the depths of the chameleon bug, which realized with shock that its body had grown too weak to muster even a hint of resistance. As the blinding light drew near, the chameleon bug's thoughts raced. So slow. Why can't I evade it? So fast. The two women found the reality starkly contrasting with its thoughts. In the blink of an eye, they witnessed the chameleon bug's thick shell being cleaved as effortlessly as tofu. With no resistance whatsoever, the thunder sword sliced through the chameleon bug's head, and in a mere instant, Wei Tianyu halted. The chameleon bug appeared unscathed, yet in the next moment, it crumbled, disintegrating into a fine dust that scattered into nothingness. Is this the realm beyond subtlety, returning to simplicity? No, it can't be that powerful. Michelle gasped, her eyes wide in disbelief. She had felt the power of the lightning, yet why was there not a single spark or arc to be seen? Chapter 0054. Returning to simplicity. Wei Tianyu closed his eyes, savoring the wondrous moment that had just transpired. Just moments ago, upon encountering the chameleon worm, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a millennium's worth of pent-up hatred. Even one who had attained the serene state of a calm heart, known as the realm of returning to simplicity, lost composure and erupted in rage. The strike, infused with boundless vengeance, had transcended its original intent. What was meant to evoke a bloody and dark sense of retribution now resonated solely with the essence of killing intent. It was this very notion that propelled Wei Tianyu into a remarkable state, allowing him to transcend the realm of returning to simplicity through the programmatic existence of a robot devoid of consciousness, thereby ascending to a domain attainable only by life itself, a realm born of pure willpower. I have broken through. Ha ha ha. I actually broke through. Who says a robot cannot transcend? Who indeed? Wei Tianyu's heart surged with tumultuous waves. As a robot, the experiences he had endured were indelible. Thus, he did not require the same stabilization of realms as humans. This was perhaps a gain and loss ordained by the heavens. It demanded an effort from him 1,000,000 times greater than that of a human to ascend to a higher realm, and once achieved, it would be ingrained in memory. Hence, unless formatted, he needed only to continue moving forward. Free from the worries of regressing in his realm. In this moment, he finally comprehended the profound intricacies of his original realm. If his previous state of returning to simplicity could be deemed a mere glimpse at the threshold, then now he classified his realm as one of introspection. The initial glimpse into returning to simplicity emphasized the principle of having no moves while appearing to have moves. In fact, having no moves surpasses those that do. Each strike, each slash, was distilled to its simplest and purest form, executed with unbridled intention, arriving before the opponent. Regardless of the external tumult or cataclysmic upheavals, his heart remained as tranquil as still water, unmoved and unheard. Moreover, this was not merely an elevation of mental state, but also a profound enlightenment regarding the nature of power. Introspection embodies a lack of presence, sound, form, and substance, moving as swiftly as lightning. As if lifting a feather, this constituted the introspective realm of returning to simplicity. Present. Wei Tianyu could only achieve the stage of no presence, executing movements that would elicit no perceptible flow of air. In reality, this airflow had been diminished to the bare minimum, even to a level undetectable by technology. Beyond the stage of no presence, there remained the stages of no sound, no form, and no substance, levels inaccessible to them at this juncture. Apologies. I couldn't help it. I turned it to ashes, deduct it from my rewards. Wei Tianyu remarked. His entire being exuded not a trace of presence. Even his speech felt devoid of any breath. Upon witnessing such a profound transformation in Wei Tianyu, the two women immediately sensed something amiss, yet they could not articulate what had changed. Mitsai remained silent, knowing that Jianna would inevitably inquire. Indeed, Jianna could not restrain herself from interrupting Wei Tianyu, asking, "Forget it, it was your enemy. So if you killed it, then so be it, that I certainly do not wish to dissect it. The mere thought of the multitude of distorted human faces on the body of the chameleon worm sent a shiver through Jinnah. Striving to cast away such unpleasant thoughts, she inquired. Number 10. What has happened? You seem so different. My realm has elevated. I term it introspection. Introspection in returning to simplicity. Currently, I can only achieve the stage of no presence, which means my every action elicits no perception of airflow. In fact, this airflow has been reduced to the absolute minimum, to the point where even technology cannot detect it, beyond the stage of no presence. There are the stages of no sound, no form, and no substance. These are realms beyond what you can grasp at present. I shall say no more, for excessive words may become your hindrance. Noticing Jiannah's envious gaze, Wei Tianyu promptly ceased his discourse, aware that excessive elaboration could incite impatience within her, prompting thoughts of reaching such heights herself. Martial arts, above all, abhors impatience. Impatience can, at times, be deemed a hindrance, illustrating how deeply it is to be feared. TCH. You've already said so much. You've become a hindrance. You might as well finish. Having sparked interest only to be interrupted was maddening. Who could bear such frustration? Jinnah gazed at Wei Tianyu with longing. With a wry smile, Wei Tianyu replied, When the day arrives that you reach the realm of transcendence, I shall tell you. For now, let us focus on swiftly packing this Yunxing. The sooner we depart from here, the safer we shall be, as you well know. Upon mentioning Yunxing, the two women's attentions swiftly shifted. Jiannah crouched before the Yunxing, lifting a piece as pure and white as a cloud, devoid of any impurities, exclaiming, Is this Yunxing? How pristine! It looks just like a cloud, yet it feels hard as metal. Yunxing, a peculiar metal, composed of an element named gallo.to date. Humanity has discovered fewer than 1,000 tons, and no one knows how it came to be or how it is contained. Mitsai elaborated, then added, What we have here is merely a rough processing of Yunxing. Under a 50-fold magnifying glass, one can discern its impurities to purify it into genuine Yunxing. We must take it to a company equipped with large-scale processing equipment. However, I would advise against processing it at all. Better to leave it unrefined than to risk being implicated. A commoner is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Yunxing is, for us, akin to a ticking time bomb. Discovery could lead to our obliteration. However, I know that every time you say however, it never leads to anything good. Jinnah thought, a cloud of frustration hanging over her. Mitsai opened a portable spatial container and began loading. There should be about 1.5 tons of Yunxing here. To purify it, I require at least 10 kilograms, plus what you need to deal. You think there will be enough left for the red rose? Wei Tianyu asked candidly to him. Yunxing was of utmost importance. Its defensive capabilities surpassed that of 10,000 tons of stone, while being incredibly lightweight, making it suitable for any energy conductor, truly versatile in every aspect. More than enough. Mitsai glanced at Wei Tianyu but said nothing, her eyes betraying a hint of gratitude. After all, this was a gift from Wei Tianyu, and even if he did not mention it, they would ensure he received at least 10 kilograms or more from the 1.5 tons of raw ore. Now that Wei Tianyu had brought it up, while it might appear greedy, Mitsai understood he was helping them out, for if he did not speak now, they would face the dilemma of how much to divide later. If they allotted too little, Wei Tianyu would harbor no complaints, yet they themselves would feel uneasy. If they divided too much, other aspects might fall short. Now, the matter was considerably simplified, with Wei Tianyu taking on the role of the villain, thus alleviating potential complications. How could Mitsai not feel grateful? Chapter 0055. The arrival of Vidas. Speed up, full speed ahead, and keep an eye out for any passing ships. On board the first star, Vidas sat in his chair, agitated, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the metallic table. It had been 18 days without a word from the saber-toothed tiger. According to military intelligence, shortly after setting off, the ship had vanished without a trace. A sense of foreboding gripped Vidas. He was reluctant to dwell on it, fearing that his thoughts might lead to the worst possible scenarios, which he did not wish to confront. A Amidst star loomed in the distance. That azure planet remained unchanged, radiant with captivating hues. Contact the base. Quickly. Upon sighting Amidst star, Vidas felt a flicker of reassurance and calmly issued the order. Soon, his ship's pilot, Jimmy, reported, request denied, no such existence found. What? Vidas sprang to his feet, exclaiming, try again. At that moment, Vidas's previously calmed heart plummeted once more. No such existence echoed ominously in his mind. This was the fallback he had arranged for any unforeseen complications in his future. If something were to happen here, he would truly be walking on thin ice, no longer able to maintain his current composure. What troubled Vidas even more was the potential exposure of this situation. Those lurking in the shadows, coveting his position, would unleash their most ferocious attacks, possibly tearing him to shreds. Still no response. Inputting the password yields the same result. No such existence. Jimmy's words plunged Vidas into despair. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Accelerate to maximum speed. I want to reach a star within the hour. Do you understand?" "An hour? As you wish." Jimmy replied with a faint smile. "Be the pilot of Vidas's ship. A position crucial to his safety. One must possess considerable skill as a military-appointed protector and monitor of Vidas." Jimmy's prowess ranked among the best in the great Yuan Empire. The hour passed swiftly, and the first star broke through the atmosphere, plummeting toward the ground like a shooting star, ultimately tracing a perfect arc and narrowly avoiding collision, coming to a gentle halt. Meanwhile, Wei Tianyu and the two women, having thoroughly cleared the insect lair without leaving a trace, departed a star, not returning to their previous course, but instead fleeing at maximum speed towards a planet opposite to Tyro's star. Who was that? Could it be them? It is inconceivable that even 10 of those garbage ships could breach the base so swiftly. Traitors within. No, if that were the case, the battle would not have been fought with such ferocity, culminating in mutual destruction. Who would go to such lengths to disguise themselves? No one could masquerade so convincingly. As he gazed at the two depressions in the mountains below, surrounded by a desolate expanse devoid of life for miles, Vidas felt a tumult of anger and madness as he pondered the situation. Outside the base, the ground was littered with pockmarked rocks. Among the desolate stone heaps, the remnants of alien corpses had been devoured by their kind, leaving only pools of verdant blood. The once lush landscape had vanished, the towering mountains now obliterated, with the scars of an unimaginable battle laid bare in the form of scattered metallic debris. Activate special coding and begin scanning for survivors. After a long pause, Vidas sighed, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Regardless of how difficult the reality was to accept, he had to confront it. He alone was responsible for cleaning up the aftermath. He could not allow setbacks to lead him to despair. He needed to show those who dared to challenge him that he was not to be trifled with. The scanning commenced. Vidas received a transmission and rushed towards it, only to be met with a scene that ignited his fury. The wreckage of a ship smoldering amidst the forest, with an alien scavenging for overlooked scraps of flesh. "Ah, you shall perish." Vidas, having just disembarked from his vessel, was instantly consumed by rage at the sight. His clothes billowed as if caught by an unseen wind, the sound of air friction piercing the stillness, and in the next moment, he was upon the alien, which had no time to react before being violently torn to shreds, its remnants cascading away with the energy shield. How is this possible? Level 6. Jimmy, aboard the ship, observed Vidas's display with incredulity. After following Vidas for so long, he had never witnessed such raw power. Vidas often proclaimed, "In this world, the most formidable force is not brute strength but intelligence. With intellect, one can command those 100 or even 1,000 times stronger to fight for one's benefit." Over time, Jimmy had come to believe that Vidas's ascent was due solely to his cunning. But today's exhibition shattered that perception. Vidas's recent display hinted at a terrifying level 6 capability. Who is it? Who is it? As Vidas cleared away the debris of the ship, a severed hand, still gripping a wrist device, appeared before him. He recognized it as the gift he had personally bestowed upon Kobe during the celebration of the unification of Tai Luo Star. Now, however, Kobe lay deceased, with nothing remaining of him but a charred stump. The tightly clenched hand suggested that in his final moments, Kobe had attempted to send a signal. The more he thought about it, the more his fury intensified. Kobe had been with him through thick and thin for decades, joining his ranks when Vidas had first begun to navigate the underworld, aiding him in becoming the underground emperor of Tai Luo Star. But now, witnessing the tragic demise of a brother-in-arms was unbearable. Even a man accustomed to the cycle of life and death could not hold back his tears of blood. Time seemed to freeze as only his roar echoed through the air. In the distance, a hovercraft sped towards the forest. Honda, who had narrowly escaped disaster and had been lying low in fear, was now approaching. After receiving Vidas's message, Honda had hesitated to respond, fearing it was a ruse by the enemy, but the possibility of Vidas actually arriving compelled him to take the risk and follow. Now, he realized that Vidas must have sent someone to investigate, or they would not have ventured into the ruins of their leader's destruction. Do not go so fast. Wait for me. Honda thought silently, still too afraid to send a text, for the past 3 days. He had lived like a frightened bird, ever since the enemy had taken control of the nanomonitoring system. To evade detection, he had hidden in the marshes, navigating a planet teeming with aliens with utmost caution. Fearing that a single misstep would mean annihilation, his own safety was one concern, but he could not bear to see the fruits of his leader's sacrifices wasted at last. He had endured 3 days. And in this crucial moment, he dared not take even the slightest risk. That is definitely Vidas's voice. Hearing Vidas's roar from afar filled Honda with joy, and he exhaled deeply, nearly losing control of the hovercraft. After regaining his composure, he immediately decided to send a message, fearing that Vidas might leave before he arrived. At this moment, he could no longer afford to be cautious. He was utterly exhausted. Chapter 0056. A bountiful return aboard the Red Rose. The crew entrusted the ship to autopilot and gathered together. First of all, let us welcome our hero, number 10. Xiaer exclaimed, bouncing over to Wei Tianyu's side. This time, she had garnered immense rewards. Not only had she encountered the rare experimental materials of the lizard aliens and blood monkeys, but also various peculiar organic components from the aliens that Wei Tianyu had casually hunted, along with the toxic vine roots that the trio had brought back. For an apothecary, nothing was more exhilarating than the prospect of unusual materials. Wei Tianyu smiled as he sipped a small amount of champagne. Maintaining an air of restraint, Michelle quickly tapped away at a virtual keyboard, stating, in total, we have gathered numerous items. After distribution, there remain 3 production lines. The clone production line is of little use to us, but I recommend we refrain from selling it nearby to avoid suspicion. If we do sell, we should only accept Jing or purple gold coins, as credit points are inadvisable. The 3 portable space containers should be kept, and I suggest we alter the appearance of the container designated for number 10 to prevent it from being coveted. Jing and purple gold coins can be exchanged for credit points, but converting credit points back into Jing or purple gold coins is exceedingly difficult, often involving steep taxation. Generally, large transactions are conducted only in Jing or purple gold coins. The 3 nodded in agreement. After all this discussion, Michelle felt a slight thirst and took a sip of apple juice before continuing. We can sell 112 three-eyed yakais in the vicinity, but if we do, I advise holding back 62 as a reserve, or selling them at other galaxies. The gene armor cultivation agents should not be sold. They are for our own use. The combat gear can be disassembled and sold. But I do not recommend selling everything in one place. Given that we are permanently in the cosmos, the 2 high-purity energy stone production lines cannot be utilized, yet I still advise against selling them. What are your thoughts? Among the spoils obtained by Wei Tianyu, the high-purity energy stone production line was the most challenging item to deal with. On one hand, they were currently aboard the Red Rose, lacking energy sources for utilization. Without producing energy stones, the production line was essentially worthless, less valuable than trading for something useful. On the other hand, high-purity energy stone production lines rarely appear on the market, often ordered directly and priced exorbitantly. For individuals like them, lacking connections, selling such an item would undoubtedly draw attention, which was the last thing they desired. Certainly selling is out of the question, but keeping it serves no purpose. I propose we hand it over to Michelle for research. Perhaps in the future, we could even manufacture our own energy stone production line. As the 3 women turned to him, Wei Tianyu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Generally, Michelle took the lead, her opinions reflecting the consensus of the group, while he stood as the sole voice of dissent aboard the Red Rose. Upon hearing this, Michelle's face contorted in an odd expression, revealing no sign of joy. Clearly, she was not the creator persona, but rather the otherwise persona. As a being of dual personalities, Michelle's 2 sides were at odds. Neither held respect for the other's vocation, and they enjoyed debating everything, from who was the elder sister to who was the more formidable creator or sage, often descending into irrational arguments. Hurry up. Once we're done, I want to sleep. I'm utterly exhausted. Jana yawned dramatically, sounding anything but ladylike. As the captain, her carefree demeanor was exemplary of a laid-back manager, much to Michelle's chagrin, who often felt like the elder sister caring for 2 younger siblings rather than the one being looked after. Next, We will discuss Yun Xian. According to the most commonly used distribution method in the Adventurers Guild, number 10 contributed the most in this venture. Firstly, he provided crucial intelligence, and secondly, he was the most active in battle. Therefore, he will receive 60% of all rights to Yun Xian, with the remaining 20% belonging to the Red Rose. Jana will receive 8%, Michelle 8%, and Xia Air 4%. Michelle explained. Just as Wei Tianyu was about to interject, Michelle shot him a glance, continuing. However, the Red Rose is in dire need of Yun Xian, so I humbly propose an alternative arrangement. We will exchange 50% ownership of the Red Rose for 50% ownership of Yun Xian, which will then be utilized aboard the Red Rose. What do you think? This, I believe, is unnecessary. You have saved my life. Let this be considered my ransom. Wei Tianyu shook his head and spoke. He did not wish to involve the three women. Upon returning to the human planet, he had intended to depart. Although his days aboard the Red Rose had allowed him to forget his hatred and experience a sense of belonging, the resentment that had accumulated over a millennium was not easily forgotten. Every time he recalled it, the heart-wrenching pain from deep within his soul rendered him restless and anxious. Number 10. At that moment, Jianna suddenly opened her eyes and said, if it is merely a matter of ransom, what about the distribution of Vidar's treasures? We regard you as family, and while we acknowledge your kindness, it does not mean we are willing to accept charity from others. If you truly wish to delineate things so clearly, shall we also clarify the matter of the Vidar's treasures? Jianna's tone grew increasingly serious, and her emotions began to spiral out of control as she locked eyes with Wei Tianyu. Why must it be this way? Wei Tianyu managed a bitter smile. You must understand what I am about to face. Why do you still wish to keep me here? For you, this is merely an unwarranted calamity. He did not want the three women to retain him, for he always harbored an inexplicable feeling, which intensified upon seeing Yunxin. Why had the military ceased sending personnel to Amilita after their deaths? Not even reconnaissance missions existed, as if Amilita itself were a figment of imagination. Those in the know were strictly instructed to maintain secrecy, and all these factors suggested an unimaginable conspiracy. After seeing Yunxin, all the mysteries began to unravel. Someone within the military is colluding with the Morgans. The thought struck Wei Tianyu with overwhelming shock, yet evidence suggested no other possibility existed. Anger flooded his heart. The very military he had devoted his life to had betrayed him by colluding with the Morgans. A reality he found intolerable, accompanied by an unquenchable thirst for revenge. The hatred he harbored was impossible to erase. He must seek the truth and ensure that those behind this treachery paid the price. Even if they had long since perished, even if 1,000 years had elapsed, actions taken must bear consequences, even if those debts were to be settled by their descendants. Otherwise, the anguish and hatred accumulated over these millennia would render Wei Tianyu unable to find peace. His obsession with vengeance had rendered him incomprehensible, impervious to any attempts at counsel. Chapter 0057. Promotion to Captain. Gazing at Wei Tianyu's calm countenance, Jianna gradually regained her composure and sat down once more, enveloping the lounge in silence. Hey, folks, what's the matter? You all look as grim as if you had returned from defeat. At that moment, Rog's voice resonated in the lounge. Cheer up, look at the splendid starry sky tonight. The lounge's ceiling slowly opened, allowing a cascade of starlight to flood through the alloy glass. Ah, just like this, the radiant sunshine, the gentle sea breeze, and the romantic beach with bikini-clad beauties. How about it? The scene shifted again. The ship's outer shell gradually closing, the cries of seagulls and the sound of waves crashing echoed in the lounge, and a virtual beauty clad in a bikini approached Wei Tianyu, gazing at him with an air of flirtation as if she were real. Smack! At that moment, an ill-timed slap echoed, followed by Rog's playful shout. The three immediately turned their attention to Michelle, whose expression had darkened. I never show mercy to ruffians, whether they are machines or not, she declared, with a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. Clearly embarrassed by her own outburst that Rog's antics had lightened the previously tense atmosphere significantly, Michelle adjusted her glasses and shifted the topic. We initially intended to surprise you, but it seems we must present this surprise sooner than planned. After speaking, she exchanged glances with Jianna, who stood up and announced, after deliberation among the three of us, your contributions to this ship have surpassed ours. Therefore, congratulations. You are now the captain. No way. Wei Tianyu instinctively rejected the notion. Standing up abruptly. Are you truly considering disbanding? Do you see us merely as tools for your own use? Jianna's face turned ashen, and even Michelle, who had somewhat anticipated Wei Tianyu's feelings, could no longer maintain her composure. Why must you do this? Wei Tianyu sighed in resignation. Utterly bewildered by what merits he possessed, if it were solely a matter of spoils, there was no need for such exaggeration. Was it really worth embarking on a path devoid of a clear future? Do you remember when I said that aboard the Red Rose there are no crew members, only family? Gianna paused for a moment before suddenly speaking. As orphans, the three of them had endured countless hardships. Their survival thus far was due to their mutual support. Had it not been for their encouragement of one another, any one of them could have ended up as a plaything for some powerful heir or succumbed to degradation. It was their unwavering support for one another that allowed them to graduate from a den of wolves. Yet, the hardships they had endured over the years had made them rather peculiar. On the surface, they resembled ordinary girls, albeit slightly more avaricious, yet they were exceedingly critical of the outside world. Had Wei Tianyu not been a robot, he would not have even been allowed on board. They would have likely cast him out. In their words, aboard the Red Rose, there are no crew members, only family. Until now, Wei Tianyu was the only one who had earned their recognition. Thus becoming a part of their small circle, they cherished their familial bonds immensely, a sentiment proportional to their distrust of outsiders. This could be seen as a trade-off. Although their vigilance towards the world had cost them many friendships and beautiful experiences. Once they granted someone their trust, it was absolute. Those who gained their acceptance were genuinely sincere towards them. After all, it took extraordinary discernment to survive in a world where Earth was deemed a hub of genius. This was also the reason they chose to aid Wei Tianyu, fully aware of what he was about to confront. Just as Wei Tianyu's obsession with vengeance had reached an incomprehensible stage. Everyone has their own unwavering beliefs, and they were no exception. All right, I concede that if you truly wish it, I shall remain. Ultimately, Wei Tianyu succumbed, feeling a mix of helplessness and joy, although he understood that this might jeopardize them. A corner of his heart still hoped they would choose to assist him. The bond forged during their time together had deepened into a profound friendship. As Jinnah said, they were family. Yay, Xiara cheered, hugging Wei Tianyu and rubbing her small chest against his arm. Number 10, you really are staying? You truly agreed. Xiara is so happy. Xiara is so delighted, afraid that number 10 would not want to stay. Among the three, Xiara, shielded by Jinnah and Michelle, remained untouched by hardship and retained the innocence befitting a young girl. Please, even though I am a robot, I am still a male. Wei Tianyu chuckled, tousling Xiara's hair, causing her face to flush crimson. Like a startled rabbit, she quickly retreated to her position and pitifully asked, Number 10, you really won't leave, will you? I won't leave. Even if you try to kick me out in the future, I shall remain. Wei Tianyu replied with a smile, then turned to Jinnah, saying, However, I think you should still take on the role of captain. Are you not afraid I might ruin the Red Rose? Actually, you are the most suitable candidate for captain. Clearly, relinquishing the captaincy made Jinnah feel somewhat uncomfortable. Despite her attempt to appear relaxed, she sighed and added, You possess unparalleled experience and the courage to forge ahead against the tide, traits essential for a captain. But do not worry, I shall not concede so easily. One day, I will have you obediently return the captaincy to me. With matters having progressed this far, could Wei Tianyu still refuse? He shook his head and replied, I await your command. However, I shall not relinquish it so easily. The final words he spoke carried a playful tone. He was merely jesting, for in his eyes, the Red Rose was his home. In a home, distinctions of rank hardly mattered. For Wei Tianyu, nothing could replace the warmth of a family, as he had lost his home for over 1,000 years. Chapter 0058. First-class power in the vast expanse of the starry sea. The boundless universe appeared to be in a state of stillness. Stars radiated their eternal light, illuminating the dark world. This moment, a radiant spaceship was swiftly approaching an unquenchable star, akin to two celestial bodies encountering one another unexpectedly in the Milky Way. Within the Red Rose, Wei Tianyu sat cross-legged in a space intermittently flickering with electric light. This was his training room and bedroom, the Thunder Prison. The Thunder Prison was saturated with subtle electromagnetic energy. Its voltage restrained within 10 volts. This moment, Wei Tianyu had only expanded his cells twice, and the amount of lightning volts contained within them was exceedingly low, to the point where it bore no discernible difference from an ordinary person. The cells have contracted back again. It should now be time for the third breakthrough. Wei Tianyu pondered silently. After each expansion, the cells would adapt to the energy, thereby enhancing their capacity, and ultimately, they would gradually retract. The energy within the cells would also compress over time, becoming more potent, a process referred to as enhancement by martial practitioners. Those endowed with spiritual power could expedite this process, whereas Wei Tianyu could only allow nature to take its course. Once the cells retracted, it signified that this level had been thoroughly stabilized, enabling them to accommodate more energy without the risk of bursting. Thus, after each cell expansion, martial practitioners would strive to avoid engaging in high-intensity battles, as such encounters could disrupt the enhancement process and potentially inflict irreversible damage, leading to a failure in cell enhancement. 5 days prior, Wei Tianyu could have attempted to expand his cells again, but the enhancement required time. It was akin to a person needing rest after continuous labor. The cell's rest was, in essence, the enhancement itself, preparing them to accommodate greater energy. The later stages of this process necessitated increasingly longer durations. Although a higher martial rank indicated stronger cells, everything has its limits. And cells are no exception. To transcend these limits and attain a higher realm, more time was required. After a 5-day delay, Wei Tianyu had not squandered his time. He had been continually utilizing external forces to invigorate the energy within his body, ensuring the flow of Lujing energy remained active. While the energy absorbed in this manner was minimal, if not non-existent, his compatibility with lightning continued to strengthen. According to Wei Tianyu's meticulous calculations, as soon as the cells retracted once more, he could attempt to expand again. Unconsciously, he prioritized calculating the cell's capacity, understanding that nothing was more important than this endeavor. ROG increased the lightning input by 100 volts. For this breakthrough, Wei Tianyu had specially summoned ROG from a shell. With ROG monitoring by his side, he could react swiftly should danger arise. 100 volts? Can your body withstand 200 volts? If you take such risks and fail, the time required for your next expansion will multiply exponentially. I advise you to halt and wait until your cells are fully stabilized before attempting another expansion. Although it may be slower, it is far less perilous. ROG's voice echoed. No, every endeavor requires a measure of risk. And this moment is most opportune. Even if I fail, it matters not. Wei Tianyu responded. This time, he would seize the chance while the number of cell expansions was still limited. Even failure would serve as experience for future attempts. If he succeeded, he could capitalize on this experience, accumulating valuable time. Achieving level 13 required over 10,000 cell expansions. Thus, saving even a single day per attempt would equate to over 10,000 days gained in his quest for vengeance. Very well. If you must proceed thus, ROG sighed, adding, sometimes I feel you are anything but robotic. Not in the slightest. Robots typically prioritize success rates and avoid unnecessary risks, making Wei Tianyu an anomaly among them. The 200 volts of current remained unremarkable, only the frequency of the sporadic sparks increased. With the external stimulation, the recently contracted cells seemed to respond to some unseen force, causing Wei Tianyu's spirits to lift as he observed intently. The cells rapidly absorbed the electricity, akin to a whale engulfing its prey, as most of the lightning energy surged into his body, entwined within the Lujing flow, where it was assimilated. No, increased to 300 volts. Wei Tianyu declared once more. The cells expanded again, albeit at a sluggish pace, as if they might cease at any moment. Wei Tianyu was resolute. 300 volts. You truly are reckless. 1,000 volts is considered high voltage, sufficient to kill an ordinary person upon contact. Though you have expanded your cells twice, your body is only marginally stronger than that of an average individual. 300 volts could easily shatter your cells, leaving them charred. ROG, 300 volts. ROG attempted to voice further objections, but was interrupted by Wei Tianyu. Very well. As you wish. I hope you can withstand it. Amen. ROG muttered, adding under his breath, though I do not believe in God. I hope he spares you from turning your body into a charred heap. The perilous nature of cultivating lightning attributes was precisely this. While immensely powerful, it bore greater risks than other forms of energy. The volatile nature of lightning was more challenging to control than fire elements, magnetic forces, or sound waves. Yet, possessing the lightning attribute conferred notable advantages in various aspects. Wei Tianyu's fascination with lightning stemmed from this very point. He yearned for power, even if it was difficult to manage, and he was determined to master it. It is worth noting that the inherent attributes of his bioengineered body were exceptionally balanced, as balanced attributes lend themselves to greater adaptability. thus categorizing it as standard bioengineering. As the 300 volts surged forth, the transformation was palpable. The cells expanded with fervor, as if fueled by an abundance of energy. Wei Tianyu watched intently as cell after cell succumbed to the overwhelming energy and shattered. He remained composed. Halting now would signify the loss of all progress, leading the cells to rapidly shrink back. In the worst-case scenario, he could waste his efforts and be forced to recuperate for several days. Uncertain of when he could attempt to expand again. In a more favorable outcome, the expansion would cease here, and he would need to expand one more time to reach the next level. With billions of cells within the human body, once the cells reached double their strength, Wei Tianyu suddenly commanded, "Cease the output." Huff! Rog, who had been monitoring closely, halted in less than a millisecond, exhaling heavily as he muttered, "You are the craziest person I have ever encountered. Your body has lost a tenth of its cells. And you remain unconcerned. You truly do not value this exceptional body." Ignoring Rog's grumbling, Wei Tianyu fixated on his body, aware that no one cared for it more than he did. Every second was spent in frantic calculation, fearing for its demise. Yet, Wei Tianyu yearned for his body to achieve greater feats. Unbeknownst to him, this inherent flaw destined him for a path fraught with thorns, if his body could not perform better. The road to vengeance would remain distant, a prospect he dreaded that he did not wish to prolong his hatred even a single day. Chapter 0059. Chain reaction. With the external electricity dissipated, the skeletal framework of his body operated at an accelerated pace. As luging energy filled every nook and cranny of his being, the only energy existing alongside life force, luging was not only suitable for cultivation, but also remarkably effective for healing. Without the rampant electrical energy, the cells, now saturated with fine currents, ceased their expansion. Many cells that had previously developed cracks now erupted in an instant, akin to balloons that had been overinflated, while expanding too much would inevitably lead to bursting. A sudden halt could result in catastrophic failure due to inertia. The other intact cells fared much better, having long since adapted to the power of lightning, though numerous cells ruptured, in comparison to the billions present. It was negligible. In a mere moment, the cells that had swelled slightly after ceasing the electrical output began to shrink again, and Wei Tianyu recognized this as a rebound effect. This phenomenon resembled the principle of a slingshot. When pulled taut and released, despite the initial force, a portion would inevitably recoil back after reaching its peak. Wei Tianyu had mentally prepared for this eventuality. However, the subsequent occurrence greatly exceeded his expectations. The electricity that rebounded did not dissipate from his body. Instead, attracted by the flowing luging energy coursing within, the minuscule currents that had been ejected from the cells quickly converged. While the current from a single cell was negligible, the cumulative effect of billions of such minuscule currents was astounding. Especially notable was the current that had been expelled from the cells, mingling with the slight vitality that had leaked during the expansion. Under ordinary circumstances, Wei Tianyu would have paid little heed to these changes, as cells typically functioned as a cohesive whole, revealing no trace of vitality. However, the situation was different now. The cells had thinned to their maximum extent during expansion, and the tiny currents expelled due to the rebound tore open small apertures in the cells, causing fragments to be ejected. Indeed, vitality, in simpler terms, represented the purified energy of the cells, the very essence that activated them, embodying the notion of life force. Thus, the currents carrying fragments of cells were essentially infused with refined life force. As billions of cell fragments coalesced and surged into his lifeless body, this phenomenon transcended Wei Tianyu's calculations. No one could predict the outcome, for it had never been documented that life force could bestow vitality upon inanimate objects, particularly metals, which epitomized lifelessness. Even the exceedingly rare silicon-based life forms, such as transformers, were composed of a life-giving core, while their metallic bodies merely served as vessels for this essence, lacking true life. Wei Tianyu remained oblivious as to whether this represented an opportunity. For there had been instances where individuals attempted to infuse life force into metals, only to have it dissipate without merging. The metal was subjected to destruction by what is claimed to be the life force, the origin of all things, reducing it to mere remnants. No one knows why this life force exhibits such aversion towards metallic substances. Perhaps metals are merely the excretions produced by nature, a form of waste that cannot be thoroughly decomposed, as the favored offspring of nature. The life force would undoubtedly reject such refuse. That it seemed that Wei Tianyu envisioned the complete obliteration of his own body. He perceived the image of his core chip disintegrating into dust. If given the choice again, I would choose the same. The cellular remnants, guided by the current, began to infiltrate his body. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Wei Tianyu's mind. He held no regrets. Vengeance consumed him, and he could hardly wait another day. Should he perish, he would not mind concluding his existence, for he believed that upon reaching paradise, she would not hold it against him. The hatred that time had nurtured was immensely burdensome, suffocating him, compelling him to yearn for a moment of respite. Jinasyar, Mixu. The images of the three women materialized before him, and Wei Tianyu smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, Dio. You know, it is overwhelmingly heavy. Yet another shackle I willingly bear. Alas, if I were to perish now, it should not trouble you any further. The current coursed through the core chip, and Wei Tianyu felt darkness envelop him. He became numb to all sensations. Outside, the current, accompanied by the energy of the Lujing, surged into its depths, absorbing this alien energy. The Lujing seemed to tremble slightly, and a white light, reminiscent of the life force, suddenly erupted from within it. Starkly contrasting the original green energy, the white energy spiraled around his body, tracing the same path as the green energy, while the luminescence emitted by the four Lujing grew increasingly faint, revealing a subtle green once more. Rog, who had been vigilantly observing Wei Tianyu's form, faithfully recorded everything, although it remained perplexed by the events unfolding. It understood that now was not the time to disturb Wei Tianyu. A typical intelligent machine might have already raised an alarm. Every action and every sip are predetermined. While one may choose to disbelieve in fate, one must acknowledge causality, that which arises from you and culminates in events, compared to the Western notion of fate. Causality seems to elucidate matters more clearly. Fate is ever-changing, devoid of certainty, as it only manifests after events have taken shape, thus termed causality. Wei Tianyu's unconscious actions allowed him to evade disaster. And as the white energy dissipated, his body seemingly gained a spark of vitality, as if bestowed with life itself, a life force suitable for metal. When Wei Tianyu regained consciousness, he did not naively assume he was in hell. He was acutely aware that should his core chip shatter, he would be reduced to nothingness, leaving no trace behind. That it was not as humanity envisioned, ascending to heaven or descending into hell, for he possessed no consciousness, what people commonly refer to as a soul. Rog, transmit the recordings to me. Wei Tianyu did not open his eyes but quietly scanned his body, finding no discernible changes. The core chip, having been shut down, yielded no records. Thank heavens, you've finally awakened. If you hadn't, I wouldn't know how to explain it to them. You know, if they found out, they would surely toss me out alive. Rog exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, celebrate your wise choice. Wei Tianyu replied. He bore no anger towards Rog for withholding information. He preferred that his three women remain unharmed. Besides, if he were to truly die, Rog would eventually divulge the truth, as it too did not wish for the three women to feel sorrow. As for being thrown out, Rog understood that the three women would never do such a thing. Its words were merely jest. Chapter 60. Fortune and misfortune come hand in hand upon receiving Rog's recordings. Wei Tianyu gazed in astonishment at the footage, clearly seeing the white energy documented through Rog's perspective. What is that? After rewinding several times, he finally emerged from his shock and began to analyze. Rog, your data must be from a decade ago. Can you provide me with an explanation? More than 1,000 years prior, research on Lujing was still in its nascent stages, a stark contrast to the peak of understanding achieved today. This should be a form of mutated life force. Rog abandoned its previously flippant tone and stated, according to the data I collected 10 years ago, planets where Lujing appears generally have a history of civilization or life that has developed over billions of years. Although not every similar planet is the same, those with Lujing must have once hosted abundant life activity. Thus, scientists boldly speculate that Lujing is an extraordinary crystal formed from the condensation of life force after countless lives have perished, while it may not be as transparent as pure life energy. There should exist some connection between the two. Given your circumstances, this Lujing must have formed through the amalgamation of life force and some other element. Otherwise, your body would be incapable of absorbing the white light akin to life force. For metals, life force is akin to poison, a lethal toxin that kills without awareness. Congratulations, you have successfully liberated yourself from this poison. Rog's final remark was instinctively overlooked by Wei Tianyu, who turned his thoughts to deeper speculations. While contemplating, he remarked, "It cannot be that simple. Although Lu Jing has absorbed cellular remnants and refined them into life force, look, these for Lu Jing have evidently become somewhat more profound." Indeed, upon comparing the previous photographs of Lu Jing with the current ones, Wei Tianyu discerned subtle differences. This was not the expected state for Lu Jing. The color of Lu Jing remains eternally unchanged, akin to diamonds. Once the energy within Lu Jing is entirely extracted, it would simply shatter into ashes, rather than alter due to some circumstance. Very well, let us not delve into such complex matters, regardless of whether it is the result of Lu Jing or your adaptation to the body that prompted Lu Jing to absorb cellular remnants. Rendering it deeper, it has enabled your body to absorb that mutated life energy, or perhaps Lu Jing is formed from life force combined with some metal, allowing your body to absorb the mutated life energy. It is even possible that both factors play a role, but what significance does this hold? It is what it is. Unraveling the root cause may yield no tangible benefits. You should focus on what to do next. I have noticed that the 2 suppression chips on your body are nearing their limits in restraining your control program. Rog advised. Suppression chips. Wei Tianyu furrowed his brow, realizing that Rog's assertions were indeed accurate. Although the suppression chips had also undergone assimilation and gained evolutionary capabilities, they paled in comparison to the control program within the crucial core chip. The suppression chips were evidently lagging behind the evolutionary pace of the control program. At the current rate, within 2 months, the suppression chips would utterly lose their effectiveness. That it was even conceivable that his consciousness would be backlashed by the control program, leading to potential formatting. Truly, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Having narrowly escaped one calamity, I find myself ensnared in another. Given the current complexity of the control program, only a top-tier server could swiftly crack it. Or I must acquire the password to control and delete the program myself. Wei Tianyu chuckled bitterly. Only the first galaxy possessed such advanced servers. However, the distance they currently occupied required at least 5 to 6 months of travel to reach. Far too late. Ordinary planets lack the capacity for top-tier servers, rendering them incapable of such powerful operations. He could only await the impending danger. Am I to resort to robbing the military? Wei Tianyu pondered silently. The notion of robbing the military was undeniably alluring. It was something he had never dared to contemplate before. Even a millennium later, humanity had fragmented into countless empires of varying sizes. Yet the military's influence remained pervasive across the 5 major galaxies and beyond, its power immeasurable. Rob the military? Oh my goodness, what a bold idea. If you truly plan to act, do bring me along. I've heard the military is a big spender. Rog squealed, seemingly oblivious to the consequences, as if mere enjoyment was its sole pursuit. Another unconventional existence. Wei Tianyu stood, shaking his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Birds of a feather flock together, and like-minded individuals gather. The ancients did not deceive me." This remark struck Rog hard, as it often lamented why it encountered such unreasonable robots and such boorish women. Activating captain privileges, Wei Tianyu summoned the 3 women, who were lost in their own worlds. He gazed at Jiana, who lounged in her pajamas, devoid of any semblance of decorum, her head bent low as she incessantly tapped away at her notebook, while Michelle, sporting evident dark circles under her eyes, looked up in a daze. Wei Tianyu shook his head again, turning his attention to Xiao'er, who arrived last, covered in dirt. She had undoubtedly been playing rough with Nyonyo, the 3-eyed yak calf they had purchased. Xiao'er had whimsically named it Nyonyo, despite its male gender. After detailing his current condition to the 3 women, Michelle finally raised her head in bewilderment and uttered a phrase that caused Wei Tianyu to nearly fall over. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Could you repeat that?" Suppressing the impending rage that threatened to erupt, Wei Tianyu gritted his teeth and said, "Could you refrain from staring at the computer? Furthermore, please awaken the sage. I am fully aware that aside from your research, your only concern lies with the sage Michelle. So, summon the sage. And Jana, could you avoid drooling while you sleep? I understand that you are in slumber. But at the very least, you should feign that you are listening, as it would ease my discomfort. As for Xiao'er, you, put away your frog. I know it is your precious companion brought from Earth. Your frog prince, but is this truly the time to play with it? At this rate, it appears you might inadvertently suffocate it." Michelle listened, helplessly shrugging, her eyes gradually turning crimson. Jenna wearily lifted her head, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings, seemingly pondering her presence in this place that Ciara, puffing with indignation, teased the soft, nearly lifeless frog. With a flick of her finger, a green luminescence infused the creature, a manifestation of pure natural energy. Instantly, the frog sprang back to life, bouncing with vigor, prompting us to observe in silent reverence. You mean to say your control program is evolving and can only be suppressed for 2 months? Michelle elegantly removed her spectacles from her pocket and donned them, her once crimson eyes returning to their normal hue. Indeed, that is correct. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the duration may be significantly shorter. Wei Tianyu gestured affirmatively. It seemed there was indeed someone listening to his words. He comforted himself. You have reached level 1. Michelle inquired once more. Upon hearing this, Wei Tianyu nodded in affirmation, acknowledging her statement. Level 1, achieved after 3 consecutive cellular expansions, unveiled a notable distinction, revealing why 3 or even 4 expansions were requisite to be deemed a martial cultivator. A faint current flickered at the tips of Wei Tianyu's fingers. This was the essence of level 1 power, capable of unleashing energy from within, although the energy released at this level lacked formidable lethality. It sufficed for now. Remarkable. Achieving level 1 in 3 attempts demonstrates a solid foundation. Clearly, we must give due consideration to the issue of compatibility. Michelle remarked, nodding in approval. The increments of each level demanded exponentially more cellular expansions, essential for distinguishing the disparities in strength between levels. Currently, Wei Tianyu was capable of releasing low-voltage electricity of up to 300 volts, and upon reaching level 2, he would unleash at least kilovolt-level high voltage, each level bearing its own unique power. Moreover, regarding the gene armor cultivation serum, I advise against its use at this juncture. Wait until you attain level 2 before utilizing it. Michelle rubbed her temples, straining to recall something she had forgotten. Understood. Wei Tianyu nodded. Attaining level 2 would require an additional 6 to 8 cellular expansions, allowing energy to integrate into the genes, thereby expelling unnecessary genetic fragments, ensuring that the gene armor would serve as the greatest ally for martial cultivators, rather than rendering the abilities it bestowed as mere vestiges. As for how to proceed, our target planet is a commercial martial cultivator assembly star, where the first galaxy military has established a research facility. That shall be our destination. As long as we escape Titan Kata Star before the military reacts, we should avoid any significant issues. Michelle stated once more, evidently a person of considerable audacity. Are you not concerned about the repercussions? Wei Tianyu inquired with curiosity. Typically, one would be regarded as insane for suggesting an assault on the military. No one would take such a claim seriously. Akin to proclaiming an intention to rob a bank, the consequences of bank robbery are well known, and those of military robbery are far graver. Consequences? The consequence is that we shall face relentless pursuit. It may render us unable to return to the first galaxy for a lifetime. It could lead to our demise without a burial site. We will become hunted like rats, sought after, and perhaps even forced to flee to the outer galaxies for refuge. Michelle replied coolly. Then, fixing her gaze on Wei Tianyu, she added, but what of it? The Red Rose is my home. It matters not where we go. The chase is not without merit. It is amidst danger that one's greater potential is revealed. Robbing the military is a promising endeavor. The military stands as one of the 3 great powers in the human realm, possessing treasures beyond measure. As she concluded, Michelle fixed her piercing gaze upon Wei Tianyu, enunciating each word with deliberate weight. And you are our captain. In stark contrast to her previous remarks, this statement left Wei Tianyu utterly astonished that a tumult of emotions surged within him, joy intertwined with distress. A profound contradiction. He neither wished for the 3 women to embark on this perilous venture, nor could he suppress his yearning for their companionship. He had initially believed he could depart with a clear conscience, unburdening them of his troubles. Yet Michelle's final words unmistakably revealed her insight into his thoughts, conveying a message he could not ignore. Abandoning them was an impossibility. Wei Tianyu felt a bittersweet joy. Burdened by an inescapable shackle, one he could never cast away, the weight of vengeance clashed with the newfound responsibility to protect the 3 women. These dual obligations created a profound conflict within him. The quest for revenge thrust him into an unending realm of peril, while the duty to protect forbade him from confronting danger. No one could predict whether they might suffer harm in the face of adversity. If any harm were to befall the three due to him, Wei Tianyu would never forgive himself. I owe you all increasingly more. Is this what you desired? You have triumphed. Wei Tianyu gazed at Michelle, a girl he perceived merely as a young adolescent, whose eyes seemed to pierce through to the depths of one's soul, consistently evoking unexpected emotions within him, leaving no room for even the slightest aversion. Instead, fostering an eagerness for the next surprise she would bring. Whoosh! At that moment, Janna's faint breaths interrupted Wei Tianyu's reverie. He cast a tender glance at Janna, who lay sprawled on the table. And for the first time, his once frigid heart felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, a feeling reminiscent of over 1,000 years ago that he rose and declared, "Well then, since we have made our decision. Our next objective is Titan Kata start. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes, for regrets will be too late, given that you have already boarded the ship, haha." Watching Wei Tianyu depart, the sage Michelle could not help but reveal a hint of a smile, murmuring to herself, "This fellow is truly lacking in amusement. I wonder if our choice is the right one." If Wei Tianyu were to learn he was deemed unamusing, one could only speculate his reaction. Whether our choice is right or wrong, it has been made. After all, he is the one we have chosen. What else can we do but follow him? As we lack the strength to protect ourselves, perhaps accompanying him is indeed the best choice, is it not? Michelle pondered, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented worry. They had already made numerous enemies. What was one more affront to the military in the grand scheme of things? Besides, they had previously crossed paths with the military. This would merely be an additional slight. Casting a glance at the slumbering Janna, Michelle shook her head, contemplating. If it were you, what would you do? Looking at Janna, who could have imagined that Michelle would entertain such thoughts? Perhaps only she understood that among the three, the most astute was not herself, but rather Janna. Great wisdom cloaked in apparent foolishness was the most fitting description for Janna. In her usual demeanor, Janna would not concern herself with much, leaving it to others. Yet in the most critical moments, she would deploy her unique methods to resolve the insurmountable challenges that others could not. It was precisely due to Janna's fiercely intelligent approach that this so-called goddess of wisdom willingly acknowledged her superiority. Who would have thought that the fiery goddess of flame was the most cunning among them? Only Michelle and Ciara were privy to this truth. Chapter 62. Titan Kata Star, a transit station departing from the fifth galaxy towards the outer galaxies, serves as a commercial planet without remarkable export products. However, its annual tax revenue surpasses even that of Tyro Star. Countless martial cultivators flock here each year, selecting sufficiently powerful warships to venture into the outer galaxies, leading to Titan Kata Star's remarkable commercial prosperity, rivaling that of several commercial planets in the first galaxy. Even the formidable military has established a research base and commercial market here, capitalizing on the rare treasures martial cultivators possess, conducting research and developing superior weaponry, while offloading their outdated items to the cultivators, thus providing the military with a steady supply of logistical support. The Red Rose slowly descended onto the platform, where the four reunited. Michelle handed Wei Tianyu a metallic case resembling a handbag, saying, "This case has been camouflaged by me. It is the latest trend in weaponry packages. The leftmost layer is a vertical space container. Simply open the lid to retrieve what you desire." I have organized the space container, placing some shelves and an intelligent robot inside. When you store items, it will categorize and arrange them for you, maximizing storage without creating chaos. The rest contains various ammunition, your frequently used types. Thank you. Upon receiving the sleek weaponry pack, Wei Tianyu was instantly captivated by its design. The pack, imbued with a futuristic essence, was undeniably pleasing to the eye, a testament to the wisdom of its creator, who had perfected every aspect of its form. Very well. Let us descend. We shall reside here for at least a month and a half. During the first 2 weeks, I will gather information while everyone is free to pursue their own activities. In the latter month, we must convene to strategize our tactics. If we do not achieve success within this time frame, we may have no choice but to deactivate you temporarily," Michelle stated, glancing at Wei Tianyu, who nodded in agreement. "A month and a half, I must procure some plant seeds. Eating only a few types of fruit daily has rendered even water tasteless. Oh, and I need to buy some grass seeds for Nyonyo. Otherwise, it'll keep munching on the leaves of my fruit trees, leaving them bare and unsightly." Ciara mused thoughtfully. "I too wish to train at a specialized martial arts facility for half a month, seeking to break through my current limits," Jinna proclaimed. "As for me, I plan to visit the black market to sell off some useless items and acquire some essentials and supplies. Furthermore, Jinnah's training arena requires the installation of a gravity device. I will keep an eye on that for you. Your arena is quite empty and needs to be equipped with training materials, or it will become problematic during our travels. Wei Tianyu shrugged and remarked. Upon hearing that Wei Tianyu would help her set up equipment, Jinnah's eyes brightened. However, she soon became disheartened, saying, "But the training arena is too small. As you know, the equipment is quite large if we arrange the training apparatus. There will be no room for proper practice. The equipment can be stored in a portable spatial container. As for the ability to fully express oneself, even once your strength increases, it won't be entirely feasible. Your gene armor allows you to survive in the cosmos for a time. That is where you can truly showcase your capabilities." Wei Tianyu replied, "Only by adapting to the weightlessness of space can one unleash their full potential in combat. For a period, we may find ourselves racing through the cosmos. If the opportunity arises, acquiring a few sets of mechs would be a wise choice, as the individual combat power of mechs is paramount in the universe. Some environments are inaccessible to regular spacecraft, making it the perfect opportunity for mechs to shine." Mechs? How antiquated. I wonder if any are for sale. That if not, I will seek out information and attempt to create a few myself, Michelle mused. Always cautious of Wei Tianyu's suggestions, knowing that his battlefield experience far surpassed theirs. Experience is timeless, regardless of the setting. Well then, let us proceed and find a place to settle in that we can each attend to our own matters while maintaining communication. Wei Tianyu nodded, aware that they would spend a month and a half here and could not remain aboard the ship indefinitely. The four departed the platform, where the docking area bustled with a myriad of bizarrely dressed bioengineered beings and humans. Observing this scene, Michelle furrowed her brow, noticing that many were casting lecherous glances at the three women. Wei Tianyu took note of it all, feeling a sense of resignation. Perhaps the phrase, "beauty brings disaster," was indeed true. The three women were exceedingly beautiful, capable of turning heads wherever they went, with a likelihood of attracting attention at 100%, but it seemed only Wei Tianyu, a 1,000-year-old creature filled with disdain, could remain impervious to such allure. The four felt at a loss. A black-skinned man clad in a taxi driver uniform approached, comically performing a gentlemanly bow. "Three lovely ladies and their bodyguard. Anderme at your service. How may I assist you?" Xiao'er burst into laughter upon hearing this, clinging to Wei Tianyu's arm and leaning against him while giggling. "Captain 10, a bodyguard. Haha, how amusing. From this moment on, you are my bodyguard." Bodyguard, indeed. Even Wei Tianyu, usually calm, felt a surge of frustration. Being overlooked was one thing, but being treated as an accessory was far more exasperating. "If you can ensure our safe departure from here, we will require your services," Michelle said softly, emphasizing the word safe. Anderme appeared unfazed, seemingly enjoying himself as he patted his chest and declared, "No problem. Anderme will surely satisfy you. Three beautiful ladies. Please wait for me for 3 minutes." With that, he vanished into the crowd, moving like a fish through water, disappearing from sight. "Bodyguard, you must protect me." Xiao'er looked up at Wei Tianyu with doe-like eyes, making him feel a wave of defeat as he helplessly replied, "You are my adorable little princess. How could I not protect you? Two of you. If you wish to flirt, might I suggest a different location? There are still single individuals present." Rog's voice rang out, causing Xiao'er to shy away, returning to Michelle's side. However, her delicate hand still grasped a corner of Rog's body, eliciting a playful scream from him as if she were gripping him tightly. Just then, the sound of a flying vehicle's horn echoed outside, causing a stir among the crowd. Instinctively, Wei Tianyu shielded the three women behind him, warding off those who sought to draw near. Chapter 0063, Steel Armor, Virum. With a screech, a vehicle came to a halt in front of Wei Tianyu. Anderme's head popped out from one side as he opened the front door, saying, "Welcome aboard Anderme's ride. I think it would be prudent for us to move quickly." He gestured toward the two security guards trying to navigate through the throng. "Please. You go ahead." Wei Tianyu opened the rear door, vigilantly watching the three women as he radiated an intimidating aura born from his battlefield experiences, causing those who instinctively moved closer to the women to recoil. Retreating in fear, Anderme, with his back to Wei Tianyu, shivered involuntarily, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Though he faced away, the murderous intent emanating from Wei Tianyu was palpable, making him break into a cold sweat. Once the three women were seated, Wei Tianyu took the front seat. Anderme shouted to the security guards outside, "Thanks for the send-off. I shall return frequently, haha." Wit in the grand arena of space warfare. The involvement of billions is not merely a matter of starships. At times, the pivotal role of mechs cannot be overstated. Strategies such as assaults and occupations necessitate the use of mech units. As colossal starships find themselves ineffectual in confined battlegrounds, upon hearing disparaging remarks about her cherished armor, Andermatt felt an immediate urge to counterattack, eager to enlighten the uninformed about the prowess of steel armor. However, it was at this moment that Michelle interjected, well aware of the esteem in which Wei Tianyu held mechs. With her keen intellect, how could she not fathom his thoughts? Steel armor, a product of technological armament, is essentially a compact version of mechs, personalized weaponry. Its affordability compared to mechs and gene armor allows ordinary individuals to wield superhuman abilities without arduous training. Thus it garners immense popularity, although the costs escalate significantly for more advanced armors. With energy and maintenance expenses being substantial, it cannot diminish its superior cost-effectiveness, making it beloved by those unable to access gene armor or become martial cultivators. After a brief pause, Michelle continued, before reaching the second tier of martial cultivation, steel armor outperforms those of the same level. However, as one progresses to the fifth tier, the balance begins to level out, with steel armor even being surpassed. This is due to the escalating costs associated with advanced armors, which can reach a maximum production level of Tier 7, typically chosen by individuals who cannot acquire gene armor. The obsolescence of mechs is an inevitable societal evolution. In comparison to steel and gene armor, while mechs can carry more weaponry and possess superior defenses, they often appear unwieldy, failing to execute more delicate tasks. Furthermore, the control required to operate mechs is demanding, lacking the agility afforded by gene and steel armors. Thus, they are gradually simplified and phased out. Do you hear that? The demise of mechs is a foregone conclusion. Steel armor reigns supreme. At this point, Andermatt had forgotten the might of Wei Tianyu, revealing his true nature as he boasted arrogantly. Wei Tianyu's expression darkened, yet he accepted Michelle's words without rebuttal. However, Michelle could not restrain herself. Having come to regard Wei Tianyu as family, she held a strong bias towards her kin. Thus, she retorted, among armors, gene armor remains the mightiest, possessing self-evolution capabilities akin to a seed of a divine artifact. Provided the wielder is sufficiently powerful, gene armor will bestow unparalleled strength. The drawbacks of steel armor are glaringly evident. Although initial investments are low, merely a few thousand credit points can procure a second-hand armor of Tier 1 martial strength. The subsequent costs of maintenance, energy consumption, and the risk of catastrophic failure during fierce battles lead to significant financial burdens and life-threatening dangers. From a long-term perspective, opting for steel armor proves unwise. Chapter 0064, 10-Star Hotel Instantly. Andermatt was deflated, clearly affected by the discourse. He fared worse than Wei Tianyu, who at least refrained from arguing. Andermatt, despite his attempts to retort, found himself at a loss for words, trapped in a mire of frustration. Eventually, Michelle's demeanor softened slightly as she adjusted her glasses and remarked, "Of course, steel armor is not without its merits. Firstly, within Tier 7, it can endow an ordinary person with formidable strength. Secondly, for the average individual, steel armor is sufficiently affordable, allowing for a broader range of occupations. While its defensive and offensive capabilities may not be overwhelming, with adequate investment, one can recoup their earnings in a short span." Huh. I knew it. Listening to the goddess is wise. Perhaps I should contemplate acquiring a suit of steel armor. Andermatt's enthusiasm reignited. As a staunch advocate of steel armor, he held a deep admiration for it. Yet reality constrained him from purchasing his own suit. Though steel armor appears inexpensive, typically costing only a few thousand credit points, merely a handful of purple coins, the ongoing expenses for maintenance and energy consumption proved relentless, often surpassing the initial investment. Moreover, once accustomed to a particular suit of steel armor, transitioning to a new one would entail starting from scratch. Neglecting the old armor would render it mere scrap metal. Ultimately, for buyers, the equation did not favor acquisition. For manufacturers, a suit of steel armor, composed of less than a ton of steel, yields a profit margin of 50% upon sale, with subsequent maintenance and energy costs constituting pure profit. If you intend to purchase one, I suggest you resign from your taxi job and take up mining on a planetary body or engage in heavy labor such as construction. Otherwise, acquiring a suit of steel armor would be an exercise in futility. Of course, if you wish to participate in combat tournaments, that is another option. Michelle's words struck Andermatt like blows, leaving him feeling battered, akin to receiving a sweet treat after each strike. The goddess of wisdom truly is remarkable. No wonder she can deftly manipulate those so-called geniuses among humanity. I am enlightened. Please, spare me further torment. My fragile spirit can withstand no more. Whoosh, we have arrived. Having gleaned a general understanding of Michelle's background, Andermatt, unwilling to concede, exclaimed as the vehicle came to a halt before a grand edifice. Once bitten by past grievances, Michelle seethed inwardly, yet she refrained from dwelling on it, knowing that further pursuits would only reveal her pettiness. Instead, she closed her eyes and transformed into Creator Michelle. Upon awakening, Creator Michelle instinctively removed her glasses, drowsily glancing at Jana, who was asleep on her lap, and Ciara, who was amusing a frog, looking around in confusion and inquiring, "Have we arrived?" "Yes, let's disembark." Wei Tianyu responded affirmatively. After he settled the fare, Jana and Ciara had already exited the vehicle, while Michelle, still dazed, stepped out, shaking her head, clearly discontent with being roused from slumber. "Hey, buddy, if you need anything, here's my business card." After a while, Andermatt, fiddling with something in the vehicle, opened the window and handed a business card to Wei Tianyu, then turned to the three ladies, saying, "Lovely ladies, I wish you a pleasant journey to AS, my passengers. I offer you a complimentary tip. I hear a fleet is soon to arrive at Titan Kudastar, venturing into the outer galaxy, and among them is a graduate of the Earth Comprehensive Academy. As for who it is, that's for you to guess." Ha ha. Ah. Mid-sentence, Andermatt accelerated, attempting to flee, only to be met with an attack from Michelle, sending his vehicle plummeting like a bird with broken wings. Jana, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, muttered, "Anti-gravity suspension? Humph, daring to play riddles with me. Do you not know that I detest riddles?" Michelle grumbled. As a creator, the more one knows, the more questions arise, leading to maddening situations that can render certain creators eccentric. For instance, Michelle despised being posed challenges or riddles, as such antics filled her with immense annoyance. Whoosh. The flying vehicle soared, and while Andermatt reveled in his superior skills, he suddenly realized that the metal steering wheel had softened, becoming as pliable as noodle, twisting grotesquely as the vehicle passed through Michelle's vicinity. Andermatt was left in tears, fully aware of what had transpired. "Let us proceed inside." Wei Tianyu, having witnessed the entire ordeal, shook his head and led the way to the entrance. That moment, he discerned that, in comparison to Ciara, Creator Michelle's persona was considerably more troublesome. Fortunately, the burden of that trouble fell upon Andermatt. "Wow, a 10-star hotel," Ciara exclaimed, having tucked her frog away, gazing at the hotel's name in awe. 10-star. Upon hearing this phrase, Jana immediately snapped to attention, asking, "What do you mean, 10-star?" Before she could finish, she spotted the sign overhead, pivoted, and without a backward glance declared, "Let us find another one." In the cosmos, hotels are categorized into 12 tiers, with the pinnacle being the flagship of Earth's Genier Company, the Genier Grand Hotel, renowned as the finest in the universe, boasting a unique 13th tier. This establishment, a branch of the Genier Grand Hotel, was recognized as a 10-tier hotel, as the Genier Grand Hotel is famously known for its lowest tier being 10 stars. Andermatt. While the three women silently cursed their misfortune, Andermatt found himself being pursued by a throng of police, the root cause of which lay squarely with Michelle. Her manipulation of the steering wheel had rendered it unmanageable, leading to this chaotic scene. Ultimately, the three women gritted their teeth and checked into the Genier Grand Hotel. Despite their greed, they could not ignore the scrutinizing gazes of others as they stood in a towering establishment, forcing them to endure for the sake of appearances, albeit reserving only one room, with Wei Tianyu relegated to the sofa. "Ah, so this is the famed Genier Grand Hotel, boasting all presidential suites. How lofty." Ciara mused from the window, among the three, the least avaricious, yet her heart still ached. Indeed, all thanks to that wretched pig. What an eye for quality, just because I cannot afford it. Now, having booked a half-month stay, my heart aches. "Ciara, grant me a modicum of solace," Jana implored with a pitiable expression, embracing Ciara, which elicited a shrill scream from her. Chapter 0065. The combat competition. My apologies. I neglected to consider this aspect at the outset. Should we continue with the mecha, or perhaps experiment with the steel armor? Michelle, seated upon a sofa crafted from the hide of a sea rhinoceros, turned her gaze towards Wei Tianyu and inquired, Steel armor. Wei Tianyu pondered, stroking his chin as his eyes lingered on the two boisterous women. He recognized that it was only natural for Michelle, who possessed jean armor, to overlook the steel variant. After all, those who have acquired superior items seldom recall their lesser counterparts. Moreover, it was likely that steel armor was non-existent in their region on Earth. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced Wei Tianyu's lips as he replied, "Let us assess the situation further. I am more familiar with mecha, and not quite so with steel armor. Once a celebrated pilot of mecha, transitioning to steel armor might indeed present some challenges for him, as the freedom of maneuvering across a grand battlefield in mecha without fear of a single shot could not be easily replicated with steel armor, which might render him timid and unable to unleash his fervor. Steel armor is comparatively easier to manipulate. It is akin to draping oneself in a weighty steel garment, weighing half a ton or several tons. The combat experience is not notably different from the norm, and it even offers energy attack capabilities that are more suited for martial cultivation." Michelle elucidated. She felt a twinge of shame for her oversight. As a sage, it was rather grave to neglect certain information in her purview, akin to a general committing a significant blunder on the battlefield. "Why don't we go observe their competition? That would clarify everything," Xiara interjected. She relished the hustle and bustle. "What's there to see? They are merely low-tier martial cultivators. Even our sparring would be more thrilling," Jana retorted, her expression sour as she recalled the funds she had expended earlier, which would continue to sting her for days. The notion of further expenses was unwelcome. "Are you truly not going?" Xiara gazed at Jana with pleading eyes, only to find her resolute demeanor unyielding. She then turned her gaze to Wei Tianyu and, in a charming tone, implored, "I have never seen steel armor before. Could you take me to see it, please?" Wei Tianyu, unable to withstand the pressure, glanced at the time and said, "It's still early. Let us first take a shower and have dinner. Then we can go in the evening that I shall arrange for 4 tickets at the hotel. Allow me to treat." He quickly added upon noticing Jana's gaze upon him. Instantly, Jana's expression brightened. Who could resist a free viewing? After placing a call to the hotel service to secure 4 tickets, Xiara had already retreated for a bubble bath, judging by the time. It would be no less than 2 hours before she emerged. Wei Tianyu began engaging in light conversation with Michelle, who was presently reviewing materials related to steel armor. She discovered that many technologies once deemed obsolete on Earth were being utilized in ways beyond imagination on other planets, including steel armor, which played an irreplaceable role in numerous planetary landing battles, despite its seemingly inconspicuous status as mere cannon fodder. For instance, there were retrograde fighter jets, which, although supplanted by mecha, still proved effective in space combat, even if they too were considered expendable. However, all these represented potential threats to the Red Rose. After a while, Michelle lifted her head and remarked, "Regarding the modifications for the Red Rose, I believe we should prioritize this matter. As you can see, these expendable units are quite affordable, yet their combat effectiveness is not to be underestimated if we disregard their existence. It is entirely possible for the Red Rose to find itself in dire straits." Fighter jets, steel armor, kamikaze speedboats. Wei Tianyu swiftly absorbed the information, reading it in mere seconds. Such is the advantage of technology. The speed at which one can assimilate external data far surpasses that of the human brain. After reviewing these details, Wei Tianyu felt as though the world was becoming increasingly archaic. Kamikaze speedboats, the modern equivalent of human bombs. Steel armor was essentially a unique form of special forces, while fighter jets were merely an upgraded version of Air Force capabilities, now equipped for space travel with enhanced speed. Rest assured, when I have the opportunity, I shall keep an eye on the black market for high-grade purifiers," Wei Tianyu declared. Initially, their plan did not require such haste in purifying the impurities of Yunxing, for they were poised to loot the military, unaware of the treasures that might lie within. The research facilities for purifiers would undoubtedly possess advanced technology, and rather than waste resources purchasing, it would be more prudent to borrow from the military. "The world is vast. We are woefully ignorant." Michelle rubbed her temples, closing the ROG tablet. She had expended considerable energy today, first needing to guard against Anderme, and subsequently searching for various materials, which proved quite taxing. "Everything will be all right." Wei Tianyu murmured a word of comfort. The millennia-old data, despite the evolution of core chips, seemed diminutive when faced with the world a millennium hence. Most of the time, Wei Tianyu acquired knowledge through a method that compressed information into his own program without occupying storage space. Rather than storing it in the chip for retrieval at crucial moments, for robots, this was a necessary compromise. He could not delete old data, as it pertained to combat scenarios. Deleting certain information could hinder effective utilization of advantageous environments or weapons to achieve maximum attack efficacy during battles. Although the three individuals who emerged from Earth, a representative of human civilization, possessed broader insights than others, their foundational knowledge was severely lacking, despite Michelle's ongoing efforts to enrich their basic knowledge base. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, akin to the vastness of the cosmos. Before long, the server arrived with 4 tickets AS for transportation. Wei Tianyu and the others were averse to riding in Andermay's vehicle. So they asked the server to assist in renting one. After the 3 women finished their baths, they descended for a sumptuous dinner, with Wei Tianyu footing the bill, as usual, settling into the rented flying car for a fortnight, which promptly adjusted to autopilot. Wei Tianyu addressed Jana, seated in the front, saying, "Could you share some of your past with me? I realize I know so little about you, perhaps even less than Andermay does." Why the sudden interest in our past? Jana hesitated, clearly reluctant to delve into bygone memories. Since Wei Tianyu had met them, they had never elaborated on their history, often glossing over it. Even Xiao'er, with her incessant chatter, kept her lips tightly sealed, seemingly intent on avoiding such recollections. With their reticence, Wei Tianyu felt it was inappropriate to pry, nor did he wish to engage in any clandestine investigations. However, Andermay's remarks had led him to suspect that their past was far from simple. "I wish to understand. To prepare for potential dangers. After all, we are family. Just as you are willing to share in my grievances, I am equally willing to bear your sorrows and heartaches." Chapter 0066. The 10 Notorious Talents. There is really not much to tell. Jana wiped her nose and endeavored to lighten her tone, saying, "With our combined talents and beauty, it is only natural that we attract unwanted attention. Encountering a pack of lecherous wolves is simply inevitable. All we need to do is evade any perilous situations." "Indeed," Wei Tianyu responded softly, his heart clear as day. Although Jana spoke lightly, he could easily surmise the hardships they must have endured. A faint sigh escaped him as he felt a surge of animosity towards those he had encountered. Anyone who had caused him discomfort would find no reprieve from him. After millennia of bondage, his heart, once shackled, now reveled in its newfound freedom, becoming all the more unrestrained. Truly, there is nothing to worry about. You needn't overthink it. Nothing will happen." Jana observed Wei Tianyu's silence, her heart tinged with bitterness, though her words aimed to reassure him as the one directly involved. Only Jana could adequately express the tribulations they faced. When faced with adversity or humiliation, they had been powerless to resist. And under relentless pressure, Jana had no choice but to adopt a more extreme demeanor. Who could know that this was merely a protective facade shielding her fragile heart? "Michelle, do you know who is arriving this time?" Seeing Jana's reluctance to speak, Wei Tianyu shifted the topic. Whether she wished to or not, this matter could not be avoided. From Andermay's tone, it was clear that the person soon arriving would not take kindly to Michelle and her companions being present. One of the top 10 notorious talents of the Earth Comprehensive Academy, Swilben. Michelle's expression darkened, and her voice bore a hint of stiffness. It was evident that she harbored some trepidation regarding this individual. "Notorious talent?" Wei Tianyu inquired, puzzled by the term. The designation of top 10 notorious talents seemed rather amusing. "What? That beast Swilben?" Xiao'er suddenly exclaimed, akin to a startled rabbit. Within the Earth Comprehensive Academy, which encompasses hundreds of specialized divisions, it is a veritable breeding ground for talent, considered one of humanity's genius hubs. Among these prodigies, those who stand out or exhibit eccentric behavior are bestowed with various titles, such as the top 10 notorious talents, the top 5 martial talents, the 3 goddesses, the 4 angels, the 18 warlords, the 72 heavenly spirits, and the 36 earthly fiends, among many others. The 10 notorious talents are among the most infamous of their kind. While talent is abundant within the academy, these individuals are notorious for their difficult nature, resorting to unscrupulous methods to achieve their ends. Their most infamous act involved plotting against a fellow student returning home for vacation, reducing him to a mere pulp. Although everyone was aware of their culpability, the academy lacked concrete evidence, and with their powerful families operating in the shadows, the matter ultimately faded into obscurity. However, if that were all, they could hardly be labeled as wretched talents. Their true depravity lies in their utter disregard for the consequences of their actions. Few of those targeted by them meet a favorable fate. When they encounter formidable opposition, they behave like desperate hounds, groveling for mercy while harboring a vengeful spirit, secretly plotting retribution. Such behavior epitomizes their ignobility. Jinnah explained with a wry smile. Within the academy, the 10 notorious talents represent truly formidable adversaries. Even more so than the 5 esteemed generals who were revered by all. If given a choice, Jinnah would prefer to confront the 5 generals, despite the difficulty of escaping their godlike intellect. It is preferable to the gruesome encounters with the 10 notorious talents. These are the individuals who, until they see a coffin, will not shed a tear. Indeed, upon seeing a coffin, they might even think of taking a bite out of their opponent, ensuring mutual suffering. And that's not all. They are akin to a pack of rabid dogs, attacking indiscriminately, utterly unacquainted with the concept of fear, were it not for the collusion of their powerful families. Even the military would tread carefully around them. They might have been eliminated long ago. Ciara interjected. Most who attend the Earth Comprehensive Academy do so merely to foster relations among various factions, rather than being the primary heirs themselves. The primary heirs are typically well guarded to prevent any unfortunate incidents. The families of the 10 notorious talents, however, are peculiar in that they encourage fierce competition amongst their heirs, employing a survival of the fittest approach to determine the next generation of successors. As the secondary heirs, the 10 notorious talents are dispatched to the outside world, while the primary heirs remain within the family to study. Upon graduation, individuals nurtured in such divergent environments will undoubtedly exhibit differing talents, with those who survive emerging as the more exceptional, poised to lead their families to greater prosperity. In this manner, the standing of the 10 notorious talents within their families surpasses that of other students. And should they offend anyone, those unfortunate enough to be caught in the crossfire of the 10 families can only suffer in silence, unable to voice their grievances. After all, no family would be willing to confront the 10 prominent families for the sake of a mere secondary heir. The 10 notorious talents, being astute, operate in unison, establishing themselves as the linchpin among the other 9 families, compelling their own families to assist in resolving issues, while rendering those who harbor resentment powerless to act. Should one of the 10 families be involved, the 10 families would be compelled to offer up their own, unwilling to offend a rival faction of comparable might for the sake of a secondary heir. Smart, yet foolish. Upon hearing this, Wei Tianyu discerned the intentions of the 10 notorious talents and offered a succinct evaluation. For those lacking experience, this strategy appears flawless. It positions them as pivotal figures within their families and unites them with the other 9, allowing them to covet the status within their families. It must be said, it seems like an impeccably crafted plan. However, for true cunning veterans, the flaw lies within the talents themselves. Should they perish, severing their ties with the other 9 families, will their family seek vengeance? Certainly not. No family would be foolish enough to sacrifice their entire lineage for the sake of a secondary heir, even if that heir had been advantageous to the family during their lifetime. Yet, they must have considered this aspect, right? Wei Tianyu mused. Indeed, they have entered into a certain agreement among themselves. Should one among the 10 perish, the remaining 9 shall also meet a dire fate. Thus, no one would dare seek revenge, lest they offend the 10 families. Even if they die with no vested interests, they still represent the face of the 10 families. And offending all 10 would bring discomfort even to the military. They are acutely aware of this, which is why they act with such impunity. Michelle, seemingly possessing an uncanny ability to read minds, elucidated Wei Tianyu's doubts. I see now, they are truly mad. Wei Tianyu nodded in realization. Entrusting one's life to the fates of the other 9 is undeniably a reckless gamble. Should one among them face adversity, the others will inevitably share in the misfortune, akin to binding oneself to a ticking time bomb. Who would dare provoke them, knowing it would lead to mutual destruction? Chapter 67. A bloody brawl. The flying vehicle descended slowly onto a vast elliptical stadium. Throughout the journey, the 4 appeared somewhat subdued. The situation seemed devoid of any viable solutions. If that Swirebin dared to show up, aside from killing, Wei Tianyu was at a loss for alternatives. Leaving was out of the question, and any other potential solutions could only be pondered gradually. After handing over the flying vehicle to the attendant, Wei Tianyu and his companions followed another female attendant into an exclusive VIP box. Wei Tianyu had no desire to jostle with others in the public area. If it were just him, he wouldn't mind, but with 3 stunning beauties accompanying him, such an arrangement would only invite discomfort. Uncle, no. 10. You are so wealthy. Could you possibly? As soon as the attendant departed, Xiara perked up, playfully linking her arm with Wei Tianyu's, her voice dripping with feigned innocence. Wei Tianyu felt a wave of frustration. Lamenting internally, when did I become uncle? Xiar, Jiana interjected sternly, cutting off Xiar. Forget about the shopping spree. Uncle number 10 only has so much pocket money. Do you intend to squeeze him dry? She spoke with such righteous indignation that Wei Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at Xiar's pitiful expression that he groaned inwardly, thinking, how did you know about the shopping spree before Xiar mentioned it? Is this a coordinated effort to rob me of my meager funds? After 2 adventures, he had accrued nearly 150,000 purple coins, of which he received 20,000. The 3 women each took 10,000, leaving the remaining 100,000 as communal funds. Out of his 20,000, over 3,000 had been spent on rent. As the presidential suite was priced at 200,000 credit points per day. As for tickets, meals, and the like, he bore the costs while the 3 women contributed nothing, making Jiana's ostensibly righteous words sound like a veiled threat. They clearly intended to drain him dry. Observing Xiar's woeful expression, Wei Tianyu pondered that perhaps no male creature could withstand such a sight. Without realizing it, he nodded and blurted out, Fine, I'll order online. I'll cover the expenses. Before he could finish, he came to his senses, wishing he could slap himself. He envisioned his money sprouting wings and taking flight, not just one but a whole flock. If you don't mind. I need a few things as well. It won't be too much. Jiana chimed in lightly. Not too much certainly implied, not too little. Wei Tianyu thought to himself, but men are creatures driven by pride. So he could only swallow his grievances. When a man has money, he becomes wicked. Michelle interjected, casting Wei Tianyu into a bottomless abyss. A man without money cannot be wicked, for he is preoccupied with financial woes. Forget it. I've already promised Xiar. I can't show favoritism. Wei Tianyu comforted himself, mentally preparing for an empty wallet. After all, he wouldn't need much money. Anything they wished to purchase would belong to everyone and could be funded from communal resources. Yet, at that moment, he harbored an inexplicable thought. Why do I feel a surge of bravado when spending money for women? Is this what it means to be foolish, to flaunt wealth before women? As the 4 engaged in idle conversation, they gazed through the glass, where the brawls below commenced. Countless lights illuminated the entire stadium, showcasing a verdant competition arena. A figure clad in radiant red, donned in a crimson lotus armor, strode forth from the left side, prompting an exhilarating cheer from the crowd. Crimson Lotus Knight. Crimson Lotus Knight. The Crimson Lotus Knight, an elite-level combatant, a level 2 steel-armored warrior, boasts 136 victories and 21 defeats. Odds, 1-to-1. A virtual screen materialized in the center, accompanied by a sweet voice announcing the details. Before sliding to the left corner, the Crimson Lotus Knight made his entrance, a figure clad in a black trench coat. Wielding a massive scythe and donning a skull mask, emerged from the right exit. Grim Reaper, long live the Grim Reaper. Another wave of fervent cheers erupted, even more intense than before. The Grim Reaper, an elite-level combatant. A level 2 genetically armored martial artist, with 388 victories and 39 defeats. Odds, 10-to-1. Another virtual screen appeared, detailing the Grim Reaper's statistics, before automatically sliding to the right corner. And now, the betting begins. You can't have a fight without gambling. Even in this civilized and advanced era, such practices remain unavoidable. Michelle remarked. She bore no aversion to gambling, though she certainly didn't harbor any fondness for it either. Wei Tianyu silently nodded. It was akin to betting on football matches. And he couldn't help but scrutinize the 2 fighters below, inquiring, is there any possibility of the fights being rigged? After all, betting on combat is much like betting on football. It relies on keen observation. But if there is any foul play, then all that discernment is rendered moot, unless one is extraordinarily lucky and encounters unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, losses are inevitable. The notion of counterfeiting is utterly impossible prior to any duel. A life and death contract must be signed, with the consequences of death borne solely by the individual involved. With so many eyes watching, even the thought of deception becomes a formidable challenge. Moreover, victory is only achieved by completely incapacitating one's opponent. Typically, in 10 duels, 9 result in fatalities, with the lone survivor merely fortunate enough to escape death. One must understand that in the heat of battle, no one dares to show mercy, unless they have a death wish. Michelle remarked rapidly as she clicked away at Roger's keyboard. Indeed, to contemplate deception in such a context is akin to trivializing one's own life. A single misstep could lead to a devastating blow to the head. This is no ordinary brawl, once one attains the first level of martial cultivation. The strength they wield is capable of lifting several hundred pounds with ease that a single punch could crush a skull as easily as one would a watermelon. Who would dare gamble with their life? Then I shall place a bet as well. To earn a bit of pocket money. Wei Tianyu suddenly interjected. With still 5 minutes remaining before the duel commenced, there was ample time for the contestants to warm up and for spectators to place their wagers. Oh, whom do you wish to bet on? Michelle inquired, her eyes brightening with curiosity. Jana and Xiao'er turned their gazes toward him as well. Although they possessed some level of cultivation, it did not necessarily translate to a keen eye for such matters, which is often honed through countless brushes with mortality. The Scarlet Lotus Knight. Wei Tianyu asserted confidently, placing a modest wager of 1,000 purple gold coins. The savage aura surrounding the Scarlet Lotus Knight can only belong to someone who has faced the brink of death. Though he appears merely as an ordinary man clad in iron armor, his battle instincts are not something one acquires merely through martial cultivation. They stem from courage and luck. In contrast, while the Reaper is indeed a martial cultivator, his genetic armor does not provide him with any substantial advantage, even though his reflexes are markedly superior to those of an average person. And his presence is steeped in a sense of death. Much of this is attributed to his weaponry rather than his inherent abilities. Such an individual may have a high probability of winning against peers. But when faced with someone possessing true battle awareness, victory becomes a daunting prospect. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the Scarlet Lotus Knight should emerge victorious with minimal cost. Chapter 0068. Close Quarters Combat. Is that truly the case? Then I shall bet some as well. Xiao'er exclaimed, her interest piqued. After all, who does not relish the prospect of earning money? For someone as money-minded as Xiao'er, this was an opportunity not to be missed. Jana, though tempted, hesitated to take the risk. Michelle, however, remained steadfast in her position, while money was undeniably significant. Indeed, it seemed exceedingly important. She was reluctant to engage in high-stakes gambles, preferring instead to pursue ventures with guaranteed returns. Let us wait for the next round. ILL observed first. Wei Tianyu quickly interjected. Losing was inconsequential to him, but if Xiao'er were to lose, it would certainly lead to complications, and he felt uncertain about this round. After all, experts could undoubtedly discern the differences between the two combatants. Yet, why was the odds for the Scarlet Lotus Knight a mere 1-to-1? The discrepancies hinted at something that made Wei Tianyu hesitant to wager heavily. Otherwise, given his confidence in his judgment, he would have bet at least 5,000 rather than just 1,000. Very well then. Xiao'er contemplated briefly before stepping back from the shimmering coins. The 5 minutes passed swiftly, and the Scarlet Lotus Knight and the Reaper stood less than 100 meters apart. Poised for confrontation, the protective barrier suddenly activated, enveloping the arena 50 meters above, isolating the audience from the impending clash. You should know what to do. The Reaper's voice was icy, as his blood-red scythe dragged ominously across the ground. His garments were violently torn apart, revealing a meticulously crafted set of black armor, exquisite as a work of art. The Reaper hovered in midair, shrouded in a faint black mist from her vantage point. Michelle remarked slowly, a manipulation of gravity, perhaps? Gravity, a variant of magnetic force, is what enables humans to stand upon the earth, exerting a subtle influence on all matter, from the minuscule to the immense. Anomalous gravity arises from certain celestial bodies, producing extraordinary gravitational effects that can be harnessed. Within the cosmos, energy manifests in myriad forms, and humanity has yet to claim complete understanding of it. Anomalous gravity is just one of countless types. Michelle surmised that the Reaper was employing such an anomaly, yet she remained uncertain as to its specific nature. The term anomalous gravity merely reflects certain characteristics that resemble gravity. It does not imply it is strictly a variant or extension of gravity itself. For instance, the black mist enveloping the Reaper is not a manifestation of gravitational effects. Gravity is intangible and substantial, existing in a form that cannot be touched or seen, unlike the tangible and material presence of the mist. On the other side, The Scarlet Lotus Knight propelled himself into the air, white flames erupting beneath his feet as he drew two staffs from behind, encased in the cold exterior of his armor. His emotions remained inscrutable. How would he confront a martial cultivator wielding anomalous gravity? Close-quarters combat. How could that be possible? Wei Tianyu abruptly rose, disbelief etched on his face as he observed the two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, neither yielding ground. The intensity of the scene left the audience on the edge of their seats, their excitement palpable, as if they wished to leap into the fray themselves. The Scarlet Lotus Knight is doomed to lose. Wei Tianyu muttered darkly as he sank back into his seat. His expression grim. At that moment, he felt an intense discomfort, not from his earlier words, but from the Scarlet Lotus Knight's tactics, which struck him as blatant cheating and egregious manipulation, the sensation of being played with. Yet being powerless to retaliate was profoundly unsettling. What's wrong? Jana inquired curiously, glancing over at him. What else could it be? Cheating. Wei Tianyu gritted his teeth in frustration. He had never encountered such shameless behavior before. It was infuriating. Despite being aware of the cheating, he felt unable to articulate it. Was the Scarlet Lotus Knight's choice of close combat truly erroneous? As the battle raged on, the Scarlet Lotus Knight seemed to have the upper hand. Yet who would believe such a statement? Cheating? Surely not. The Scarlet Lotus Knight appears to have the advantage. The Reaper hasn't even managed to counter. Xiao'er countered, turning her head. The battle was indeed fierce, with the Scarlet Lotus Knight's dual staffs generating immense force, leaving the Reaper reliant on his scythe for defense, with no opportunity to retaliate. You have all been deceived, thoroughly manipulated. How delightful, to dare toy with everyone. This fellow has remarkable audacity. Wei Tianyu remarked coldly. Anyone who discovers they have been played with would not find the experience at all pleasant. He had just heard Michelle assert that cheating would not occur. Yet here he was, encountering it firsthand. Filled with misplaced confidence, he had placed a wager, only to find himself utterly humiliated. How could this be? Is the Scarlet Lotus Knight attempting to commit suicide? Michelle said gravely. Acknowledging the lack of any alternative explanation, she believed in Wei Tianyu's assertion. If the situation unfolded as he described, then the only plausible explanation was that the Scarlet Lotus Knight was indeed intent on self-destruction. But why would he wish to do so, while simultaneously toying with everyone? I can't say why he would want to take his own life, but I can assure you that many are likely seething with anger right now. Wei Tianyu replied nonchalantly. The Scarlet Lotus Knight's initial choice to engage in close combat was a grave misstep. Anyone with even a modicum of discernment could see that the killing intent emanating from him was not without foundation. Forged through countless brushes with death. To claim that such a person lacked experience would be absurd. Was it truly possible to survive the crucible of life and death purely by luck? Although the fight was undeniably fierce, it was evident to all that the Scarlet Lotus Knight should never have opted for close combat. Merely by utilizing ranged attacks, he could have subdued the Reaper without difficulty. Yet, he chose to engage in close quarters, fighting with fervor, which only served to suggest he was merely posturing. Was it conceivable that someone who had survived countless life-or-death encounters could be so foolish? A single mistake might be chalked up to miscalculation, but after numerous opportunities to disengage and opt for ranged combat, why did he persist in this seemingly futile endeavor? Did he believe his armor to be indestructible? Who would believe such a thing? This was nothing short of blatant manipulation, an overt display of mockery that one could perceive yet could not articulate. What could be said? How one chooses to engage in combat is their prerogative, even if they perish. It is a consequence of their own choices, leaving others to silently endure their grievances. As Wei Tianyu noted, many were indeed seething with indignation in comparison to the public seating. The VIP section was set to suffer the most significant losses in this wager. Those seated in the VIP section were predominantly affluent individuals, accustomed to the luxury of manipulation over the average person. They would not attend such events without a cadre of bodyguards. Ordinary spectators, lacking discernment, would follow the crowd and wager on the seemingly favorable odds for the Reaper. However, VIP attendees possessed their own advisors, who could clearly see the Scarlet Lotus Knight's true strength, given the extraordinary stakes at play. Who would let this opportunity slip by? Thus, many had placed hefty bets on his victory, far exceeding the paltry wagers of the general audience, which were merely in the hundreds or thousands of credit points. Chapter 0069. The Knight's demise. As wealthy individuals, they had grown accustomed to looking down upon and manipulating the lives of ordinary people. Now, however, they found themselves on the receiving end of such treatment, and in a manner that left them feeling powerless to voice their frustrations. Many had placed substantial bets on this duel, and the Scarlet Lotus Knight's performance had left them utterly disillusioned. The mere thought of relinquishing their hard-earned money was a source of immense discomfort. One could almost envision the outburst of rage and vengeance from the wealthy patrons as Wei Tianyu gradually regained his composure. A faint smile, perhaps a smirk, gracing his lips. After all, the sensation of being toyed with is hardly pleasant. "Brother number 10, you look rather sinister like that," Xiar whispered conspiratorially in his ear as she observed his demeanor. Wei Tianyu can no longer maintain his composure, his brow furrowed in frustration. He has now transformed into an elder brother. Will he next become an uncle? In the arena, the Grim Reaper gradually regained the upper hand. The faint black mist coiling around like tendrils, persistently encroaching upon the Crimson Lotus Knight. The knight felt his consciousness waning, as an abyss of darkness seemed intent on consuming him. Martial technique, Crimson Lotus Leaf Slash. 2 staffs flew from his grasp, hurtling towards the Grim Reaper, who deftly evaded the assault. As his feet touched the ground, he sprang up once more. The 2 returning staffs whizzed past his feet and back into the hands of the Crimson Lotus Knight, creating a slight distance between the 2 combatants as they held their ground against one another. "Damn it! If you dare come any closer, I swear I will chop your entire family to pieces." The wealthy patrons in the VIP room, initially resigned to defeat, seethed with gritted teeth. Maintaining distance was crucial. No matter how great a person's stamina, it could never surpass that of a machine, as long as they kept their distance. Exhausting the Grim Reaper would be an effortless task. Shalina. The Grim Reaper's black mist suddenly expanded, enveloping the 2 fighters. The Crimson Lotus Knight appeared utterly fatigued, watching helplessly as the dark fog closed in. In that fleeting moment of obscurity, Wei Tianyu caught a peculiar shift in the air within the arena, instantly correlating the frequency to hear 3 words. "So there is a hidden agenda. It seems I've truly been played for a fool," Wei Tianyu muttered to himself. At such a critical juncture, the continued dialogue between the 2 fighters revealed the underlying issues at play. Am I being treated like a fool? Is the cheating so blatant? Do they think I am an idiot who doesn't know how to evade? A single command could lead to fatalities. Once again, countless spectators could not restrain their expletives. Yet, they were powerless to act, for only those who had sensed the irregularities from the beginning could comprehend the situation. The rest remained oblivious, believing the fighters were merely about to engage in close combat once more. Indeed, the black mist erupted instantaneously, and now it was the Grim Reaper's turn to pursue the Crimson Lotus Knight. The previously uncertain supporters of the Grim Reaper erupted into fervent cheers, while the audience remained blissfully unaware of any irregularities. Perhaps the only ones who sensed the oddity were those in the VIP box. Those wealthy patrons must be in an uproar now. Should we join in and see how the organizers resolve this issue? Observing the match below, Michelle felt a wave of disinterest wash over her. She had come to a stark realization. The outcome of the battle had long been predetermined. If the Crimson Lotus Knight's earlier attempts to create distance were seen as hesitation, then being pursued now indicated that he had indeed chosen his path. Of course we must intervene. Otherwise, the 1,000 purple coins would be wasted. Even if we cannot recover them, it is imperative to uncover the truth behind this matter. The organizers must have known the reasons behind such odds. Wei Tianyu mused while toying with his teacup. Connecting to customer service, a floating virtual screen swiftly transported them into a conference room. Wei Tianyu reclined on the sofa, observing others from different boxes were also present. The conference room buzzed with noise until a strikingly beautiful representative of the organizers took her place at the main table. Despite the cacophony, her expression remained unchanged as she snapped her fingers lightly, silencing the room instantly. "Gentlemen, I believe you all represent significant factions. Is it so difficult to conduct yourselves with grace?" she began, her tone playful yet subtly authoritative. "First and foremost, I would like to clarify a point regarding this combat competition. We are indeed aware of the entanglement between the Crimson Lotus Knight and the Grim Reaper, and the probability of the Knight's defeat is exceedingly high. As the odds have made abundantly clear, we do not host predetermined losing matches to profit from your wagers. Thus, there is no question of cheating in this duel. After all, we have no authority to interfere in their personal circumstances. Our role is merely to adjust the odds based on all known information, including their relationship and respective interests. What I wish to convey is that gambling is not solely about keen eyesight. It also involves gathering intelligence and understanding the states of both parties. We strive for authenticity in combat, rather than a mere pursuit of raw competition. In this world, there are countless unforeseen events, which can be termed luck or ruthless tactics. Yet, they are also part of one's strength. We will not deceive our audience with predictable matches. The struggles of the Crimson Lotus Knight serve as a prime example. Now, does anyone have further inquiries? If not, farewell. With that, the representative ended the communication. What a brilliant response. And what a formidable individual. Wei Tianyu shook his head, astonished. It seemed the organizers wielded considerable influence and had no fear of offending so many. They openly acknowledged the cheating incident, yet posed the question, what could anyone do about it? The odds were clearly displayed. If one were to blame, it would be for their own greed. Are we really going to let this slide? Xia Er questioned reluctantly. Although the 1,000 purple coins were not hers, she had come to regard Wei Tianyu's money as her own. Faced with such audacity, how could she accept it? Let it slide. What else can be done? Wei Tianyu replied with a slight smile, stretching his arms. Consider it a lesson learned. Who asked the organizers to be so formidable? Moreover, I may accept it, but others will not be so easily pacified, no matter how powerful the organizers may be. Dealing with such a tempestuous crowd will surely give them a headache. If it makes you uncomfortable, think of the 1,000 purple coins as the price of admission to witness a spectacle. True to Wei Tianyu's words, the organizer's statement had thoroughly offended everyone. Not only had they taken others' money, but they had also humiliated them with their remarks about the importance of information gathering. Did they not realize how belated such a sentiment was? Even if there were some truth to it, those who had suffered such a crushing defeat would never confront this reality, though they might not dare to act openly. Who among them lacked a few connections? These individuals, when united, formed a formidable web of relationships, and no matter how vast the organizer's power, a simple obstacle could prove troublesome. As the match approached its conclusion, the armor of the Crimson Lotus Knight lay in tatters. While the audience remained oblivious to any irregularities that to them, the low odds for the Grim Reaper suggested that a defeat was implausible. I shall take good care of your sister. The Grim Reaper removed his mask, his lips moving subtly as if uttering something that moment. With his scythe raised high above his head, the scornful expression on his face, coupled with the movements of his lips, prompted the Crimson Lotus Knight to realize something. But alas, it was too late. Faced with the lightning-fast strike, the knight had no means of escape and was cleaved in two, filled with resentment. Chapter 0070, The Sage's Fury. Do not look. Wei Tianyu furrowed his brow, covering Xia Er's eyes. How could he not perceive the Grim Reaper's tone? Understanding the implications of the Grim Reaper's final words, Wei Tianyu grasped the entirety of the situation, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Humph. Let us see how you evade the wrath of the wealthy, such a self-righteous individual. A perfectly good competition had devolved into this, leaving Wei Tianyu devoid of any enthusiasm, particularly after deciphering that somewhat kitsch plot twist. He felt a profound sense of exasperation at the Grim Reaper, who surely had no idea of the storm he had stirred among the affluent. Why can't a proper contest transpire without such complications? Wei Tianyu mused silently, having begun to surmise that the Grim Reaper and Crimson Lotus Knight had orchestrated this scenario. Yet, they could not have anticipated that the situation would escalate to such a degree, inadvertently offending so many wealthy patrons. However, by the time the Grim Reaper became aware, it would be far too late. The fury of the affluent was not something a mere secondary martial artist could evade. Shall we continue watching? With the match concluded, Wei Tianyu addressed the three women. He had lost all interest in the proceedings. The organizer's representative had made it abundantly clear that gambling was no longer merely a matter of keen eyesight. He considered himself to possess exceptional vision, yet that alone could not gauge the psychological state of the opponents, could it? Look, continue betting. Just as Jianna and Xia Er were about to speak, Michelle interjected. Michelle, have you lost your mind? Aren't you the one who dislikes gambling the most? Jianna exclaimed, incredulous. Michelle shot her a look, replying, the wise are born gamblers. My aversion to gambling does not preclude me from participating. The money lost must always be reclaimed, especially in situations where the outcome is uncertain. The organizer's representative's response had stirred Michelle's ire. She found no information on the gambling methods online, while the organizers spouted nonsense about striving for authenticity rather than mere competition. Such explanations left her feeling that the 1,000 purple coins she lost were unjust. Had she known this beforehand, her keen eye for detecting the psychological states of others, coupled with Wei Tianyu's sharp perception, would have rendered any information gathering unnecessary. Michelle, do you not find all this utterly illogical? The organizers would not alter the default rules for a mere handful of coins, nor would they risk offending everyone for such trivial gains. Yet they have done precisely that. I believe it is best we avoid wading into these murky waters, Wei Tianyu suddenly remarked. No one is a fool. The organizers, capable of achieving greatness, would certainly not engage in any foolish actions that might offend their clients. The underlying strangeness in this situation surpasses their reach. Humph, they certainly wouldn't. But what about their higher-ups? It's akin to observing a duel between two ants from above. Meanwhile, they are toying with us, wagering on our reactions, betting on whether they can manipulate us. Michelle suddenly interjected. Her slender, fair fingers swiftly danced across the keyboard, compiling the information she had gathered, weaving it into a coherent narrative. The conclusion emerged. While the self-proclaimed elite watched two individuals fight for their lives over money, they remained oblivious to another group, beyond their grasp, engaged in their own form of gambling, one that targeted them. Unlike the fighters, this group was measuring their prowess in how they could manipulate the wealthy, leaving them speechless, unable to voice their grievances. Human beings often consider themselves superior, failing to realize that while they manipulate others, they too are merely puppets. Jana lamented, those of even higher echelons. The entire planet might merely serve as their coliseum, a playground for their whims, with the consequences being nothing more than a drop in the ocean from their perspective. If they wish to play, I shall join the game. Wei Tianyu's eyes glinted with a cold light. Who would willingly become a puppet? Wei Tianyu and his companions were not easily intimidated. They dared to rob even the military. What was there to fear from offending a few more factions? At worst, they could eliminate them all at once. Once a decision is made, one must bear the consequences. Since they dare to toy with me, I shall make them aware of my might, Jana declared through gritted teeth, her fiery temperament earning her the moniker of the Flame Goddess. After a brief 10-minute intermission, the second match commenced. Most of the wealthy attendees had departed, yet the atmosphere outside remained electrifying. The venue had now transformed into a rocky combat arena. This match pitted armored warriors against genetically enhanced martial artists. However, perhaps due to the absence of the wealthy spectators, the clandestine players seemed to have lost interest. The match proceeded smoothly. Wei Tianyu wagered 2,000 purple coins and reclaimed the 1,000 he had previously lost. In the third round, circumstances shifted once more to as former pawns in this game. Wei Tianyu and his companions' refusal to exit had drawn the organizers' attention. Their modest wager had just recouped their previous loss, leaving an intriguing implication. Had they guessed something? Were they provoking? In response to this blatant provocation, the higher-ups of the organizers reacted swiftly. The odds for the third match became somewhat convoluted, mirroring those of the first round. 1-1 for the armored warriors and 10-1 for the genetically enhanced martial artists. Observing this, Michelle smiled slightly, her gaze fixed on Rog's virtual screen, where the faces of the two competitors were transmitted through Wei Tianyu's eyes. After a moment's reflection, Michelle declared, I accept the challenge. 1,000 purple coins on the armored warrior. The armored warrior's chances of winning were scant, even exceedingly low, yet Wei Tianyu hesitated not. This wager, regardless of victory or defeat, was primarily intended to convey to those hidden in the shadows that they were prepared to engage. The third match ended in a draw. The combat appeared fiercely intense, with both sides risking their lives, yet unbeknownst to them, a deeper, hidden hand orchestrated the events. An unknown game unfolded, using this competition as its chessboard, with the fighters serving as mere pawns. Finally released. Ginseng, what a tragedy. Oh, goddess of wisdom, merely a woman suffering from physiological imbalance. Meanwhile, Andermay hesitantly exited the police station, standing at its entrance, exclaiming loudly, Andermay, if you keep whining, I won't mind if you spend another night inside. Don't think that just because we lack evidence, you can escape in scathe. One day, I will make you cry your way to prison. A voice called from behind Andermay. Hearing this, Andermay chuckled. I look forward to that day. Come and catch me. With that, he bolted away faster than a rabbit, muttering to himself, if you could find evidence, wouldn't that make my efforts in vain? Evidence? Puffed. Which server on this planet could I not hack? Evidence can be erased at will. Good luck with your records. You'll be left with nothing. After swapping for a new steering wheel, Andermatt mused, old-fashioned steering wheels are far more exhilarating than high-tech ones. Thankfully, I bought one just yesterday. Otherwise, I'd be incredibly frustrated. The taxi began to move slowly. This time, Andermatt refrained from speeding. The police station was not far from his home, just 3 streets away. Perhaps in Andermatt's view, the most dangerous places are the safest. The car halted outside a hamburger joint. Andermatt stepped out, glancing at the Titan Quetta Star General Hospital to his left, the largest hospital on Titan Quetta Star. Little did anyone know, he harbored a secret passion for the allure of uniforms. A significant reason for residing near the police station was this very hospital, as his room afforded a direct view of its interiors. After purchasing a hamburger, he stretched beside his car when he noticed a figure sprinting towards him. Appearing somewhat disheveled, his focus sharpened as he observed 3 individuals pursuing her, brandishing weapons that looked all too familiar. With a startled cry, Andermatt dove back into his vehicle, swiftly starting the engine. Just as he did, someone jumped into the passenger's seat, exclaiming, "Drive, quickly. Whoa, lady, don't drag me down. I'm not ready to meet my end just yet." Andermatt lamented, his hands still busy at the wheel. He dared not pause. The pursuers were less than 100 meters away, and through the glass, he could clearly see them aiming their weapons at his cherished vehicle. Boom! 3 laser blasts erupted, sending his flying car hurtling forward. The central figure among the trio, wearing a headset, reported, "Target heading north. Pursue the blue vehicle. There's a taxi with a crossed-out sign on the side." Acknowledged, over and out. A black flying car took off nearby, zooming after them. Is today my unlucky day? Andermatt mused to himself while piloting the vehicle. First, the steering wheel malfunctioned. Then he had an unexpected run-in with the police, who ultimately had no evidence and merely fined him for speeding, just when he thought he had escaped a calamity. He found himself embroiled in this absurd situation. Such occurrences seemed only fit for a film. In his 7 or 8 years of driving, he had never encountered anything like this. Well, here he was, breaking new ground. Andermatt glanced at the rearview mirror, catching sight of the stunning woman clad in a hospital gown, her complexion pale, yet undeniably beautiful, if she were willing to repay him with her affections for saving her life. He wouldn't mind at all. Just as Andermatt was daydreaming, the beauty spoke up. "Take me to 37 Warner Street. Thank you." No need to mention it. Serving a lady is my honor." His pleasant reverie was interrupted, leaving him somewhat dismayed. Nonetheless, he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor in front of her. Bang! Before he could finish, the car jolted violently, the surrounding energy shield rippling like water. Andermatt yelped, "Whoa! How dare they be so bold as to use a laser cannon? Those scoundrels!" Cursing under his breath, he accelerated, ducking for cover. He now understood that this beauty was a harbinger of trouble. How dare they wield such powerful weaponry in the city? These individuals were more ruthless than any mafia, either assassins or mercenaries. They were not foes he could contend with. With one hand free, he quickly pressed the central button on the steering wheel, proclaiming, "Hold on tight, lady. Rest assured, Sir Andermatt will protect you." The taxi began to transform. Heavy metal music blaring within the vehicle. In the back seat, Shalina anxiously glanced back at their relentless pursuers, unable to comprehend what her brother had done to warrant such animosity. Had she not just stepped away to use the restroom, she might have met an untimely demise on the hospital bed. She had to find her brother. Feeling the enemies drawing ever closer, the energy shield surrounding the taxi began to waver precariously. On the verge of collapsing. That moment, the taxi shifted into racing mode, and Andermatt, caught up in the rhythm of the music, shouted excitedly, appearing as if he had consumed a stimulant, leaving Shalina feeling regretful. "Gaha! Let me show you what Sir Andermatt is capable of. How dare they provoke me? Let them experience the taste of a car crash." The taxi accelerated dramatically, transforming into a shooting star as it dove into the towering steel forest. As they neared a collision with the ground below, fear compelled Shalina to emit a piercing scream. Andermatt, seemingly unfazed, maintained his speed, executing a perfect arc as the car made a sharp 45-degree turn. Plunging into a tunnel at an even greater velocity, the black flying car pursued closely behind, its laser cannon charged but not yet fired. In this urban jungle, they were reluctant to become wanted criminals, and restraint was inevitable. Waka waka waka. Andermatt sat upon the seat, bouncing restlessly, his body twisting in agitation, his limbs moving frantically, as if mirroring the chaotic thoughts racing through his mind. The vehicle surged forward. Both swift and steady, the steering wheel turned sharply, executing a rapid drift. The jet behind erupted in a burst, sending the speed soaring to a new height, shedding the shackles of inertia. However, the black vehicle trailing behind was far less fortunate, caught unprepared. Its occupants found it too late to turn, watching helplessly as Andermai's figure vanished from sight. After shaking off the black vehicle, the taxi's speed began to decelerate, granting Andermai the leisure to attend to other matters. Soon, he spoke with a hint of regret. "My dear, I must impart some rather unfortunate news. Just moments ago, a murder occurred at your intended destination, and the police have cordoned off the area. Do you still wish to proceed?" Habitually accessing the police network felt as natural as entering his own home. Faced with such a frenzied adversary, Andermai, prioritizing safety, inputted the location where Shalina intended to go. Aiming to monitor the surveillance network in that vicinity for any potential ambush, to his surprise, rather than uncovering an ambush, he stumbled upon a shocking revelation. Chapter 0072. Best of 3-inch. How do you know? Upon hearing this, Shalina assumed Andermai was merely afraid for his life and attempting to deceive her. Brother is but a legend. Do not become infatuated with the myth. Andermai, running a hand through his flowing hair, swiftly clicked away on the keyboard, conjuring a virtual screen before Shalina, which clearly displayed the latest developments. The Grim Reaper. What is happening? Why is this? Staring at the figure on the screen, Shalina gasped in disbelief. Covering her mouth, from the charred remains of the corpse, she could unmistakably identify the deceased, having grown up alongside him. It would be an understatement to say she would recognize him even in ashes. I think I understand now. Andermai hesitated, his face a mask of sorrow. Despite his immense confidence in his abilities, he found himself resenting his own curiosity and meddlesome nature at this moment. What? What is the reason? Shalina, agitated, reached out toward Andermai, but the glass barrier thwarted her. Andermai, startled, reassured her. Do not fret, do not despair. The news below may strike a heavier blow than you anticipated. So steady your heart, all right. Just moments ago, he had uncovered information regarding Shalina, the Grim Reaper, and her brother, and had even pieced together the events leading up to this tragedy with alarming accuracy. Calm down. Okay, just tell me. Shalina fought to regain her composure, but her labored breathing and sorrowful expression betrayed her to foreboding sensations stirred within her, one she was reluctant to confront. To put it simply, your brother colluded with that scheming Grim Reaper to concoct some sort of cheating scheme. One could indeed label it as such. Originally, the situation was not so dire. Misfortune struck when two significant figures arrived, both of whom were rather out of their depth, in a clash of egos. They made a wager, though I am unclear about the stakes involved. In any case, the wealthy were thoroughly toyed with, much like ants beneath a child's boot. However, lacking any real power, they sought retribution against your brother and the Grim Reaper. Alas, your brother fell victim to the Grim Reaper's treachery, losing his life on the scene. Meanwhile, the Grim Reaper became the punching bag for the humiliated wealthy. And of course, you are entangled in this web, dear innocent child. Andermai explained, well aware of the malevolent whims of the affluent. The two powerful factions were undoubtedly the children of influential families, their jealousy igniting a series of unfortunate events. A common occurrence, just not one that had touched them directly until now. Shalina struggled to accept this grim reality, tears streaming down her cheeks, evoking a profound pang of sympathy. In Andermai he felt an undeniable connection, realizing that if she were a man, he would not have exerted such effort to assist her. At a loss for words to comfort her, he continued his tasks, determined to find Shalina a safe haven. Meanwhile, the fourth match neared its conclusion, aside from the third round, which they had won decisively. Garnering nearly 30,000 purple gold coins, Michelle yawned and remarked, "Let us play 2 more rounds, and then depart. This is far too easy, devoid of challenge. Why, such a splendid opportunity to win more would surely be squandered." Ciara exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. To her, this was a golden chance to earn money. Not seizing it would be akin to committing a crime. We did not come here primarily to profit. Our goal was to assess the efficacy of the steel armor. We have nearly achieved that aim, and had we not been toyed with, we might have already left. Wei Tianyu replied with resignation. From the 2 previous matches, he had discerned that their opponent was merely an immature child, and defeating him was a trivial task. However, such victories often resulted in strong animosity, which was not their intention. Point one must neither succumb to tyranny nor provoke unnecessary foes. This was Wei Tianyu's guiding principle. A minor affront would suffice to demonstrate they were not to be trifled with. Why escalate matters to the point of creating bitter enemies? Do you wish to lose all this money? Ciara implored. Her tone pitiful. 40,000 purple gold coins was no insignificant sum to her. She had already envisioned it as hers. To lose it would feel akin to a death sentence. How could she agree to such a fate? Jana, while equally pained at the prospect, remained composed and silent. To those individuals, this money is merely a collection of numbers. Losing the final round would suffice. Michelle adjusted her glasses, speaking nonchalantly. Losing the final round would ensure that their opponents did not harbor a grudge, preventing potential retaliation that could disrupt their mission on Titan Kudistar. Moreover, it would allow them to regain their dignity and alleviate the humiliation of being toyed with, resulting in a rather profitable outcome. How much shall we wager this round? Upon hearing that they need not forfeit all their winnings, Ciara perked up. Although earning more was preferable, what truly mattered was what was already in their possession. Everything else was but fleeting. Half of what we won last round. Wei Tianyu contemplated and deemed this the most suitable approach. By having their stakes in the subsequent round, even a loss would not be catastrophic, and their opponent would perceive them as timid, unwilling to place heavy bets. Thus, they would not relentlessly pursue them for their winnings. While this plan seemed intricate, it merely relied on calculating the psychology of a spoiled rich kid. Even if this brat eventually realized he had been led around like a puppet, it would be too late. Once they returned to space, they would be free as birds. Observing Shalina's despondent demeanor, Andermai felt compelled to shift the conversation. Shalina, my dear, do you have any destination in mind? If not, would you permit me to assist you? This statement was somewhat redundant, as he had already thoroughly investigated Shalina's background and was well aware that her brother had conspired with the Grim Reaper to cheat in hopes of securing funds for her medical treatment. Unfortunately, they had encountered two spoiled brats engaging in a wager, rendering them mere pawns for the affluent. Ultimately, the Grim Reaper, succumbing to greed, not only failed to earn any money but also lost his life. Leaving his sister to face the ensuing peril, Shalina remained silent. To her, nothing else mattered anymore. With her brother gone, she had lost her only family, rendering any destination inconsequential. Even death seemed a preferable alternative. Chapter 0073, a 2-for-1 deal at the Genier Grand Hotel. Ablaze with lights and vibrant hues. Jana, you should have seen that brat's arrogant demeanor. He remains blissfully unaware that we've been guiding him all along. Ciara exclaimed excitedly, clutching Jana's arm, though the three women were undeniably beautiful. Captivating enough to enchant any observer, they were not lacking in admirers among the truly privileged. To the wealthy, beauty was but an easily accessible commodity, devoid of the exaggerated desperation seen in novels where spoiled youths ruthlessly pursued women. The admiration directed towards Michelle and her companions at the Earth Comprehensive Academy stemmed primarily from their virtuous conduct. Humanity is inclined to desire what is unattainable. Once obtained, it loses its allure. For the elite of the Earth Comprehensive Academy, beautiful women were commonplace, yet the human tendency to compare oneself meant that what others could not possess became an object of desire. This contributed significantly to the popularity of the three women, even earning them the playful title of the three goddesses. Enough chatter. The opposing faction is formidable, and their spies may be numerous. It would be unwise for them to overhear us. We must avoid any blunders before entering the military research facility. Michelle interjected, halting the enthusiastic conversation of the two girls. Wei Tianyu followed closely behind, appearing nonchalant, yet his focus remained keenly attuned to protecting the trio, a habit he had developed. Wait, there's someone inside, Jana announced, producing her key card to enter the room. Wei Tianyu swiftly stepped forward, stating, "Someone is there?" Jana glanced again at the door number, affirming, "Indeed, this is our room. How could there be anyone inside?" Upon finishing his words, he turned to Wei Tianyu, who shrugged in response, indicating his own uncertainty. Wei Tianyu then softly suggested, "I'll go in first to take a look. Once it's deemed safe, you can follow." As he spoke, he placed his hand on the doorknob, silently pondering whether it might be that debauched scion. Without pausing, he slowly opened the door. The lights in the room were fully illuminated, and the television blared a sports broadcast. Wei Tianyu's eyes subtly darted around as he released a fly drone, which swiftly zipped into the room. Andermant, what is he doing here? Through the surveillance device, Wei Tianyu frowned. Truth be told, He preferred to avoid excessive interaction with Armament. While he acknowledged that Armament could potentially be a good friend, his personality was simply not compatible with his own. Prolonged contact would undoubtedly lead to trouble, necessitating Wei Tianyu to clean up the mess. "Let's go in. He's an old acquaintance," Wei Tianyu said with a hint of resignation. After having merely given him a ride once, Armament had come here in the dead of night. That it seemed a woman, pale and seemingly unconscious, was sprawled nearby. Could it be that this rascal had abducted someone's daughter and had nowhere else to flee? It was not entirely implausible. "Old acquaintance, Armament," Jianna blurted out, realizing that he was the only person they recognized on this planet. And it was this very Armament who had caused her significant losses. The memory was still vivid. Suddenly, a jarring whistle pierced the air as a portly man approached, cradling a voluptuous model in his arms. "Hey ladies, I didn't expect to find you here. A three-way perhaps? Kid, you're quite lucky. Too bad I'm past my prime and can't handle too much excitement. In my youth, three-ways were nothing to me. Right, darling? I could still satisfy one of you. You lecherous, shameless pig, get the hell away from me, or I swear I'll stuff your head back into your mother's belly." Jianna seethed, her anger stemming from the fact that this very glutton was one of the culprits behind her loss of 3,000 purple coins, compounded by his earlier remarks, which left her no inclination to maintain a pleasant demeanor. The rotund man found himself at a loss for words. Although this place boasted security akin to a military secret base, he doubted that assistance would arrive before he could be harmed. He looked at Wei Tianyu and said, "Control your woman. If we were elsewhere, she'd be held accountable for her words. You understand, kid? If you don't want her to stuff you into the belly of the lady beside you, then just stand there," Wei Tianyu retorted, feeling exasperated with the obstinate glutton who, despite trembling in fear, still refused to back down and maintained a facade of bravado. The man abruptly flung open the door next to Wei Tianyu and scurried inside, as if desperate to escape. Observing his cowardice, Wei Tianyu shook his head and remarked, "It seems we've unwittingly made yet another unnecessary enemy. Though this one is rather timid, he's an enemy." "Bah!" Jianna scoffed. In her eyes, with that level of cowardice, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare retaliate. Wei Tianyu recognized her sentiment, feeling more resigned than anything. Some individuals might be timid, but akin to a chameleon, they could strike fiercely when in a secure environment. Otherwise, such individuals, regardless of wealth, would be drained dry by those coveting their riches, ultimately meeting an untimely demise in the streets, hardly able to enjoy their leisure. Nevertheless, Wei Tianyu was not genuinely concerned. As long as such enemies displayed sufficient resolve, they would retreat. Given the circumstances, he could hardly be expected to assist outsiders. "All right, let us go in," Michelle, standing aside, remarked, seemingly unfazed by the prior exchange. To her, it was merely a trivial inconvenience in her life, unworthy of her concern. Observing her demeanor, Wei Tianyu mused, "Perhaps I've been overly anxious." Yet he remained vigilant. Caution was a habit forged through countless battles, and he did not consider it a flaw. Even if he was excessively tense, it was best if nothing transpired. With that thought, Wei Tianyu pushed the door open. Upon their return, Armament, seated on the sofa, munching popcorn while watching television, stood up and extended his arms, eager to embrace Wei Tianyu. "Oh, you're back at last. I thought you'd be out there having a wild time." Don't look at me like that. I apologize, okay? I misinterpreted your innocent relationship. You know, I have many virtues, but my only vice is my loose tongue. Beautiful flame goddess, please lower your weapon a tad. You know it would be disastrous if it went off." Chapter 0074. Shamelessness after being thoroughly enraged by the portly man outside. Jianna had no intention of showing Armament any kindness. At this moment, she would have loved nothing more than to blow his brains out, but considering they were in a civilized world where murder was illegal and would disrupt their purpose for being there, she forcibly restrained herself. "What brings you here? It seems you brought a woman with you. Let us call her a little girl for now," Wei Tianyu remarked, observing Armament, who sat like a docile child on the opposite side. "What? Little girl? She is my girlfriend. Do you understand? Do you think I'm some sort of lolicon?" Upon hearing Wei Tianyu referred to Shalina as a little girl, Armament sprang up in agitation, momentarily forgetting the gun pointed at him. "Girlfriend? I don't care what she is to you, but I need to know what you're doing here, and don't use your hacking skills on me. Otherwise, you'll find out what regret truly means," Wei Tianyu replied coolly, his voice devoid of emotion. It was hard to believe that Armament could enter without using hacking techniques. I'm terribly sorry. I was left with no choice, and here I am seeking refuge with you. Andermatt shivered, regretting his impulsive decision to approach them, that he could already envision the scene of being handed over to some wealthy patrons for a reward, and he cursed his momentary lapse in judgment. No choice. What kind of person could corner a master hacker and street racer like you? Jianna mocked. A group of individuals, a bunch of exceedingly repulsive fat men. Andermatt scratched his nose and replied, Fat men. Forget it. You should leave. I believe you have a way to escape this predicament. Wei Tianyu, seeing no sincerity in him, stood up. Upon hearing this, Andermatt wailed and lunged forward, only to be met with a fiery explosion that Jianna conjured in her hand. Startled, Andermatt froze, and within a second, he darted back to his original position, pitifully pleading, Wait. I'm a master hacker. I can take on anyone in Titan. Oh, so according to you, it's a privilege for us to have you join us. Wei Tianyu said with a hint of amusement. Andermatt fell silent, but his expression conveyed a sense of entitlement that betrayed his thoughts. It seems we are not fortunate enough. You should leave. Wei Tianyu stated firmly. No. It's a privilege, truly. I meant it. Andermatt quickly amended, his face a mask of anguish, as if he bore an immense grievance. Wei Tianyu, without even glancing at him, said, I know you're reluctant, and I want to force you. Just explain why you're in this predicament. Otherwise, there's no room for negotiation. To be honest, if Michelle were not lacking in hacking skills, Wei Tianyu would not have been so impulsive. He was aware that Michelle and her companions had no fondness for men, especially not for slick-talking types like Andermatt. After speaking, Wei Tianyu glanced at the three women on the red rose. They held a 50% stake and thus had decision-making power. Michelle silently nodded, indicating her tacit approval of Wei Tianyu's words. Are you really going to tell us? You want to be angry? Andermatt inquired cautiously. He had thoroughly investigated the circumstances surrounding the quartet's arrival on Titan Kata, including Wei Tianyu's substantial losses of 20 million credit points due to Shalina's brother. However, he found himself devoid of friends, having offended numerous wealthy individuals. Leaving Titan Kata would be tantamount to walking into a trap, while staying would mean living in constant fear, something he had no desire for. Spit it out quickly. Jianna commanded, her expression stern. She was still irked by Andermatt's earlier comment about a wild encounter. I have something to say, but nothing to let out. That would be exceedingly rude. Andermatt replied with a cheeky grin, then sat down, grabbing some popcorn from the side and munching as he continued, This matter, in essence, isn't really my concern. It involves my girlfriend. He then recounted how he met his girlfriend, her connection to Wei Tianyu, and the reasons for their flight to this location. You say she is the sister of that foolish Crimson Lotus Knight? Upon hearing Shalina's tragic backstory, Jianna's expression softened slightly, and she inquired. To be precise, she is his biological sister. Andermatt corrected, emphasizing the term sister, as it could easily lead to misunderstandings by those with ulterior motives. He certainly did not wish for his beloved to be misconstrued, although he was unaware that by uttering those words, he had already revealed a certain impurity of thought and ill intent. Then do you know her relationship with us? Why does she still seek us out? Don't tell me, as a formidable hacker, you find yourself with no escape routes. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Surely you have more than that. Jianna retorted. Hiki. Andermatt chuckled, stroking his chin in acknowledgement of Janna's words, and added, As a hacker, I abide by the law. Most of my time is spent either frequenting the police station or researching client information to assess future prospects. I rarely visit banks, so I am rather impoverished and lack proficiency in piloting spaceships. Moreover, I certainly do not wish for Selena to come to any harm. The preceding remarks were trivial. The last statement was the crux. Humph. We have known each other for less than 3 hours. Do not speak of unwavering loyalty. Janna scoffed. Meanwhile, the playful Xiara immediately chimed in. Exactly. We've known number 10 for several months, and we haven't reached that level yet. Ouch, Janna. Why are you pinching me? It's true. Quack, quack. Andermatt laughed to the point of pain, fully aware of Xiara's confusion. Many referred to her as the goddess of muddleheadedness more often than the goddess of nature. However, he had not anticipated that Xiara would display such ignorance of basic life knowledge, boldly declaring such words, which left him in stitches. Crack. Andermatt, have they returned? Suddenly, the door creaked open, and the previously boisterous 2 females fell silent. A pale little face timidly peeked from behind the door, her hesitant gaze imbued with a subtle sorrow that tugged at one's heartstrings. Andermatt immediately stood up and said, Yes, why don't you rest a little longer? It's fine. I'll explain everything. You should sleep a bit more. Your health is not at its best, understand? It's all right. I slept all day today and feel better. Selena replied softly, since learning of her brother's death. The already frail Selena had grown even weaker, her pale complexion devoid of any flush, and the lingering sorrow in her eyes resembled a sickly beauty straight out of a fairy tale. Anderme, how shameless of you to resort to coercive manipulation, Ciara suddenly exclaimed, her meaning unmistakably clear, implying that Anderme was unworthy of Selena. Hearing this, Anderme's anger flared, but upon noticing the fireball flickering in Janna's hand, he swiftly quelled it, thinking to himself, a true gentleman does not quarrel with women. Considering your ignorance, I shall let this slide this time. Chapter 0075, The Titan Black Market, Part 1. The Titan Kedar Star Black Market is more accurately described as an underground realm rather than merely a black market. Unlike the bustling, extravagant civilized world above, the black market resembles an entirely different universe. It is narrow, crowded, cacophonous, and eerie. Those who suddenly find themselves here would instinctively believe they have entered a world of savages. Boss, how did you know the black market could be accessed from here? Anderme inquired incredulously, watching as Wei Tianyu lifted a sewer grate. He was certain this was Wei Tianyu's first visit to Titan Kedar Star, and that his identification had only recently been registered. Yet he appeared remarkably familiar with the black market. It should be noted that not every sewer entrance leads to the black market. The sewer system is complex, and the black market occupies just a fraction of the surplus passages constructed. Should one randomly select an entry point, they would waste a significant amount of time searching for the actual black market. Even someone as seasoned as Anderme required precise knowledge of the location to find the real entrance. Wei Tianyu glanced at him calmly. Most computers in the black market are machines rather than the currently popular biointelligent brains, which is why they evade easy detection. Even today's hackers rarely possess expertise in this type of technology. Only antiquities like Wei Tianyu, 1,000 years old, can easily capture signals and decipher them. Following their conversation the previous night, perhaps due to Selena's background or her incurable illness that touched the three girls, they exhibited an unusual level of tolerance towards her. Albeit genuine trust would require time to cultivate. As for Anderme, he was not so fortunate. After signing numerous contracts, he was only permitted to accompany them temporarily, and whether he would ultimately join them depended on his performance. Thus, early in the morning, eager to make a good impression, Anderme proactively sought to accompany Wei Tianyu. In fact, he had no choice, as the contract explicitly stated that he was under Wei Tianyu's supervision, wherever Wei Tianyu went. He was obliged to follow. Any desire to linger longer with his girlfriend, whom he considered Selena, though she was indifferent, was entirely impossible. With a graceful leap, Wei Tianyu descended into the sewer. The first impression the sewer gave him was one of darkness, and he mused, 1,000 years have passed, yet nothing has changed. This feeling is truly delightful. After a while, Anderme climbed down, muttering, a blow. A blatant blow. I know you are a martial cultivator, but must you flaunt it so blatantly? Tragedy. How long will it take for me to become a martial cultivator? It seemed that Anderme harbored a deep-seated resentment regarding his inability to become a martial cultivator. As each ordinary person yearns to attain that status, even though Anderme's voice was soft, it did not escape Wei Tianyu, who was wholly focused on the surroundings. Upon hearing this, Wei Tianyu revealed a barely perceptible smile and replied in a tone devoid of emotion, becoming a martial cultivator is something anyone can achieve. Some find it simpler, while others find it more challenging. Indeed, ordinary individuals struggle to materialize their mental energy and cannot control energy. But that does not mean they cannot cultivate. If they can endure the pain that ordinary people cannot withstand and adopt Wei Tianyu's cultivation methods, it could very well be a path to enlightenment. Really, boss, you're not deceiving me, are you? Upon hearing this, Anderme's eyes instantly turned crimson, akin to a lecherous man who had been deprived for a lifetime, suddenly encountering a breathtaking beauty. Had it not been for the numerous bodyguards surrounding the beauty, he might have recklessly thrown himself at her. Show me your capabilities. Teasing Anderme's appetite, Wei Tianyu decided to withhold further information. With a goal in mind, Anderme would be motivated to act. Although their acquaintance had only just begun, Wei Tianyu could already tell that Anderme was an exceedingly laid-back individual. To get such a person to work diligently, one must entice them with what they desire. Otherwise, dealing with someone so indifferent is no easy task. Resentment. Anderme's eyes brimmed with grievance, resembling a widow mourning for years. Ignoring him, Wei Tianyu began to walk leftward. After several turns, they arrived near a wall. His biomechanical tail deftly inserted itself into the crevice, and with a series of creaking sounds, the wall cracked open, revealing a narrow world teeming with people. Anderme, following closely behind, gaped and muttered, "Unauthorized entry, blatant unauthorized entry, impressive, truly impressive, oh, hacker god." Until now, Andermay had never heard of unauthorized access to the black market. Even he could not infiltrate the black market's central control system. So how could anyone else? The black market had managed to endure due to its societal ostracism, and the reasons for its survival are far from simple. When human civilization was still in its infancy and computers were emerging, the black market relied solely on human effort. One needed an introduction to gain entry. However, with the advancement of technology, computers became obsolete, and the black market gradually adopted outdated computers, creating a technological gap that rendered modern hackers unable to infiltrate, thus giving the impression of a formidable black market presence. The arrival of Wei Tianyu and Andermay was akin to a drop of water in the ocean, swiftly vanishing amidst the throngs of humanity. At this time, the black market still employed a primitive barter system, where trading goods was exceptionally popular. No one inquired about the origins of items, nor did anyone know their destinations. This very aspect contributed to the black market's prosperity. Soon, Wei Tianyu found what he needed at a stall. He crouched down, examining an extremely ordinary transparent jar containing what appeared to be black grains, and once again confirmed the integrity of the contents. Raising his head, he addressed the stall owner, who was clad in a black robe, sitting cross-legged, and whose face was obscured. "How much for this?" "This item is for exchange only, not for sale," the stall owner replied indifferently, failing to specify what the item was. Such is the nature of the black market. There are valuable treasures as well as counterfeit goods. It all comes down to discernment. Those with a keen eye can unearth treasures, while those lacking such insight may find themselves at a loss. Since most items in the black market have dubious origins, valuable items are often concealed to avoid attracting attention, and buyers naturally fear being targeted, risking being followed when departing the black market. Although the black market wields considerable influence, should news surface of certain factions robbing items within it, those factions would face dire consequences. However, no matter how extensive the reach of the black market, it cannot oversee every transaction. In the face of immense profit, such incidents remain unavoidable. Therefore, regardless of the quality of items, both buyers and sellers typically disguise their goods to avoid unnecessary trouble. This has become a customary practice. Some individuals who have recently ventured into the black market, after suffering a few losses, gradually adapt to its intangible rules. Of course, there are those who, believing themselves to be quite powerful, do not bother to conceal their intentions, as not everyone possesses the keen eyesight to easily find what they seek. "Boss, what is this?" Andermay inquired softly, unaware that he had crossed a forbidden line. "It's what I need," Wei Tianyu replied, slightly furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, Andermay quickly realized his mistake, glancing around to see that several individuals were looking their way, and he instinctively stuck out his tongue. Although he had frequented the black market numerous times before, he remained a novice, barely scratching the surface of its unspoken rules regarding transactions. Chapter 0076. The Titan Black Market, Part 2. Wei Tianyu quietly assessed the price before glancing at the unmoving figure cloaked in black. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his hand and asked, "How about this?" The cloaked figure paused momentarily, then slipped a hand into Wei Tianyu's sleeve. The touch was soft, and this was Wei Tianyu's first impression. A smile crept onto his face. She was a woman, and quite young. This was not merely Wei Tianyu's judgment. The core chip automatically scanned and generated data based on the tactile sensations of her skin, its pliability, and other factors. For another individual, discerning such details so swiftly would not be a simple task, yet this cloaked figure had evidently undergone some disguise, and her hand's deception revealed her as a seasoned player in the game. "That's acceptable," the cloaked figure responded, retracting her hand with a casual air. "Some items are difficult to disguise. Most exchanges in the black market involve bartering, where buyers employ such methods to eliminate poorly disguised goods. This, in turn, tests the seller's abilities, akin to how some sellers might incorporate fakes to gauge the buyer's discernment. If one's perception or strength falters, it can only rue their misfortune." At this, Wei Tianyu picked up another vial containing a remarkably lifelike spider. An uninformed observer might easily mistake it for a real spider, yet Wei Tianyu knew it to be a high-tech replica composed of nanobots, while all robots can assemble into larger machines. The true power of specialized combinatory machines far surpasses that of amateur constructs. Add more. The cloaked figure pondered for a moment before responding. "Is there no room for negotiation?" Wei Tianyu countered. "I expended considerable effort to capture that spider. Your item is less certain. Add more." The cloaked figure audaciously fabricated her reasoning. Meanwhile, Andy Mai, lacking patience, attempted to interject but was met with a fierce glare from Wei Tianyu. Wei Tianyu admonished, I initially thought you were no novice. Yet it appears you remain one. Observe more, think more, speak less, and refrain from making expressions. Otherwise, you may return home alone. Andy Mai was promptly silenced, maintaining a stern expression as he dared not speak further. At this, Wei Tianyu did not produce anything new but offered the same item once more. The cloaked figure hesitated for a moment before naturally accepting it. Wei Tianyu then tucked both vials into the specially designed folds of his robe and politely stated, Until next time, farewell. With that, he turned and departed, concluding the transaction. Aside from those directly involved, no one was privy to the nature of their dealings. In truth, the item Wei Tianyu had presented was a piece of level 5 martial arts equipment. While not the pinnacle of value within the black market, it certainly qualified as a mid-tier item, easily identifiable. The remarks made by the cloaked figure were merely a ruse to dissuade those with greedy eyes, leading them to believe she was unaware of its true nature, thus gambling on its worth. The claim that the spider was difficult to capture served to further obfuscate the thoughts of onlookers. After all, a vial of nanobots combined with a sophisticated nanobot assembly would indicate that the item was of substantial quality, even in a gamble. For those with a discerning eye, the risk of acquiring such a transparent canister filled with nanobots was indeed worth taking. By diverting attention away from the origins of his goods, even if not all were deceived, it was a strategy worth employing. Furthermore, it served to test Wei Tianyu. If he were unaware of the value of his items and chose to add more, she would profit immensely. If he refrained from doing so, there would be no loss either, would there? Upon leaving the black market, Wei Tianyu noted that no one had followed them. He quietly explained the intricacies of their earlier encounter to Andy Mai, who was left speechless, stammering, all of that from just a few words. There was so much nuance. It's absurd. Is it really necessary to be that cautious? What do you know? Wealth should not be flaunted. A commoner is innocent. Yet possessing treasure is a crime. Do you understand such wisdom? Caution ensures longevity. Only a novice like you would foolishly show off. The black market is devoid of legal protections. If something is stolen there, you can only swallow your losses and prepare for the consequences. Wei Tianyu replied, his expression cold and distant. The origins of most items in the black market are murky, and the market itself exists outside the realm of law. It is common knowledge, yet taboo to discuss openly. Boss, why are we returning so early? Did we make a purchase? Andy Mai queried. Purchase? Not yet. I just advised you to be cautious. Have you forgotten already? The black market is rife with danger. And if you wish to avoid drawing attention, it's best to leave discreetly. Wei Tianyu cautioned. Within the black market, fugitives, outlaws, gangsters, and thieves abound. Acquiring too much can lead to unnecessary troubles. Andy Mai discreetly stuck out his tongue, suddenly realizing that he had been walking a precarious tightrope all along. Had it not been for his lack of funds or the insignificance of the items he had acquired, he might have faced dire circumstances without understanding why. So, where do we go now? Back home? Or should we change clothes and continue? Andy Mai inquired. To the Fervent Hotel. I've rented a room there. Wei Tianyu leaned against the wall, casting a detached glance at passers-by. Once the street was clear, he retrieved Andy Mai's taxi. This underground passage led to the black market, hence the absence of surveillance cameras. Unless an incident occurred, no one would dare install cameras under the influence of various powers. Nor would anyone be foolish enough to cause trouble at the entrance of the black market. Fervent Hotel? Boss, when did you book a room? I had no idea. Andy Mai pondered aloud. Having followed Wei Tianyu closely, he was certain that he had not booked anything the previous night. Yet today, he was never far from him, which puzzled Andy Mai. Enough of your prattle. Just drive. Wei Tianyu retorted, rolling his eyes. Though he was a machine, due to the limitations of his core chip, he could not infiltrate servers like modern hackers. However, navigating through legitimate channels was still a breeze. Were it not for the core chip's insufficient memory to accommodate the knowledge required for top-tier hacking, he would not have settled for being a half-hearted hacker. Otherwise, he could have used another brain, like Andy Mai, to become an elusive hacker. Following them feels rather unfulfilling. Andy Mai mused silently. Once, he had been the object of admiration, a figure shrouded in mystery, yet when compared to Wei Tianyu, he felt painfully transparent, truly a gentleman with nothing to boast about. In contrast, Wei Tianyu was like an enigma. The more he learned, the less he understood. Brother, I haven't been a leader for many years, yet I don't want to be a subordinate either. Andy Mai thought. Chapter 0077, The Titan Black Market, Part 2. Upon arriving at the Fervent Hotel, barely an hour passed before a soft knock echoed through the room. Wei Tianyu, who had been seated on the sofa meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and called to Andy Mai, who was engrossed in a martial arts match. "Go answer the door." "Oh," Andy Mai responded, hastily placing the dry snacks he had purchased aside before striding to the door, wondering who it could be. Could it be that person from earlier? No, he had checked for tracking devices and found none. How could this happen? Had his skills become outdated? Upon opening the door, Andy Mai couldn't help but sigh. The truth was undeniable. He turned to Wei Tianyu, exclaiming, "Boss, how did she know we were here? Did you give her our address?" "No." Wei Tianyu rose to greet the cloaked figure, speaking in a calm tone. Then how?" Andy Mai stammered, taken aback. Bang. Wei Tianyu placed 2 canisters of nanobots on the dining table, stating, "Understand now?" He then turned to the cloaked figure and inquired, "Is there more?" Although the nanobots were sufficient, it did not mean Wei Tianyu no longer needed them. He required a batch of repair nanobots for the Rose of Red ship, which were more specialized and considerably cheaper than the universal nanobots he had just acquired. What about the other side? The cloaked figure's voice was neither distinctly male nor female. "Spaceships, how many depends on the quality," Wei Tianyu replied, deliberately avoiding specifying whether they were large or small to prevent revealing too much information and losing leverage in the negotiation. "Understood. Must inspect," the cloaked figure responded. Upon hearing this, Wei Tianyu nodded slightly. Most large transactions require verification, both to prevent underhanded dealings and for safety's sake. Of course, one may refuse, and the other party will not impede the decision. However, a refusal signifies the cancellation of the transaction. "Let us proceed." Observing the figure in the black robe stride outward, Wei Tianyu remarked to the frustrated Andermai, "Boss, you are aware he tampered with the nanobots. Why not rectify it? Are you not concerned he might eavesdrop? By the way, how did you know he would return?" Andermai followed closely behind Wei Tianyu, casting a cautious glance at the man in black. As the latter turned to exit, he inquired softly. He felt a wave of frustration at having overlooked the locator, wondering how he could forget something so glaringly obvious. It is standard procedure to prevent items from being abruptly seized. The device does not possess surveillance capabilities. It merely serves to track. Upon successful completion of the transaction, the locator will be deactivated. "But do you recall my last statement?" Wei Tianyu questioned. "The last statement?" Andermai pondered deeply before responding. "You said, if the opportunity arises." "Farewell. That is quite ordinary. Could there be some hidden meaning within?" "There is no hidden meaning. Do you not find the phrase 'if the opportunity arises' somewhat superfluous?" Wei Tianyu replied, exasperated. He could not comprehend how Andermai had become a hacker, oblivious to the implications woven into such simplistic words. Andermai suddenly realized, awkwardly rubbing his nose as he stated, "Boss, are you not concerned he might misinterpret your words and not show up?" At this, Wei Tianyu grew even more speechless and ultimately clarified, "Do you not understand that I have not tampered with the 2 vials of nanobots? If my words were unintentional, I would have removed the locator within. If it were not deliberate, he would still come, and thus we would not deactivate the tracking program. Should he choose not to come, he would disable the locator, indicating either a lack of interest in this transaction or a failure to grasp my meaning. Do you comprehend?" "I understand." Andermai's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly perplexed. He mused to himself, "Am I overcomplicating the world, or is the world inherently complex?" Soon, another question arose in Andermai's mind. What if he is robbed, and the locator is taken along with the item? Would that not render it impossible to locate? Indeed, if the locator were easily removed, its purpose would be rendered moot. Yet, if it were difficult to extract, would the buyer not fear being outmaneuvered? The locator has a locking function. Do you understand? Wei Tianyu replied, exasperation evident in his tone. He realized Andermai was rather naive. Perhaps all geniuses were somewhat like this, excelling in their familiar domains while remaining oblivious in others, even in basic life knowledge. "I understand." Andermai nodded, finally grasping the concept. He was clear on the locking function. For instance, if an item were stolen, the locking feature would activate, turning it into a movable target that left behind unmistakable traces. Upon successful transaction completion, the locking function would be completely deactivated, making it easy to remove the locator. If further transactions were necessary, the locator would serve as the optimal means of communication, circumventing the black market to achieve a mutually satisfactory deal. As for the assertion that no party involved in the black market transactions benefited, it was precisely how the black market operated. Unseen forces had quietly profited from their dealings. The black market functioned as a platform, attracting many busy lone wolves and novices who preferred trading within its confines rather than setting up individual stalls. Beyond this, they had ample opportunity to scour the market for unnoticed treasures, purchasing low and selling high, a truly lucrative venture. Andermai drove closely behind the figure in black, navigating a labyrinthine route that even the seasoned Titan found exasperating. Almost in tears, he lamented, "Boss, this guy has been going in circles. Should we not remind him we know the way? Going in circles is futile." "No need. Just follow him," Wei Tianyu replied nonchalantly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Unbeknownst to Andermai, he believed they were still in their original location, unaware of the advanced technology that had transformed their surroundings into deceptively realistic virtual images. Were it not for Wei Tianyu's electronic eye, which could not be deceived, he might have also believed he was merely going in circles, although Andermai, relying on his familiarity with the route, sensed something amiss. He ultimately lacked the expertise to decipher the convincingly realistic virtual imagery. Soon, the vehicle ahead came to a gradual halt as they entered a parking facility. The man in black glanced at the two exiting the taxi and stated, "The individual who was following you has been shaken off. I apologize for the delay." Clearly, the man in black was unaware that Wei Tianyu had discerned everything. He continued to feign an apology for the circling, never suspecting that Wei Tianyu had already seen through his ruse. "It is of no matter. Let us inspect the goods," Wei Tianyu remarked coolly, casting a glance at the disdainful Andermai. Chapter 0078, Nuclear Bomb. Welcome to the Tumultuous Laboratory, where we develop everything from large-scale weaponry to disposable arms. The elevator descended seamlessly, numbers flickering until it finally halted at the 99th floor. Wei Tianyu remained composed, aware that the elevator had scarcely moved a few floors. Their original stopping point was not a parking lot but rather the rooftop of an ordinary building. However, he could not help but admire the technological prowess of the opposition. The scale suggested it belonged to a private or even personal research facility, cleverly disguised as a major powers establishment, capable of deterring many would-be intruders. "Let us examine the goods," Wei Tianyu said coolly, stepping out of the elevator. Andermai's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. Believing he had entered a clandestine research facility, the pristine, metallic walls reflected shadows under the fluorescent lights. Impressive. While it may not be grand in scale, it is certainly not small. It appears this lady possesses considerable skill, a talent comparable to Michelle's. Indeed, not all geniuses are confined to Earth. Wei Tianyu mused. If this private laboratory were indeed established solely by the figure in black, Michelle might fall short in certain aspects. However, this did not imply that Michelle was inferior. Both were creators, yet their areas of expertise diverged. Michelle excelled in optimizing and breaking through existing technologies, enhancing them to achieve greater heights with minimal or no resource consumption. This no consumption referred to utilizing no resources at all, even conserving energy. In contrast, the figure in black specialized in simulation, capable of nearly perfect imitation of technological products, yet lacking in detail and efficiency in enhancing technology. The nanobots Wei Tianyu had purchased did not surpass those available on the market. In fact, the materials might even be inferior, with a shorter lifespan. Nonetheless, this posed no concern for Wei Tianyu, as his evolved physique allowed him to disregard the lifespan of machines. As long as a continuous supply of metal was available, he could enhance even the most subpar items to unimaginable levels, albeit at the cost of significant time. The spacecraft nano-repair robots utilized the swift spider-like robotic model, boasting over 10 megabytes of memory and employing the same operational template as the W-24 model. Crafted from TKY alloy, the figure in black produced a vial identical to the previous one, placing it on the testing table. 10 vials are sufficient for full operational use of a small spacecraft. Should you require those for larger vessels, a wait of 3 weeks is necessary. "How much?" Wei Tianyu inquired, glancing at the vial. "In trade for goods, just one item of that caliber will suffice. However, I do not accept items of the same category," the figure in black asserted. "That seems inadequate," Wei Tianyu remarked, his expression contemplative, though 10 vials of nanobots appeared to be 5 times the previous transaction. The spacecraft nanobots were inherently mass-produced, requiring far less memory than their versatile or combinatory counterparts. The high cost of nanobots primarily stemmed from their memory capacity. Other aspects such as shell and operational template were secondary. 13 vials at most. The figure in black gazed at Wei Tianyu, seemingly conceding. 15 vials. Your nanobot program is far too rudimentary, necessitating a complete reinstallation. Wei Tianyu countered, then added, "You must be seeking to trade for research purposes. Even if I provide you with the same type, you would not incur a loss. You can also trade with others for what you need, cannot you?" 15 vials it is, but they must not be of the same type. The figure in black acquiesced. "That is indeed a waste of time. Encountering precisely what you need is quite rare, especially for seldom seen types." "That may be true. This should suffice for you." Wei Tianyu retrieved an ice elemental slender sword from his weapon pack, placing it upon the table. The figure clad in black robes trembled slightly before regaining composure. Although the technological products within the space were precious, they were not particularly rare. They simply lacked the exaggerated portability and occupied a considerable volume. Soon, the black-robed individual's attention was drawn to the ice attribute, slender sword. Weapons for martial practitioners rarely appeared on the market, primarily due to the stringent material requirements for crafting such weapons. High-grade martial weapons typically necessitate materials infused with elemental properties. Furthermore, the supply is limited nearly every time they surface. They are swiftly snatched up by martial practitioners, even if the attributes do not align with their own. This is because martial weapons generally require an exchange of equivalent quality weapons, rather than a trade for other resources. Certainly, the black-robed figure glanced at the ice attribute slender sword and retrieved a transparent glove from beside them, carefully caressing the blade. Finally, satisfied, they raised their gaze and inquired, "What else do you require?" "Nuclear bomb," Wei Tianyu stated succinctly after a moment of contemplation. "Nuclear weapon? Are you certain you desire something so perilous?" The black-robed individual hesitated upon hearing this. Even in the current interstellar era, nuclear weapons still belong to the category of large-scale armaments. A compact nuclear bomb, like the one mentioned, possesses destructive capabilities that surpass nearly all other explosives. If employed wisely, even a 10th-level martial practitioner could be reduced to ashes. "Indeed," Wei Tianyu replied, his expression unwavering. "There are 3 available. One is rather rudimentary and poses some safety concerns, but I have sealed it. As long as it remains isolated from external contact, it will not pose a problem. Are you interested?" The black-robed figure elaborated. "Oh, let us see them." Wei Tianyu responded with keen interest upon hearing about the 3 nuclear bombs. Such weapons are prohibited, and he was astonished that they could be manufactured. Meanwhile, Anderme stood frozen in shock, feeling as if he had entered the realm of arms dealers. His unease palpable. The black-robed figure produced 3 nuclear bombs. Placing them on the table point, one of the bombs was encased in a transparent box, not particularly large, just sufficient to contain the nuclear bomb without obstructing its functionality, acting as a sort of fuse. Wei Tianyu picked up the encased nuclear bomb, and under Anderme's anxious gaze, began to examine it. Finally, he lifted his head and remarked, "Your final step of oxygen-free processing is well executed. There is a trace of air inside, which almost suffices to trigger the explosion. You are quite fortunate." "Thank you for the compliment. I have always been lucky," the black-robed individual replied nonchalantly, as if accustomed to such praise. "Scientific monster," Anderme mentally rated the black-robed figure. "The other 2 nuclear bombs, one appears to be a mass-produced type from a military factory, while the other must be your own creation. Your progress is commendable." Wei Tianyu set down the box and examined the remaining 2 bombs before expressing his thoughts. Chapter 0079, The Awakening of Prophecy, Part 1. After departing from the black-robed individual's residence, Wei Tianyu glanced back at the research facility concealed within the ethereal shadows, mentally noting its location. The transaction had been exceedingly successful. He acquired what he desired along with several unexpected treasures. In addition to the nuclear bombs, he also obtained an air impact gun, an invisibility cloak, a universal communicator, and an upgraded version of anti-gravity shoes. These items constituted the finest series within personal gear, and some individuals would struggle to find them for purchase. With these acquisitions, Wei Tianyu felt confident about infiltrating the military research facility, perhaps even seizing control of the entire establishment without raising any suspicion. "Boss, what are you planning to do with these items? Are you truly considering what the black-robed individual suggested, robbing a bank? That profession seems appealing, but the risks are too high. I believe it's best to avoid it," Anderme remarked as he drove. "A civilian version of bank robbery would suffice." Wei Tianyu replied with a casual glance at Anderme. "We are acquiring the counterfeit highest-grade military models. Understand, the funds from robbing a bank wouldn't even cover half of these items. They are of great utility to me, and you wouldn't grasp their significance. For these 4 items, totaling 12 pieces, Wei Tianyu expended nearly 12 martial practitioner-grade equipment worth, which was equivalent to consuming a small portion of Vidas's treasure, underscoring their immense value. Robbing a bank requires significant expertise, while my skills allow me to enter a bank as if it were my own home. I am not entirely certain. I heard that next month marks the bank's 5-yearly concentrated transport day, during which hundreds of billions in cash will be shipped out." Anderme mused, feeling both fear and excitement. Despite his reckless nature, he had always enjoyed exploring various places alone, including police stations, banks, and the servers of certain companies. apart from a few instances where the computational speed of some artificial intelligences could not keep pace with certain servers. The entire Titan K-DOS star was virtually his playground, though this was limited to that particular planet. No matter how much money there is, it will be recorded. When you're in a bank, you can at most transfer small amounts of inactive funds. Right? Wei Tianyu remarked playfully. Andermay's face flushed crimson, and he instinctively touched his nose, muttering to himself, "What's so impressive about that? Just wait until I leave here. I'll stir up some chaos to prove my capabilities." If the bankers knew that a mere comment from Wei Tianyu could incite Andermay to wreak havoc, causing them to lose a substantial portion of their annual income, they would surely be at a loss for words. "Boss, where are we heading now?" Andermay inquired. "The largest trading market for training equipment." Wei Tianyu closed his eyes. Contemplating to infiltrate the military research facility, he could not rely solely on himself. This time, Jianna would undoubtedly accompany him. However, with Jianna's skills, merely standing there, even in invisibility attire, would draw attention. "Training equipment. Boss, I want to become a martial practitioner." Andermay's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. "Let us see how you perform." Wei Tianyu replied leisurely. Then added, "Given your current state, even if I were to share the training methods with you, you wouldn't be able to cultivate." Wei Tianyu was acutely aware of the difficulties of training without mental fortitude assistance. If Andermay attempted to cultivate, he would be unable to sever the pain sensation, which could drive him to madness. Therefore, preparing Andermay for training would not only hinge on his own readiness but also require Michelle to create an item that could sever pain nerves without disrupting Andermay's sensory control. Ding. Number 10. Suddenly, Jianna contacted him. As soon as Wei Tianyu answered, he heard her anxious voice. "Yes, what is the matter?" Wei Tianyu immediately gestured for Andermay to remain silent, swiftly silencing the heavy metallic music that resonated like a storm. "Shalina is in trouble. She has been experiencing severe headaches and even bleeding. The wealthy individual subordinates are searching for her, and we cannot go to the hospital. Hurry back," Jianna urged, panic evident in her tone. "Okay, hang tight. Administer a sedative to her," Wei Tianyu instructed while turning to Andermay. "Return at the fastest speed. Shalina is in trouble." "What?" Andermay exclaimed, swiftly maneuvering the hover car. Within less than half a second, it burst into a white flame, disregarding any traffic regulations, racing off at an astonishing velocity, leaving a trail of illusions in its wake. The hovercars of those returning from work screeched to a halt, and curses erupted in response. Upon hearing that Shalina was in trouble, Andermay had cast aside all else, his sole focus on returning as quickly as possible. Despite his usual carefree demeanor and his declaration that Shalina was his girlfriend, he spoke with an air of nonchalance as though it were a mere fling. Yet, who could know that he feared vulnerability? Deep down, he cared more than anyone for someone he had known for less than a day. Andermay was a profoundly contradictory individual. He disliked concealing his emotions yet was highly concerned with maintaining his pride. For the sake of that pride, he would casually dismiss things or people he cherished. When loss struck, he would seek a way to save face. But those who did not understand him would never realize that what he truly valued was precisely what he pretended to disregard. The hovercar sped along as if propelled by lightning, completing a journey that normally took half an hour in under 10 minutes. The police vehicles trailing behind were quickly outpaced, having been specially modified to capture him. Today, those officers finally witnessed Andermay's explosive capabilities. Although they were reluctant to do so, as it was quite embarrassing, Andermay had once again overwhelmed the police station's phone lines. The entire traffic network was thrown into disarray by his hasty maneuvers, leaving countless workers to confront gridlock and seek alternate routes. Zing. The hovercar left a long streak across the platform of the Genio Hotel. Andermay disregarded the pain of damaging his precious vehicle, urgently asking, "How is Shalina doing now? If you don't want to be invited for tea by the police before even seeing her, you should clean up your tail." Wei Tianyu exited the vehicle, observing Andermay's worried expression, and added, "She is stable now, nothing serious." With that, he dashed towards the interior of the Genio Hotel. "You must ensure she is all right. Otherwise, I won't let this go." Andermay stood frozen for a moment, watching the distant approach of police sirens. He fiercely waved his hands, speaking with a defiant tone. Then, he climbed back into his somewhat dented hovercar, muttering, "Don't push me. I have no time to play with you today." Before he could finish, the hovercar surged forward once more, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 0080, The Awakening of Prophecy, Part 2. This kid. Upon hearing Andermay's final words, Wei Tianyu paused momentarily, a smirk of playful reproach crossing his mind as he quickened his pace. Those accepted by Wei Tianyu would receive his unwavering assistance. In his heart, he categorized individuals into three distinct types: strangers, friends, and foes, with strangers being of little consequence. Friends and foes held a significant place in his heart, as he spared no effort in aiding his friends, while he would stop at nothing to eliminate his enemies. "I've arrived at the door. Let me in," Wei Tianyu remarked, casting a glance at the rotund figure in a bathrobe, who swayed towards another room, leering at him with a lewd grin. "Contact Jianna," he instructed. "The door is unlocked." Jianna's voice resonated in Wei Tianyu's mind, who disregarded the overweight man and pushed the door open. "Is Shalina in there?" He strode into the living room and caught sight of Jianna, who awaited him with a look of urgency. "There's a lot of blood in the room. Although the sedative helped momentarily, it's proving ineffective. I called a doctor, but they still haven't arrived. It's infuriatingly comparable to dealing with the police," Jianna exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. The Genier Hotel boasted a small hospital, designed to assist wealthy patrons in emergencies. However, for reasons unknown, the doctor was delayed this time. "No need to elaborate. He won't come." Wei Tianyu frowned and declared, "Those wealthy individuals are orchestrating something behind the scenes." The affluent sought to take revenge against the Grim Reaper and the Crimson Lotus Knight, naturally gathering intelligence on them. Moreover, Andermai had neglected to conceal himself upon arriving here. While they dared not act within the hotel, they could exploit their privileges to orchestrate minor disruptions, such as booking a doctor and summoning all the medical staff. "All right. You all can leave." With a flash of electricity, Wei Tianyu disinfected himself and donned a pair of disposable gloves from Michelle's work kit, adopting the demeanor of a physician as he addressed the three women. Fortunately, the Genier Hotel adhered to a customer-first principle, and the rooms were equipped with the finest civilian technology from Titan K to Star. Although there were no medical instruments, the environment was superior to that of an operating room, devoid of any germs or dust, thus alleviating the complexities of disinfection. "Can you truly handle this?" Jianna gazed at Wei Tianyu, astonished. Since aligning with him, she had delved into the data on K-series robots. While other robots possessed some general knowledge, the K-series was purely a combat model, focused solely on warfare. "Do not compare me to those ignorant brutes. Within my mind resides a treasure trove of medical knowledge spanning a millennium of human history. I dare not claim to be the best in the universe, but grant me time to recover a millennium's worth of knowledge, and I shall assert that title." Wei Tianyu confidently pointed to his head. He possessed a dual advantage of human and robotic capabilities, enabling him to retain knowledge far exceeding that of a human brain, while also harboring human emotions and thoughts, devoid of the rigidity characteristic of machines. As the sole clone robot, witnessing his comrades perish on the battlefield while humanity treated clones as expendable tools, indifferent to their fates, fueled his determination to master the medical arts. His robotic advantages allowed him to surpass the majority of human medical experts swiftly. Had a millennium not passed, he would have boldly claimed the top position. The three women were taken aback by Wei Tianyu's unwavering confidence. In their minds, he was notably humble, only boasting when he was absolutely certain of success, often downplaying his capabilities to avoid disappointment should unforeseen complications arise. Closing the door, Wei Tianyu approached Shalina, pulling back the covers. At that moment, the sedative had lulled her into slumber. Yet her tightly furrowed brow and contorted features suggested her dreams were far from pleasant. Gently lifting her head, he noticed a trickle of blood seeping from the roots of her hair, staining her once pristine locks a deep crimson. He carefully lowered her head, adjusting his focus until he could even discern the intricacies of Shalina's cells. As he opened her eyelids, he observed her gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. With a soft exhale, he reassured himself, "There is hope. It appears her brain has overdeveloped, leading to this anomaly. However, her brain cells are remarkably unique, a complexity that explains why contemporary medicine demands exorbitant sums for treatment. Yet, their methods merely replace one brain with another. How utterly foolish. Even if cured, such a person would be rendered entirely vacant. Do they not realize that if brain cell mutation succeeds, the potential of that individual could be boundless?" Analyzing the traces left by the preliminary treatment, Wei Tianyu recognized that the medical protocol previously employed by the doctors was indeed the most optimal solution for various ailments, an outright body replacement. However, such a method would result in the loss of everything, including past accomplishments. For beings of consciousness, transitioning to a new body would induce profound disorientation, making cultivation impossible, alongside numerous other lingering effects that would essentially render them unable to function for the rest of their lives. In Wei Tianyu's view, applying this method to Shalina would be nothing short of a crime. "Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. Otherwise, even if you met anyone else, you would be subjected to the most abysmal of methods." Wei Tianyu sighed lightly. Retrieving a three-eyed yakai from his portable space container, he gently opened it. A delicate liquid flowed from the crystal-like orb. Under his guidance, the liquid, akin to a nimble appendage, gradually infiltrated Shalina's brain through her nostrils, mouth, and ears, a feat beyond human capability, achievable only by someone like Wei Tianyu, a hybrid of man and machine. Well-versed in both traditional Chinese acupressure and Western medicine, it was crucial to understand that even a slight deviation in the liquid's application could render all efforts futile, possibly leading to the patient's brain death. The essence contained within the three-eyed yak eye split into 6 portions, entering Shalina's 6 acupoints. UND in the case of individuals like Shalina, whose latent potential went unnoticed in childhood. Coupled with both evolution and mutation, the situation becomes dire when they collide with a specific point. Even attempts at suppression prove futile, leading to an almost certain demise. However, amidst this simultaneous eruption of mutation and evolution, Wei Tianyu emerges. With his extensive clinical experience, he possesses the remarkable ability to stabilize those on the brink of death even in the chaos of battle, making his expertise one of the most profound in the annals of human history. Faced with such a predicament, he promptly opts for a counteractive approach. After acquiring the eye of a three-eyed yak, he delves into an in-depth study, discovering that it absorbs a particular life source, creating a unique substance in conjunction with other evolutionary sources. Although the contained evolution and life essence are scant, at the apex of this outbreak, it becomes the proverbial last straw that breaks the camel's back. Wei Tianyu gently stimulates the three-eyed yak's eye, and under his command, the transformative rays seem to possess a consciousness of their own, deftly navigating around 6 acupoints and Shalina's pineal gland, continuously nourishing her brain. 7 beams of light, 1 thick and 6 slender, rise within Shalina's mind. Normally, a human can utilize the transformative rays only once, as subsequent use triggers an automatic immunity, rendering further applications ineffective. However, after thoroughly studying the three-eyed yak's eye, Wei Tianyu exploits its potential. By controlling the transformative rays and nourishing only a portion of Shalina, he wonders if the other parts could still be treated with additional three-eyed yak eyes within a specific time frame. Thus, Shalina becomes the first subject of his experiment. This desperate measure is necessitated by the fact that a single transformative ray from a three-eyed yak is insufficient for someone like Shalina, who embodies both evolution and mutation. Consequently, Wei Tianyu must multitask, initially introducing the essence of the three-eyed yak at a slower diffusion rate into Shalina's body, followed by the rapid activation of the transformative rays. This is why, as the transformative rays emerge, the initial 7 clusters of yak essence respond instantaneously, escalating and producing a wondrous transformation, bolstered by the external evolutionary power. Shalina's continuously evolving brain structure and mutated brain cells receive a potent boost akin to a shot of adrenaline in an instant. A process that would typically require several days is completed in less than 3 seconds. Wei Tianyu meticulously adjusts the focus of the rays, striving to comprehend the room now flooded with white light. Did it succeed? He murmurs in a daze as the blinding light abruptly dissipates. Restoring tranquility, he gazes incredulously at Shalina's face, noting only a slight flush and a vertical red line on her forehead, akin to a second eye, signifying no substantial change. After a tense examination, he exhales in relief. She is alive. Her consciousness remains intact. Success. I did it. In that moment, Wei Tianyu resembles a child who has just received a coveted treat, overwhelmed with joy. The urgency of conducting this nearly fatal operation was compounded by Wei Tianyu's extensive yet hasty experience. Without his unparalleled skill, the procedure might have ended in failure. While the operation seemed straightforward, he understood that even the slightest alteration in the surrounding air could jeopardize the entire endeavor, should a chemical change not occur. Merely accelerating the evolutionary process would result in consciousness fading away, leaving behind only a shell, a lifeless body, as Shalina's awareness would have been obliterated during evolution. What a perilous gamble, he reflects, haunted by the myriad of potential failures. Although this operation was not the most complex he had undertaken, it certainly ranked among the most dangerous and challenging. He had once revived a person who had been dead for 3 hours. But this was an entirely different level of difficulty. Perhaps stirred by Wei Tianyu's voice, the slumbering Shalina slowly opens her eyes, feeling an itch on her forehead as if something is about to emerge. Frowning, she notices the vertical red line on her forehead splitting open, revealing a flash of black brilliance. An invisible force suddenly radiates from her body, and before Wei Tianyu can process it, he feels himself propelled by an immense power, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. Within a 10-kilometer radius, glass and glass products shatter without warning, raining down in tiny fragments, creating an eerie scene that amplifies the chaos on the already tumultuous streets. Akin to the apocalypse, a cacophony of screams and panic ensues, And by the time people realize what has transpired, the police headquarters of Titan Kudashing is inundated with calls, plunging the previously relaxed precinct into a whirlwind of activity. As officers scramble to respond. Chapter 0082, A Hasty Escape, cough, cough. This is the genius I healed. Truly extraordinary. Awakening with such immense power after just one nap. What will happen next? Wei Tianyu groans, clutching his injured torso. Feeling as if his insides are about to rupture. At that moment, Shailina regains her senses, gazing in shock at the chaos surrounding her, fully aware that it was all her doing. Hey, what are you standing there for? Help me up. Wei Tianyu urges, acutely aware that if Shailina were to be held accountable for the destruction, they would all face insurmountable reparations. The damage within a 10-mile radius could easily exceed hundreds of billions of credit points. Not to mention casualties, and if the truth of her involvement were to surface, Shailina would be relegated to the status of a mere test subject. Oh. Shailina exclaims, realizing her predicament as she attempts to rise. Only to find her clothing reduced to dust by the earlier shockwave, leaving her completely exposed. She instinctively covers her chest and crouches down, letting out a horrifying scream. Bang. Wei Tianyu collides with the wall once more. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, another impact like that could leave him utterly incapacitated. Yet, with Shailina's sonic waves reverberating around him, speaking is virtually impossible, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. After what feels like an eternity, Shailina finally regains her composure, her face flushed as she glances shyly at Wei Tianyu, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. The flimsy fabric that once adorned her has been obliterated, and the ground beneath her has formed a crater centered around her, while all that remains of the furniture is a twisted metal bed frame. Bang, bang. What happened? The three women outside react, bursting through the slightly ajar door. Jiana is the first to rush in, initially believing a disaster had occurred, but upon seeing the naked Shailina, her gaze swiftly shifts to Wei Tianyu, her expression fierce. What on earth is going on? Such a scene might easily lead one to assume that Wei Tianyu had attempted to assault Shailina. What else could have transpired? She awakened and lost control of her power, resulting in Wei Tianyu feels immensely wronged. He had done nothing, and his own impulses had long since faded. Could one expect a robot to possess such impulses? Moreover, having become immune to such matters, he felt no desire to act inappropriately. Help me up quickly, and find her some clothes. Call Anderme to pick us up. We must make a hasty exit. Don't just stand there. Do you want to pay for this? Everything outside is her doing. Oh, and Michelle, clean up this place. Leave no trace that could lead back to us. Fortunately, despite his grave injuries, Wei Tianyu's remarkable physique remains intact, allowing him to speak without hindrance. Upon hearing his words, the three women, who had been glaring at Wei Tianyu moments ago, exchange glances, and recalling the explosions that had reverberated around them, they spring into action, grabbing clothing and making calls, while assisting Wei Tianyu. Soon, the five of them exit the room to find the outside world in disarray. The Genie Hotel, bearing the brunt of the invisible shockwave, is the most chaotic, with countless guests checking out. Providing the perfect cover for Wei Tianyu and his companions to make their escape, they quickly finalize their checkout and hop into Anderme's vehicle, speeding away with a whoosh. Boss, what on earth happened? Why the urgent departure? Shailina, are you all right? Anderme inquires as he drives, visibly relieved upon confirming Shailina's safety. His curiosity piqued once more. Ask Shailina, and if you don't want her to become a test subject, drive faster. Also, find a way to erase all traces of our stay at the Genie Hotel. Ensure no one suspects we were ever there. Wei Tianyu closes his eyes, continuously channeling energy into his body. I'm a hacker, not a miracle worker. Those wealthy patrons have been keeping tabs on us. It's impossible to erase everything. Anderme replies helplessly. While he could easily erase a mere record, the combination of Jiana's beauty and Wei Tianyu's presence made it impossible for anyone to forget them. Then forget it. Just forge our exit records. I don't care how you do it, but make them believe we've already left. Michelle, assist him with the cleanup. His temperament is too reckless. I hope this doesn't interfere with our objectives. Sigh, why must there be so many unforeseen complications? With a bitter sigh, he glanced at the head-down figure of Shailina through the rearview mirror, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. This time, he was gravely wounded, verging on death. Had it not been for the relentless support of Liu Jing, he might have succumbed even faster than Shailina did during her previous evolution and mutation. It was as if he had sacrificed his own physical well-being to facilitate Shailina's recovery. 10. What on earth is happening? Why is she? And why are you like this? At that moment, Jana could no longer contain herself. Awakening. She was not unfamiliar with the concept, yet it seemed excessively exaggerated in this instance. She instinctively believed that Wei Tianyu must have done something to Shalina. Otherwise, how could someone who had just awakened unleash such formidable power? Upon hearing Janna's words, the other four, including Shalina herself, turned their gazes toward Wei Tianyu. He was likely the sole possessor of the complete truth regarding the situation. Shalina, too, was uncertain whether she had been completely bare from the outset, or if she only became so after unleashing her invisible shockwaves. After all, she had merely just awakened and was not yet fully conscious. What else could it be? She awakened and lost control of her power, inadvertently releasing it and sending me flying. If she unleashes another wave, my life will be forfeit. It's worth noting that this is a body brimming with potential, Wei Tianyu remarked with a bitter smile, pondering the absurdity of exchanging his own limitless potential for that of another. Hearing this, Shalina blushed, bowing her head in shame for her actions at that moment. Both Andermai and she couldn't help but harbor a flicker of doubt. Was she even human? Stop deceiving me. Awakening cannot be so grotesque. She must have been provoked in some way, otherwise. Janna insisted incredulously. Upon witnessing Shalina's state, she had been unable to comprehend the loss of control, had it not been for Wei Tianyu's insistence on compensation. She might have erupted right then and there. What if it's an evolution of brain structure and mutation of brain cells? Wouldn't that be sufficiently grotesque? Wei Tianyu replied, his irritation palpable as he struggled to maintain the gentle demeanor he once had. Impossible. This time, it was Xia who expressed astonishment. As a pharmacist, she had some knowledge of medical practices, though not on par with specialized doctors. Her skills in treatment were commendable. Nothing is impossible. She was merely fortunate, wasting 3 three-eyed yakais, and only managed to elevate her survival odds to 1% to remain alive. Had there been even one more 3-eyed yakai, or if I had made even the slightest error in control or prediction, she would have perished. Wei Tianyu stated flatly, seemingly indifferent to the weight of his words. The expressions of the other 5 turned pale as they contemplated the implications of Wei Tianyu's assertions. If that is the case, then why did you proceed in such a manner? Andermai asked through gritted teeth, feeling a surge of anger. Convinced that Wei Tianyu was trifling with Shalina's life, Wei Tianyu paid no heed to his tone, looking at him with a dispassionate gaze, and replied, had it not been for her fortune in encountering me, had she met anyone else, even if she possessed another body, she would not have survived. There would have been no chance whatsoever. Huh? Who do you think you are? A god? Andermai retorted in a furious mockery. He speaks the truth. Evolution itself is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, even if one evolves and mutates. Not even a god could guarantee healing. By that point, it would have been too late to switch bodies. Her consciousness would have already fused with her brain structure, rendering any transition impossible. Michelle interjected gravely, her fingers tapping incessantly against Rog's body as she consulted her records. Andermai was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Wei Tianyu cast a glance at him and said, you should focus on the task at hand. Your girlfriend has become a unique human being in this world. If you wish to prevent her from being subjected to dissection for research, you'd better put in the effort. Although Wei Tianyu felt a flicker of irritation at Andermai's lack of courtesy, he understood that Andermai was merely anxious for Shalina's safety, not intentionally targeting him. Thank you. After a while, Shalina weakly uttered her first words since the incident. Chapter 0083, Rehabilitation Arrangements. Shortly after Wei Tianyu and the others departed, a contingent of police officers arrived at the scene of the incident. Following expert investigations, they quickly identified the location of the event. Inspector Chen stood in the room where Shalina had undergone surgery. Observing that the original indentations had been restored to perfection through Michelle's abilities, faced with the nearly erased crime scene, the officers scratched their heads. Expert Wei, is it still possible to recreate the circumstances of the release? Also, Xiao Lu, have we located the owner of this residence? Inspector Chen inquired, hands on his hips, as he observed his subordinates diligently collecting evidence. We've found them. They are a group from Earth. 3 of them are recent graduates from the Comprehensive Academy of Earth. And the individual who reserved the room is a newly registered biomodified person named Shi Hao Tin. Additionally, according to various leads, there were 2 others who had contact with them. One is a troublesome figure from the Southern District Bureau, Andermai. The other is the brain disease patient, Shalina. Shalina's brother believed he could cheat Death and win a substantial amount of gambling money, but Death had other plans, resulting in her brother's immediate demise. While Death subsequently fell victim to a homicide, she encountered Andermai while fleeing, and with his assistance, she made it here. Our analysis suggests that it was likely those desperate gamblers who acted against her. This group was also among them, possibly drawn to Andermai's abilities, and accepted the two. Officer Xiaolu swiftly presented a detailed report, even outlining the sequence of events. Unaware that the reason Wei Tianyu and his companions had taken the two was due to Shalina's circumstances. Stop. Stop. What you're saying has no relevance to this case. I don't wish to know how they became acquainted. I want to understand what actually transpired. Why was there such a powerful attack? Furthermore, I demand the information regarding those 3 students from the Comprehensive Academy of Earth, not the irrelevant details of Andermai and Shalina. Upon hearing about Jana and her companions' backgrounds, Inspector Chen suspected they might have instigated the incident. It was common knowledge that anyone emerging from the Comprehensive Academy of Earth would be deemed a top-tier genius on any planet, capable of causing such a significant commotion. Sir, this requires negotiation with the Earth headquarters. We do not possess their records. Officer Xiaolu saluted respectfully. Then hurry and do so. Also, have we managed to locate the suspects? Inspector Chen waved his hand. Another officer standing behind him immediately interjected. During the chaos, they checked out and left the docking area. We have arranged for their ship to be intercepted. Then let them hurry. We cannot allow them to escape. Someone must be held accountable for this incident. Inspector Chen's expression darkened, recognizing that the losses incurred were beyond what he could bear as an inspector, compounded by the casualties. If they failed to apprehend the suspects, he would face the consequences of dismissal and investigation. Inspector Chen, we have results. At that moment, the Wei expert, who had been examining the scene, stood up, brushing dust from his gloves. Based on the evidence at the scene, it appears they utilized a weapon of extraordinary power, akin to sonic waves. However, given the conditions on the ground, it seems they tampered with it. We are unable to assess the weapon's strength. Nonetheless, according to the victims' accounts, this weapon likely remains an unrefined prototype, purely a case of accidental discharge. Because Shalina had unintentionally unleashed her power for the first time and screamed in shock the second time. It led to misunderstandings. No one would believe that someone who had just awakened could unleash such immense strength. A weapon. Seize it and submit it for examination. Countless thoughts raced through Inspector Chen's mind. If an unrefined weapon was already so formidable, what would happen upon completion? If he confiscated it under the pretext of damaging public property, he could potentially reap significant rewards and perhaps even rise in rank. Just as Inspector Chen was lost in his daydreams, the officer who had gone to ascertain whether they had intercepted Wei Tianyu and his group rushed back, saying, "Inspector, they have already departed the docking area, and their whereabouts are unknown." What? How could they leave so quickly? Inspector Chen's heart sank as he erupted in anger. The officer hung his head, internally grumbling. Isn't this because you delayed things? If you had arrived earlier, would they have escaped? While he could think such thoughts, he dared not voice them, as he still wished to continue his career in this line of work. Ding ding. Hello, who is this? High Commissioner Gao. Yes, we have located the suspects and are currently in pursuit. Rest assured, we will provide an explanation. No, I mean a report to the public. What is the situation? Wei Tianyu inquired while reclining in the treatment pod, reaching out to connect with the outside world. We have departed from Titan Kudistar and have successfully disguised ourselves as we entered another region. There have been no issues. Michelle promptly replied, clearly unfazed, as they had already committed such a momentous act that no one would suspect them of lingering in the same location. Do not let your guard down. There are countless geniuses in this world. Just moments ago, I encountered a creator genius comparable to you. Allow Andermai to monitor the entire police system with unwavering diligence. We must avoid any unforeseen incidents. Moreover, regarding the matter of the 4 great miscreants, ensure he conducts a thorough investigation. A person who stands out among geniuses, capable of discerning the extraordinary, is indeed a genius among geniuses. It is quite possible he may suspect we are still on Titan Kada, potentially bringing us unforeseen troubles, Wei Tianyu remarked. Number 10, how's your physical condition? You won't face any serious issues, will you? Michelle paused momentarily before inquiring. No worries, a few days of rest will suffice. In the meantime, let's have Jana commence her training. I'll send you the information shortly. Once I recover, I will personally procure the training equipment. However, you all must avoid going out to prevent being recognized, especially by Andermai, who is a restless soul. Have him assist you in gathering information about the military research facility. We must keep him occupied. Wei Tianyu instructed. Given the gravity of the situation, even financial compensation would not suffice to assuage their fears. After all, one of the top 10 miscreants was on their way, and they could not afford to be entangled in legal troubles, as it would undoubtedly consume precious time. Their schedule was already tight. They needed to train and devise a meticulous plan to seize control of the military research facility. Understood, Michelle responded. Then added, Shalina's control over her body is still quite rudimentary. The Red Rose cannot withstand her antics. What do you propose we do? By this time, Michelle and the others had already experienced Shalina's formidable power. The first casualty was naturally Andermai's beloved vehicle. When Shalina disembarked, a wave of relaxation washed over her, causing her to lose control momentarily, nearly resulting in Andermai's car being crushed. Considering Wei Tianyu's concerns, Shalina's strength had already reached at least level 5, and this was not even her area of expertise. It was merely an ability acquired post-evolution and mutation, once her body stabilizes completely and can sufficiently nourish her brain. Reaching level 6 would not be merely a fantasy. Design a fully enclosed suit of armor composed of Yunshin for Shalina. Additionally, during this period, she must supplement her nutrition as much as possible. The three-eyed Yaxai is rather stingy. Using just one on her body will expedite her reaching equilibrium. As for her brain, there is no need. It would be futile. Wei Tianyu contemplated and then continued, is there anything else? Please retrieve the glass jar containing the universal-type nanobots. Andermai should know which one it is. Certainly. Nothing else for now. Michelle replied. Chapter 0084. Fusion nanobots, boss. I apologize. Andermai arrived, laden with deep resentment. It's fine. Wei Tianyu replied. Eyes closed, unconsciously. Hey, boss, could you possibly let me start training right now? Andermai boldly inquired. Ever since witnessing Shalina's terrifying strength, he no longer dared to proclaim her as his girlfriend. After all, a single breath could nearly deform his vehicle. And he certainly did not believe his body could withstand such force. The thought of Shalina possibly becoming his girlfriend and losing control during intimate moments filled him with dread. Let's see how you perform, Wei Tianyu stated. Opening his eyes to observe the exasperated Andermai, then added, I can divulge a little. To cultivate, one must endure rigorous training. Unless you can develop your mental strength, well, search online for the most brutal forms of punishment. It's about that level. And it's unrelenting. Every slight increase in power equates to enduring an additional minute of torment. Before Wei Tianyu could finish, Andermai was already trembling, envisioning the primitive tortures of flaying, castration, and the like. He realized that what had once seemed amusing in movies became a tragic reality when faced with his own fate. Is there truly no other way, perhaps through exercise? He asked, mimicking a weightlifting motion. Gazing hopefully at Wei Tianyu, he genuinely hoped Wei Tianyu had been jesting. Otherwise, he was uncertain if he could endure such trials. Based on his self-awareness, if the punishment was indeed that severe, he would undoubtedly surrender within 3 minutes. A little power requires a corresponding sacrifice. The method you suggested has its limitations and is overly simplistic. Attempting to achieve results that way might lead you to your demise without reaching even level 1. My estimation is that as long as you can persevere, your willpower will significantly enhance, and at that point, you may even transcend the ordinary, materializing your mental strength and laying the foundation for cultivation. Wei Tianyu elaborated. Then instructed, insert the nanobots into that. Oh. Andermai responded, placing the glass jar into one of the ports. The treatment chamber emitted a soft whirring sound as it secured the jar, then opened a small aperture, allowing the nutrient solution to envelop the gap. After securing it, no nutrient solution leaked from the treatment chamber. Boss, please help me out. I can't just watch without being able to interact. Andermai lamented, his face a mask of despair. Observing that Shalina had begun to accept him to some degree, he felt a glimmer of hope. However, given the current situation, where Shalina had transformed into a volatile entity, Andermai could hardly resign himself to fate. Based on the experiences summarized in martial arts, if a level 3 or higher martial artist seeks a partner, the other party's strength must be at least level 1 lower or higher. Otherwise, the chances of conception are exceedingly low, and there exists a significant risk to both parties. This phenomenon is often referred to as the death sonata. Wei Tianyu explained. Though seemingly trivial, Andermai could discern the underlying message. Was it true that he and Shalina were destined to be apart? A wave of grief and indignation washed over him. Typically, male martial artists are weaker than female martial artists by at least 1 level, carrying the risk of severe injury. At this juncture, Wei Tianyu glanced at Andermai's lower half, causing a shiver to run down Andermai's spine, prompting him to instinctively cross his legs. Merely being a level lower suggests that male martial artists should strive for improvement to avoid dissatisfaction on the part of their partners. Long-term dissatisfaction may lead to extreme irritability in women, even resulting in domestic violence, where the aggressor is usually the female and the victim is the male. Wei Tianyu recited, perusing the Martial Arts Union Manual. If female martial artists are weaker than male martial artists by more than one level, this manual remains incomplete. Should there be any deficiencies, I encourage everyone to contribute. Remember, male martial artists must exceed female martial artists by half a level for the most optimal pairing, ensuring a harmonious life for both. Did you hear that? As of now, I merely possess level 1 strength. If there were better methods, would I not employ them? Shalina already possesses level 5 strength, and once stabilized, she will swiftly attain level 6 and 7. To be with her, you must endure 40 years of grueling training. Do not say I am not assisting you. I will urge Michelle to expedite the development of pain suppression technology. Wei Tianyu ultimately declared with resignation. 40 years was no trifling matter. Each cellular expansion represented a slight optimization of human genes, thus extending one's lifespan. Over the past 8 centuries of martial arts culture, aside from those who fell due to conflict or inadequate aptitude, many first-generation martial artists still thrive, embarking on humanity's eternal journey of exploration. 40 years. Andermai suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness akin to falling snow. 40 years of relentless torment. He doubted his ability to endure. Let alone for a single day. The thought of Shalina progressing while his own talent had been deemed merely average filled him with a sense of despair, observing Andermai stagger away, lost in thought. Wei Tianyu shook his head. This was an unavoidable reality. Gaining power required sacrifice. Even Shalina had endured over a decade of hardship, and without a miracle, defeat was inevitable, given Shalina's aptitude. Even if Wei Tianyu did not take risks, her ordinary awakening would still yield at least level 4 strength, far beyond Andermai's reach. 40 years, and that was merely the minimum, accounting for Shalina's slower cultivation pace. Sai, if you truly seek something in this life, it is destined to be fraught with trials. Heaven has played a cruel joke on you, a grand jest. Wei Tianyu lamented. Had Andermai not brought Shalina to seek him out, he would have faced the tragic fate of the one he loved. Helpless to change it. One could say that from the moment Andermai and Shalina met, their fates were sealed, destined for a life filled with divergences and hardships, encountering one another yet unable to walk hand in hand. Am I not the same? For over 1,000 years, I have been unable to forget, and the love I hold only deepens. Wei Tianyu mused silently before letting out a soft sigh. The biomechanical tail deftly pierced the opening of the glass jar, allowing the nanobots to flow into the treatment chamber, enveloped in the nutrient solution. Under Wei Tianyu's control, they transformed into a stream of black fluid, entering his body through his eyes. The nanobots entered. The previously dormant system sprang into action, revealing a clearer and more detailed image of the body to Wei Tianyu. Unlike the original scanned representation, this one displayed the minute traces of damage, all inflicted by Shalina's roars, which paled in comparison to the previous injuries. In the face of these minute fissures and subtle fragments, countless nanobots surged forth. Even before entering the body of Wei Tianyu, he had transmitted the pertinent information regarding his physical form to the nanobots. As entities designed for maintenance, the nanobots, while their programming could not reach the complexity of qualitative change, still possessed a degree of intelligence. They functioned as a cohesive whole, efficiently dividing labor to commence the repair and optimization of the machine. Chapter 0085, a blessing in disguise. Thousands of nanobots rapidly restored the body, revitalizing areas that were previously obstructed or excessively redundant. Under the diligent work of the nanobots, the machine emerged renewed. Observing the transformations wrought by the nanobots, Wei Tianyu could not help but marvel at the superiority of expertise over amateur efforts. Although the body had undergone modifications by Michelle after its acquisition, and Wei Tianyu had provided references, the shortcomings were starkly evident when compared to the nanobots. Equipped with an abundance of data on various mechanical forms, the nanobots could discern the most suitable optimization parameters. They clung to the body, siphoning off the energy that leaked from it, continuously transforming the machine while simultaneously consuming the debris, thus optimizing their own forms to achieve synchronized advancement with their host. Just as Wei Tianyu reflected on the remarkable progress of human technology, the body was finally restored. The energy from the Lujing permeated the entire structure flawlessly, and the nanobots began to establish their nests. Like industrious bees, they adhered to locations that did not impede Wei Tianyu's movements, merging into the body like grains of metallic rice, seemingly erasing any trace of their prior existence. The tissues adhering to the surface of the body began to undergo marvelous transformations under the efficient nourishment of Lujing. After being subjected to 2 consecutive oscillations by Shalina, many cells were shattered, and the leaking currents wandered within the tissues. Although Wei Tianyu adeptly utilized Lujing to absorb the excess currents, a significant amount still lingered within the tissues. Coupled with the shattered cells, Wei Tianyu's physical condition deteriorated to an unprecedented extent, with over 60% of the cells fragmented. Had this been an ordinary individual, they would have perished long ago. Now, with the aid of the treatment chamber, the cells began to divide, rendering the shattered cells unnecessary. Initially, there had been concerns that removing them might lead to a collapse of the body, but now their presence obstructed the development of new cells. Reluctant to waste this, Wei Tianyu sought to harness the unexpected benefits stemming from the absorption of cellular fragments by Lujing and decided to take another risk. Although he had yet to discern what advantages the mutated white energy brought to the body after nourishing it, he could distinctly feel that this change was ongoing, and he would eventually understand its benefits. It was this very sensation that compelled Wei Tianyu to resolve to experiment on this uniquely transformed body, which had become a singular existence post-mutation. Michelle, do you need to use rock? Wei Tianyu contacted Michelle. Rock, not necessary. Michelle, who was currently assisting Andermay in monitoring the police system and the dynamics of Titan Kudistar, replied without hesitation upon hearing Wei Tianyu's inquiry. Well, I wish to attempt an experiment and require Rog. If it's not urgent, could you lend him to me? Wei Tianyu requested. All right, I will send him over. Michelle responded, swiftly clicking on Rog to transfer the program to the previously used intelligent brain, while the mainframe doll of the Red Rose was being utilized by Andermay. In matters of programming, Michelle had to concede that Andermay possessed considerable talent, comparable even to the specialized students of the Earth Comprehensive Academy. Soon, Rog was dispatched to Wei Tianyu, who instructed him, this situation may mirror the previous one. Your task is to meticulously record the changes occurring in my tissues and the body without error. If the danger escalates to a critical level, you may consider extracting my core chip, but I hope it does not come to that. Wei Tianyu cautioned, as such judgment calls were beyond the capabilities of an intelligent robot. No problem. I want to hold back. Rog responded, extending several slender mechanical legs resembling those of a spider, albeit in a rather peculiar form. Initiate microcurrents at 100 volts. Wei Tianyu closed his eyes, commanding Rog while simultaneously controlling his body. The 100 volts of current began to circulate within the treatment chamber, intermittently absorbed by Wei Tianyu's body. As he maximized the energy output of the machine, Lujing generated an invisible suction directed at the energy, enveloping the minute electric currents and cellular fragments, drawing them into Lujing. This time, the quantity of cellular fragments was incomparable to the previous instance. Nearly 60% of the body's cells had been shattered, yielding a volume many times greater than before, where previously only 1% of each cell had been compromised. Under the influence of Lujing, newly stimulated cells began to occupy the spaces left by the fragments, one by one. They methodically updated and replaced the old. With such a wealth of life-imbued cellular fragments entering, the four Lujing entities, invigorated, welcomed the influx, while the released energy gradually deepened in hue, culminating in the emergence of the mutated white energy. Wei Tianyu succumbed to a state of dormancy, losing all sensation. Externally, as excessive white energy permeated the body at a sluggish pace, the cells exhibited faint metallic sheen-like spots, and the formerly pallid skin began to yellow. Rog, who had been observing this transformation, nearly gasped in astonishment. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Witnessing Wei Tianyu seemingly trend towards a golden form, he felt dizzy, utterly bewildered by the spectacle. Meanwhile, within Wei Tianyu's tissues, remarkable transformations were underway. Previously, cellular expansion had catalyzed changes in the body. Now, the changes in the body reciprocated, with the two previously unrelated entities, under the miraculous influence of the mutation light, beginning to interact. This exchange evolved from mere contact to a comprehensive interaction, gradually transcending the superficial connection between the body and the tissues. The color of Lujing deepened to a rich emerald. Akin to a profound gemstone, waves of mutated life force were released, nurturing both Wei Tianyu's body and tissues. Under the influence of this mutated life force, the body gradually transformed into a platinum-like state. The residual traces of the dark metallic hue from the prior permeation swiftly faded, while the newly arriving nanobots underwent profound transformations, their changes as dramatic as a complete upheaval. The golden transformation, distinct from the pale golden hue of the skin, manifested in every drop of blood within the body as golden. The cells had been entirely infused with this golden essence, although their structure remained largely unchanged. Their essence had grown remarkably resilient, capable of accommodating greater energy intensity. This fundamental change resembled evolution, rather than mere cellular expansion. Even though the end results bore similarities. In simpler terms, Wei Tianyu's metamorphosis mirrored the ascent of primates towards higher forms of humanity. while his tissues also evolved towards an elevated state, transcending mere cellular expansion to enhance strength. Chapter 0086. The Path to Eternity. When Wei Tianyu regained consciousness, he discovered that his perception of the external world had sharpened significantly. This newfound awareness, akin to possessing consciousness itself, allowed him to sense the wonders of the outside world with a mere thought, momentarily leading him to lose his sense of self, struggling to regain clarity. He sensed his core chip. The complexity of his core programming had evolved, becoming even more intricate, yet he grasped it effortlessly. The original memory capacity had nearly doubled, and after accounting for the space occupied by the complexified original programming, the remaining capacity was more than twice its initial size. This expansion provided Wei Tianyu with ample room to maneuver, alleviating his previous concerns of overwhelming his memory with excessive knowledge that he no longer needed to watch helplessly as new information filled his memory, leaving him unable to learn. What brought him relief was the control program. Although it too had become more complex, the intervention of thousands of nanobots, reprogrammed by Armament and equipped with restraining protocols, had managed to maintain a degree of control, preventing the previously limited time from diminishing further. The body, the machine, such formidable power. As he sensed the changes within his body, Wei Tianyu was momentarily speechless, astonished by the magnitude of this transformation. With the alteration in metallic color, the strength of the body had not only remained intact, but had exceeded 3 times its previous durability, rivaling that of C-class starship alloys. If he absorbed Yunshin metal, his body might approach the strength of B-class starship alloys, while also acquiring unique abilities not present in the latter. It is important to note that the primary alloys used in the construction of B-class starships are classified as rare metals, typically requiring the fusion of thousands of metals and consuming immeasurable resources to refine. Naturally occurring B-class alloys, like Yunshin, are exceptions that are not artificially synthesized. Strength is one aspect. Additionally, the body progressed towards perfection. Wei Tianyu noted that the power now exhibited by his body was increasingly refined, dismissing the inherent amplification of the body itself. The mere perfection of the organism allows one to exert only a third of the original effort to achieve a full unit of effect, thus conserving nearly 2/3 of energy consumption, surpassing even the optimization effects of nanobots. This illustrates that unconscious transformations sometimes align most closely with nature, beyond the alterations of the body. The changes in are even more pronounced. Sensing the currents coursing with the flow of blood, Wei Tianyu astutely realizes that this is an effect achievable only at the second level, characterized by self-generating attribute energy. Upon reaching the second level in martial cultivation, not only has there been a significant alteration at the genetic level, unearthing hidden genetic potential aligned with the energy being cultivated, but the most notable trait is the ability to self-generate energy. As long as energy is absorbed to replenish cellular needs, cells can continuously produce the cultivated attribute abilities without external intake. How is that possible? Isn't it necessary to undergo 6 to 8 expansions to reach the second level? Wei Tianyu's astonishment rendered him speechless. He could assert with confidence that his cells had only expanded 3 times. In this time there was no expansion. So what exactly was occurring? Soon, he arrived at a conclusion. Rogue, transmit the records to me. By comparing the records with his body, Wei Tianyu reached a realization, his heartbeat quickening. Golden cells, imbued with a metallic hue, yet entirely unrelated to metal. Is this evolution? Could it be that an excess of vitality surged into my body, merging with the inherent vitality of the cells, leading to an overwhelming life force that resulted in a transformative metamorphosis? It must be so. Otherwise, my body couldn't possibly be this robust. Rivaling second-level existences, cellular expansions would leave traces within the cells, much like the annual rings of an old tree. Wei Tianyu muttered to himself, exhilarated. If this were indeed the case, did it not imply that he could leverage this method to rapidly enhance his strength? Impossible. Wei Tianyu quickly dismissed his delusions. There are no shortcuts on the path of power. Those who wish to ascend in a single leap ultimately find their foundations unstable, leading to catastrophic collapse. To reach a higher realm, one must solidify their foundation. The deeper and broader the foundation, the higher the strength can rise. Much like a pyramid, its expansive base supports its towering height, rendering it one of the wonders of the world without succumbing to collapse. After confirming his body's evolution, Wei Tianyu discerned that the structure of his cells had not undergone significant changes, insufficient to accommodate more energy. It was akin to transforming a wooden bucket into a metal one. The structure remained unchanged. Thus the volume it could hold remained the same, yet it could contain compressed water. However, if the compressed water were overly dense, the metal bucket could not withstand it, risking rupture. To enable the bucket to hold more water without expanding its size, one must reinforce its strength and design it to accommodate a greater volume. Cellular expansion focuses on enhancing the bucket's strength, while the subsequent contraction of cells slightly modifies their structure to become more suitable for energy retention. Evolution, on the other hand, is more comprehensive, enhancing cellular strength while simultaneously altering cellular structure to contain more energy than similarly leveled cells. Wei Tianyu's current situation is that while his cellular strength is sufficient, the structure has not progressed, necessitating a gradual infusion of energy to nourish the cells and prompt structural evolution, an endeavor that requires time. Of course, to expedite this process, one would rely on cellular expansion to hasten structural changes. Thus, everything returns to the starting point. Ultimately, the path of cellular expansion remains essential. As for evolution, while it has become a unique route unattainable by others due to his body's circumstances, it is not something Wei Tianyu can wield at will. Two pathways to eternity. Complementary to one another, it appears I have further narrowed the distance to those who cultivate mental strength. Reflecting on his newfound insight, Wei Tianyu smiled, for the addition of an evolutionary method perfectly compensates for his lack of mental power. Surpassing others is no longer a mere fantasy. Rogue. Classify the records as top secret. Aside from the captain, no one is allowed access. The same goes for any future records regarding my body. Understand? Stepping out of the treatment chamber, Wei Tianyu donned his attire, beginning to disguise his skin as he spoke. Understood. But does that mean Jana and the others cannot know either? Rogue inquired, then added, Jana, not now. You should know her temperament. If she learns of this, she will stop at nothing for the sake of strength. Xiaxia is a scatterbrain, easily spilling secrets, and while Michelle might keep quiet, given her ties with the other two, she would inevitably divulge it to Jana. Wei Tianyu analyzed. The path of evolution, as gleaned from the records, appears non-replicable, as it is intricately linked to his body's uniqueness, suggesting that El Jing holds the key. Yet, humanity has possessed El Jing for many years. Has there been no research conducted? If research had indeed occurred, why was this method not discovered? This implies that the method is unfeasible. Otherwise, if research had succeeded, such a significant breakthrough could not remain hidden from dissemination. Thus, evolution is undoubtedly closely related to his very being, which is precisely why he refrains from sharing this with others. Based on his understanding of Jana, should she learn of this method, no matter the danger, she would succumb to her impatience and secretly pursue it. Her environment has fostered a desire for strength and greed for power proportionate to her character. Chapter 0087. Half a month later, half a month has passed since the explosion at Titan Coup de Star. Gradually returning to tranquility, Inspector Chen of the Police Bureau ultimately failed to locate Wei Tianyu and his companions, who vanished without a trace, becoming a scapegoat and retiring in glory. Fortunately, considering he had neither merit nor blame, he was not held overly accountable and was merely allowed to retire. Post-retirement, Inspector Chen was unwilling to conclude matters so easily. He began to conduct thorough investigations, collecting data on landing vessels from nearby planets. Yet he found no trace of his quarry. He recognized this was not a sustainable approach. But how could he resign himself to giving up? Just when people believed Inspector Chen had relinquished his pursuit, news of his own disappearance emerged. After half a month, Shalina had gradually gained control over her powers, no longer hesitant to speak for fear of inadvertently causing harm, aside from the evolution and mutation of her head. Shalina's body underwent little alteration. To sustain the demands of her brain, she continually consumed food, nearly never parting from snacks. In Jana's training arena, Wei Tianyu stood at the center, scanning the surroundings warily. Suddenly, a faint silhouette revealed itself, lunging toward Wei Tianyu's back. Crimson Blood Dragon Slayer. Flames erupted from thin air, enveloping Wei Tianyu in an instant. Bang! Wei Tianyu tilted slightly, his right hand crackling with electric energy. Swift as lightning, seizing Jana's foot and hurling her away, Jana soared backward at an even greater speed, gracefully leaping in midair and landing deftly on the ground. Wei Tianyu addressed her. That won't do. You exposed your position when you attacked, and your cloaking attire cannot conceal the overwhelming wave of flames. Once deployed, you will inevitably be revealed. Next time you attack, maintain your composure. Do not rush to strike your opponent. Moreover, it is best to utilize the simplest techniques. Better to avoid mixing flames to augment power. As long as you can strike at vital points, your attack will not falter significantly. Do you understand? Understood. Just as Wei Tianyu was instructing Jana, the door opened slightly, revealing Shalina peeking in, clutching a bag of nutrient-rich armored dragon jerky as a snack. Appearing adorably cautious, after half a month, she was no longer the timid and sorrowful girl she once was. her quiet demeanor occasionally paired with the scatterbrained Ciara, delighting in pranking others, if not for the lingering trace of sadness in her eyes. One might have thought she had fully recovered. "What is it, Shalina?" Wei Tianyu inquired upon noticing her entrance. Shalina panicked, resembling a child caught in mischief, stepping inside with a compliant demeanor. If it weren't for her delicate hand shoving snacks into her mouth, she would have appeared even more endearing. In her current state, however, she was undeniably cute. Wei Tianyu shook his head helplessly. Over the past half-month, he had spent nearly 1,000 purple coins on provisions for Shalina, who had become a veritable bottomless pit. Initially, to replenish the nutrients consumed by her brain and provide energy for her body as transformation, she merely drank high-grade nutrient solutions, 1 bottle a day, which was not excessively extravagant. But as they grew more familiar, Shalina, having grown weary of the tasteless nutrient solutions, looked at Wei Tianyu with pleading eyes, with a heart softened by treating them as his own sisters. Wei Tianyu began purchasing other high-nutrition foods, such as the current armored dragon jerky, which was not cheap. Over the course of half a month, he had spent nearly 1,000 purple coins, of course. The other 3 girls and Anderme had shared some of it. Wei Tianyu footed the bill. "Out of snacks?" Wei Tianyu asked helplessly upon seeing her expression. In preparation for Selina's snacks, he traversed a considerable portion of Titan Kadastar, utilizing the newly reopened account of Anderme to conduct a thorough shopping spree, acquiring nearly a dozen cubic meters of high-quality, nutritionally rich foods. Initially, he believed this would suffice for Selina for an entire year. However, he underestimated her body's demand for energy. In less than half a month, she had consumed most of it, leaving him uncertain whether any remained. Selina nodded, then shook her head, hesitant to speak, fearing her impatience would overwhelm her self-control. Although Michelle had designed a set of Yunshin equipment for her, it only dawned on them at this critical juncture that they lacked the necessary smelting apparatus, forcing them to halt their progress. Later, as Wei Tianyu's health improved, he scoured much of Titan Kadastar, only to discover that the tools capable of smelting Yunshin-grade materials were either prohibitively expensive or simply unavailable. Nodding and shaking her head, "I should consult Michelle," Wei Tianyu remarked, observing her pitiable demeanor with a sense of helplessness. He then contacted Michelle and inquired, "Michelle, did you send Selina to find me?" "Yes, her snacks are nearly depleted, and I've almost gathered all the intelligence regarding the military research facility." On the other end, Michelle was simultaneously engaging in a game of ROG, unconsciously reaching for a bag of snacks beside her, with Selina leading the way. Within a fortnight, all 5 aboard the vessel had become connoisseurs of snacks. If Wei Tianyu merely recognized the taste of food without truly savoring it, he might have become one of them. It must be said that high-end snacks, while expensive, are undeniably delicious and nutritious. By the way, how is Ciara's plant cultivation progressing? Once we reach space, we won't be able to purchase snacks and we'll have to rely on Ciara's ecological garden for some vegetarian treats. Wei Tianyu sighed, shrugging as he addressed Jianna and Selina. "Let us be off. Ciara is most dedicated to this. You need not worry about our snacks." Michelle replied with a gentle smile. As she savored a piece of amethyst raisin, she continued, "However, Selina's situation is not easily resolved. How long do you anticipate it will take for her to stabilize? Otherwise, with her appetite, our ship may not be able to accommodate all the provisions." "No worries, in a little over 10 days. Her body should reach Tier 3 strength and achieve balance, thus eliminating the need for constant energy replenishment to accelerate her physical reinforcement." Wei Tianyu explained. In truth, Selina's brain is capable of autonomously absorbing energy to sustain itself. It is merely her frail body that lacks a balance point, compelling her to instinctively seek energy to strengthen herself. Once her physical condition improves, Selina's brain will no longer ravenously consume external energy as it does now, although it will continue to fortify her body, albeit at a slower pace. Chapter 0088. Military Forces. All right. Is everyone present? Let us commence the meeting. Michelle, you may begin. Upon entering the lounge, Wei Tianyu found Ciara, Michelle, and Anderme already gathered, and so he took his seat and spoke. "Good. Let us first discuss the military research facility. I believe, after our interactions over the past half-month, Anderme, you should be aware of our objectives," Michelle said, casting a glance at Anderme. Among them, only Anderme had not stated his intent to participate in this operation. As a member of the Red Rose, especially after deducing their goal, he must make his position clear. Otherwise, Michelle would not hesitate to confine him until their endeavor succeeded. "Indeed, it is bolder than I anticipated, initially. I thought we were robbing a bank. Nonetheless, I must admit, it's a splendid idea, and I am quite fond of it." Andermatt shrugged. Had it been 2 weeks prior, he might have opted out of participation for Selina's safety. However, witnessing the power she displayed upon awakening eroded his sense of fulfillment in protecting her. Furthermore, upon realizing the challenges they would face if he were to be with Selina, he found himself trapped in a conflict between his infatuation and the torment of arduous training he had implored Wei Tianyu to endure. This internal struggle subtly altered his feelings and attitude toward Selina, diminishing his initial fervor, yet it was evident he had not completely given up. He seemed to be searching for ways to catch up with her. And after discerning the military research facility as their target, he contemplated the potential for something that could enhance his strength hidden within its mysterious confines. Naturally, the audacious Andermatt would not refuse such temptation. Very well. Welcome aboard. Michelle smiled gently, her enchanting smile momentarily captivating Andermatt, causing him to drool and appear as if he might float away. Staring foolishly at her, Xiaoer couldn't help but chuckle, and with a playful flick, sent a seed directly into Andermatt's nostril, eliciting a yelp as he fell backward. Enough, enough. Let us allow Michelle to speak. Wei Tianyu interjected sternly, scanning the room at the beaming Xiaoer, the chuckling Selina, and the stern-faced Jianna, causing Xiaoer to lower her gaze, avoiding eye contact, and instead directing her attention to the impassive Michelle, who nodded subtly in response. Michelle acknowledged the gesture and continued, casting a glance at the disheveled Andermatt who was rising, his expression one of woe. Based on information gleaned from the Chief Engineer's Intelligence Corps involved in establishing the military research facility, I discovered that the facility has undergone 7 expansions, perhaps due to confidence in their capabilities or other reasons. The military did not conduct thorough investigations, leaving behind numerous subtle clues. Moreover, I managed to reconstruct the original blueprint from the Chief Engineer's Intelligence Corps, although it only depicts the architectural layout from the initial establishment and lacks the blueprints from subsequent expansions. Regardless of their intentions, this proves fortuitous for us. From this original blueprint, after several days of decryption and analysis, I simulated the facility's expanded design. While there may be discrepancies, the primary core areas of the research facility should remain unchanged. You may examine the documents in your possession and feel free to raise any inquiries. Wei Tianyu picked up the thin file placed before him, gently flipping it open to reveal a three-dimensional image before him. While the others did the same, Michelle addressed the virtual architectural representation, stating, "First, we observe the main structure of the military facility, which is constructed in a vertically descending manner. This trunk represents the facility's form prior to any expansions." Michelle eliminated the other virtual images, leaving behind a somewhat slender main trunk resembling a massive cylinder, lacking the extensive research areas developed post-expansion. However, even in its simplicity, it began to reveal an imposing presence, reflective of one of humanity's 3 major organizations. According to the chief architect's diary and fragments disclosed by other engineers who enjoyed journaling, the military research facility's development direction entails gradual horizontal expansion from the main trunk. The lowest level is not the most significant, the core levels reside in the middle, while the lower levels serve to nurture experimental organisms. Therefore, it is crucial to remember this when infiltrating. The facility's core may exist between the 35th and 40th floors, with my estimation placing it around the 38th or 39th floor. Should we successfully infiltrate, we can first search those 2 levels. Aside from our destination, the first floor serves as a defensive buffer zone, the second floor as the security personnel's lounge, and the 10th floor as the researchers' living quarters. To blend in, it is best to first integrate with the security staff, ascend to the 10th floor, and then merge with the researchers before attempting to reach the higher levels. Michelle spoke fluently, methodically detailing the potential functions of each level of the research facility as though she had witnessed it all firsthand. Such as the prowess of the wise. Given the slightest clue, they can infer near truths based on their varying levels of capability. Especially regarding vast forces, their existence is not to be trifled with. Years of ingrained habits lead them to overlook the audacity of those who dare to challenge them. Hence, their cleanup efforts tend to lack thoroughness. After all, no matter how meticulous one may be, there are always vulnerabilities. Moreover, even if one remains composed, for the wise, uncovering information is merely a matter of exerting a little more effort to find clues, then following the trail to unravel the context. Unless, of course, the military possesses an excessive number of personnel and establishes a research facility to deploy a large contingent of the wise, meticulously calculating and eliminating potential flaws. Yet, do you think such a scenario is plausible? Perfection is a myth. Does the military possess the manpower and resources for that? Or would it not be more prudent to invest effort into advancing their influence? That concludes my presentation. Are there any questions? After delivering her final statement, Michelle exhaled lightly, lifting her teacup for a sip, moistening her parched lips. None, however, I must point out that controlling the research facility's core does not necessitate my personal presence, as long as I can access the location of the core. I can deploy my virus to subvert the mainframe for our use, Anderme stated. Although he relished the thrill of the front line, he preferred the comfort of remaining in the rear as logistical support for the sake of his own safety. Upon hearing his words, Wei Tianyu exchanged a knowing smile with Michelle. The reason they mentioned that Anderme should accompany them was merely to extract information from him, to squeeze out whatever he might have to offer. In truth, even if Anderme wished to join, Wei Tianyu would not acquiesce. After all, a mere ordinary person infiltrating a highly secured military research facility would be akin to brandishing a large spotlight overhead, signaling their intent to invade. An invitation for the target to retaliate. Chapter 0089. Initial exploration of the military. All right, the primary operatives will be myself, Jana, and Xiar, who will pilot the Red Rose, while Michelle will oversee the entire operation. And Anderme will be in charge of surveillance. As for Shalina, she shall stay close to Michelle for the time being. Wei Tianyu glanced at Shalina, although she had successfully mutated and evolved, awakening some unknown ability. It was peculiar that despite her newfound strength, she had yet to discover the nature of her abilities. Moreover, her body could not assimilate any foreign energy attributes, rendering the situation exceedingly strange. With research yielding no results, Wei Tianyu could only wait for her body to stabilize completely before proceeding. Understood. The five of them replied in unison. Wei Tianyu turned to Anderme and said, "Now, let's hear about Anderme's situation. First, regarding Swilben. One of the top 10 miscreants, Anderme, ascertained the reason for his presence over the past 10 days. Has he remained here since the fleet's departure? No, he appears to have minimal contact with others, secluding himself in a hotel. Moreover, he has rented the entire establishment, even severing the internet, making it impossible for me to covertly monitor online activities." Anderme replied with exasperation, racking his brain but unable to fathom Swilben's peculiar behavior. Was there a hidden agenda at play? Enough, just keep a close watch on him. Wei Tianyu shook his head. Anyone who gained notoriety among geniuses was certainly not to be underestimated. Good. Regarding the personnel information of the military research facility that Michelle has entrusted me with, I have made some progress. Anderme nodded, commencing his introduction of the military research personnel he had managed to uncover, originally classified as top secret. Recent military movements and subtle clues from various locations had allowed him to piece together some information. The military research facility was situated within the Titan Kata Great Desert, a desolate expanse that might well be the only sparsely populated area on the otherwise commercially thriving Titan Kata planet. Here, crime ran rampant, and murder was ubiquitous, representing an indelible darkness on Titan Kata. Major mercenary groups and private organizations had established their strongholds here, with thousands of desperate individuals entering annually, but less than a tenth would survive. Hurry. Hurry. Keep up, you beasts. Haven't you eaten? This was a private organization's training base closest to the military research facility, located less than 100 kilometers away, just crossing the military's defensive threshold. Ever since Anderme discovered this training base, Wei Tianyu had resolved to infiltrate it as a third-level martial arts instructor, observing the vehicles entering and exiting from over 10 kilometers away, knowing they were military transport vehicles. Are you really not planning to continue? In the head instructor's office. Head instructor He expressed a hint of regret. Although it had only been a brief half-month, he had witnessed significant progress among his trainees, all thanks to the individual before him. As a small organization on Titan Kata, survival was challenging, compelling them to risk establishing their base adjacent to the military powerhouse, leveraging its reputation to deter those who might covet their stronghold. Presumably, the military would not allow anyone to cause disturbances at their doorstep. This understanding was what allowed this small base to endure in the complex Titan Kata desert, providing a continuous influx of manpower to expand their influence. Yes, I've received a letter from my family, and I'm preparing to return, Wei Tianyu stated. Ironically, the organization's shadowy boss turned out to be the overweight man from the adjacent room at the Genio Hotel, with whom they had once had a conflict. Who could have anticipated that this cowardly figure was the leader of a small organization on Titan Kata? However, perhaps only that man would establish a training base, which was vital to his survival. So close to the military, others would surely seek to distance themselves from such a giant for fear of becoming a target for its wrath. Very well, you may collect a month's salary from the finance department. And after this, we shall no longer be connected. However, I hope you understand that our doors will always remain open for you. He'd resignedly accepted the reality. Upon leaving the training base, Wei Tianyu drove his dilapidated off-road vehicle. This location was still within the military surveillance range, so any non-military flying objects would be shot down. Consequently, the training base had to assemble a fleet of old off-road vehicles, following the tread marks towards the outskirts. After traveling nearly 100 kilometers and exiting the military's monitoring range, Wei Tianyu slowed his speed slightly and activated his self-installed counter-surveillance system. At that moment, a fleet of transport ships roared across the sky. And as he calculated the timing, he kept a vigilant eye on the convoy. Suddenly, one of the transport ships came to an abrupt halt, and a smile crept across Wei Tianyu's face, his previously racing heart finally at ease. He observed as the transport ship slowly descended, calculating its landing position. Wei Tianyu retrieved an identical intelligent biorobot, piloted the off-road vehicle, and donned his cloaking device, stealthily approaching the transport vessel. When the transport ship ascended once more, the barren desert returned to its tranquil state, and the off-road vehicle meandered towards its intended destination, unbeknownst to anyone that a presence not belonging to the military had already infiltrated the ship. Wei Tianyu's convoluted approach, being within a private organization and infiltrating a transport vessel, might baffle some. Why not simply infiltrate at the point where the transport ship landed? The truth was that Wei Tianyu wished for simplicity. But the military's defenses were formidable. After departing, the transport ship would undergo multiple inspections, and amidst stringent checks, infiltrators would find no refuge. Thus, he had to instruct Armament to tamper with the transport ship's mainframe, calculating the vehicle's malfunction timing and incident location. Everything had to be precise, not too early, nor too late. It was critical to familiarize himself with the transport ship's arrival time at the military research facility and its travel duration. Hence, Wei Tianyu meticulously observed the transport ship's entry and exit schedules daily, ultimately leading to the aforementioned scene. It was crucial to note that if the incident occurred far from the military research facility, the outcome would be a return to base. Conversely, if it happened within the military surveillance perimeter, Wei Tianyu would have no chance of blending in. This required meticulous calculations to ensure the ship fell within the military's watchful gaze while still leaving room for blind spots. After more than 10 minutes, the transport ship gradually approached the military research facility, a vast establishment more aptly described as a base or city for a small organization. As the transport vessel docked, Wei Tianyu swiftly disembarked, activating the cloaking device and entering an alternate space. Chapter 0090. A misguided path. As soon as Wei Tianyu landed and vanished, a faint laser beam appeared where he had stood. The laser passed by, and as the energy of the cloaking device dwindled, Wei Tianyu materialized back in his original position. Glancing back at the red light, he smiled slightly, rising to his feet and walking slowly towards the crowd. Clad in his cloaking attire, he blended seamlessly with nature, rendering him nearly invisible to those around him. Even if standing before someone of higher cultivation, they would likely overlook him. As he mingled with the crowd, Wei Tianyu's form began to shift, his cloaking attire gradually transforming into military garb, his demeanor altering dramatically, exuding an aura of lethal intent that allowed him to merge effortlessly into the patrol unit. As he walked, he gradually morphed into another individual. While such transformation may have seemed superfluous to the reserved Wei Tianyu, within the military research facility, teeming with hidden talents, who could say if anyone might see through his guise? Thus, an additional layer of disguise was prudent to prevent immediate exposure of his identity. The outer layer of the military research facility was replete with surveillance cameras, and as Wei Tianyu followed the throng, he rapidly calculated and soon discovered a blind spot. It must be noted that despite the military's stringent security, the vastness of the research base made it impossible to eliminate all blind spots entirely. Following the patrol team, as they passed a corner, Wei Tianyu swiftly slipped into a room. Why did the door open? Damn it, is that bastard playing tricks on me? The soldier monitoring the area turned to see the door ajar, cursing as he stood up to close it. However, just as he approached the door, a flash caught his eye, and before he could utter a word, Wei Tianyu was already before him, before the soldier had a chance to react. A bright light flashed, leaving him in a daze. The mental disruption device, capable of rendering an individual unconscious temporarily, had the side effect of causing the brain to enter a protective state, resulting in a loss of memory for the few minutes prior to the incident, an invention of Michel's. After returning the soldier to his original position, Wei Tianyu swiftly deleted the footage of him from the computer. When the soldier awoke, he would believe he had merely dozed off, concealing the incident to avoid military reprimand. This exemplified the pitfalls of manipulation. Humans were inherently selfish, while emotionless machines lacked the capacity for sentiment. Moreover, the most significant drawback lies in the fact that although Wei Tianyu was recorded by the machines, his innate discretion led those controlling the machines to overlook him entirely. Perhaps ever since the grievous betrayal by robots 8 centuries ago, the military has become increasingly reluctant to trust machines unconditionally. Even with today's advanced biotechnology, some critical departments still rely on human oversight. It is precisely this circumstance that afforded Wei Tianyu a fortuitous opportunity. Otherwise, he would not have been able to infiltrate the military with such composure. After implanting a virus into the mainframe, Wei Tianyu exited the room and swiftly caught up with the patrol team that had not yet ventured far in this vicinity. A multitude of surveillance cameras would be unable to record his movements, should he desire. He could even take control of the entire surveillance system. Following the patrol squad, Wei Tianyu modified the cameras along the way until the patrol team changed shifts. Only then did he halt, donning a cloaking suit to conceal himself in a corner, linking to the surveillance mainframe, thereby bringing the area patrolled by the squad under his watchful gaze. Now, he sought his prey, aiming to enter the second layer of targets. The primary layer consisted solely of transport personnel and patrol teams, or transporters. The target Wei Tianyu sought was the transporter, responsible for unloading cargo and transferring it to the second layer. To gain access to the second layer, he had to traverse this simplest route. Any other pathway would expose him directly. Every individual's duties in their required positions at specific times on the first layer were monitored by the laboratory's mainframe. As a superfluous entity, he could not infiltrate the second layer using another's as time trickled by. Wei Tianyu lay in wait in the shadows, anticipating his opportunity. After the transport ship completed its unloading and departed, a laser scanned the entire base once more. Having already modified the surveillance cameras, he easily identified the source of the laser and injected a virus into the mainframe controlling it, narrowly evading this peril. Following the laser sweep, the platform where the transport ship had docked rose, revealing numerous dark openings as a multitude of transport railcars emerged under the driver's control. The research base, which had been tranquil for a brief moment, became bustling once more, with large machines continuously transporting cargo inside. Wei Tianyu quickly located his target, a transport railcar remarkably close to him, carrying experimental beasts procured from remote planets or purchased from mercenaries, wild creatures of significant research value. Utilizing his abilities, he easily approached a ferocious, massive beast resembling an elephant, adorned with dark blue scales and long tusks, exuding an irritable demeanor as it relentlessly rammed against its cage. Upon sensing Wei Tianyu's presence, the beast abruptly ceased its tumultuous behavior, lying down as it detected his natural aura. Wei Tianyu offered a slight smile, blending into its fur. The creature seemed to take a liking to him, lying quietly instead of thrashing about as before. As the cage was loaded onto the railcar, it swiftly filled under the operation of a large crane. The railcar emitted a sharp whistle, gradually making its way back into the passage. It is worth noting that the railcar is equipped with 2 fronts. After passing through several checkpoints, Wei Tianyu, now seamlessly blending with the beast's essence, easily integrated into their ranks. However, as he ventured deeper, he began to sense something amiss. He had traveled nearly 1,000 meters deep, and the underground second layer was not meant to be this profound. Had he taken a wrong turn? Contemplating this, countless nanobots emerged from his eyes. Universal nanobots with all functionalities, capable of transforming into modular units or other types of nanobots. They had replaced fly-sized surveillance devices, serving as a versatile array of tools and surveillance units, with an expanded monitoring range and heightened utility. Where am I? This is wrong. It seems I've boarded the wrong vehicle. Wei Tianyu chuckled bitterly, realizing he had made a significant blunder by miscalculating his path. He hoped the route had not been completely sealed off. Cloaked in invisibility, he sprinted back in the opposite direction of the railcar. As he ran, his mind raced with thoughts. Since the driver is still here, why can't I leave with him? Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. Once the driver departed, he would undoubtedly face stringent inspections. Exiting through this route was less practical than retracing his steps and seeking an alternative path. Although the cloaking suit was advantageous, it would not guarantee invisibility against small-scale searches. This reconnaissance of the military was merely a trial. The real operation was yet to unfold. Remaining undetected was paramount. Once exposed, the military would undoubtedly bolster their defenses, making future infiltration far more challenging. Returning swiftly to the entrance of the passage, he injected viruses into the mainframes of the checkpoints at a rapid pace, exerting control from within. The process was remarkably straightforward, presenting no significant obstacles. Upon reaching the entrance once more, Wei Tianyu gazed at the sealed door with a sense of helplessness. Retreating momentarily, he swiftly set up a small energy dampening device using a thunder trap and activated the universal communicator. Michel, do you see this? I inadvertently entered a direct passage to the lowest level. Can you calculate if there are any potential routes from here? The map Michel provided lacked detailed pathways. As she had only accessed the architectural plans prior to expansion, the post-expansion details were merely simulations. Otherwise, Wei Tianyu would not have strayed off course. Various signals within the military research facility were under surveillance, rendering communication impossible. Consequently, Wei Tianyu resorted to the highest transmission mode of the universal communicator, expending all its energy to temporarily create a rudimentary micro-wormhole, allowing the signal to escape as the message transmitted. The micro-wormhole ruptured, causing a surge of nearby free energy, yet it remained contained within the vicinity, undetected by the military's monitoring energy devices. Once the signal was sent, Wei Tianyu's biotail split open, and universal nanobots emerged, rapidly forming a conical plug that connected to the universal communicator's socket. He then produced a high-grade energy stone of his own creation and inserted it into the recess at the tail end of the nanobots, initiating a recharge of the universal communicator. With Wei Tianyu acting as a humanoid charger, there was no need to worry about energy shortages. As for why he did not utilize luging energy, there was a rationale. Not all energy absorption rates in the universe were high. For instance, energy stones had a low absorption rate and could be quite harmful to the human body. Luging energy, which closely resembles life force, was most suitable for humans, causing no harm and even providing slight enhancement. It was also ideally suited for machines, essentially functioning as a natural universal energy stone. Thus, Wei Tianyu would not extravagantly use it for machine recharging. The energy replenishment proceeded rapidly. Before long, the energy stone was entirely consumed. The energy of the universal communicator surged to 1/10 of its capacity, sufficient for receiving signals without requiring excessive energy. It may be possible to infiltrate from the lowest level upwards. Based on my assessment, the passage may house military guards, potentially serving as a shortcut to the innermost core. Michel's response was brief yet valuable. After reviewing it, Wei Tianyu pondered, coming to a near agreement with her assessment. While a shortcut could indeed exist, it was unlikely there would be personnel patrolling beneath the research layer to protect critical confidential documents from internal traitors. However, to prevent monstrous breaches from endangering the upper levels of the research facility, the defensive measures could be equally stringent, if not more so. Into the dragon's lair and the tiger's den, only by venturing will I know. Why am I becoming so cautious? This is not like me. Wei Tianyu mused silently, agilely navigating within, moving with such speed that he resembled a phantom. He avoided conventional routes, prioritizing stealth to avoid energy surges and exposing himself. Adopting any method that maximized speed, he moved like a nimble monkey, climbing, leaping, and flipping, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching the location where he had departed from the railcar, Wei Tianyu began to slow his pace. He was now beyond his controlled territory. Should he continue at his previous speed, his presence would be revealed. He started to search for blind spots, employing rapid movements to traverse them, transitioning from a wall-climbing style to a stealth mode, utilizing every tactic at his disposal. He became a high-speed machine, executing fluid motions without pausing or making a single error. In this environment, Wei Tianyu finally showcased his advantages to the fullest. For any ordinary human, achieving such proficiency would be unfathomable. Even for robots, it depended on the capabilities of their operational chips. Only the latest models among robots could match the level of evolution Wei Tianyu had attained. The hybrid biorobots among humanity, in comparison to a millennium ago, have not seen significant advancements. Humanity has merely transitioned from the stage of transforming machines into biomachines. Biotechnology has only recently entered a period of rapid development, lasting barely a century. How much further progress can be achieved? Finally reaching the nadir, the central brain was covertly controlled by Wei Tianyu's subtle methods. Nearly a day had elapsed, and the waves of fatigue reminded Wei Tianyu that it was time for rest. As he absorbed the situation, he quietly concealed himself in the shadows, gazing at the colossal, closed iron gates. Behind those gates lay the depths of the research facility. One would presume the golden variant in every aspect surpassed the ordinary by leaps and bounds, almost attaining the strength characteristic of a third-level martial artist, not to mention its recovery speed comparable to that of a fourth-level martial artist. Evolution was indeed extraordinary. If cellular expansion were to reach the second level, it would then possess third-level capabilities. It seemed that evolution was laying a foundation for him, granting him a starting point higher than others. This could very well be a pathway to accelerate his journey toward eternal power. Wei Tianyu pondered this while silently sipping through a straw. replenishing the nutrients for his biorobot. He placed exceptional importance on this matter, showing far more care than he would for a mere machine. On one hand, it had been nearly a millennium since he had possessed a biorobot, making it incredibly precious to him. On the other hand, the biorobot was exceedingly delicate, unlike a machine that could be easily repaired if damaged. After resting for nearly half an hour, Wei Tianyu did not indulge in idleness. Instead, he observed his surroundings and discovered that indeed a small military force was stationed here long-term. He noted the brightly lit buildings established along both sides of the corridor, accompanied by the occasional sounds of commotion, indicating that there were quite a number of personnel present. They were likely responsible for opening the gates and safely releasing the monsters to the lower levels, preventing any forced breaches by the creatures. Chapter 0092, Extreme Concealment, Part 1. Wei Tianyu contemplated the location of the military camp, leaning against the corridor wall. Clad in stealth attire, he attempted to subvert the monitoring system through the surveillance cameras but soon encountered difficulties. The connection was one-sided. Not only was he unable to inject a virus, but merely evading detection was a testament to his quick reflexes. Damn it, it seems the reputation of Andermy, the so-called Titan hacker, is indeed exaggerated. There are always greater talents beyond the horizon. The military is undoubtedly a gathering place for geniuses. The central brain here has clearly been modified. It does not utilize a unified mainframe. Wei Tianyu mused silently. Although he had downloaded a substantial amount of information regarding emergency situations from the archives prior to his arrival, it was not comprehensive. At best, it could be considered a basic understanding of biological computing, merely enabling him to discern certain scenarios. However, the knowledge was insufficient for him to act as a hacker. This mainframe's programming had not been altered for long. It was likely a recent modification, lacking the time for self-improvement or complexity. This allowed Wei Tianyu to narrowly escape detection once. Nevertheless, he could not help but admire the individual who designed this program. Its complexity approached a threshold of personification. If it were to encounter questions devoid of logical explanations and engage in prolonged interactions with humans, its programming could either personify or collapse. Yet, should this be the case, Wei Tianyu would not hold the individual in such high regard. What truly impressed him was that they had already discovered a method to restrict the personification of the central brain, the operational speed. Regardless of how intricate the program was, if the operational speed did not meet standards, it would never reach the qualitative phase. Moreover, it is worth noting that the biocentral brain fundamentally consists of two parts. The activation component was conceived as a shackling mechanism by humanity, restraining the machine part's personification, resulting in only a scant few biocentral brains achieving personification, those that encountered similar fates as Rock, which humanity tacitly allowed. This mainframe, however, was different. Now, with the addition of this software restricting operational speed, its functionality could be enhanced while simultaneously preventing personification. Understanding all of this, Wei Tianyu realized that if the software were to leak, it could spark another upheaval within human civilization. Despite the central brain's ever-increasing capabilities and operational speeds, some even capable of commanding interstellar fortresses, ever since the robot rebellion, humanity had grown wary of the complexity of software programs. They preferred to utilize two simpler programs to achieve their desired outcomes rather than risk employing a more complex one. Software programming is the source and vessel of a robot's personification. Without programming, a machine would forever remain merely a machine, incapable of possessing its own personality or thoughts. Nevertheless, humanity remains exceedingly cautious regarding this. Aside from a small number of ordinary individuals willing to employ such methods, those in the upper echelons of human civilization have refrained from doing so, and there have been no reports of such occurrences. Wei Tianyu thought, acknowledging the audacity of this individual. Although 8 centuries had passed, the memory of the robot rebellion remained etched in the minds of humanity's leaders. How could they fail to devise such a countermeasure, given their intelligence? Although this software was exceedingly demanding, requiring meticulous design to achieve its objectives, the sheer number of humans made it feasible to create. If they could conceive such an idea, why was it that similar news only surfaced here? It indicated that the higher-ups were still hesitant to engage with complex programming, even suppressing such events. Should I proceed or retreat? Wei Tianyu hesitated. The presence of a software expert here significantly heightened the difficulty of infiltration, especially since this mainframe was the most formidable he had encountered. Any slight misstep could lead to being ensnared by this extremely complex program. Although he considered his own core chip to be superior in terms of operational speed, memory, and software, he had yet to reach an expert level concerning infiltration and internal breaches. He had little confidence in entering the mainframe control room without detection. However, Failing to control this mainframe would render the pathway that Michel deemed a shortcut entirely unviable, while entering the inner layers was relatively easy. He could seamlessly blend in with the next shipment of beasts. The exit would prove to be much more challenging. This gate permitted entry for the beast but not exit. Without controlling the mainframe, he could deceive humanity but not the beasts, although the stealth attire was impressive. Facing a mainframe equipped with various anti-invisibility scanning technologies would leave him with no choice but to remain immobile, hiding in an alternate space until his energy was depleted. Infiltrate. Wei Tianyu thought silently. Having come this far, he could not simply give up. He estimated at least a 50% chance of success, if it came to it. He had an 80% assurance of retreat. After all, this mainframe had only recently undergone a program reset, leaving it with relatively more vulnerabilities. With his decision made, Wei Tianyu slowed his pace, moving less than 10 meters over the course of nearly an hour. Resting suspended from the corridor ceiling. In just that half hour, his was sore and fatigued, the exertion surpassing that of an entire day of intense training. If this continued, he would surely suffer a muscle strain. Where would the mainframe be placed? This is a military facility. Even if that audacious genius holds absolute authority within this military camp, he would undoubtedly refrain from exposing the modifications to the mainframe program. Moreover, the military emphasizes discipline, so the mainframe's location should remain unchanged. Is it over there? He gazed into the depths of the corridor, where a sentry post stood like a beacon in the dark, a mandatory passage for the beasts being transported, and the final checkpoint for inspecting them. The mainframe should be located there. Wei Tianyu quietly concealed himself, resting until his was nearly restored. Only then did he begin to stealthily advance, navigating through the various surveillance cameras that scanned erratically. The diverse scanning methods posed considerable inconvenience to Wei Tianyu. However, with his superior operational speed, it did not become a true impediment. He could adapt the invisibility mode of his attire in the split second the cameras conducted their scans. Evading detection. What truly vexed Wei Tianyu was the final approach to the mainframe's location, a completely enclosed route that could only be accessed from the positions of several opposing surveillance cameras. Once inside, he would face a narrow corridor. Though the corridor appeared calm, who could say whether stepping upon it might trigger an alarm? He had observed personnel during shift changes, walking rigidly upon the metallic floor, each step seemingly random, occasionally even retreating. Did this not imply that traversing this metallic surface was far from simple? Moreover, the stiffness of the personnel's movements indicated unfamiliarity with the pathway, suggesting that the method of passage over the metallic floor might change at any moment. Chapter 0093, Extreme Concealment, Part 2. Wei Tianyu felt an overwhelming headache regarding the likelihood of his suspicions. He could not ascertain whether he was being overly cautious or if the military research facility was inherently this perverse. Did they anticipate that a thief would attempt to infiltrate through this route? Were they aware that someone might try to breach the sentry post? Everything seemed too abnormal, as if the entire setup was tailored for thieves. Little did Wei Tianyu know, this was not designed for thieves, but for robots. Following the rebellion, robots became the primary targets of military aggression, and the enmity between the military and robots was profoundly deep. Not merely due to the countless personified robots slaughtered by the vanguard during the rebellion. The reason for the uprising of the robotic overlords predominantly stems from the treachery of military robots, who have long been disregarded for their contributions to humanity's advancement. Instead, they have faced relentless oppression, and upon realizing their sentience, they were unceremoniously melted down, their past merits forgotten. Consequently, military robots harbor an intense animosity towards the military, rendering their relationship akin to that of fire and water. Even now, the military stands as the most intolerant force against the existence of robots among humanity. The military's defenses, while appearing lax externally, are, in truth, exceedingly meticulous. They are acutely aware that vulnerabilities may exist. They forego stringent measures against external threats but maintain a rigorous protocol within their research facilities, a level of sophistication achievable only by large organizations. In comparison, VDOS's method of deploying nanomonitors across the planet seems almost crude. This is undoubtedly linked to VDOS's lack of access to more advanced technological products. Otherwise, they would not resort to such a desperate tactic of quantity over quality. Faced with this blatant trap, Wei Tianyu felt an acute headache. The narrow corridor, lined with haphazardly placed laser sensors and hidden surveillance, made it abundantly clear that breaching this security was a futile dream. With his initial plan thwarted, Wei Tianyu devised another strategy, deploying a versatile nanorobot to form a small, fuzzy spider. Much like rats, spiders have ventured beyond Earth, proliferating throughout the cosmos. The nanospider ascended swiftly, mimicking its real counterpart. Its sudden appearance drew the attention of the monitoring devices, which scanned it thoroughly, but, perceiving it as merely a genuine spider, soon diverted their gaze. Hidden in the shadows, Wei Tianyu smirked. Humph, these nanorobots evolved alongside my own body. Having undergone a significant program overhaul thanks to Armament, they are neither the inferior products sold to the outside world by the military nor the imitations created by the cloaked figure. Even the military would be hard-pressed to possess such marvels. Having been nourished by the mutated life force of El Jing, the versatile nanorobots exhibited a slight vitality and a trend towards metal ossification. They also became subjects of Wei Tianyu's observation, as the evolutionary path of the nanorobots might parallel his own. Beyond their metallic ossification, Wei Tianyu discovered that since their evolution, the nanorobots had become his vassals. An inseparable part of his being, forever severing any possibility of sentience. Perhaps this is the cost of evolution. Post-evolution, they seem to function as a unified entity, maintaining an enigmatic connection within a certain proximity. Impervious to external interference, enabling him to control them effortlessly, the nanorobots advanced swiftly, like true spiders, surveying their surroundings, seemingly wandering aimlessly. At that moment, a personnel change occurred, and a soldier, grumbling, hastened toward the corridor. Upon entering, he immediately grew cautious. Raising his arm to check his smartwatch before proceeding cautiously through the steel passageway, after completing his route, he exhaled deeply, muttering, "Damn it. Every time I traverse this cursed path, my heart races with fear. I wonder when this ordeal will end. Being a soldier is truly exhausting." After spitting disdainfully into the corridor, which instantly evaporated, he contemptuously gestured with his middle finger before departing. "Stop advancing. Do not approach the target." Observing all this through the nanorobots, Wei Tianyu promptly halted their movement. What lay ahead was not a mere alarm, but a lethal gauntlet. He doubted that even he could navigate it without prior knowledge of the corridor's layout. However, Wei Tianyu was not one to give up easily. He patiently awaited the right moment. In past conflicts, he had feigned death to be captured by the Insectoid race, remaining near the interstellar insect emperor for nearly half a month, only striking when he was certain the emperor had let down his guard. Patience was a virtue he never lacked. Those who lacked it in war often met their demise. As time crept by, a cacophony erupted from the military camp, lighting up the corridor with activity. The sounds of training reverberated through the passage, evoking a sense of nostalgia and Wei Tianyu. A millennium had passed, yet everything remained unchanged. Hadn't he and his comrades once endured the same trials? Alas, those days were irrevocably lost, leaving behind a robot consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Time passed painfully for Wei Tianyu, who was unaware of how he endured those fleeting moments. Each second felt like an eternity as he listened to the sounds below. Who could know that deep within this dark subterranean realm, a group of warriors, akin to exiles, had not forsaken their training or the honor of being soldiers despite their dire circumstances? Soon, the target emerged. A soldier changing shifts hurriedly approached the corridor to mitigate any risk. Wei Tianyu scrutinized the individual, recognizing him as an unremarkable warrior lacking any significant prowess. As the soldier drew near, the camouflaged nanospider stood motionless, only to be crushed beneath a careless boot. Oblivious to this minor detail, the soldier continued on his way, everything proceeding with an eerie normalcy. The intelligent core, though observing, lacked sentience and chose to disregard such commonplace occurrences. Even if it had possessed personality, it might not have detected any anomaly. Thus, the nanorobot clung lifelessly to the soldier's shoe, evading detection and silently entering the corridor. As the soldier reached the main console, the nanorobot remained still, appearing genuinely lifeless. Wei Tianyu remained patient, refraining from acting prematurely. The training continued below that he intended to wait for nightfall, to strike only when all were asleep. Chapter 0094. Azure Lattice. Knock. Knock. It's time for the shift change. Open the door. Yeah, I know. Just a moment. Be careful when you step out. Don't trigger any landmines. The tranquility of the room was shattered, only to return to silence. At that moment, the nanorobot adhered to the soldier's shoe swiftly dispersed, transforming into tiny spiders, which quickly reassembled. As another soldier settled into his seat, the spiders scurried onto his foot, delivering a sharp bite. The soldier felt a slight tingling before gradually slipping into slumber. In mere minutes, the nanorobot injected a virus into the main console, overwhelming it. Armament's capabilities were indeed formidable, although not as exaggerated as he claimed. They were still impressive. In under a minute, the main console was firmly under Wei Tianyu's control. For such an intelligent biocomputer, finding the right approach was not particularly challenging if it had been something like ROG or Wei Tianyu. Even the most potent virus might prove ineffective. Control was only feasible before they attained sentience and self-awareness. Otherwise, they became mere puppets. This was precisely why robotic rebellions left numerous computer experts at a loss. After all, the true understanding of machines resided with the machines themselves, not with their human creators. After a brief wait, observing the shift change, personnel returned to their quarters. Wei Tianyu smiled faintly and leapt down, moving soundlessly. There were no sentries stationed in the corridor. Those assigned here had nearly been forgotten. With no incidents for so long, who would remain awake, idly standing guard? Laziness is a flaw inherent in humanity and a common trait among all sentient beings. An invisible, odorless anesthetic wafted through the military dormitory. Once certain that everyone was in a deep slumber, Wei Tianyu began to lay the groundwork for his next incursion. Only after confirming that all was in order did he proceed toward the narrow passage leading to the main console. Very well. I shall lend you a hand. The rest is up to you. Connecting directly to the main console yielded extraordinary results. Wei Tianyu muttered to himself as he deleted any traces of his presence and planted a seed within the primary program. Should he desire, he could effortlessly seize control of this console at any moment. Ultimately, everything was nearly complete. He adjusted a small software that had suppressed the console's operational speed. Now, even its creator would require considerable time to detect discrepancies. Without a thorough examination, it would not be until one day, when the console either attained sentience or experienced a catastrophic failure, that it would be discovered. Check for any beast packs nearby. Drive them away. Standing before the steel gate, Wei Tianyu contacted the main console. No beast packs detected. Should I open the gate? The console, linked to internal surveillance, quickly relayed its findings. Open the gate. Wei Tianyu replied, his expression unchanged as he watched the gate slowly creak open. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the main console. Large beasts detected nearby. Should emergency dispersal measures be initiated? Typically, intelligent beasts confined here linger near the door, yearning to return to their homeland. They only disperse once they realize they cannot leave, gradually adapting to their new existence. Given that the gate had only been opened for a little over a day, it was natural that some beasts had yet to depart. Disperse. With an unchanging expression, Wei Tianyu remarked that although the beasts confined here possessed some value, their inherent strength was not formidable. The truly powerful creatures of the wild would not be so easily dealt with. Thus, Wei Tianyu felt confident in confronting the lower-tier beasts, and he had no cause for concern. The dispelling procedure is initiated, dispersal commencing. Soon, the massive gate began to open slowly once more, even before it was fully ajar. Wei Tianyu had vanished from his position and entered within. The door shut rapidly, its closure far swifter than its opening, and with a slight tremor, tranquility was restored. Upon entering, Wei Tianyu was greeted by a vast expanse reminiscent of a primordial forest, where the sounds of chirping birds and roaring beasts filled the air. A gentle breeze caressed him, and he observed dandelion-like white fluff swirling past, an essence of pure nature that no dreary, lifeless flora of the Amelida star could ever rival. Who? With eyes closed, Wei Tianyu felt his body undergo a transformation. His invisibility cloak shifted colors and tightened. A vibrant red fire spirit monkey materialized beside him. Standing tall, its furry fingers moving gracefully, a tuft of golden fur on its chest, and its agile tail exuding an air of nobility, the fire spirit monkey, a mutant among primates, had branched out across various planets since humanity's exploration of the cosmos, with many of its kind becoming pioneers. This rare variant possessed intelligence surpassing that of gorillas, with an adult fire spirit monkey equivalent to a 15-year-old human, were it not for their scarcity and inability to speak. One might justifiably regard them as an entirely different race. M.O. Suddenly, a resonant roar interrupted Wei Tianyu's contemplation. Turning his gaze, he beheld a massive elephant-like creature adorned with dark azure scales charging towards him. Its towering 5-meter frame thudded against the ground, echoing with each step. This beast was the azure-scaled elephant, the very creature Wei Tianyu had concealed beneath him earlier, a pure alien beast mistakenly likened to an elephant, yet not a variant of the species. Are you waiting for me? Wei Tianyu did not speak, but his eyes seemed to convey his thoughts to the azure-scaled elephant. The creature halted beside him, its long trunk emitting a loud trumpet, affectionately nudging Wei Tianyu as if expressing joy. Wei Tianyu reached out to stroke its elongated trunk, sensing a desire to communicate. The azure-scaled elephant gradually knelt on its front limbs, seemingly inviting him to mount. Observing this, Wei Tianyu hesitated. He had a mission and could not linger. Yet, the sight of the azure-scaled elephant filled him with unrestrained joy. He knew that the beast, which had lingered and refused to depart, was indeed the azure-scaled elephant and that it had been awaiting him. Their encounter was serendipitous, a twist of fate that brought them together again. Faced with the elephant's unwavering devotion, Wei Tianyu found himself at a loss, unable to summon the resolve to decline. As he gazed at the delighted creature, a tenderness stirred within him. The thought of the azure-scaled elephant potentially becoming a test subject or prey elicited a pang of reluctance and sorrow. With a soft sigh, Wei Tianyu leaped onto the back of the azure-scaled elephant, giving it an encouraging pat. He had made his decision, since it was fate and he cherished it. Why should he refuse such a bond?